Chapter 1. The Rising Star. Song Shuangsis' return to her homeland was unexpectedly sudden, with no one having informed her. As the flight touched down and she listened to the standard Mandarin of the airport announcements, surrounded by familiar faces, she finally felt the reality of returning to her roots. Dressed in a light beige trench coat with a simple linen white shirt and jeans underneath, Shuangshu radiated an air of elegance akin to noble lineage, her silky hair catching the light in a way that suggested wealth. The driver, speaking in a thick Beijing accent, asked, "Miss, where would you like to go?" "The third hospital," she replied. April in Yinqing brimmed with the vitality of rejuvenation. Shuangshu, having been away for 5 years, hurried home due to her mentor Xu Yang's illness. As she entered the hospital room, she found the frail Xu Yang sitting cross-legged on the bed, chanting softly, "Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Men are merely for toy, never to be taken to heart." The worry that had accompanied Shuangshu dissipated at that moment. How could you become so enlightened after falling ill? Xu Yang, upon catching sight of her, brightened visibly. "Ah, you're back. I had to return since you're unwell," Shuangshu said as she settled beside the bed. "What did the doctors say?" Not long ago, Xu Yang had been diagnosed with myeloid dysplasia syndrome, essentially a malignant tumor originating from hematopoietic stem cells. Some referred to it as a precursor to leukemia. To make matters worse, her longtime boyfriend had taken advantage of her hospitalization to siphon away all the cash from the company account, partly embezzling funds along with crucial technical documents that Xu Yang had tirelessly developed over the past 2 years. "I have both bad news and good news," Xu Yang said. "The doctor says I'm now in a high-risk stage 2, and the likelihood of progressing to leukemia is substantial. I need to undergo chemotherapy." "And the good news?" Shuangshu inquired, hopeful for a glimmer of positivity in the grim situation. "The good news is that chemotherapy can only control the condition, not cure it. It will severely impact my ovarian function, which means I may never be able to have children." At first, Shuangshu thought she had misspoken, but on reflection, both pieces of news were equally dire. "This isn't exactly good news," she murmured, placing her hand on Xu Yang's forehead. "This illness won't affect your mind, will it? Isn't it good to see through a worthless man?" Xu Yang said, her natural nonchalance resurfacing. "Besides, I never wanted children anyway. I suspect my illness is hereditary. My father died of leukemia." Having been in a stable relationship with Chun Peiran for 4 years and returning to start a business together, no one could have anticipated that he would vanish with her savings at the moment she became ill. Shuangshu frowned at the thought. "I don't expect him to be your savior, but could he at least refrain from kicking you while you're down? Isn't that typical of men? Love is the most unreliable thing in the world. Any woman who believes in love will inevitably suffer its miseries." Xu Yang waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, you haven't experienced love, so you wouldn't understand." Shuangshu had to concede there was some truth in what she said. "Although I haven't experienced romance myself, I've certainly endured my own hardships," she countered. "I have a bit of savings which I've already transferred to your account. It may not be much, but it should help you for the time being." Xu Yang counted the digits in her mobile banking app, letting out a shrill screech reminiscent of a rooster crowing. "You call this not much?" Shuang's notion of not much and Xu Yang's were worlds apart. Shuangshu quickly covered her friend's mouth to hush her. "Sho, as long as you know I genuinely care for you, keep your excitement down." Shen Yu had always been generous with her, giving her pocket money as a child. After sending her abroad, he increased the allowance several times, resulting in a considerable sum over 5 years. "Don't even mention heartfelt generosity. Cut out my liver or kidneys if you must," Xu Yang exclaimed. "Really? Can you lend me that much? Given my situation, I might not even be able to pay you back." Shuangshu replied, "Consider it my investment." Fei Xue was already hovering on the brink of bankruptcy, a situation others were keen to avoid. Any investor at this point would have to be a full pure 24K gold. Xu Yang hadn't cried when she broke up with her ex, nor did she sob when signing the chemotherapy consent form alone in the hospital. Yet now, tears brimmed in her eyes. It's moments like these when you truly prove reliable. While she displayed resilience, having someone to support her during such a time made all the difference. Shuangshu embraced her, patting her back gently. A man who can't share in the hardships isn't worth having. Don't worry, I'm here for you. After a moment, Shuyang sat up and asked, by the way, your sudden return may be difficult to explain to your family. Did they expect you home? Shuangshu rarely discussed her family or her life before going abroad. Shuyang only knew that her family ties were not particularly strong and that she had an older brother, the person who mattered most to her. Moreover, 5 years ago, Shuangshu had been forcefully sent abroad. She referred to it as her exile. Her response was calmer than Shuyang anticipated. The worst that can happen is that I get sent away again. I was prepared for that before I returned. Unknown to her at that moment, news of her homecoming had already circulated among certain acquaintances without her knowledge. In the circle of Yinqing's elite, the name that resonated most prominently among young ladies would undoubtedly include Song Shuangshu in the top 3. Her tumultuous background, paired with her association with the renowned Shen Yu, captured attention effortlessly. The news eventually reached Yu Zifeng, who tossed a picture into their group chat, tagging Shen Yu several times without eliciting any response. Just as Shen Yu emerged from a meeting, he received a call from Yu Zifeng. What's keeping you from replying? Your sister Shuangshu is back, and you didn't think to tell us? Upon hearing this, Shen Yu lowered his phone, opened WeChat, and found a photo of Shuangshu. The background was a hospital, bustling with people, and as if sensing someone watching, she turned her head, her hair brushing her cheek as her clear, confused gaze caught the light. Shen Yu exited the app, checking for new messages from her, but found none. Ever since Shuangshu had gone abroad, their communication had diminished. The once dependent child, who trailed behind him like a shadow, had grown distant, keeping many of her experiences to herself. The last time she had actively messaged him was over 2 months ago, a simple Happy New Year. Had she truly become so rebellious as to return without notifying him? A secretary passed him a significant financial document. Shen Yu signed without skipping a beat, maintaining a neutral expression. Why should I have to inform you? Oh, come on. Shuangshu is my sister too, Yu Zifeng insisted, clearly excited. Invite her out for dinner tonight. I haven't seen her in ages, and I've missed her. Take your own sister out for a meal, then. My sister is only 7. Am I going to treat her to a children's meal? That wouldn't be enough to satisfy me. Then perhaps you should schedule a visit to the dentist, Shen Yu replied, swiftly ending the call and gesturing for the secretary to leave. He dialed Shuang's number. At that moment, Shuangshu was preparing to leave the hospital. Knowing the reason for his call, she answered, contemplating how to explain her unexpected return. Are you back? Shen Yu asked casually. Yes, Shuangshu replied. I just arrived this afternoon. Were you at the hospital? Are you unwell? His calm demeanor settled her restless heart that had been adrift since boarding the plane. I'm fine, I just came to see my mentor. Shen Yu didn't press further. Come home for dinner. Send me the address, and I'll send someone to pick you up. Shuangshu responded obediently. Okay. As dusk approached, the late spring chill lingered in Yinqing. Shuangshu tightened her trench coat collar and waited at the roadside. The car arrived shortly. The driver respectfully opened the door for her. Miss Shuangshu. As she handed over her suitcase and bent to enter, her gaze fell upon the man seated inside the vehicle. Chapter 2. No one here expects a return. Shen Yu had come straight from the company, wearing an impeccably tailored light gray suit. Time had left no marks upon his refined features, and his gaze remained as warm and steady as Shuangshu remembered. Yet, despite his annual visits, she felt an unfamiliar distance between them at this moment. Noticing her hesitance, Shen Yu called to her, Xiaojiu. At the sound of his deep voice, a tide of unspeakable emotion surged within her, leaving her momentarily breathless. She quickly cast her eyes downwards as she took her seat, murmuring "Go." The car glided smoothly through the evening rush hour, enveloped in a tranquil silence. Shen Yu crossed his legs and inquired, What time did your flight arrive? After 2, she replied. Why didn't you ask me to come pick you up? I didn't want to disturb your work, Shuangshu explained. It's easy to find a taxi at the airport. His gaze shifted toward her, observing her averted eyes and lowered demeanor. Once a lively child who had grown up under his affection, she had relied on him and engaged in mischief at his side. Now, she was subdued, yet too restrained, lacking the intimacy that once defined their closeness. The way she sat expressed a clear detachment. Since being forcibly sent abroad, she had refused to return even during spring festival, perhaps out of stubbornness, or perhaps simply to avoid those in her home country. The last time Shen Yu had seen her was last year on her birthday when she fell ill, alone in her apartment overseas. He had flown out to check on her. She seemed transformed, her youthful exuberance lost to the years spent apart. The girl who had once clung to him had now matured into a poised young woman. Shen Yu looked down at her for a moment, remarking, "Xiao Jiu has grown distant from her brother. Haven't I just don't want to be a bother?" Such sentiment only underscored their separation. Shuangshu quickly amended, "I wanted to give you all a surprise." Adult surprises come with a 50 risk of turning into a shock. When Shuangshu and Shen Yu returned to the Shen residence, Shen Changyuan and his wife were already waiting. Upon entering, Fu Yun, beaming with joy, pulled her in for a thorough assessment. She admired how Shuangshu had grown and noted the subtle ways in which she still resembled her younger self. "You video call her every month, of course. You wouldn't notice any difference," Shen Changyuan chimed in with a chuckle. "Why didn't you let us know you were coming back?" "We didn't have time to prepare anything. I came back on short notice," Shuangshu offered an explanation. "I had to leave in a hurry, so I didn't have a chance to inform you." "Returning so late must have made you hungry," Fu Yun said. "Tonight, we've prepared all your favorite dishes." Wang Sa was thrilled to hear you were back. The dining table was laden with Shuang's childhood favorite steamed grouper and fragrant black-bone chicken soup awaited her. Fu Yun eagerly helped her with her meal, while Shen Changyuan asked about her life overseas, inevitably leading the conversation to her recent return. "How long did you take off?" Aware that she was approaching a sensitive topic, Shuangshu braced herself but refused to lie. Setting down her chopsticks, she looked up. "I resigned from my job." A hush fell over the living room. "You quit your job?" Fu Yun's chopsticks froze midair as she stared at her, then glanced at Shen Yu. "You never mentioned anything. Why such a sudden change?" Leaving her position abroad signified that Shuangshu might not return to Yinqing again. The warmth of the earlier reunion felt fragile, like finely crafted glass, beautiful yet breakable. "You've resigned from the airline? Are you planning to develop your career back home?" Shuangshu did not reply directly, but instead asked, "Am I welcome to return?" Fu Yun's expression hesitated. "You were doing fine abroad. Why the sudden desire to come back?" Why indeed partly due to Xu Yang's illness, and more importantly, she yearned for her home. Yet Shuangshu knew their expectations involved more than just one justification. Life abroad had been comfortable, however, nothing compared to her emotional ties to Yinqing. This place, sweltering in summer and frigid in winter, was where she had grown up. Unfortunately, no one here seemed to anticipate her return. Just then, Shen Yu, who had remained silent, placed a meticulously deboned fish on her plate. The fish glistened with tenderness, delicately arranged on a pristine white plate. As it landed with a soft thud on the table, it shattered the earlier discomforting silence. "How is your mentor?" Shuangshu briefly explained Xu Yang's condition. Shen Yu asked, "Do you need any assistance?" She shook her head. "The chemotherapy plan has been established, and the medication is the best available. We'll have to wait for the results after the first session." The topic shifted away from health matters. After dinner, Fu Yun insisted that Shuangshu stay at the house, not giving her a chance to refuse, and immediately led her upstairs. "Your room was cleaned today. Nothing from your old space was moved. It's just as you left it. Look." Fu Yun proudly pointed to the fresh pink floral bedspread. "I bought it especially for you. Do you like it?" "Thank you, Annie," Shuangshu replied. "Stop with the formalities, we're family." Fu Yun paused for a moment, then took her hand. "I'm glad you're back. Being so far away, in a place that's unfamiliar, I worried about you being alone. The last time your brother visited, he said you were burning up with fever, lying there in your apartment with no one to even bring you water. I couldn't sleep thinking about it." Her eyes glistened with tears as she recounted the moment. Shuangshu quickly comforted her. and find him old enough to take care of myself. Even so, you're still a young lady. Fu Yun tenderly stroked her cheek. You've always had trouble sleeping on planes. You must be exhausted. Go wash up and rest early. After Fu Yun retreated downstairs, Xuanxu took her time to survey the familiar confines of her room, running her fingers over the table and bookshelf against the wall. This had been her sanctuary for the past 10 years, the dusty air filled with a fragrance she recognized. After her shower, she contemplated heading downstairs to inform Wang Sa about preparing some soup for Xu Yang, but paused at the top of the stairs. Through the banister slats, she caught sight of the living room, where Shen Yu sat with his back to her, facing Shen Changyuan and his wife. Yu, tell me truthfully, did you have any knowledge of Xuanxis' return beforehand? Fu Yun pressed. Did you approve? Shen Yu reclined slightly, his voice calm and even. If she wants to come back, she doesn't need anyone's consent. Then could you clarify your thoughts? Now that she's returned, how do you view it? Shen Yu replied, when you and the Song family collaborated to send her away, you didn't consult my opinion. I did it for your sake. Fu Yun asserted. Those rumors almost drowned our family. If it wasn't for her, Xuanxu, leaning against the wall, felt a chill seep into her spine. Shen Yu interrupted, his tone devoid of emotion. Children speak carelessly, and while others may take it seriously, you should not. Vie silence. Shen Changyuan placed a reassuring hand on hers. Let bygones be bygones. Xuanxu hasn't wanted to return for these past years. She must feel we were hoping she wouldn't come back, which must have hurt her feelings. Now that she wants to come back, let's not send her away again. If she desires to return, this will always be her home, he affirmed, his sincerity evident. However, Yu Xuanxu is no longer a child. Even among siblings, there are boundaries, not to mention you too. Xuanxu chose not to hear more, turning back to her room.
Chapter 3, He Tingzhou. Perhaps it was the effect of the time difference. Xuanxu lay on her familiar and comfortable bed, utterly devoid of sleep, unable to slumber. She decided to pull out her gaming console and old cartridges for some entertainment. These games, aged several years, became second nature to her after just a few rounds. To avoid disturbing Shen Yu, she kept the volume muted. It wasn't until she heard the sound of a car from downstairs and noticed the light filtering through the curtain that she realized dawn had arrived. She approached the window and drew back the curtains, witnessing Shen Yu's car exit the courtyard. After powering down the game, she intended to return to her slumber, but just as her eyes began to close, a notification chimed from her phone. WeChat message from her brother. Come downstairs for breakfast before you sleep. As she descended, she found Fu Yun conversing with Shen Changyuan in the living room. They paused their discussion upon her arrival. Why not sleep a bit longer? Fu Yun inquired. You woke up just in time. Look how considerate your godfather is. He sent someone early this morning to queue at Suji for dim sum, shrimp dumplings, molten buns, and hand-pulled chicken, your favorites. Xuanxu glanced at Shen Changyuan, aware he wouldn't do such a thing. It was Shen Yu who would. However, she chose to feign ignorance and smiled, saying, Thank you, godfather. After finishing breakfast, she refrained from returning to her room for more sleep and concocted an excuse to visit the hospital to see Xu Yang before leaving. Upon her arrival, she found Xu Yang engaged in a phone call. Whatever was being said on the other end turned her complexion ashen. After hanging up, she raised her hand as if to toss the phone away. Xuanxu reminded her, 10,000 yuan. Xu Yang gritted her teeth and retrieved the device. What could possibly have you so enraged? Xuanxu wondered, knowing that whatever had infuriated her friend must be significant. Setting up a small dining table, Xuanxu had brought nutritious meals and vitamin-rich fruit juices for Xu Yang. The concoction contained Xu Yang's least favorite ingredient, carrots, yet in her current fury, she neglected to savor it, downing nearly half the cup in haste. That despicable Chen Peiran has taken our technical documents and run to collaborate with Qinxing, the very company that has been suppressing Feishui, and now he is even establishing connections with Yundun Group. Yundun has been eyeing our liquid hydrogen drone research for quite some time. The collaboration was practically assured until he meddled in it. No wonder I haven't heard back from Yundun despite my attempts to contact them the other day. Xuanxu recalled her encounter with Chen Peiran, a strikingly handsome man with an elegant demeanor, which had captivated Xu Yang. She hadn't anticipated he would turn out to be such a treacherous opportunist. Frowning, she reassured, Calm down, collaborations are not so easily snatched away. Let us reach out to Yundun and discuss this further. Xu Yang threw back the covers. No, I must personally visit Yundun. Xuanxu quickly pressed her back down. You're in no condition to go anywhere. You're due for chemotherapy tomorrow, don't go running around. You don't understand, Shuangshu. If Yundun's contract is snatched away by Qinqing, Feishua will truly struggle to recover. Xu Yang had little regret over her loss of fertility, yet losing her research achievements felt akin to losing her own child. The liquid hydrogen drone project represented the culmination of Feishua's efforts over the past 2 years. Akin to her lifeblood, several senior members of the company had been lured away by Qin Peiran. Leaving no one to fill their shoes, the technical genius of their town was also socially anxious, leaving Xu Yang as the only one capable of handling the situation, and here she was. Bedridden, Qin Peiran is truly despicable, she muttered. A cowardly opportunist, Shuangshu sighed, stay in the hospital and rest. I'll go in your stead. Xu Yang had assigned an assistant named Liao, a young girl who promptly deposited a pile of project documents onto the desk. The information was incomplete, some had been taken by General Chen. Let me know what is missing, and I'll retrieve it for you. Having studied the same field as Xu Yang, Shuangshu quickly familiarized herself with the project's progress and, with Liao in tow, set off for Yundun. On the way, she hurriedly researched Yundun Group on her phone. The available information was scant. Aside from the austere official website, only a few scattered mentions appeared in financial or military channels. Liao remarked beside her, Yundun has many classified military projects. I've heard that if someone sneaks in at night and gets caught, they could face imprisonment. They have a massive aircraft manufacturing base in the western suburbs. Filled with fighter jets, truly magnificent, there was little to be found about their president, He'd suggesting a military background, cloaked in mystery. A military background, the surname He. As they arrived, the imposing headquarters of Yundun Group loomed before them. Guarded more rigorously than the surrounding buildings, with layers of security checkpoints, Shuangshu and Liao approached the front desk. Hello, we are from Feishua Innovation Technology, here to see President He. Do you have an appointment? With practiced politeness, the receptionist replied, could you please check if he has any availability? Sorry, Mr. He's schedule is fully booked today. Is he available tomorrow or the day after? I'm afraid you'll need to call the secretary's office to make an appointment. The receptionist, clad in a blue suit, spoke with a soft and polished demeanor, expertly deflecting them. See, President He want to meet with us. President Xu has tried several times without success. They must have already signed with Qinqing. Do you know how unscrupulous Qinqing is? They would go to great lengths to snatch that contract from Yundun. Liao's shoulders slumped in defeat. Perhaps we should just head back just then. The elevator doors opened to reveal a familiar figure. Fate had conspired against them. It was Qin Peiran. What are you doing here? He asked, surprised to see Shuangshu. Then noticing Liao, a knowing look crossed his face. Your senior called you back from abroad. I'd say you're quite foolish to rush back to her side when she is in such dire straits. Liao's expression soured, as if she had stepped in something unpleasant. President Chen, President Xu is still in the hospital. Given your years of relationship, can't you show a bit of conscience? Am I not being considerate enough? I wasted years on her. Letting her keep my youth without compensation was already generous. Without me, with her mere science background, could Feishua have achieved what it has today? Men often elevate themselves morally. Her illness might very well stem from her constant exposure to those substances in the lab. Had she listened to me and settled down to have a child earlier, she wouldn't be worrying about her future fertility now. Liao's face flushed with anger. That is an outrageous thing to say. Truth be told, at that moment, Shuangshu felt an urge to hurl her bag containing her laptop at Qin Peiran's self-righteous face, yet she reminded herself of the purpose of her visit. Engaging in futile arguments with him would yield no results. Grabbing Liao's wrist, she pulled her back. It's pointless to reason with someone devoid of conscience. Qin Peiran had returned to the country to start a business with Xu Yang, and within just 3 years, he had established a solid foothold. Considering himself a young elite. He looked down on the two young women. You aren't here to discuss the liquid hydrogen drone business, are you? His tone dripped with disdain as he waved an A4 document in front of her. I'll be frank. I've already secured the contract with Yundun. Don't waste your efforts. Shuangshu reached out. Let me see, such an important document. I can't just show it to you. Qin Peiran tucked the document into his briefcase. Shuangshu's suspicions were confirmed. Turning to the receptionist, she said, please inform President He that Song Shuangshu is here to see him. Liao was puzzled. Do you know President He? Good news. I do. Bad news. We're not close. However, in front of Qin Peiran, Shuangshu maintained her composure. No matter how distant their relationship, it was still better than being a stranger, right? With that thought, she added enigmatically, we've known each other for many years. Qin Peiran smirked, filled with derision. Who doesn't know Tingzhou and Yancheng? A one-sided acquaintance hardly counts as knowing someone. Have you been away too long to grasp the rules of Yancheng? Do you even know who Tingzhou is? Do you know who his father is? In Yancheng, where the elite congregated, the Yi family stood atop the pinnacle, an unattainable presence. Shuangshu remained unfazed and countered. Do you know who I am? Qin Peiran scoffed, dismissing her as an inexperienced younger student trying to act impressively. It doesn't matter who you are. It's futile. A president He is not someone you can meet casually. Your senior hasn't been able to secure an appointment with him. What are you trying to prove? Just as he finished speaking, the receptionist, who had been seeking approval from above, handed the receiver to Shuangshu with respect. Mr. He would like to speak with you. Chen Peiran's expression shifted, his features tightening in disbelief. Shuangshu smiled slightly, accepting the call before addressing the phone. Tingzhouji, Chapter 4. Xing Mei. The reception area fell into a hushed silence. And Chen Peiran glared at her in astonishment. The clear voice of the man on the other end of the line resonated, imbued with a magnetic quality, laced with an undertone that Shuangshu wondered if she was misinterpreting as flirtatious. Which of my dear sisters is this? What on earth? Had it not been for the fact that this was Yun Dun's company phone, Shuangshu might have suspected she had dialed the wrong number. She subtly covered the receiver and turned away. Liao quickly understood and dragged Chen Peiran away, exclaiming loudly, President Chen, eavesdropping on someone's phone call is quite rude. Heads turned in their direction, and Chen Peiran, slightly embarrassed, shrugged her off. What are you shouting for? Shuangshu replied into the phone, it's Song Shuangshu. Sending what? Came the response from the other end. Shuangshu's fleeting hope that he might lend a helping hand due to their acquaintance began to fade. She was taken aback to realize that Tingzhou had forgotten even her name. With no other recourse, she had to invoke Shen Yu. I am Shen Yu's sister, she articulated clearly. Looking for your brother? The man maintained a nonchalant tone, indifferent as ever. He is not here. I am looking for you, she replied. A profound silence lingered on the other end for 3 seconds. Tingzhou's tone was languid. Wait. 5 minutes later. Tingzhou's assistant personally came down to receive her, courteously ushering her into the elevator. Miss Song, this way please. Chen Peiran's expression was beyond merely unpleasant. Xiao Liao was astonished that she could actually pull it off. Hope ignited fiercely within him from the depths of despair. You really know President He? Then we are bound to win this time. Let us not pop the champagne just yet, she interjected softly. Covering her mouth. I am not that familiar with him, President. He only sees Shen Yu's sister. And Xiao Liao was left in the hall, watching the elevator doors close with longing. The illuminated metallic frame reflected Chen Peiran's taut and twisted demeanor. A stark contrast to the confidence she had displayed moments ago. Chen, your complexion looks dreadful, she remarked, half jokingly. Be careful not to make yourself ill with anger. Ha ha ha. Chen Peiran shot her a glare. Too anxious to engage in banter, hastily pulling out his phone and whispering, find out who exactly Song Shuangshu is. He never anticipated that Tingzhou would actually agree to meet her. Qin Xing had exerted considerable effort to establish a connection with Yun Dun Group through a mid-level leader. Having visited multiple times only to interface with a minor head of the technical development department, never having laid eyes on Tingzhou himself. If she truly knew Tingzhou, wouldn't that spell disaster for Qin Xing's collaboration with Yun Dun? However, Shuangshu herself was not entirely confident. Tingzhou was a friend of Shen Yu. Logically, with Shen Yu's connections, securing this minor liquid hydrogen drone contract should be a mere formality, yet among Shen Yu's circle of friends, she had the least interaction with Tingzhou and was the most apprehensive of him. Her scant impressions of Tingzhou lingered on one word, formidable. Upon arriving at the top-floor president's office, the assistant knocked on the door, and a cool, detached voice called from within, enter. It was a stark contrast to the tone from their earlier phone conversation. The assistant opened the door and made a polite gesture for her to enter. Shuangshu let out a long breath, her fringe blown up momentarily before settling back down. Steeling herself, she stepped inside. Tingzhou's office was stark, adorned in cold shades of black and gray, with hard lines and metallic accents that hinted at its owner's unapproachable nature. To her surprise, there were others present. A few sharply dressed gentlemen occupied the reception area, but it was Tingzhou who stood out conspicuously among them. Unlike Shen Yu's refined handsomeness, Tingzhou's face bore a strong bone structure. With thick brows and deep-set eyes, his striking features exuding an aggressive charm, seated on a black leather sofa with his back to the floor-to-ceiling windows, his broad shoulders and defined physique tapered down to long legs encased in dark trousers. As the door swung open, he lifted his gaze, his piercing, elongated eyes sweeping over her. In that instant, Shuangshu felt an overwhelming pressure. His glance barely lingered on her before passing over, seemingly indifferent, as if he hadn't even registered her appearance. Shuangshu could not fathom why he would allow her into the room while he was engaged in discussions. Taking the hint, she seated herself at a respectful distance, deliberately not eavesdropping. Nearly 20 minutes elapsed before the conversation concluded. Allowing her to rise and approach the reception area. Tingzhou remained in his seat, engrossed in his documents, seemingly oblivious to her presence, aware that she had only gained this audience due to Shen Yu's influence. She seized the moment to state her purpose as he continued to review his papers without lifting his head. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper filled the air. His fingers long and deft, producing a rhythm that was both light and heavy, akin to a dance of clouds and dragons. As she summarized the latest developments of Feishua's liquid hydrogen drone project, she noticed, almost imperceptibly, that Tingzhou's attention had shifted from the documents to her. The blue folder lay open on her lap, his fingers propped against his temple, his gaze fixed on her with unwavering intensity. His eyes were sharp in shape, dark as the depths of ink. Shuangshu could not discern whether he was captivated by her words or lost in thought. The liquid hydrogen drone project had taken Feishue 2 years to develop, and the means by which Chen Xing acquired the research results were less than honorable, stemming from a rift between the two founders. Couples quarrels are not my concern, Tingzhou finally interjected. What I require is the technology, not their romantic entanglements. Whether the child bears the father's surname or the mother's is of no consequence. To IT is consequential. Shen Yu replied in a measured tone. Xu Yang is a graduate student in aircraft design and engineering. While Chen Peiran specializes in finance, Xu Yang has always been the technical core of Feishua's research department. More crucial than the technology itself is the talent that wields it. Pausing momentarily, she added, since president he has been monitoring this project for so long, he must have considerable faith in Xu Yang's capabilities. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. No longer calling me Tingzhou Gu? Xuanxu thought to herself, didn't you claim not to remember me, Tingzhou Gu? She corrected herself. He Tingzhou regarded her thoughtfully for a few seconds. Why should I require you to intercede for Fei Xue? Xuanxu wished to clarify that she had not come specifically to leverage connections, she had merely stepped in at the last minute, not having anticipated this aspect. Yet, she thought, if this connection could be established, it would ultimately benefit Xu Yang. Xu Yang is my senior. She is currently in the hospital and cannot come in person, so I am here on her behalf. You are the first to come through the back door to me, He Tingzhou remarked with a hint of amusement. It wouldn't be impossible for me to make an exception for you, should Shen Xing wish to sign a contract under the same conditions. They may arrange a meeting with my secretary. Xuanxu furrowed her brow. The conditions offered by Chen Xing are essentially a gift to you, intended to establish a connection with Yundun Group. After all, this project belongs to Feishua. They would receive it without cost, incurring no expenses whatsoever. However, for Feishua it is different. Feishua has invested significant funds and effort into this project. If it is given away for free to Yundun, wouldn't the past 2 years of work be in vain? Xuanxu attempted to negotiate with him. Could we possibly revisit the terms? Before she could finish, He Tingzhou's lips curled into a knowing smile. With 2 buttons of his black shirt undone, he bore a semblance to a roguish young master rather than a corporate president. The pen twirled between his fingers, his words languid and flirtatious. Little princess, you don't hold that much sway here. Chapter 5, The Unfeeling Girl. When Xuanxu returned to the lobby, she was surprised to find that Chen Peiran still had not left. She had been upstairs for nearly 40 minutes, and he had waited the entire time. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Peiran swiftly turned around. Being a non-local from Yanqing, having studied abroad on a government scholarship, he was entirely unfamiliar with the upper echelons of Yanqing society. During the years he had returned to the country, Xuanxu had conveniently been absent. He was unaware that Xu Yang, this younger classmate of his, hailed from a prestigious background. Not only was she the daughter of Director Song from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but she was also the godsister of that young master from the Shen family. Xiao Liao dashed up to him. So how did it go? Xuanxu gently shook her head, causing Xiao Liao's face to fall in an instant. Chen Peiran's anxious heart settled back into his stomach. He had assumed she would accomplish something significant, but it turned out to be nothing extraordinary. Adjusting his tie, he strutted toward Xuanxu, blocking their path. I told you it was futile. You insisted on humiliating yourself. Do you think He Tingzhou is just anyone? No matter how powerful your father is, he must bow his head before anyone with the surname He. Xuanxu found the man's incessant chatter quite irksome. She mused that excessive talking could be a sign of kidney issues. Perhaps his deficient yang energy was affecting his heart and lung function, leading him to compensate through verbosity. Have you had that checked at the hospital? Her words flowed with an unfazed calmness, and the seriousness with which she spoke caused Chen Peiran to instinctively touch his kidney area. Didn't take long for him to realize and turn pale. I want to stoop to your level. You should also advise your senior to treat her illness properly. What is the point of competing with me? Can she possibly outmatch me? Xuanxu had initially intended to inform Xu Yang of the outcome later. Contemplating other alternatives, however, she did not anticipate Xiao Liao's role as a messenger. Mimicking Chen Peiran's tone perfectly, she incited Xu Yang's ire, prompting her to snap a pair of chopsticks in half. Once I'm out of the hospital, just wait and see how I'll slice him into sashimi. Xu Yang had always adhered to the principle of amicable partings. Why must one tear each other apart in a bloody spectacle? Yet, Chen Peiran was the first to provoke her exception. Xiao Liao was indignant. Slicing, it's a must. Xu Yang's fighting spirit was reignited. Help me ask the doctor if the chemotherapy can be expedited. I want it done once a day. I'm eager to be discharged. Xiao Liao sprang to his feet. I'll go right now. Xuanxu was utterly speechless. Sit down. That's chemotherapy, not a spa. Even the king of hell would be impressed by you all if it were done daily. Xiao Liao complied. Sitting down, Xu Yang calmed down, pausing for a few seconds before suddenly pointing at Xiao Liao and saying to Xuanxu, do you know why Chen Peiran didn't take her away? Xuanxu couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Liao chimed in, because I am devoted to you. Xu Yang retorted, how wonderful it would be if your loyalty were directed towards Chen Peiran. Go and plague him instead. Xiao Liao grumbled, and as the two bickered, Xuanxu glanced at the time and said, I need to leave. It's my brother's birthday today. You mean your brother Shen Yu? Xiao Liao exclaimed with longing. I found his photo. He is incredibly handsome. Indeed. Xuanxu's eyes curved into a smile as she prepared to leave, instructing Xiao Liao, I leave President Xu in your hands. Just don't let anything happen to her. The birthday celebration was held at Shen Yu's private villa. As Shen Yu carried the cake to the car that evening, the Shen family's driver smiled and inquired, "Is that cake made for the young master?" "Yes," she replied. In her childhood, her interests were ever changing, and Shen Yu always took her little hobbies seriously, be it swimming, equestrianism, or archery. He personally taught her each of these skills. However, when it came to baking, he had no expertise and had hired a tutor specifically for her. Shen Yu only grasped the basics before her attention shifted back to swimming within a mere 3 minutes. Nevertheless, the tradition of personally making a cake for Shen Yu's birthday had been steadfastly maintained each year by the Shen family. After 5 years away from Yanqing, having remained out of the public eye, the resurfacing of buried rumors coincided with her return. In previous years, while she was abroad, she had never returned for Shen Yu's birthday. This year, however, she had no reason to evade it any longer. Throughout her days back, Shen Yu paid no heed to the whispers outside, resolutely deciding today to ignore any odd glances that came her way. The 3-story French-style building shimmered with lights, illuminating the night sky, while the crystal chandeliers sparkled brilliantly, and the sweet aroma of champagne wafted through the throngs of people. At the entrance, a pair of twins engaged in conversation. Dressed in red and blue dresses, who scrutinized Shen Yu with their eyes. Upon noticing her, she removed her coat and handed it to a servant, scanning the crowd for Shen Yu, but he was nowhere to be seen. At the bar, a few men chatted over drinks. Yu Zifeng, clad in a flamboyant pink shirt, leaned on the bar. Seeing the attention of several people drawn to the entrance, he casually glanced over while sipping his cocktail and paused. The ladies gathered here were all elegantly dressed and heavily made up, competing for attention, while Shen Yu's makeup was exceedingly light, her beauty effortless. With her oval face and striking features, she possessed a naturally vibrant appearance. Yet her gaze was clear and pure, rendering her beauty almost ethereal. Yu Zifeng had often remarked on her eyes, which inspired a protective instinct in others. The crystal chandeliers in the banquet hall seemed to favor her. Enveloping her in a satin-like glow, clad in a sleek black dress, the hem clung gracefully to her figure, revealing elegantly proportioned ankles adorned with delicate high-heeled shoes. Yu Zifeng's eyes lit up. "Oh, is that little Shen Yu?" He set down his glass and strode over, enveloping her in a warm embrace. "It's been years. You've grown quite beautiful." He was Shen Yu's childhood friend and had watched Shen Yu grow up, feeling a wave of familiarity. She carefully cradled the cake in one hand and smiled. "Zifeng, it's been so long. You've been abroad for years without a word. Didn't you miss your brothers at all?" Shen Yu shook her head bluntly. "Not really, heartless little girl," Yu Zifeng replied, "but I suppose you must miss your brother, right?" Shen Yu merely smiled and remained silent. A man nearby approached with a drink. "Come here, sister. Let me hug you too." Yu Zifeng swiftly shoved him away. "Get lost. Who do you think you are, to hug my sister? If Shen Yu finds out, he'll deal with you." Everyone knew how much Shen Yu cherished the sister of his, and the man took it in stride. "Just wait, if anyone else getting punished, it'll be you first." Shen Yu placed the cake on the table, noticing 7 or 8 lavishly decorated cakes already there. Her blueberry mousse appeared rather plain among them, akin to a security guard's booth in a luxury villa community. As she set down the cake and prepared to leave, she overheard a hushed conversation. "That's her. She looks completely unassuming. How could you tell? Who would wear shameless on their face? She looks quite innocent, doesn't she?" "You think she is innocent? She is quite scheming, acknowledging her status as a daughter born out of wedlock. She clings to the Shen family, seizing opportunities to stick to Shen Yu." Shen Yu pretended not to hear, turning to leave, but the woman in red continued to speak. "It's disgusting how a brother and sister are involved together. Shen Yu doesn't seem like that kind of person. What do you know about what kind of person he is? Think about it. Why would he keep a girl with no family ties around?" Shen Yu had spent years training herself to disregard the opinions of others. Yet she could not bear to hear them discuss Shen Yu in such a disdainful and sordid manner. She turned back, walking up to the pair of twins, and regarded them quietly. "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 6, a precursor to a slap. The previously mocking woman in red turned pale, for there was nothing more embarrassing than being caught gossiping behind someone's back and confronted on the spot. Almost instantly, she transformed her demeanor, adopting a friendly smile as if they were close friends. "Shen Yu, it's been so long. We've missed you dearly during your time away." Shen Yu's gentle and clean gaze turned frigid as she looked at them. "If you missed me so much, why didn't you send me a message? Did you lose my number?" The other party masked her embarrassment. "I thought you had changed your number. If you had sent me a message, you would have known I didn't." Shen Yu's cold eyes fixed on her, showing no intention of letting them off the hook. "You didn't finish what you were saying earlier. Why the silence now?" The woman in red's face flushed. "I was just repeating what I heard from others." Before she could finish, Shen Yu stepped closer and delivered a resounding slap to her face. The sound echoed sharply, unexpected and loud. The woman, taken aback by the sudden violence, gasped and covered her face, hastily apologizing. "I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. I won't listen to rumors again. Miss Song, please don't be angry." Shen Yu turned her gaze to the woman in blue, who had turned pale, trembling as she stuttered. "I didn't say anything. It was all her." Shen Yu replied coldly. "In a comedy, one must play along. You were quite enthusiastic in supporting her earlier." Yet now you wish to distance yourself. She raised her hand again, and both women recoiled in fear. Shu picked up a two-tiered cream cake from a nearby table and placed it in front of them. Today is my brother's birthday. I don't wish to spoil his mood, otherwise it wouldn't be just a slap. She spoke in a tone that was neither harsh nor gentle, yet her commanding presence was undeniable. You will eat this cake until it's finished, and only then may you leave. After stating her demand, she walked straight past them. The pair stood there, their faces rigid as they stared at the massive cake. Too afraid to breathe after taking a few steps away, Shu unexpectedly met a gaze. She looked up to see a figure leaning against the wooden staircase railing. He Tingzhou appeared as if just roused from sleep. His grey silk shirt loosely buttoned, his distinctly chiseled features exuding a languid charm, his ambiguous aura more pronounced in that moment. His eyes sparkled with amusement, as if he had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Shu paused momentarily, feeling a chill run down her spine. He Tingzhou seemed to revel in the chaos. Would he expose her actions? Shu felt no remorse for striking the woman. She had barely held back. However, being seen doing so might give the impression of her bullying someone, leading others to think Shen Yu had failed in his upbringing. I merely invited them to enjoy some cake, she defended. He Tingzhou, hands tucked into his trousers, descended the stairs with a casual gait. Is it your family's custom to have a slap as an appetizer before the cake? He was remarkably tall, casting a deep shadow as they brushed past one another. After a moment's consideration, Shu turned and called out to him, Tingzhou good. He Tingzhou turned slightly, raising an eyebrow to indicate she should continue. Fei Shui is currently in a precarious situation due to Qingqing's pressure. Collaborating with Yundan would mean giving away her hard work for nothing, leaving her with nothing but losses, yet, refusing to collaborate would mean handing opportunities over to Qingqing, resulting in a similar fate. Fei Shui was built from scratch by Xu Yang, and naturally, it cannot compete with an established company like Qingqing Technology, which has ample funding. Xu Yang has invested nearly everything into developing hydrogen drones. And regardless of the outcome, they both face bankruptcy. Since I've encountered you, I must make one last effort, Shu articulated. I understand that Qingqing's terms are quite low, but a cheap price does not equate to a good deal. Fei Shui can promise to prioritize sharing subsequent technological developments with Yundan, making a collaboration with Fei Shui more valuable in the long run. My senior sister is truly in a difficult position. This collaboration is crucial for her. Could you grant her an opportunity? He Tingzhou lowered his head slightly, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor towards her as he casually inquired, what if I refuse? His dark eyes, previously appearing sleepy, now bore into Shuangshu's, making her feel as though she were prey under the watchful gaze of a predator. Shuangshu began. He Tingzhou interjected, what, are you planning to offer me cake? Shuangshu was acutely aware of her shortcomings in front of him. Realizing she had no choice but to invoke Shen Yu's name once more. You're friends with my brother. Could you assist me for his sake? He Tingzhou straightened his posture, returning to his carefree demeanor. If you wish to leverage your brother's influence, then let him come to speak with me. Shuangshu bit her lip. She had intended to ask Shen Yu for help today, yet now she hesitated to trouble him over this matter. The words of those two women still echoed in her ears, and she did not want anyone to smear Shen Yu's reputation in such a manner. She knew that if she only asked, Shen Yu would undoubtedly lend a hand. She also understood that if Shen Yu intervened, with just a word, the predicament troubling both her and Xu Yang would be swiftly resolved. In her childhood, she had taken his protection for granted. Now that she had matured, she could no longer rely on him. At the very least, she should learn to be independent. As she remained silent for a few seconds, He Tingzhou had already turned to leave. He Tingzhou strolled casually to the table, and as someone approached to greet him, he feigned indifference. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and nonchalantly selected a cake from the lavish assortment before him. Dragging it closer and picking up a fork, Shuangshu opened her mouth, but before she could utter a single syllable, the polished silver fork, gleaming from meticulous cleaning, had already plunged into her blueberry mousse cake. Scooping a piece to feed the languid and well-rested young master, Shuangshu's mouth snapped shut again. Having not appeared in years, many seized the opportunity to ingratiate themselves with her, behind her back. They whispered and gossiped, while in person, they showered her with flattery. This was the seamless duality of the social circles they inhabited. Regardless of her relationship with Shen Yu, it sufficed that there was one. At the very least, she still had her father. Shen Yu, seated at the card table, caught sight of her and beckoned, prompting someone to add a chair beside him, just as Shuangshu was about to sit down. Yu Zifeng reached over and dragged the chair closer to himself. Little Shuangshu, come sit with me. Every time you sit with your brother, his luck turns around, so today you must boost my odds. Shen Yu interjected, you're not skilled enough, even Xiaozhou can't save you. Shuangshu surveyed the scene and thought that Yu Zifeng must have played mahjong with his feet for over 20 years. Not even the god of fortune could save him. It was no wonder he lost every time. He merely lost as he ought to. Shen Yu's phone, resting on the table, lit up with incoming messages, which Shuangshu glanced at but quickly averted her gaze. Shen Yu ignored it until a call came through. Only then did he pick up the phone, and as he stood, his palm rested on Shuangshu's head. Come substitute for me. Shuangshu stepped forward to take his place, drawing an excellent hand. Just as she was about to turn over a pair of upside-down roosters, she heard a man from the opposing team inquire. "Joey, care to play a couple of rounds?" Looking up, she saw the well-fed and well-rested He Tingzhou saunter over, taking the seat graciously offered by his opponent. He glanced at the cards with disdain, clicking his tongue. What a terrible hand! The player to Shuangshu's left chuckled. With Sister Shuangshu here, how could anyone else possibly have good luck? After saying this, he played a one-tube, and just as Shuangshu reached for her cards, He Tingzhou pulled two from his own pile and discarded them. Pong. Shuangshu withdrew her hand. It was uncertain whether He Tingzhou acted intentionally, either to feed Yu Zifeng or for his own amusement. But Shuangshu had not drawn a card in 3 rounds. When the 4th round arrived, she finally had a chance to draw. Luck was on her side as she got a triplet just as she was about to claim it. However, He Tingzhou's voice, like a bucket of cold water, interrupted. "Pong," Shuangshu exclaimed. "Do you lack any decency?" Yu Zifeng remarked. "Looks like Sister Shuangshu was about to win." In her mind, Shuangshu repeated the mantra that the party was her father. And Xu Yang's father was now her father too. She forced her cards back down. "I'm not winning." He Tingzhou leaned back in his chair, his legs propped up on the ground, slowly rocking as he didn't even spare her a glance. Chapter 7. If I cry, I'll stop. Shuangshu quite enjoyed playing cards, usually with Shen Yu and the others, as her brothers treated her like the darling of the group, indulging her whims, which naturally brought her joy. However, He Tingzhou was not among these amiable brothers. Not only did he prevent her from drawing cards, but he also pointed out her mistakes relentlessly. Shen Yu's chips quickly dwindled due to her losses, and Shuangshu's brows furrowed in frustration. She felt that He Tingzhou was deliberately targeting her. This was not the first time he had bullied her with his strength. Yu Zifeng, unable to bear it any longer, pleaded with him. "Just let me have a turn, will you? Be careful, or you might make Sister Shuangshu cry, and Shen Yu will come back to settle the score with you." He Tingzhou cast a glance her way. His interest peaked as he studied Shuangshu's eyes. "Are you about to cry? If you do, I'll stop." Yu Zifeng chimed in. "You're quite the troublemaker." Shuangshu had every reason to believe that even if she did cry, He Tingzhou would not relent. The first time she met He Tingzhou, she was merely 17. That time, her understanding of him came solely from various rumors circulating outside: arrogant, reckless, bullying the weak, nearly leading someone to their demise. In short, he was not a good character. Shuangshu recalled her first impression of He Tingzhou, a cold demeanor laced with an undercurrent of danger. Whenever he visited the Shen family, she made it a point to keep her distance after exchanging pleasantries. On rare occasions when Shen Yu had to leave, she was forced to entertain guests and endure He Tingzhou's company. That time, she had just begun learning chess, and she invited He Tingzhou to play. Chess was something Shen Yu had taught her meticulously, and she believed she was doing well. Shen Yu always allowed her some leeway, even permitting her to take back moves, but He Tingzhou was different. He showed no mercy, ruthlessly exploiting her mistakes. Shuangshu wasn't afraid of losing, but she disliked being humiliated. When she wished to stop and pack away the chessboard, He Tingzhou's sharp, elongated eyes lazily scrutinized her, mocking, running away after losing. How shameful! This led to her developing a slight aversion to chess for a time. When Shen Yu returned from his call, he quickly assessed the situation at the table, raising an eyebrow. "Why are you bullying my little Jiao?" Shuangshu immediately vacated her position, feeling disgruntled over He Tingzhou's targeting, but with a favor to ask she could only endure, and even offered an explanation to He Tingzhou. "I'm not very skilled." Shen Yu chuckled, giving her 2 playful pats on the back of her head, just as he always did, tossing his phone to her to hold while he resumed his place at the card table. Keep an eye on things. Shen Yu was evenly matched with He Tingzhou, both exchanging blows with equal prowess, managing to recoup some of the losses Shuangshu had incurred. She observed the game from the sidelines. Previously, she hadn't learned any techniques. Her success at cards relied solely on sheer luck. Now she realized there were numerous intricacies involved: calculating cards, thinking several steps ahead, and being acutely aware of not just her own cards but those of her opponents as well. As the game grew tense, she discreetly shifted to the opposite side to glance at He Tingzhou's hand, but couldn't decipher it. He seemed unconcerned with his cards, placing them haphazardly. A 4-tube nestled between a wealth tile, with a 1 and a 2 separated by an entire galaxy. The disarray served as its own shield against prying eyes. Just as she attempted to piece together his strategy, He Tingzhou unexpectedly turned his head. "Figured it out yet, little spy?" All eyes shifted toward Shuangshu, and she felt as though she had been caught in the act of thievery, facing immediate judgment. "I wasn't," she stammered, wishing to clarify that she hadn't been spying. Nearly intrigued by his style of play, He Tingzhou rocked his chair, speaking with an air of condescension. "I've heard an 8-tube. Hurry back and inform your brother. In the Clash of Titans, the common folk always bore the brunt of the fallout." Yu Zifeng, nearly stripped of his dignity, suddenly realized. "So that's why Shen Yu always wins. He has got a little yellow cap." Shuangshu found herself at a loss for words. Shen Yu merely smiled, tapping the remaining cigarette in his hand against the crystal ashtray, offering no defense as he bore the burden of being the one who sent in a spy. "All is fair in war," he quipped, sliding an 8-tube onto the table. True to form, He Tingzhou called the 8-tube without hesitation, knocking over his cards and rocking his chair. I win. Shuangshu felt an overwhelming urge to kick the leg of his chair. She obediently returned to her seat, determined not to approach Tingzhou again. At midnight, a cake adorned with candles was pushed before Shen Yu, while everyone gathered in a circle to sing the birthday song. Encircling him in celebration, Shuangshu found herself jostled by someone and ended up at the back. Such an occurrence would have never transpired before she turned 18. Everyone surrounding Shen Yu understood how much he cherished her. Yet she had to become accustomed to it eventually. She could not remain by his side forever, a lesson that Shuangshu was gradually learning to accept. As she followed the rhythm of the song, Shen Yu's gaze transcended the crowd, landing on her. The orange candlelight cast a flickering glow on his features as he reached out to her. "Little Jiao, come here." Everyone turned to look at her, and those in front quickly stepped aside to clear a path. Shuangshu approached, and Shen Yu placed his palm on her left shoulder, guiding her to stand before the flickering candles atop the cake. Make a wish, or this was a ritual Shuangshu had often participated in. She always had countless wishes to make. Her own birthday was never enough, and each year on Shen Yu's birthday, she was granted the honor of voicing her wishes. Whatever she wished for, Shen Yu would always help her realize. Shuangshu could feel the weight of numerous gazes upon her, each laden with various meanings. However, the girl who loved to make wishes had grown up. Now aware that not all dreams could come to fruition. "I don't have a wish right now," she said. "Brother, it's your birthday, you should make a wish." Shen Yu's eyes, tinted by the dancing candlelight, appeared deep and profound. When she focused on him again, she saw only the same warmth as always. He stroked her hair gently. "Then hold on to it for now. Wish when you have one." During the latter half of the birthday party, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. In the few days since returning, Shuangshu had scarcely rested, and eventually succumbed to fatigue, dozing on the sofa. When she awoke, a blanket was draped over her. A servant stood nearby, and upon noticing she was awake, informed her. "Young master said if you're tired, you can go sleep upstairs." Following the sounds of laughter, Shuangshu caught sight of Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng still drinking. This group of wealthy young men, intoxicated and merry, had beautiful women nestled in their arms. Shen Yu, the birthday boy, was inevitably being pressured to drink by the others. With his long legs crossed comfortably on the sofa, 2 buttons of his white shirt were undone, a cigarette resting in his right hand, steadily burning away, whether he was drunk or simply absent-minded. It was hard to tell. The woman seated beside Shen Yu was particularly striking, and Shuangshu recognized her as a celebrity. Though she couldn't quite recall her name, she seemed dazed, staring blankly in Shen Yu's direction. "Yu Zifeng, already tipsy," teased. "She flew in just to celebrate your birthday at this hour, and you haven't even shown any appreciation." Shen Yu replied. "Are you jealous?" Yu Zifeng shot back. "If I were jealous, would I let you have her? That wouldn't do." The female star wore a sweet smile, naturally resting her chin on Shen Yu's shoulder. In the past, this was her exclusive privilege. Since childhood, she had been quite attached to Shen Yu. Whenever he and Yu Zifeng went out to play, she insisted on following along, and Shen Yu always took her with him. With her presence, their activities remained innocent. During that time, there were no other women around Shen Yu, and when she grew tired, she would lay her head on him and drift off to sleep. Shuangshu's gaze, previously fixed in a daze, lowered to the ground, her slender fingers, which rested on the sofa's edge, turning pale. After a moment, she raised her head again, her expression unchanged, and inquired of the maid, "Where is Tingzhou?" The maid replied, "I haven't seen Mr. He must have left." Without hesitation, Shuangshu stood up. Her steps hurried towards the parking lot. The maid, clutching a blanket, asked from behind, "Are you leaving? Won't you say goodbye to the young master?" Shuangshu shook her head. "No need to disturb him." Chapter 8. Love unrequited breeds hatred. The late spring night breeze seeped through her skin, causing Shuangshu to shiver as she realized she had forgotten her coat. The lively warmth of the crowd was left behind in the brightly lit house, while the parking lot was sparsely illuminated by stars. She had no desire to re-enter, and after searching around, she spotted Tingzhou's all-black Koenigsegg still parked, yet he was not inside. Standing beneath a tree, she waited, the late-night sky feeling even more desolate, its inky hue isolating the laughter from the villa's front yard. Behind a translucent barrier, hearing footsteps, she caught sight of a tall, upright figure approaching through the darkness. Tingzhou reached his car, pressed the key fob, and a shadow emerged from beneath the tree. "Tingzhou, good." Tingzhou took a half step back with a start, bracing himself against the car roof to steady his frayed nerves in the pitch-black night. His inscrutable, piercing gaze focused on her, a small figure capable of startling him. "What are you doing? Hiding from a robbery? Am I supposed to be afraid of you? A mere 1.66 meters trying to rob me at 1.88 meters? Have I lost my mind?" Feeling a bit chilled from the weight, Shuangshu cut straight to the point without any small talk. "The blueberry mousse you just ate was made by me for my brother." To prevent Tingzhou from denying it, she had even taken a photo as evidence. Tingzhou glanced down at her phone screen. His perfectly symmetrical face showed no hint of embarrassment. "So, you poisoned your brother, and I accidentally consumed it?" Shuangshu retrieved her phone, speechless. "Why would I poison my brother?" Tingzhou leaned nonchalantly against the car door. Love unrequited breeds hatred. Instinctively, Shuangshu's fingertips tightened around the fabric of her dress. The cold wind coursed through her spine, freezing her blood, rendering her first attempt to speak silent. Who could be as malicious as Yi Ting-jo? Others might gossip behind her back, but he stabbed her in the front. The wind brushed against her face, arms, and calves, each gust biting with chill. She fought the urge to run away immediately, maintaining a facade of calm. No ill will, eat the cake if you wish. I just hope you will reconsider the collaboration with Fei Shui. She dared not ask for too much, not because she didn't want to, but because it was merely a cake worth so little. Yet it was the birthday cake she made for Shen Yu. Was it too much to ask for a small favor in return? Yi Ting-jo remained still, his posture unwavering. If it weren't for the shadows of the trees still swaying behind him, one might think he was a scene frozen in a film due to poor internet connection. As Shuang-su wondered what was wrong with him, he finally stirred, his tone serious. I've considered it. The answer is no. If silence had a shape, it would be the nearly imperceptible eye roll Shuang-su almost couldn't suppress at that moment. The blood that had just frozen in her veins surged back, fueled by frustration. Could you at least think about it seriously? He displayed a blatant disregard for the unspoken rules of politeness. 3 seconds isn't enough to be serious, little princess. You truly are difficult. He simply refused to grant her any opportunity, not even the slightest. Shuang-su felt a wave of frustration wash over her. He had consumed the cake she made for Shen Yu, yet she couldn't demand he spit it out. The thought of him actually doing so was quite revolting. Fine, she shouldn't harbor any illusions about him. Is that all? Is that your final word? Yi Ting-jo inquired. Shuang-su was bewildered by his meaning. He shoved his hands into his pockets, lazily leaning against the car door. My stomach is rather delicate. After eating your cake, I feel unwell and will need to get checked out tomorrow. If I injure my stomach, you must take responsibility. What? Shuang-su's mind struggled to keep pace with his unconventional reasoning. She quickly reviewed the ingredients she used to make the cake, all freshly purchased today. There shouldn't be any issues. Considering your brother's face, I won't hold this against you. Just remember to tell him I expect a favor in return. Not far away, a couple emerged from the villa, laughing and climbing into a car, which soon drove out of the parking lot. A gust of wind lifted Shuang-su's skirt. She had failed to turn the tables on him. Instead, she found herself at a disadvantage. Originally, she had intended to prevent Shen Yu from owing Yi Ting-jo a favor. But after all her efforts, not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but she also ended up losing the cake and now owed him a debt. Realizing she had been played, Shuang-su felt a surge of anger, yet had no avenue for recourse, leaving her to swallow her frustration. She was truly displeased today. Her heart felt as if it were blocked by a sponge swollen with some liquid, and a tide of pent-up emotions surged towards her tear ducts. The diminishing presence of Xu Yang, the boisterous demeanor of Chen Peiran, the unwelcoming home, and the image of the female star nestled in Shen Yu's embrace weighed heavily on her mind. Shuang-su felt a warmth swell in her eyes, tears threatening to spill. She lowered her gaze. If you don't want to help it, then that is fine. I'm sorry for taking up your time. Having spoken, she swiftly turned and walked away. At that moment, Yi Ting-jo caught a glimpse of the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She was slender but not gaunt, possessing a youthful delicacy. Her black dress clung to her curves, appearing almost ethereal from behind. The evening breeze was strong, and she walked hurriedly as though she might be swept away. Leaning against his car, Yi Ting-jo reflected for a few seconds, questioning whether he had been too harsh on her. Is President he truly that kind of person? Xu Yang was taken aback. She had seen Yi Ting-jo once at a drone industry exposition. The day of the conference gathered experts, scholars, industry elites, and distinguished entrepreneurs from around the globe. Xu Yang had finally managed to secure a spot and was engaged in a conversation about the development of liquid hydrogen drones with a potential investor when Yi Ting-jo overheard, leading to Fei Shui gaining attention from Yun-dun Group. However, it was a mid-level manager responsible for the drone division who had handed her a business card and later contacted her. She vividly remembered glancing over at Yi Ting-jo, surrounded by the conference chairman, academicians from the engineering academy, and other industry giants. Dressed in a tailored suit, he stood tall and distinguished, like a crane among chickens, facing a crowd of admirers showering him with compliments, his face betraying no emotion. What an aloof and distinguished figure. Although Shuang-su had told Shen Yu not to help, he still made arrangements at the hospital, securing Xu Yang a VIP room. The side effects from her chemotherapy were severe, and the doctor had given her anti-nausea medication to alleviate some discomfort. Her complexion was pale, and she looked utterly exhausted. Xu Yang's impression of him was that of an unapproachable and stunning man, but she had never expected his private demeanor to be so despicable. Just because he doesn't want to help doesn't mean he should treat you this way. After all, he is your brother's friend. I shouldn't have had any expectations from the start. Just because he is my brother's friend doesn't mean he owes me any favors. Shuang-su had come to terms with reality and her own naivety, her brow furrowing in concern. I may still need to seek out my brother. Don't trouble your brother anymore, Xu Yang advised. Yi Ting-jo is far too difficult to deal with. If he wanted to give your brother this favor, he would have done so without you having to plead for it in the adult world. If he hasn't relented, his intentions are clear. Why must we force this matter? Chapter 9. Crying if you don't get it. Shuang-su was taken aback. So, Are you planning to hand him over to Chen Xing? If they wanted him that badly, let them have him. I thought you wouldn't be able to swallow this injustice. One must cherish their own children. If others can trample on my hard work, I must not do the same. If Chen Xing wants to engage in a price war, we certainly cannot compete with them. It is reasonable for Yun Dun to choose them. If I were in their shoes, I would choose the cheaper option as well. Xu Yang had come to a realization over the past few days, convincing herself, it's fine, others may play dirty. And if I lose, it's just a sign of my poor judgment, but I have nothing to be ashamed of. My conscience is clear. That money has already helped me resolve Fei Shui's financial issues. The wages and bonuses owed to everyone have been settled. If necessary, we can always start over. Once I recover, I will definitely repay this grievance. Shuangsu suddenly spoke. Do you remember when we first met? Xu Yang certainly recalled. You were quite aloof back then. You had acute gastroenteritis, and I kindly took you to the hospital, bustling about, only for you to send me off with a roll of cash. That wasn't just to brush you off, it was a thank you. Shuangsu corrected. At the time, I had just been betrayed by my best friend and didn't want to make any new friends. No wonder you didn't contact me after leaving the hospital, Xu Yang remarked. I owe my thanks to my mixed-race ex-boyfriend for that. Her then-boyfriend had lived in the same building as Shuangsu. And one night, he sent her harassing messages. Whether to inform Shuangsu of such behavior posed a dilemma. After some contemplation, she decided to take the risk and shared the messages with Xu Yang. When you stormed into my house that day, I thought you were going to hit me, Frost Sequence remarked. I never expected you to drag me to confront him, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face, one for yourself and one on my behalf, before nonchalantly dismissing him. In that moment, I thought to myself, this woman exudes such freedom, I truly admire her character. Turning to Xu Yang, Frost Sequence's eyes sparkled with a serious smile. I am delighted that, after all these years, you remain the same Xu Yang, capable of letting go and moving on. Xu Yang opened her arms and embraced her. Then perhaps you should take a leaf out of your senior's book. The most crucial aspect of life is to adopt an open-minded perspective. Men are plentiful. Frost Sequence paused, her expression momentarily revealing a concealed secret. How did you know? Just a guess, Xu Yang replied with a weak yet cunning smile. Frost Sequence, your eyes are so beautiful, yet they seem to only behold your brother. Later that evening, upon returning to the Shen residence, it was nearly 10 o'clock. As she alighted from the car, her phone buzzed in her pocket, a call from the Song family. She could no longer keep her return a secret from them. After appearing publicly at Shen Yu's birthday celebration days prior, news of her return to Yen City had transformed from mere speculation into an undeniable fact. She had returned without permission, and it was only a matter of time before Cui Ning would seek her out, which did not surprise Frost Sequence in the least, though she bore the surname Song. She did not fit the role of the Song family's esteemed young lady. She was the daughter of Song Mianji, yet Cui Ning, the Song matriarch, was not her mother growing up in the Shen household. Her bond with the Song family was rather tenuous, even bordering on indifferent. 5 years prior, they had forcibly sent her abroad, further straining their already scant familial ties. Standing beneath a tree outside the door, she heard a stately and regal voice on the other end of the line. When did you return? Last Tuesday, she replied. If it weren't for today's gossip, I wouldn't have known you were back. Cui Ning chided. You've been back for days and haven't even thought to visit home. The underlying reproach suggested a lack of filial piety and manners, yet Frost Sequence was acutely aware that had she truly returned for a visit, she would only encounter disdain. Cui Ning's true grievance lay in her unauthorized return, and there have been many pressing matters lately. I will return once I have settled them, Frost Sequence replied. Come back this weekend. Cui Ning commanded, leaving no room for refusal. Before abruptly hanging up, a Frost Sequence lowered her phone from her ear and muttered, whoever wishes to return may do so. Just as she stepped towards the entrance, a sudden honk startled her. She turned to find a Koenigsegg, resembling a massive cockroach, parked nearby. The window rolled down to reveal Li Tingzhou, who was gazing at her from inside the vehicle. Frost Sequence did not wish to acknowledge him, yet she could not afford to be rude. Thus, in the instant she spotted him, she quickly averted her gaze and continued walking as if she were a blind person with her eyes wide open. Just as her foot fell forward, his calm voice reached her. Don't pretend. Taking a deep breath, she turned to face him politely. Brother Tingzhou, what a coincidence. Not a coincidence, I'm looking for you. Come here, he replied. Frost Sequence took 2 small, reluctant steps toward him, standing 2 meters away from the car. Do you need something? You may address me as you. He Tingzhou regarded her with a detached expression, as if her proximity might suffocate him. I dislike looking up at others. Get in the car to talk. What a difficult person to appease. No longer seeking his cooperation, Frost Sequence avoided him. I just returned from the hospital, and I might be carrying numerous germs. It wouldn't be wise to infect you. He Tingzhou smirked slightly, his lips curling with derision. Come up and try, see if you can bring me down. Frost Sequence bit her inner lip, contemplating, but ultimately walked around to the passenger seat and entered the vehicle. The sleek black leather and carbon fiber interior mirrored He Tingzhou's cold demeanor. As she settled in, an enveloping coolness surrounded her, infused with the scent of some refreshing cedarwood, sharp yet with a hint of vitality and a trace of sweetness. He Tingzhou had a piece of candy in his mouth. Casually glancing at her as he chewed. "Which university do you attend?" "Stanford," she replied, uncertain of his motive behind the question. "Is the school motto to serve your senior?" Frost Sequence paused, slightly taken aback. "Can't I serve myself? I own half of Fei Shu and now half ownership can buy you Shen Yu's sister." "Miss Shu is quite the businesswoman," He Tingzhou remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Frost Sequence bristled at the condescension. "My senior treats me very well. Whether she has ulterior motives, I am well aware." He Tingzhou chuckled lightly, his voice laced with irony. "Little princess, are there not many who treat you well?" "Are there many?" Frost Sequence countered. "I don't believe so. I was abandoned by my biological mother once, so I carry significant psychological scars regarding being sent away. In those initial months abroad, I was in a poor state, and my senior was the only one who cared for me. The food abroad was dreadful, and authentic Chinese restaurants were hard to find. I had never even touched a stove before. I couldn't even boil noodles properly. My senior frequently came to keep me company, cooking Chinese food for me. During the Spring Festival, she scoured half the city for ingredients just to prepare dumplings for me." Frost Sequence continued. "If one were to quantify it, she hasn't saved my life. And we haven't known each other for long, but she was there for me during the most challenging times. Isn't it only right that I help her when she faces difficulties?" He Tingzhou evidently could not comprehend such bonds and emotions. "Does your brother know that a simple meal of dumplings could cost him 20 million? Frost Sequence anticipated his lack of understanding. How could someone of his elevated status, a scion of privilege, ever grasp the feeling of abandonment? "In my heart, there are things far more valuable than 20 million. I do not feel at a loss." She wished to end the conversation. "Now that you've finished your mockery, may I take my leave?" He Tingzhou placed a document on her lap. It was the contract for the liquid hydrogen drone, with terms identical to those originally offered to Xu Yang. Frost Sequence's initial annoyance gave way to suspicion. "Didn't you refuse? Chinching is eager to give it to you. It's a freebie. Why choose us?" With a crunch, He Tingzhou bit down on the candy, leisurely chewing. "If I don't give it to you, you'll throw a tantrum. The little princess has quite the temper. If you complain to your brother, I fear your whole family will invite me over for cake." "I didn't throw a tantrum." Frost Sequence considered denying it, yet thought that if she admitted it, perhaps it would help Fei Shu secure the collaboration. She understood why He Tingzhou had changed his mind. Offending her was inconsequential, but as he and Shen Yu were close friends, it would be foolish to jeopardize their brotherhood over such a trivial matter. For Yin Dian Group, this minor project was akin to a single hair on a lion. It made more sense to extend her a favor. Having come to this conclusion, Frost Sequence took the contract and exited the car, bending slightly to say, "Thank you, Brother Tingzhou." Chapter 10. She had her face slapped red as she descended the stairs in the morning. Shen Yu was seated in the dining room, sipping coffee while reviewing work emails. Frost Sequence was unaware of his return the previous night. She quietly sat across from him and began her breakfast. Such silence was a rarity. She typically acted like a chatterbox around Shen Yu, sharing every little detail with him. This time, it was Shen Yu who broke the silence. "I heard from Mom that you've been visiting your senior at the hospital daily." "Yes," she replied. "My senior's mother has been unwell for the past few years. I haven't told her about it yet, as I don't want her to worry. Let the caregivers handle the patient. Don't overexert yourself." Shen Yu, while not interfering with her friendships, was unlikely to want his beloved sister to serve others. "Understood," Frost Sequence responded. "Her treatment plan has been reviewed by the nation's leading hematology experts. There will be no issues, so don't worry." His concern for Xu Yang's illness stemmed from his care for her, and as Frost Sequence stirred her porridge, she merely nodded, noticing her low spirits. Shen Yu glanced at her. "Are you unhappy?" "Not at all." She swiftly changed the subject. "Brother, do you know any lawyer friends? Just back and already in trouble?" Shen Yu teased, a hint of amusement in his tone. "What kind of trouble have you stirred up?" The morning light danced in his eyes as Frost Sequence averted her gaze. "It's not me. My senior is having some financial disputes with her partner, and the lawyer I found isn't very experienced. It's nothing significant," Shen Yu assured. "I will arrange one for you." "Thank you, brother." That afternoon, the lawyer arranged by Shen Yu contacted Frost Sequence, an experienced attorney specializing in economic disputes, capable of handling such trivial matters with ease. During the weekend, Frost Sequence busied herself meeting with the lawyer, while the Song family remained oblivious, disregarding Cui Ning's orders as mere noise in the background. Upon returning to the Shen residence that evening, she found Fuyun still awake, waiting for her in the living room. As Frost Sequence entered, Fuyun instructed Wang Sa to bring over some warm milk. "What have you been busy with these past few days? You've been coming home so late." "I've been helping my senior with company matters." Although Frost Sequence wasn't fond of milk, she obediently accepted the glass. "Since your return, you haven't visited home, have you?" Fuyun suggested. "You should find some time to go back and see your family." It was likely that Cui Ning had reached out to her, with the Shen and Song families being close. Fuyun often had to consider Cui Ning's feelings to maintain harmony. "I've been too busy lately." A Frost Sequence drained the milk in one go, yawning. "I'm really tired, godmother. I'm going to sleep now." Having finished speaking, she quickly ascended the stairs to her room, leaving Fu Yun watching her retreating figure with a sense of helplessness. Every time this comes up, she runs away. Miss Frost's sequence was not particularly close to them. The Song family had not raised her for a single day. At that moment, Director Song's slap was so forceful that it left her face swollen. The lady sent her away, and for all these years, she remained indifferent. Now that the girl has just returned to the country, she is suddenly anxious. Does she expect Miss Shuangxiu to remain abroad for a lifetime? Sister Wang, devoted to the girl she has raised, remarked, if it were me, I wouldn't care to return just to be scolded. Please don't add fuel to the fire. Fu Yun responded, regardless, she is still family. I in the future, Shuangxiu's marriage will depend on the Song family's arrangements. If we anger Cui Ning, what good will it bring her? Sister Wang sighed, with Madame Song's disposition, what good marriage can she arrange for Miss Shuangxiu? Fu Yun made a phone call to Cui Ning regarding the matter. It wasn't that she intentionally neglected to return. She probably just forgot due to being busy. One of her senior sisters fell seriously ill, and it was said that the company encountered some troubles as well. During Shuangxiu's time abroad, this senior sister took great care of her, and their bond was particularly deep. Lately, she has been running around for her senior sister's sake, so busy that I hardly see her. Such grandiose justifications failed to convince Cui Ning, who coldly replied, you may not see her, but I see that your family as Shen Yu certainly can. Fu Yun's tone grew irritable, what do you mean by that? You has doted on Shuangxiu since childhood, seeing her as a sister. It's perfectly normal for them to meet. Cui Ning did not elaborate further and simply sent her a video. It was from Shen Yu's birthday party, where the atmosphere was lively and boisterous. Shuangxiu stood beside Shen Yu at the table as he cut the cake, the angle revealing him half embracing her. The video was a mere 10 seconds long, and as the raucous sounds faded, Fu Yun's expression changed. Cui Ning maintained her composed tone. Have you forgotten why she was sent away in the first place? If your Shen family thinks 5 years of turmoil wasn't enough, I am not afraid to sacrifice the Song family's reputation to accompany you in casting her aside. Shuangxiu was not at all tired. Upon returning to her room, she lay on the bed, feeling despondent. Her dislike for the Song family stemmed not only from a lack of affection but also from events 5 years prior. Shuangxiu's background was not a secret in their circle. Everyone knew that the eldest daughter of the Song family was not the biological child of Madame Song, Cui Ning. Her biological mother was a direct subordinate of Song Mian. At that time, Song Mian had just entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it was no surprise that Shuangxiu's mother fell for her charming and refined superior. Their feelings developed gradually while working together, and when they were together, Song Mian was still single. Unfortunately, their vastly different social standings doomed their relationship. Shuangxiu's grandfather held a vice-ministerial position, while Song Mian's career was just beginning, with his humble background as a mere translator not matching his promising future. Shuangxiu's grandfather forcefully separated them, but she believed his interference was not the sole factor. Song Mian was most passionate about his career and himself. Her mother was quite stubborn and proud. After being pressured to resign, she discovered her pregnancy but did not inform Song Mian and gave birth to the child alone. Until the age of 8, Shuangxiu lived with her biological mother, who later abandoned her. This abandonment left her with a profound psychological scar, which made her plead desperately when the Song family intended to send her abroad 5 years ago. She yearned to call Shen Yu, but her phone was confiscated, and they confined her to a room, eventually escorting her onto a plane. Days later, the memories of that time still suffocated her. Early in the morning, Shuangxiu found Fu Yun busy in the kitchen preparing something. The ginger soup was brewed with burnt red dates and snow pears, sweetened with rock sugar. She disliked the taste of ginger and hated ginger soup, so every time she caught a cold, Fu Yun would make her the sweet ginger soup. It had been years since she last had it, and upon smelling the familiar scent, she felt a pang of nostalgia. The pears had turned semi-transparent from cooking, and Shuangxiu leaned in to steal a piece with her fork. Is someone at home unwell? She asked. With 3 chefs in the house, Fu Yun didn't often cook herself. Only a handful of people could get her to personally prepare ginger soup. She is perfectly fine and lively. Qinshan Yuan is on a business trip these days, so it can only be, your brother has a fever. Fu Yun poured the hot soup into a thermos. The temperature has fluctuated recently, and he hasn't been taking care of himself. When you go out later, could you please deliver this to him? Upon hearing this, Shuangxiu didn't hesitate, swallowing the ginger-flavored pear and taking the thermos to Shen Yu. Chapter 11. Deliberately letting her see. After Shuangxiu turned 17, Shen Yu moved out of the Shen family to live alone. Since his departure, his visits home became increasingly infrequent, reducing Shuangxiu's encounters with him to once a week. Fu Yun mentioned that he was busy with work, which left her feeling discontented, often resting her chin on her desk during class. Her best friend earnestly declared, your brother is already 25, he must have a girlfriend. It is inconvenient to have her around, so living alone allows him to bring women home for the night. Shuangxiu dismissed this as nonsense, insisting, my brother doesn't have a girlfriend. Every time she visited Shen Yu, she never encountered any women. Initially, she didn't believe it until one birthday, while hiding in the apartment to surprise him, she caught sight of him kissing a woman. That moment felt world-shattering to her. She knew the passcode to Shen Yu's door. It was the same one he always used, and she used to visit every weekend. After that incident, she never went back. As she parked downstairs at the apartment building, Shu carried the thermos upstairs. She wasn't sure if Shen Yu had seen a doctor, nor did she know if he had any medicine at home, so she stopped by the pharmacy to pick up some supplies. After ringing the doorbell and waiting for a moment, the door opened, revealing a head of chestnut brown curls, followed by a stunningly beautiful face. Shu was caught off guard. It was the celebrity from that night. Still striking even without makeup, she wore nothing but a loose men's shirt, its hem hanging below her hips, exposing her bare legs. Even without slippers, the celebrity leaned against the door, her gaze scrutinizing Shu with subtle hostility. As if viewing her as some sort of rival. Are you looking for Shen Yu? He is still asleep. After a moment of stiffness, Shu regained her voice. I brought some ginger soup for my brother. So you are his sister. Everyone around Shen Yu knew he had a beloved sister. The celebrity's attitude shifted dramatically, a hint of shame crossing her face as she tousled her deliberately disheveled hair and pulled her shirt collar up. Her tone softening with a touch of deference. Please wait a moment, I'll go get him. Shu remained outside, unmoving. No need, you can take it in. She handed over the thermos and the medicine, sliding her hands into her coat pockets as she turned to leave. Hey, the celebrity watched her retreating figure, realizing she had acted foolishly by offending Shen Yu's family on their first meeting. Just then, Shen Yu emerged from the bedroom, his voice hoarse from the lingering fever. Who is here? Your sister came to bring you ginger soup, but she didn't. Come in and left. Shen Yu's gaze flickered over the thermos and medicine in her hands, hesitating slightly. Perhaps it was her imagination, but his weary expression seemed to cool. She felt a bit flustered, not fully grasping the situation, as Shen Yu brushed past her, grabbing his coat and heading out the door. The elevator was slow, perhaps not truly slow, but each second felt excruciatingly long for Shu. When the door opened, she turned just in time to see Shen Yu stepping out. Her eyes dropped to the ground. Watching his feet as he approached the elevator door, brother, Shen Yu's voice was slightly hoarse, likely due to his cold. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? I was afraid to disturb you. Shu replied, I still need to go to the hospital to see my senior sister. I'll take you. No need, you should rest more since you're sick. It's just a cold. Shen Yu stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the basement. The atmosphere in the elevator was somewhat tense. Shen Yu turned to her. She stood in the corner, her shoulder pressed against the wall, maintaining the farthest distance possible from him. Today, Shen Yu was driving himself. And on the way to the hospital, Shu gazed out the window, lost in thought. When Shen Yu spoke to her, she didn't hear him until he called her name again. Xiaozhou. Shu snapped back to reality. Realizing they had already arrived at the hospital, she opened the car door and bent down to tell him, brother, I'm going in now, take care of yourself. Shen Yu remained silent, his gaze holding an ambiguous meaning as Shu. Distracted, failed to notice anything. After a moment, Shen Yu said, go on in. She nodded and hurried into the bustling crowd of the hospital. Shu felt as if she were the one suffering from a high fever. Walking under the warm April sun while a chill seeped from her bones, she knew there was a woman beside Shen Yu, but knowing in her mind felt different from witnessing it with her own eyes. The former was a chronic, dull ache, while the latter was a sharp pain that jolted the numb to wakefulness and tore open festering wounds. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. Fu Yan had deliberately sent her here, intentionally allowing her to see. Why had it come to this, to be so guarded against her? As she reached the bottom of the ward building, Shu suddenly remembered that today was the day she was supposed to sign a contract with Yun Dun. The partnership with Yun Dun would determine whether Fei Shui could be revived. The side effects of chemotherapy were gradually subsiding, and Xu Yang's health had improved slightly in recent days. To demonstrate Fei Shui's commitment to this collaboration, she personally took Xiaoliao to Yun Dun Group for the signing and was not even at the hospital. Thus, Shu did not go upstairs but sat on a bench downstairs, basking in the sun. With her eyes closed, the sunlight warmed her face, gradually thawing her limbs. She decided before returning to the country to properly position herself as a dutiful sister. What was there to be upset about? Frost sequence, she silently admonished herself. You have no right to be upset this time. Xu Yan and Yun Dun's treatment had significantly improved upon their arrival at Yun Dun, where they were greeted by a dedicated attendant and escorted all the way to the elevator. As Tingzhou's meeting had not yet concluded, the secretary ushered them into the lounge, offering exquisite coffee and pastries, including 2 slices of blueberry mousse cake. Xu Yang could not indulge too much in such delicacies. After a modest taste, she left the remainder for Xiaoliao, who munched away while muttering, this general, he is truly difficult to deal with, his thoughts as treacherous as a cunning tyrant from ancient times. He offers you a piece of cake, yet one might find their throat cut before they even finish it. The cake snatched away, Xu Yang replied, stop talking, I feel nauseous. Before long, the door to the adjacent conference room swung open, and a group of impeccably dressed gentlemen emerged. Standing tall among them was Tingzhou, his presence striking amidst the otherwise unremarkable executives, as if he were a finely crafted figure from a comic book. Xiaoliao exclaimed, wow, he is so handsome, he looks just like my future husband. Xu Yang remarked, if you're not afraid of having your throat cut, I have no objections. Outside the glass door, He Tingzhou had been casually listening to someone speak when the secretary approached him with a message, prompting him to glance into the lounge. His gaze swept across their faces, lingering for a brief moment before he withdrew his eyes without a hint of reaction. 5 minutes later, they found themselves seated face-to-face with He Tingzhou in the conference room. He occupied a chair with his back to the window, legs crossed, revealing a glimpse of black dress socks beneath his trousers. The signing process proceeded exceptionally smoothly. He signed the contract without uttering a single additional word. After receiving the freshly minted agreement, Xu Yang expressed her gratitude with polite platitudes about the pleasant cooperation. He Tingzhou, capping his pen with an air of nonchalance, casually inquired, "Why didn't Tisong Xuanxu come?" Xiao Liao's spirit soared like a flame rekindled, innocently divulging Xuanxu's whereabouts. "Our little boss went to deliver ginger soup to her brother." Chapter 12. Which woman is not infatuated with him? Listening to Xiao Liao's exuberant recounting of the smooth signing process, Xuanxu's heart, heavy like a cloud laden with rainwater, felt somewhat lighter. Xu Yang touched her face. "Why is your complexion so pale? Are you coming down with a fever?" "No," Xuanxu replied, "perhaps my skin is just naturally fair." "Oh please," Xu Yang retorted, hands on her hips, as if being fair-skinned is some extraordinary genetic gift. "Indeed," Xuanxu bantered back. Managing a smile that brightened her countenance, after sending Xu Yang back to the hospital, she began to tackle recruitment matters. The personnel in the technical department were initially brought in by Xu Yang, and most chose to side with her. When the two partners parted ways, Qin Peiran took with him the management and administrative staff of Feishua. For a technology company, administration is the lifeblood. Although they suffered a significant blow, the core structure remained intact, leaving room for revival. Nonetheless, to restore normal operations, filling the vacant positions was imperative. After a busy day, Xiao Liao was discussing carpooling home with another girl when she noticed Xuanxu still in the office. Leaning in, she asked, "Little boss, are you not leaving yet?" "I'll leave shortly. I see the sky is turning gray. You should head home early." Xuanxu turned to look outside and realized the sky had indeed darkened. Yet thoughts of the Shen family and Fuyan plunged her mood back to the depths, as if she were submerged beneath a relentless tide. Unable to surface, not wanting to go home, she opted to find a bar to drown her sorrows. In the blue nightclub, the music thumped loudly, and scantily clad men and women swayed wildly on the dance floor. She ordered a cocktail and settled at the bar. The bartender's skills were lacking, the drink utterly distasteful, yet she ordered a second one nonetheless. Just as she was drinking, two men approached, seating themselves on either side of her, their gazes unabashedly lecherous. "Beautiful lady, why are you drinking alone?" A strong vulgar scent of cologne assaulted her senses. Xuanxu ignored them, finishing her drink and pressing a bill beneath it before standing to leave. "Hey, don't rush off." One of the men reached out to block her, inadvertently showcasing his Rolex watch, and said, "What a coincidence to meet you. Let me buy you a drink so we can get to know each other." Already in a foul mood, Xuanxu found their blockade intolerable. "Can't you see the fortune?" "All I see is filth." The man's expression soured, but he quickly feigned ease, laughing with his companion. "Quite the character, aren't you? I like this fiery spirit of yours. Let us have some fun together." As he reached to drape his arm over her shoulder, she turned with a chilling glare. "You had better not touch me. What will happen if I do?" The man dismissed her threat entirely. The bartender, unable to stand by, intervened. "Hey man, picking on a girl isn't cool. What is it to you?" The man's competitive spirit flared, reaching out to grab Xuanxu. However, midway, a hand came from the side to intercept him. Another man casually draped his arm over the aggressor's shoulder, smiling. "Want to play? Why involve my sister?" Upon recognizing Yu Zifeng, the two previously brash men instantly transformed into submissive dogs, awkwardly apologizing. "Young master Yu. What a coincidence. Is this your sister?" With Yu Zifeng present, was Shen Yu also here? Xuanxu instinctively glanced behind him. While Zhuo Zhong and a few others were indeed there, she did not see Shen Yu. At the back of the crowd, He Tingzhou leaned against the railing, hands in his pockets, chewing gum, watching from a distance. The flashing lights transformed the dancers into a surreal spectacle, his sharp nose carving through the light and shadow, his expression one of aloof indifference. Seeing his demeanor, Xuanxu knew that if Yu Zifeng and the others were not present, He Tingzhou would not have intervened. Yu Zifeng smiled with his eyes narrowed. "Of course. She isn't my sister. My sister is only 7 years old." The two men visibly relaxed. The Yu family of Yen City was not to be trifled with. Offending them could lead to dire consequences. Before their relief could settle, Yu Zifeng's smile vanished, his previous amiability replaced with a chilling demeanor. He slapped the man's face lightly. "This is the precious little sister of your young master Shen. Next time, open your eyes. If you so much as touch her finger, I'll ensure you lose 10 without mercy." The two men, now terrified, hurriedly apologized, bowing deeply to Xuanxu. "Miss Shen, we truly did not recognize the mountain. We were just worried you were lonely drinking alone." This apology seemed misplaced, as Xuanxu did not share the Shen surname. "Lonely my foot," Yu Zifeng snapped, summoning security. "Drag these two to the men's restroom and give them a good beating. Their shifty eyes make me furious. They're just a couple of blind fools." The two continued to plead. "Young master Yu, please don't. We've shared drinks together." Yu Zifeng growled. "Beat them until they can't stand. Just make sure they don't die. If they do, it'll be Shen Yu's problem." Once the ruffians were dealt with, Yu Zifeng resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Why are you here alone? Sister, drinking alone isn't fun. Come, let us go have some fun upstairs. Shuangshu immediately shook her head, planning to refuse. No, I was just about to leave. Before she could finish, Yu Zifeng took her by the arm and led her upstairs. Your brother isn't here today. I can't let you drink alone. There are many bad people in this place. If one careless moment leads to you being bullied, your brother would be furious with me. Zhuozhong added, this is your Zifeng brother's territory. If anyone dares to bully you here, your brother would tear them apart. Hearing that Shen Yu was absent, Shuangshu relented and followed him upstairs. A group of them chatted as they ascended the carpeted stairs, the dim lighting obscuring visibility, whether it was a wrinkle in the carpet or a cigarette but that had burned a hole. Shuangshu's high heel got caught in the carpet. As she stumbled, her foot inadvertently stepped on someone else. A soft click sounded from behind her, and she immediately apologized. Sorry. A hand steadied her waist, gently lifting her back to her feet. The touch was swift yet firm, and when she turned to look at the staircase, her gaze met He Tingzhou's deep, inky eyes. Perhaps caught off guard, the proximity of their eyes surpassed the safety threshold. Making her heart leap as if struck by lightning, she stammered, up. He Tingzhou withdrew his hand, returning it to his pocket, his demeanor indifferent, as if he had merely pushed her away for stepping on him. What do you mean? You can trip going up the stairs. Should I call your brother to fetch a baby basket to carry you up? His tone was unperturbed, but the words were far from kind. Causing Yu Zifeng and the others to turn back, Shuangshu stepped aside. You go ahead. He Tingzhou brushed past her. Ascending the stairs, Yu Zifeng remarked, why do you insist on picking on my sister? Don't you have a shred of brotherly compassion? He Tingzhou retorted. She didn't call me brother either. Today, there weren't many attendees, just her familiar brothers. Yu Zifeng led her into a private room. Summoning a waiter who somehow procured a bottle of fruit beer, popping the cap and handing it to her, Shuangshu thought to herself, is this a drink for children? Who do you think you're looking down on? Yu Zifeng beckoned her to sit beside him, with He Tingzhou's single sofa to his right. He possesses an air of extreme relaxation and languor wherever he goes, leaning back against the sofa. Someone nearby invariably offers him cigarettes and pours him drinks. Their conversations predominantly revolve around financial futures, venture capital, and private equity, subjects that Shuangshu finds uninteresting and comprehensible only in part. After a while, the discussion somehow shifts to Shen Yu, who is suffering from a cold. It is said that a major star has taken time off from filming to care for him, truly devoted to him. Devotion is of little consequence. Which woman is not infatuated with him? Yu Zifeng remarks. That star just left today. She was even besieged by fans at the airport. Haven't you seen the news? Shuangshu, sipping her fruit beer, feels indifferent towards the comings and goings. Your sister must be of an age to date now. Someone inquires, have you found a boyfriend abroad? Shuangshu, taken aback by the sudden shift in focus to her, hesitates before answering. I have. Chapter 13, a secret crush. In truth, she hasn't dated anyone, but she believes that claiming she has would spare her much trouble. She then wonders if having a boyfriend might ease Fuyan's worries, allowing her to stop viewing Shuangshu as a potential homewrecker in her obsession with Shen Yu. Yu Zifeng exclaims in surprise, which foreign scoundrel is it? What does he look like? Is he a foreigner or Chinese? Why didn't you bring him back for us to see? We broke up, she replies nonchalantly. Making up stories is easy enough. Why did you break up? Shuangshu finds his nosiness irritating and takes a sip of her drink, stating, it was just a fling. The room falls silent for a few seconds. Shuangshu feels a penetrating gaze upon her. Turning her head, she meets He Tingzhou's eyes. What are you looking at? Shuangshu is puzzled by what could possibly astonish them. Among this group of wealthy young men, each one has likely played with more women than she knows men. She is usually so obedient, protected by Shen Yu like a princess in a castle. That her words momentarily stun the brothers. He Tingzhou's profound gaze fixates on her, intrigued. How many have you played with? How bold of you? Shuangshu tosses the hot potato back. What about you, Tingzhou? How many have you played with? Years of experience are not easily disregarded, and He Tingzhou is not one to be caught off guard by her question. His lips curl slightly. I don't play with men. Alright then. Yu Zifeng, overwhelmed with emotion, reflects on how his sister has grown, feeling as if it were just yesterday when she slapped him at 3 years old. She was so small then, and now she has learned to toy with men's feelings. Shuangshu challenges, didn't you play with women at 22? Damn, that's true. Yu Zifeng chuckles. What kind of man do you like, sis? Tell your brother, and I'll find you a good one. Shuangshu's ideal type is already embodied by a living, breathing template, refined, gentle, and eternally patient with her, yet she cannot confess this, so she fabricates, I like someone wild, domineering, and unreasonable. Yu Zifeng suddenly grins mischievously. Isn't that essentially your Tingzhou brother's ID number? Shuangshu is momentarily taken aback. She merely meant to express the opposite of Shen Yu, never intending to imply anything about He Tingzhou. The others burst into laughter, one teasingly addressing He Tingzhou. Hey, Zhouyi, Shuangshu seems to have taken a liking to you. What do you say? Shuangshu turns her neck, the private room dimly lit without the garish lights, bathed in a warm orange glow that casts a gentle light upon them. He Tingzhou leans against the sofa, His blue shirt unbuttoned at the collar, a cigarette dangling from his thin, sharp lips, squinting at her in the interplay of light and shadow. Just as Shuangshu was about to speak, he pulls the cigarette from his mouth. His voice low and slightly husky. "Are you secretly in love with me, Shuangshu?" What a monumental misunderstanding. He taps the cigarette against the edge of his glass, the ash dropping into the light brown whiskey. Drawling, "Give up that notion. I don't play with friends' sisters. Who wants you to?" She would never harbor a crush on Tingzhou, initially intending to clarify. She considers Fu Yun, perhaps allowing them to misunderstand her feelings for Tingzhou would simplify matters. Moreover, she knows Tingzhou is aware of her little secret. His words are a deliberate tease, thus she refrains from explaining and retorts, "Oh, then I'm heartbroken." Yu Zifeng laughs uncontrollably, not taking it seriously, with Tingzhou as shamelessness. "Who would be foolish enough to fall for him? You'd have to be out of your mind." Tingzhou remains unfazed. "How do you know I'm not? You have some nerve." Yu Zifeng retorts with certainty, "If you had that, you'd be my father." Those with younger sisters often feel an intrinsic sense of responsibility as brothers. Not wanting to linger past midnight, Yu Zifeng urges them to disperse. Having all consumed alcohol, he is seeking someone to escort Shuangshu home when he spots Tingzhou and pushes Shuangshu towards him. "Perfect, you haven't tea drunk, so you can take my sister home." Having been swindled before, Shuangshu is wary of owing Tingzhou a favor. "No need, I can." Her refusal is cut short as Tingzhou lowers his eyelids and glances at her. "What, do you want to take advantage of me under the cover of darkness?" Shuangshu, she is baffled. "What do you mean? Then why not sit in my car?" Tingzhou's expression conveys that there is no need for an explanation. She is merely coveting his good looks. He casually grabs the designer coat draped over the back of the sofa, tossing it over his shoulder, cigarette in mouth, and sauntering out. Shuangshu has no choice but to follow, even when seated in the passenger seat. She cannot fathom the logic behind this. Not sitting in his car means she wants to take advantage of him. If someone wishes to keep their distance, does that mean they are desperately in love? Unable to comprehend, she ultimately gives up. Tingzhou is perpetually enigmatic. For instance, he doesn't tea drink yet comes to the bar, the loudest place in the world. To sleepy his mind seems to thrive on unconventional paths. Only after extinguishing his cigarette does Tingzhou enter the vehicle, tossing his suit jacket into the passenger seat, perhaps forgetting that someone else is present, a habitual gesture. Shuangshu is enveloped by the chilly, heavy aura of his clothing as she glances at him. "Take it." Tingzhou starts the car, his hand confidently gripping the wheel, smoothly gliding from the parking space onto the road. The sports car lacks a back seat, and she cannot discard his jacket, so she folds it neatly and places it on her lap. It feels impolite to remain silent after receiving a favor, yet Shuangshu cannot think of a single topic they could discuss. Talk about life? Their lives are as distant as can be. Discuss the liquid hydrogen drone project? Please, it's after hours. Surely they cannot delve into the rumors surrounding him, nearly fatal incidents included. Not every wealthy young man in Yen City is as exceptional as Shen Yu. Many are indulgent second-generation heirs who can easily smooth over any scandals with their family's resources, like the notorious playboy from the Zheng family. Shuangshu knows little about Tingzhou, having merely heard bits and pieces from others. Commander, he had once collaborated in dismantling an international drug trafficking ring on the Sino-Burmese border, where ruthless criminals kidnapped Tingzhou and his mother when he was only 5 or 6 years old. His mother perished in that incident. This topic is taboo, and no one dares to mention it in Tingzhou's presence. Shuangshu only overheard a couple of drunken men leaking information at a banquet. When she returned home curious to ask Shen Yu, he playfully knocked her on the head. "Why are you so inquisitive? Should I rename you Song Deity?" Thus, in Yen City, Tingzhou enjoys a degree of freedom that allows him to act as he pleases. Unrestrained by the consequences of his actions, his surname is a mountain built upon power, 3 generations of nobility, and remarkable military achievements, affording him the capital to upend the heavens when displeased. As she contemplates these thoughts, Tingzhou's hand unexpectedly reaches toward her. Shuangshu jolts, instinctively recoiling against the car door. Noticing her startled reaction, Tingzhou raises an eyebrow. "What are you dodging for?" He opens the glove compartment in the passenger seat. A faint light filters in from outside, revealing his long, elegant fingers, the veins on the back of his hand undulating with a wild sense of strength. The blue veins twist upward, disappearing into the luxurious cuff of his shirt. Shuangshu watches as he retrieves a box of candy, unwraps a piece, and tosses it into his mouth, smirking. "Shouldn't we both be the ones afraid of being taken advantage of?" Shuangshu sits quietly thinking, "Isn't it me who should be wary of taking advantage of you?" Tingzhou glances at her, a low chuckle escaping his lips. "Why don't you give it a try?" How could she dare to try? The truth is she isn't foolish. When the car halts outside the Shen residence, Shuangshu exits without a moment's hesitation, placing the neatly folded jacket on the seat, waving goodbye. "Goodbye, Tingzhou." She swiftly scurries into her home. Chapter 14. Future sister-in-law. At this hour Fu Yun and the maid have already retired, and the lights in the Shen villa have dimmed, leaving a light on in the hallway for her. Aunt Wang emerges from a room, draping a shawl over herself. "Why are you so late?" "Madam has been waiting for you." Worried sick, I had to persuade her to go to bed. "Are you hungry? The kitchen has kept some fish soup for you. I can make you a bowl of noodles." No need to fuss, I'm not hungry. Shuangxiu replies softly. You should go rest. I'll head to bed as well. And Wang watches her ascend the stairs before returning to her quarters. Shuangxiu refrains from turning on the lights, quietly tiptoeing back to her room, ensuring she does not disturb anyone. The following morning, when Fu Yan sees her, she inquires, "Where were you last night?" Aunt Wang said you returned around dawn. I went out for drinks with Zifeng and the others. Shuangxiu maintains an air of normalcy, as if nothing had occurred the previous day. Observing her untroubled demeanor, Fu Yan's anxious heart finally eases. As Wang Sa delivered the freshly brewed coffee, Shuangxiu, with her head lowered, savored her fried egg. She overheard the voice of Fu Yun from across the table. "Since your brother's birthday he has turned 31, it is high time to settle down. I discussed this with your godfather yesterday and plan to choose a suitable young lady from a respectable family in Yancheng. Your brother has no objections. If you have some free time in the coming days, could you assist me in this matter?" "Sure," Shuangxiu responded, lifting her head with a smile. "The person you select is bound to be exceptional." Fu Yan speculated that this was merely a trial, as she had only shown Shuangxiu a single photograph. In families of the Shen clan's stature, such unions serve as a means of binding the interests of two families, a matter far beyond the reach of younger generations like Shuangxiu. Moreover, she was not even a member of the Shen family herself. Born into such a class, she could scarcely influence her own marriage, let alone that of Shen Yu. When she received a call from Yu Zifeng, she had just finished her bath. Yu Zifeng invited her out for fun, to which Shuangxiu replied, "You all go ahead. I plan to rest. Sleeping so early, is the bed at home more comfortable than in America?" Yu Zifeng teased, recalling how diligent she used to be, insisting on following her brother wherever he went. And now it seemed impossible to coax her out. "Really not coming? Your future sister-in-law is here. Won't you come take a look?" Shuangxiu felt a slight ringing in her ears, unsure if it was from water getting in during her shower. She hadn't anticipated such rapid developments. Was it really settled? Who was this person, the daughter of which family? She knew nothing at all, and not wishing to go, she pulled the blanket over her face, yet feared that refusing might appear odd, risking exposure. What demeanor should a younger sister adopt toward an elder sister-in-law? Curiosity, excitement, and eagerness to explore. Thus she feigned enthusiasm, replying, "Of course I want to see, please send me the address." Arriving at the venue 40 minutes later, Shuangxiu found the moonlit begonia to be quite a unique establishment. Its charm did not lie in opulence, rather, compared to the resplendent facades of other clubs, this courtyard within the second ring road was impressive enough in itself. It certainly boasted luxury, with intricately carved white marble steps and a single transplanted pine tree worth millions in the courtyard. The clientele here comprised either the wealthy or the elite, each individual possessing a lineage that was unattainable for most. Young women flocked to such places, drawn in by the romantic allure of its name. While in truth money, power, and desire formed its true essence, this venue was not membership-based, yet ordinary folk could not gain entry. Vehicles were prohibited, so Shuangxiu disembarked at the entrance. As she walked in, she spotted a sleek black Koenigsegg parked prominently in the courtyard. It was clear who it belonged to, given the surname He. Upon entering the private room, she found a lively gathering underway. The atmosphere was bustling, filled with both familiar and unfamiliar faces. A sister, Yu Zifeng, waved her over, pulling her close and gesturing towards the woman seated beside Shen Yu. "Do you know who this is? Your future sister-in-law," contrary to Shuangxiu's imagined image of a graceful and dignified young lady. This woman appeared youthful, probably in her early 20s, with bright, spirited eyes. It was hard to discern if it was the dim lighting of the room or Shen Yu's own demeanor that seemed so detached. He did not deny it, but merely cast a fleeting glance at Yu Zifeng, using his customary tone to tease. "You should go see a dentist about that leaky mouth." Yu Zifeng brushed it off. "Shuangxiu is your sister. She is not a stranger, so she knows what is going on." The woman, slightly embarrassed, displayed a genuine shyness, a naivety that suggested she had been pampered in her family. She turned her curious gaze toward Shuangxiu. "Are you Xiaojiu?" Only Shen Yu referred to her as Xiaojiu. He had spoken of her to this prospective match, yet had never mentioned a word to her. The fact that the other party knew her nickname, while she knew nothing of her, left Shuangxiu with a peculiar feeling of being an outsider. It was inevitable that such a day would come. Shen Yu would eventually have his own family, with a wife and children. The privileges she once enjoyed would eventually wane. "Hello, I've been eager to meet you. My name is Lu Man. The woman greeted warmly. Shuangxiu returned the gesture with a polite smile. "Miss Lu, nice to meet you. Why so formal? Just call me Man. We are the same age," Lu Man replied. "Don't mind Zifeng's wild claims. I'm not yet your sister and law. It's merely a thought from our family to get us acquainted. There is no difference, such unions bind two families, and as long as neither party feels repulsion or possesses serious flaws, this marriage can easily be arranged," Shuangxiu remarked. "Then I shall wait until you have made some progress before I change how I address you." Lu Man produced her phone. "Come, let us add each other on WeChat." In Shen Yu's presence, Shuangxiu could not refuse. Just after accepting her friend request, Lu Man casually linked her arm with Shuangxiu's and leaned in to sniff. "You smell wonderful. What perfume do you use?" Shuangxiu, nearly overwhelmed by her exuberance, resisted the urge to pull away. "I'm not wearing any perfume today," she replied. Lu Man smiled at Shen Yu. "Your sister is so adorable." Although they shared the same social circle, Shuangshu was not well acquainted with Lu Manman. Lu Manman was the cousin of He Tingzhou, and He Xiling was her uncle. Her father held a significant position in the military commission and had resided in Linqing for work during her childhood. Shuangshu and Lu Manman's life paths had diverged. While Shuangshu was in Yanqing, Lu Manman was elsewhere, and when Lu Manman returned 5 years ago, Shuangshu was sent abroad. Lu Manman was good friends with her half-sister Song Lian. Though ironically the two families treated each other like rivals, the conversation predominantly revolved around Shen Yu and Lu Manman, with playful banter exchanged among friends, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. At just 22, Lu Manman blushed under the teasing and leaned closer to Shuangshu. Xiaojiu, tell me a secret, does he have any shortcomings that others don't know about? Shuangshu replied, my brother has no flaws. You're asking the wrong person, ask his sister, she would give Shen Yu a perfect score. You should come to me instead, Yu Zifeng interjected, extending his hand, give me $100, and I'll reveal Shen Yu's little secrets. Lu Manman laughed, playfully swatting his hand, I don't trust you. I only trust Xiaojiu. Hearing this, Shuangshu glanced at her, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Was Lu Manman genuinely unaware of their last encounter, or was she merely pretending in Shen Yu's presence? Chapter 15. Do you perhaps harbor feelings for your brother? Today, half of Yanqing's most affluent scions gathered at the moonlit Begonia, where the owner personally delivered several bottles of the rare Remy Martin Louis XIII. The kindly, rotund old man smiled, with all of you here today, my humble establishment shines brightly, just a small token of appreciation. Please don't be offended, young Master Shen. Wow, Boss Qin is quite generous, Shuangshu thought, realizing that even the club owner was in the know. Perhaps she was the only one left in the dark. The soft sounds of women's voices drifted from the private room, gentle and soothing. Has Zhou Yi awoken? Shuangshu turned toward the voice. This room was reserved exclusively for them and was typically not open to the public. The internal space was vast, and only 2 dim lights illuminated one corner, casting a shadowy ambience that she hadn't paid much attention to until now. In the dim light, she finally noticed a figure reclining on the sofa. The couch was short, leaving the man's long legs hanging over the armrest, his hand shielding his eyes. Nearby, a woman in a qipao knelt on the carpet, gently fanning him with a hand fan. The April weather was mild, yet the fan seemed to create a dreamy, intoxicating atmosphere. Sleeping with a beauty at his side, who could rival He Tingzhou in extravagance? Shuangshu mused on how he could sleep so soundly in such a raucous environment. He Tingzhou lazily sat up, pushed aside the half-draped gauze curtain, and made his way out. The man on the single sofa, displaying commendable insight, vacated his seat for him. He Tingzhou settled down and requested a cigarette. The woman who had been fanning him followed, perching herself on the armrest beside him. Her fitted qipao accentuated her exquisite figure, and with one leg delicately crossed, she leaned toward He Tingzhou, her fingers, adorned with wine-red nail polish, tenderly flicking the lighter to ignite his cigarette. She was a striking beauty, unlike the typical hostesses. Lu Manman clearly felt a hint of trepidation around him. Calling him cousin with a serious expression, Yu Zifeng inquired, I heard the commander returned a few days ago. He Tingzhou lazily glanced over, his long lashes casting shadows. Why are you inquiring about his whereabouts? Planning an assassination? I'm not, He Tingzhou replied. If someone wanted his life, it wouldn't require such extensive effort. I'll take you over later. If he learns of your intentions, he would commend your bravery. Yu Zifeng nearly fell to his knees, raising 3 fingers to the sky in a solemn vow. I swear, I harbor no treacherous thoughts. He Tingzhou chuckled, flicking ash from his cigarette. What is there to fear? It is merely a matter of getting shot. My father is an excellent marksman, I can guarantee it. It'll be painless. His father was a person of great stature, requiring first-class security for his outings. Even if Yu Zifeng were brimming with courage, he wouldn't dare utter those 2 words. Though He Tingzhou could joke about it, Yu Zifeng would undoubtedly sleep with one eye open tonight. He waved his hand dismissively. I just spoke too freely. Lu Manman's attention towards Shuangshu seemed somewhat excessive, as she often steered the conversation towards her. Xiaojiu is so beautiful, doesn't she have many suitors? No, Shuangshu replied, I have no suitors. Lu Manman remarked, I heard someone say that Zhang Zui pursued you in the past. Later, Shen Yu even had him apologize to you. What is the story behind that? Before Shuangshu could respond, Yu Zifeng interjected with disdain, you should know what kind of person Zhang Zui is. That wasn't pursuit, it was harassment. That was ages ago, and Zhang Zui is infamous in the circle as a 3rd-generation scion, relying on the Zhang family's power to do as he pleases. Rumor has it he was already chasing women in middle school. Unlike He Tingzhou, whose wickedness carries a certain danger, Zhang Zui is rotten to the core. At that time, Shuangshu was merely 15, a young girl who had crossed paths with him a few times, and he began to harass her. Upon learning this, Shen Yu went directly to the Zhang family to confront him. The old man Zhang couldn't bear the disgrace, personally brought his grandson to apologize, and that was the end of it. After that, Zhang Zui never bothered her again. Your brother is quite protective of you, Lu Manman commented. Indeed, Shen Yu was very protective of Shuangshu. Before reaching adulthood, she had no serious suitors. Shortly after graduating from high school, before her 18th birthday, she was sent abroad. In those years overseas, aside from Xu Yang, She declined any social engagements, and anyone who mentioned her would simply say she was aloof. Where would the suitors come from? This reminded Yu Zifeng of the last time, and he turned to Shen Yu, saying, "Did you know that your sister has a boyfriend abroad? Your precious cabbage is being nibbled on behind your back." Shen Yu, seated across, turned his gaze to Shuangshu. "You're dating?" Shuangshu was taken aback that Yu Zifeng would mention this in front of Shen Yu and didn't look at Shen Yu's expression. Merely responding with a quiet Shen Yu rubbed his temple with his fingers, holding a cigarette, remaining silent. Yu Zifeng sighed dramatically. "She was so good when she was little, following you around like a little tail." Always calling brother with a wave of excitement, the scattered mist half obscured their surroundings as Shen Yu picked up his drink, his long fingers resting on the rim of the glass. "She merely appears well behaved. Stubborn as a mule, but who could be more stubborn than my sister? If I hadn't seen you daily with your sister and felt envious, I wouldn't have pestered my mother for a sister. Only to end up with a troublesome one. Really?" Lu Manman asked. "Was Xiaojiao that adorable as a child?" This prompted Yu Zifeng to become animated. "You should have seen her as a child. With her rosy cheeks and big eyes, her tears could melt anyone's heart. Otherwise, why would Shen Yu be so soft-hearted towards her, bringing her home? When she cried, it could stop Shen Yu's wheels from turning. It was a miracle if he could roll past her without stopping." "Hey, don't drag me down," Zhuozhong interjected. Yu Zifeng replied, "If my sister plays with men when she grows up, I'll skin that man alive and feed him to the dogs." "Master Yu, aren't you being a bit hypocritical?" The beautiful woman beside Tingzhou chimed in, her voice soft and melodious. "It is fine for you to play with women, but not for us women to play with men?" "Of course, Mudabaron, you can play. My sister is different." Yu Zifeng felt this matter resonated only with Shen Yu. "Just ask Shen Yu if he wants to beat that guy up." Shen Yu tapped off the ash from his cigarette, his expression indifferent. "You might as well go to the commander and ask for a gun. Lu Manman glanced at him, then at Shuangshu, her expression contemplative. Yu Zifeng exclaimed, "Come on, everyone seems to be ganging up on me." He then turned to Shuangshu's sister. "Let us have a chat." Shuangshu stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." The restroom was eerily quiet, and Shuangshu mindlessly rubbed her fingers under the running water. Hearing footsteps, she looked up and saw Lu Manman entering through the mirror. Lu Manman tilted her head. "Do you dislike me?" Shuangshu countered. "What gives you that impression?" "Just a feeling. Don't overthink it." Shuangshu turned off the gilded faucet and slowly dried her hands. "You are beautiful and have a cheerful and generous personality. Who could dislike you?" As she turned to leave the restroom, Lu Manman suddenly said, "Hey, do you like your brother?" Chapter 16, a timed bomb. The sudden rigidity left Shuangshu frozen in place. She pinched her fingertips, regaining her voice after a few seconds. "No, please don't misunderstand. What Song Langyan said back then should not be taken seriously. She and I are not on good terms," and she was spreading rumors. Lu Manman seemed uncertain whether to believe her. After all, they were not biological siblings. Shuangshu empathized, realizing that if she were in Lu Manman's position, she might feel similarly uncomfortable. After a brief silence, she continued, "You don't have to believe me. Just trust in my brother's character. I hope my presence doesn't affect your perception of him." When Shuangshu returned to the private room, the topic had shifted elsewhere. The sofa where Tingzhou had been sitting was now empty. He had disappeared with the beautiful woman. Shuangshu didn't mind where they had gone. She picked up her bag, and Yu Zifeng looked puzzled. "You've only just arrived. Are you leaving already?" "Aren't you waiting for your brother? I'm a bit tired." "You all enjoy yourselves," Shuangshu replied. "Brother, I'm heading back first." Exiting the warm, fragrant room filled with revelry, she stepped into the courtyard of the Sihiyuan, where a cool breeze rustled the branches of the pine trees. Spotting the ostentatious black sports car, Shuangshu noticed someone beneath the tree. The woman in the cheapo was leaning in, speaking to the car window. "Zhou, are you done playing?" "Not interested," Tingzhou replied, his enthusiasm waning. The woman suggested, "Then let me take you to something fun." Tingzhou rested his hand on the car window, flicking off the ash from his cigarette, smiling lazily as he replied, "What kind of fun? Let me hear it." Shuangshu did not wish to intrude upon their flirtation, but the car was parked rather arrogantly in the thoroughfare, unsure of when they would finish. She decided to walk past them nonchalantly. Being such a striking individual, it was hard not to draw attention. The woman straightened up, speaking to her with a gentle demeanor, yet without the coyness she had displayed towards Tingzhou. "Miss Song, are you leaving?" "Yes," Shuangshu replied. Tingzhou's sharp black eyes casually glanced her way. "Shall I give you a ride?" Shuangshu was not so oblivious as to miss their flirtation, with such an alluring woman by his side. Who would have the time to escort her home? Moreover, Tingzhou had never been particularly kind to her. This was likely just a polite gesture. After all, once the Shen and Lu families became in-laws, he would be Shen Yu's distant uncle. She understood the superficiality of such niceties. "No need to trouble you, brother Tingzhou. You go about your business." She politely declined. Tingzhou responded, "Which eye of yours saw me busy?" Both eyes, she could see he was dozing off while others drank, merely saving his energy to spend the night with the beauty. Shuangshu refrained from saying this, instead explaining, "The driver brought me here." Before she could finish, Tingzhou shifted his gaze away from her, revving the engine with a defiant roar that grated on her nerves, and sped off. Shuangshu stood there momentarily, surprised that he had so heartlessly abandoned the beauty. The woman, unfazed, adjusted her earring that had been blown by the wind, her alluring demeanor captivating even Shu, who was also a woman. He really has no appreciation for beauty. Upon returning home, Shu finished her shower and buried herself under the covers. Feeling exhausted, yet her mind was still racing with myriad thoughts she couldn't grasp for some reason, despite not having spent much time at the venue. It felt particularly draining. A WeChat notification popped up on her phone. And she reached for it.lu man, are you home? There had always been many women who liked Shen Yu, emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain. Some sought to take a roundabout route through Shu, while others resented her for occupying too much of Shen Yu's attention. Yet, without exception, they all had to curry her favor. When Shu was younger, she naively passed on love letters for them. Shen Yu never read those letters, but her curiosity led her to open and read them carefully. She had seen similar attentions many times, yet as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Man had no need to seek her approval. Shu replied politely, I'm home, thanks for your concern. Lu Man, free tomorrow, want to go shopping together? Shu declined, sorry, I have plans tomorrow. After that, Lu Man frequently messaged her, inviting her for meals, shopping, or visits to popular spots. Shu couldn't comprehend her intentions or what she was trying to probe. She always politely refused, but her excessive politeness also conveyed a clear sense of distance. In the adult world, she believed the other party would understand her meaning. After several attempts, Lu Man, perceiving Shu's continued aloofness, stopped pursuing her. Days later, Fu Yun called, saying guests had arrived at home and asked Shu to return early. When she returned to the Shen residence from the office, she found Lu Man sitting in the living room. Lu Man waved at her. Xiaozhou, nice to see you again. Fu Yun beamed. Man has been waiting for you for quite a while. Shu felt uncomfortable at that moment and, not wanting to lose her temper in front of Fu Yun, asked, Miss Lu, what brings you here? Lu Man seemed oblivious to the aloofness in her tone. My mother's birthday is approaching, and I'm at a loss for what gift to give her. I was hoping you could help me brainstorm. I'm not good at choosing gifts. Shu deflected. Perhaps you should ask someone else. Lu Man blinked her eyes pitifully, but I have no other friends. I grew up in Lin City with my dad, and I hardly know anyone in Yin City. Why feign pity? Aren't you and Song Lian the best of friends? Yet this is something Xuangu must not voice. Lu Man's plight is not merely a fade for her. As expected, Fu Yun came to persuade her. The gifts you buy for me are always delightful, so just help select one for Man. It won't take much of your time. How about I have my godmother prepare some dried tangerine peel red bean soup for you tonight? Reluctantly, Xuangu had no choice but to agree. Fu Yun arranged for a driver to take them, and throughout the journey Xuangu kept her profile turned towards the window, ignoring Lu Man. Don't be mad. Lu Man prodded her arm. I mean no harm, I can never seem to get you to meet, so I had to resort to a little trick. I'm not angry, Xuangu replied. Your cleverness in using my godmother to manipulate me is evident. What purpose would my anger serve? Then you should have simply accepted my invitation from the start. Xuangu turned her head to see the confident smile on Lu Man's face, a visage of assured victory. What exactly do you want? I wish to be your friend, Lu Man stated. Xuangu, uninterested in playing games, stated bluntly, my brother and my godmother are not here. You need not put on an act. Why not be straightforward? Lu Man glanced at the driver, who belonged to the Shen family. Without hesitation, Xuangu exited the vehicle and entered a CAF, requesting a private room with good seclusion. Once the door was closed, the two sat facing each other. Xuangu cut to the chase. You are unlike other women. You are my brother's betrothed, backed by two sets of parents, so there rests no need to curry favor with me. I don't harbor any dislike for you. Even if I did, I would remain cordial for my brother's sake. Therefore, you needn't repeatedly test me. But I find you quite intriguing, Lu Man said, delicately placing sugar cubes into her coffee and stirring slowly. I am not afraid to admit that I genuinely like Shen Yu. In fact, I fell for him the very first time I saw him at a banquet upon returning to Yancheng. Do you know that exhilarating feeling of your heart racing? That night, I exchanged merely 2 sentences with him. I asked where the restroom was, and he had someone show me the way out. I thanked him, and he offered a light smile, almost dismissively, yet I blushed for the entire evening. But I was too young then. You understand, being of the same age. Xuangu had no desire to hear such tales. You ought to share this with him, not me. Lu Man appeared unfazed, continuing on. I know there have been other women in his life. I don't mind. At his age being so charming, it would be abnormal if he had none. Those women don't concern me. The one I find most threatening is you. An engaged man having a beautiful non-blood related younger sister, whom he dotes on. She cast a glance at Xuangu. Do you not realize you are a ticking time bomb? Chapter 17, Will you walk with brother? The familiar sensation of being trapped returned to Xuangu, an aversion to being treated as a thief, yet, deep down, she felt guilt. She could blame no one but herself. The world incessantly told her she was in the wrong. Her affection for Shen Yu was unforgivable, a shameless delusion akin to that of a heartless wolf. Reluctantly, she uttered, rest assured, I am merely his sister. I will not affect you in any way. Lu Man shrugged. I don't believe that. I know you like him, and what do you intend to do about it? Xuangu met her gaze. Do you wish for me to sever ties with my brother in exchange for your peace of mind? I can answer you now. That is impossible. I have no desire to influence your perception of my brother. I have never contemplated ruining your golden bond, yet my brother will always be my brother. No one can alter that fact. You can either accept it or make your own choices. Do not pressure me with your discontent. I am not obligated to bear the weight of your discontent. You are so submissive before your brother. Why be so forthright with me? Are you my brother? Naturally, there are distinctions in relationships. Family cannot be equated with outsiders, Xuangu stated plainly. If you do not wish to hear reason, then I shall be direct. This marriage you may choose to pursue or not. To be honest, until today, Lu Man had believed Xuangu to be a docile and easily manipulated individual, yet she sensed that this rebellious side was the true Song Xuangu. I am not so domineering. After all, you have lived with him for many years. Even a dog would develop feelings, let alone siblings. However, as your future sister-in-law, I believe I have the right to understand your background thoroughly. Correct. If you truly believe you have that right, wouldn't it be faster to ask my brother directly? Lu Man flashed that same smile again. Are you sure you want me to inquire? Does your younger sister have feelings for you? Xuangu despised Lu Man using Shen Yu as a threat. Yet she could not deny the efficacy of that tactic. My background, Song Lian must have told you. I was abandoned by my mother. When I was 8, she no longer wanted me and returned me to the Song family. My father was assigned to work abroad at that time, and both Aunt Cui and Song Lian moved to Europe with him, leaving me unattended in the country, hence my reliance on the Shen family. What about your grandfather? My grandfather is the most disdainful person in the world towards me. Xuangu gripped the handle of her coffee cup, her fingers forming a small circle as she caressed the smooth porcelain surface. Speaking calmly as if recounting someone else's tale, he disapproved of my mother giving birth to me and then abandoning me, believing I was timid and weepy, a pitiful creature, leaving me to nannies without a second thought. Lu Man, raised in a fairy tale childhood, found it difficult to comprehend that some children were unwanted by both parents, living as if they were orphans despite relatives being alive. Then why did you Zifeng say it was Shen Yu who brought you home? Xuangu regarded her for a moment before cautiously replying, the Shen and Song families are neighbors. My brother happened to pass by, saw me in distress, and took me home. But Lu Man displayed a sympathetic expression. Xuangu was disinterested in discerning the authenticity of her sympathy, nor did she require it. Setting down her coffee, she picked up her bag from the chair. I have disclosed everything you wish to know. How you interpret it is your own affair. Please do not trouble me any further. The night descended silently outside the glass window, and the CAF was sparsely populated at this hour. She pushed open the door to the private room and left without a backward glance. The driver from the Shen family awaited her outside the CAF. Xuangu instructed him to take Lu Man home while she strolled along the tranquil street outside the shopping mall, eventually ascending the Grand Bridge. Yanqing, illuminated by countless lights after nightfall, exuded a unique splendor. The cool, damp wind brushed her face, and below the bridge, the river flowed vigorously, the lights along the embankment forming a continuous line that stretched back to her 8th year. The story she shared with Lu Man was but a condensed version. For a child, being abandoned by her mother felt like the world shattering, especially since her mother had evidently loved her. Yet simply declared she no longer wanted her. At the age of 8, she understood much. She knew her mother intended to send her away. She did not wish to leave, clinging to the doorframe and being forcibly pulled out by her mother. That day, while waiting in the restaurant for Song Nianji to pick her up, she sulked. Perhaps her mother felt reluctant as well, coaxing her with promises of her favorite ice cream from the adjacent shop. When she refused to go, her mother went alone, asking the staff to look after her alone in the restaurant. She watched as one man after another entered, each resembling a potential rescuer, intensifying her sense of dread. The final straw was when a rather unsavory-looking man fixated on her. Terrified, she impulsively fled the restaurant, yearning to return home, yet that was an unfamiliar place, and she lost her way, ultimately unable to find the restaurant again. All her grievances surged forth as she stood at the intersection, crying in despair until a pair of pristine sneakers appeared in her tear-filled view. A boy, handsome like a character from a comic book, crouched before her, his eyes curving with kindness. "What's the matter, little one?" he asked. She was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, yet he patiently listened as she rambled on, even buying her a lovely little cake. Sensing her apprehension, he escorted her to the police station, staying with her until her mother arrived. That day remained etched in her memory. She recalled his pleasant scent, the warmth of his hand as he ruffled her hair, and his farewell as he left. She also remembered returning home, only to be met with a harsh reprimand from her mother for causing a frantic search throughout the day. She cried through the night, her tears spent, and the next day her mother sent her directly to the Song family. She was quiet all the way there, no longer causing a scene. As she watched her mother's departing figure, she silently wished for her to glance back, but that never happened as Song Nianji had already left for work abroad the night before. Her mother's sudden decision to return her was unexpected. It had not been part of the original plan, he only spared a lunch hour for them, arriving at the restaurant to find no one and leaving quickly. Thus, the Song residence stood empty. With only 2 caretakers in the house, who neither recognized her nor spoke much, whispering about her lineage, the sorrow of being abandoned by her mother and the helplessness of isolation engulfed her. It was only days later that grandfather Song finally found time to visit the villa. With a naturally stern demeanor, his scrutinizing gaze filled with disdain for her anxious demeanor, he spent only a few minutes with her before departing. The caretakers were responsible solely for her meals, offering no further conversation. Frost Sequence was left alone in that vacant villa, akin to a person forgotten by the entire world. Each day, she would crouch by the fence in the yard, gazing outside like a wild mushroom that had taken root there, still naively fantasizing that her mother would return to fetch her. She awaited, yet her hopes remained unfulfilled. However, she did encounter that handsome older brother. Clad in the uniform of the affiliated school, with a satchel slung over his shoulder, he would pass by the fence each evening. Each time, Frost Sequence's mushroom-like head would turn to follow him, much like a sunflower seeking the sun. Finally, one day, he stepped across the lush lawn towards her, leaning over the wrought iron fence of the garden, studying the unwanted girl before him, and asked, "Would you like to come with your brother?" That year, Shen Yu was 16. Outsiders only knew that she had been entrusted to the care of the Shen family, but they were mistaken in one regard. It was not Mr. and Mrs. Shen who raised her, but Shen Yu himself. Chapter 18. If I cannot have you, I shall leap into the river. The age of 16 or 17 is a time of indulgence and recklessness. Some engage in racing cars, others pursue romantic conquests, while some smoke tattoo, or pierce their lips. Shen Yu, however, had taken a little girl under his wing. Everyone was aware that he cherished the sister as his most prized possession, spoiling her endlessly, granting her every whim, and taking her along wherever he went. The unwanted trash of the Song family was nurtured by him like a little princess. Frost Sequence would recount her past of abandonment to Lu Man without a hint of sorrow. The trauma inflicted by her original family had been compensated for by Shen Yu. What troubled her was the realization that she was treading a path that would forcibly separate her from Shen Yu. Being propelled forward, unable to stop. At times, she would wonder if she had been infected by the sentiments concealed within the love letters written by other girls to Shen Yu, for how else could she explain her affection for her brother? When the world had cast her aside, it was Shen Yu who had taken her back. What would she do if one day even Shen Yu abandoned her, seated on a bench by the bridge? She felt the wind gusting, ruffling her hair. How wonderful it would be to awaken and return to her childhood, to remain forever ungrown. A sleek black sports car sped past her, only to reverse slowly moments later. The honk of the horn jolted Frost Sequence from her long reverie. She turned in confusion to see a black supercar parked at the roadside. Tingzhou lowered the car window, his gaze lingering on her reddened eyes for half a second before shifting to the space behind her. Raising an eyebrow at "If you cannot have me, you would leap into the river." Quite the emotional investment. A wave of incredulity washed over Frost Sequence, scattering her dazed mind and the suffocating heaviness in her heart into disarray. She turned her head away, but seconds later she couldn't help but laugh. After a brief chuckle, she quickly pressed her lips together, pretending she hadn't laughed at all. What a strange person. Get in the car, Tingzhou commanded. The idea of getting into his car made Frost Sequence uneasy, and she remained still. Is jumping into the river your plan today? Tingzhou leaned back, crossing his arms. Go ahead, I'll keep my eyes open. I have no intention of jumping into the river, I'm just sitting here for a moment, Frost Sequence explained. You needn't concern yourself, I can return home on my own. Tingzhou seemed to believe that her refusal to accompany him meant she was merely seeking an opportunity to leap into the river. Should I call your brother to persuade you? At the mere mention of Shen Yu, she fell silent, sighed, and immediately opened the passenger door to get in. Tingzhou did not rush to start the car but instead cast her a sidelong glance from the driver's seat. Frost Sequence likely had no inkling of how she appeared at that moment, her hair tousled by the wind and her eyes reddened, resembling a child who had been bullied and did not know whom to turn to for support. Sitting all alone by the riverbank, noticing Tingzhou's gaze, she turned her head, perplexed. Is something the matter? I was waiting for you to cry, Tingzhou replied, his wrist lazily draped over the steering wheel, the slender tendons evident beneath his skin. His tone carried a hint of mockery. When did this start? Should I shout action for you? Thank you, but I have no intention of crying, Frost Sequence asserted, not understanding when she had given him the impression that she was prone to tears. She had never cried in his presence. Tingzhou's lips curled in a cryptic smirk. So, you're going to run home and cry in your brother's arms, are you? How old are you? Still seeking comfort from someone? Frost Sequence opened her mouth but found no retort, so she fell silent again. Indeed, she had been quite the crybaby in her youth. Whenever she felt upset, tears would flow freely without the need for a cue. Today, she simply did not wish to speak. Rather than engage in awkward small talk with Tingzhou, she preferred to remain quiet. The high-performance sports car sped along the broad, straight road, with the myriad lights of the city flashing past the window, prosperity and splendor. The city's millennial-old history, and an individual's joys and sorrows transformed into mere grains of sand in the torrent of life. While waiting at a traffic light, a pink G-Wagon pulled up in the adjacent lane. The passenger window rolled down, and a bright female voice called out, "Hey handsome, Frost Sequence turned to look, spotting a fashionable beauty leaning against the window, her tight tank top accentuating her curves, throwing flirtatious glances at Yitingzhou. All alone, perhaps due to the height difference and the darkness, she had not noticed Frost Sequence sitting in the car. No, Yitingzhou replied, his elbow propped lazily on the window, his tone flippant, just a ghost. What is this? The woman asked. Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like me to? Yitingzhou effortlessly flirted back. The woman, equally adept, threw him a sultry glance. If you want one, you can easily have it. Yitingzhou's face, illuminated by half light and half shadow, revealed a conflicting blend of indifference and allure. He languidly popped a piece of candy into his mouth. Forget it. I wouldn't want someone getting jealous and jumping into the river. Frost Sequence, what does that have to do with me? Handsome men were a dime a dozen, but a strikingly attractive one driving a top-tier sports car was a rare find. As the green light for straight traffic illuminated. The beauty was unwilling to concede defeat easily. She leaned further out of the window, tossing a business card into the card. I'm free tonight. Call me. The perfume-scented card fluttered down to Yitingzhou's lap, which he picked up between two fingers, the number scrawled in black ink upon it. Frost Sequence glanced at him, but his expression remained nonchalant, revealing nothing. Yet, he did not discard the card, instead holding it as he drove, occasionally tapping it against the steering wheel at traffic lights. Frost Sequence turned her face toward the window, realizing she had likely interrupted his romantic pursuits. Moments later, the car halted in an unfamiliar alley, dimly lit by weak light sources hanging from either side, secluded and shadowy. Where is this? Why have we come here? The door slammed shut, jolting Frost Sequence from her emo reverie, and in the stillness of the night, her mind raced through alarming headlines. Young girl tragically murdered in the alley. The true culprit is, knock, knock. Yitingzhou tapped on the car window from outside. Frost Sequence peered through the glass, catching sight of his tall figure silhouetted against the light. Standing at 6 feet tall, she lowered the window slightly, peering out at him. He was gazing down at her, and in that fleeting moment when their eyes met, it felt as though she had plunged into an unknown abyss. His high cheekbones framed eyes that combined the allure of peach blossom and phoenix, sharp and slender, with a slight upward tilt at the outer corners, exuding a captivating charm. After a few seconds of silent exchange, Yitingzhou spoke lazily. What are you doing sneaking around? You don't think I can't see you just because you're peering at me through a gap, do you? Frost Sequence, I was waiting for you to speak. I need to invite you to get out of the car. Such a royal demeanor for a princess, Yitingzhou said, resting his right hand on the roof of the car, leaning in a lazy manner. Please, esteemed princess. Frost Sequence unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Where to? For some noodles. Only then did she notice a noodle shop not far away, its old wooden sign lacking LED lights, quite understated in the evening, with only a small patch of warm light glowing in front. I'm not hungry. I didn't ask you, Yitingzhou replied. If you're not hungry, just watch me eat. The shop tucked away in the alley had a certain age to it, but it was well kept. Even from a distance, the aroma wafted invitingly. Initially, she hadn't felt hungry, but the scent triggered her stomach to remind her that she had yet to have dinner. Chapter 19. Disappearance. Yitingzhou appeared to be a regular at the establishment. The owner, an unremarkable middle-aged man, engaged in casual conversation with him while serving 2 bowls of beef noodles. Haven't seen you in a while. Been busy? Yitingzhou picked out the green onions from his bowl one by one. Yeah, busy patronizing other people's establishments. The owner chuckled, unbothered, and glanced at Frost Sequence with kindness in his eyes. This is the first time I've seen you bring someone. Such a pretty girl. Is she your girlfriend? Yitingzhou did not deny it, adopting a tone of mock despair. She has been clinging to me. What can I do? Frost Sequence managed a forced smile in the face of the owner's surprise, feeling too apathetic to clarify. Though this shop was tucked away and unnoticed, its flavors were surprisingly delightful, the broth rich and fragrant, and the handmade noodles thin yet elastic. As a steaming bowl of noodles warmed her, the chilling winds by the riverside seemed to vanish. Frost Sequence found the noodles a touch too hot, her nose turning slightly red. When she lifted her gaze, she discovered Yitingzhou was watching her. He had barely touched his own meal, leaning lazily against his chair, playing with the earthenware teacup from the shop, his long legs sprawled beneath the table, appearing quite comfortable. Is it good? Frost Sequence nodded twice. Curious, how did you find such a hidden place? Have you not heard of whose territory Yin City is? His arrogance flowed as naturally as his breath. There is no place here I am unfamiliar with. Frost Sequence blurted out, are you also well acquainted with the ladies' restroom? Only after speaking did she realize how audacious she had been, daring to banter with him. Yitingzhou raised his right eyebrow slightly and remarked, you've said quite a lot. Are you full? I am, she replied. Shen Yu meticulously wiped her lips with a tissue, the lipstick she had applied earlier in the day long gone, revealing her naturally rosy lips. Yitingzhou cast a glance her way and added, if you're full, then it's time to settle the bill. Me, pay the bill. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, not out of unwillingness, but rather astonishment, whether dining with Shen Yu or Yu Zifeng and his companions. No one had ever asked her, the younger sister, to pay. Shall I pay instead? Yitingzhou, with a sense of entitlement, retorted, I rescued you from the riverbank, brought you home, and treated you to noodles. Are you in love with me? Or am I in love with you? Did you forget to bring money? If you can't afford it, call your brother. Shen Yu, feeling sheepish, took out her phone to prepare for payment. Upon checking her phone, she discovered over 20 missed calls, among which were not only from Uncle Wang and Fu Yun but also from Shen Yu. There was also a pinned WeChat message. Brother, where are you? Brother, Xiao Jiao, answer the phone. Confused about what had transpired, she was about to return Shen Yu's call when Fu Yun's call came in. As soon as she answered, Fu Yun anxiously inquired, Shen Yu, where have you been? I went shopping with Miss Lu. Didn't you know? She replied, a bit bewildered. Uncle Wang said he couldn't find you after dropping Man off and couldn't reach you by phone. I was worried sick. Fu Yun's tone was reproachful. You child. Why didn't you answer your phone? While lost in thought on the bridge, she had lost track of time and realized that 3 hours had passed since she left the mall. I was in a meeting and forgot to turn my phone back on. Shen Yu lamented, rubbing her forehead. Your brother has gone out to look for you. You should call him back. Shen Yu's call was connected almost immediately after she dialed. She greeted him with brother, but suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Unsure how to explain her absence that evening, after a moment of silence, Shen Yu spoke gently, asking, where have you been? Eating noodles. Shen Yu replied, send me the address. She relayed the address of the noodle shop, and Shen Yu instructed, don't wander off, wait for me. Shen Yu nodded and hung up, standing quietly for a moment. At that hour, the shop was unusually empty and eerily quiet. Remembering she hadn't paid yet, she picked up her phone again and inquired of the owner, who was preparing to close, how much do I owe? The owner smiled warmly, mister, he has already taken care of it, paid. Shen Yu turned around, only to find her previous seat empty. He Tingzhou had mysteriously departed. Stepping outside, she found He Tingzhou leaning against his car, smoking. With broad shoulders and long legs, he resembled a clothes hanger, his shirt billowing in the gentle breeze, illuminated by the car's headlights, exuding a casual charm. My brother is here to pick me up. I'm waiting for him, she said. After a moment's thought she added, Tingzhou, thank you for today. Although she hadn't intended to jump into the river, her mood had indeed been quite poor at the time. Someone had pulled her back from the cold winds by the riverbank and treated her to a steaming bowl of noodles, and her gratitude was heartfelt. Amidst the swirling smoke, He Tingzhou glanced at her and responded nonchalantly, you're welcome. He extinguished his cigarette, straightened up, and got into his car. The roar of the Koenigsegg echoed as he drove off, likely eager to meet his next romantic encounter. By the time Shen Yu arrived, it had already been 20 minutes. Of the owner, being kind-hearted, or perhaps waiting out of consideration for He Tingzhou, remained open until Shen Yu came to collect her. The old alley was particularly quiet at this hour, and it was unsafe for a young girl to be alone. Shen Yu thanked the owner before getting into the car. Shen Yu glanced at the simple remote noodle shop and asked, why did you come all the way here for noodles? Unsure how to articulate her feelings, she instinctively omitted He Tingzhou's name, saying, a friend recommended it. Their noodles are delicious. Did you come with a friend? Shen Yu inquired. Yes. He left first. As the car exited the alley and merged onto the asphalt road, a silence enveloped the interior. Shen Yu casually asked, what did you talk about with Man? Not much, Shen Yu replied, just accompanied her to buy a birthday gift for her mother. What did you buy? Shen Yu pressed. She hesitated, having not shopped at all that afternoon, and struggled to concoct a believable story. A coffee shop, she thought to herself that the latter part of the lie would need to be explained by Lu Man. Upon returning to the Shen household, the living room was brightly lit, and Shen Changyuan, who had been on a business trip, had returned. Fu Yun was still awake, waiting for them in the living room. Seeing them arrive, Fu Yun's heart finally eased, and she couldn't help but scold, you went off to eat noodles without even informing Uncle Wang. He couldn't find you and your phone was off. We were worried sick trying to locate you. At your age, why are you still acting like a child, doing whatever comes to mind without considering the consequences? Shen Yu lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry, godmother, I didn't mean to make you worry. Shen Yuan patted Fu Yun's shoulder to calm her down, saying, it's good that we found her. Shen Yu didn't do it on purpose. He then turned to Shen Yu. Your godmother just gets anxious when she cares. She panicked when she couldn't reach you and was fretting at home, even calling your brother back. Shen Yu nodded. I understand. Fu Yun was still upset. I'm not trying to blame you. You need to be more mindful. I just asked you to accompany Man to buy a gift. Even if you're not happy, you can't just go missing. Shen Yu directly interrupted her, gently patting Shen Yu on the head. Go upstairs and rest. Shen Yu glanced at Fu Yun, who appeared even more displeased due to Shen Yu's defense of her. Shen Yu's expression was calm. Be obedient. Chapter 20. She should move out that night. Shen Yu had a restless sleep, her dreams fragmented and filled with scenes from her childhood. Upon waking, the sun shone brightly, its rays filtering through the curtains, illuminating the patterned wallpaper with a shimmering glow. Creating a serene and clear atmosphere, lying in her bed, which belonged to her, she surveyed her room. Having lived in the Shen household for 10 years, every light's warmth and every tile's pattern were intimately familiar. As if they were in her very blood, she could navigate the spiral staircase on the second floor with her eyes closed. This place was a mere 15-minute drive from the affiliated high school. She had learned to swim in the pool. The turtle she impulsively adopted at 12 still thrived in the pond in the yard. In her mind, this house was the embodiment of home. But after turning 18, everything changed. The 5 years she spent away felt like a prolonged desensitization, and from the moment she returned to the country, the countdown to leaving this home officially began. It was time for her to move out. When Shuyang learned of her intentions, she offered silent support without any commentary. "You can stay at my place for now, you have the key to my house anyway. I have 2 rooms, if you like, you can live with me from now on." Shuangshu understood her implication. "Don't worry, I have a place to go to. I have an apartment at 9 Songming Road." While taking her medication, Shuyang nearly choked on the water, coughing twice. 9 Songming Road? What's wrong with it? Her intense reaction left Shuangshu somewhat puzzled. Having been away for the last few years, was there something that had happened at Songming Road? The problem is the exorbitant housing prices that are beyond the reach of mere mortals like us. Shuyang reassured herself. "You still lack some of the lavish habits typical of a rich young lady. Which often makes me forget you are wealthy." "How can you say that?" Shuangshu scoffed. "I squandered 20 million on dogs." Shuyang replied. "Woof, are you insane?" Shuangshu laughed and scolded. Shuyang chuckled in return and asked, "Have you discussed this with your brother?" Shuangshu paused, fiddling with the empty plastic medication container, tearing off the aluminum foil. "I haven't figured out how to tell him yet." "Excuses are easy to find," Shuyang observed wisely, "but the main thing is whether you can get over this hurdle in your heart. It's not unusual for children to grow up and live independently, but Shuangshu's situation was different. The Shen family was not her true family, and there was the matter from 5 years ago. A lingering barrier that they could not address. Before Shuangshu could reach out to Shen Yu, he called her first. "Clear your schedule for tonight, I'm taking you to meet someone in the evening." Shuangshu donned a formal yet not overly extravagant blue checkered dress that fell just below the knee, a spring-like color that exuded both elegance and liveliness, and topped it off with a cream-colored trench coat. At 7:05, Shen Yu's car pulled into the driveway, and she was already waiting at the door. Shen Yu was on a work call, and his gaze slowly drifted to her through the car window. Shuangshu jogged a few steps, and as the driver exited to open the door, she bent down and said, "Brother, you're late." Shen Yu smirked. What do you want this time?" On the other end of the line, a subordinate was reporting on work matters. Puzzled, President Shen. The smile on Shen Yu's lips faded, and his tone turned professional as he instructed, "Submit the report later." While attending school, Shuangshu had a dedicated driver. But she always hoped Shen Yu would come to pick her up. If Shen Yu was late, she would sulk, and he would buy her gifts to appease her, a routine that had gradually formed. Once he hung up, Shuangshu finally spoke. "Brother, I want to move out." Shen Yu was silent for a while, the amusement in his eyes slowly dissipating. Shuangshu felt a pang of sadness at the look in his eyes. She opened her mouth to explain, but Shen Yu's phone rang again. He answered, and the call lasted until they reached the restaurant. The person Shen Yu brought Shuangshu to meet was the director of the Yen City Aviation Research Institute. Throughout dinner with the director, Shuangshu maintained a poised demeanor. In the power-laden metropolis of Yanqing, every brick and stone serves as a foundation laid by authority. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy reside the esteemed families such as he. Shen Zhang, and Yu, the patriarch of the Song family, is a figure of considerable renown, yet when compared to the Shen family, he lacks the profound legacy accumulated over generations. Interestingly, Director Su happens to be an old classmate of Song Yanji. Fostering a certain camaraderie, he recalls that the daughter he keeps close by is a lively and clever girl. Somewhat spoiled, however, he has never encountered the one before him. The intricacies of the Song family's affairs are not known to outsiders. But among classmates, whispers of the truth have circulated. This eldest daughter is not the biological offspring of the current Mrs. Song, yet, with Shen Yu providing her support, no one dares to neglect her. Director Su expresses his admiration for Shuangshu. Noting the rarity of women in the aviation field, the challenges of this industry remain unseen from the outside. He had not anticipated that Miss Song, a seemingly gentle and delicate girl, would possess such fervor and passion. Shuangshu replies, "I do not consider myself gentle, nor do I perceive myself as weak. My brother has always supported me since childhood, encouraging me to pursue whatever I am passionate about." Director Su chuckles. "Then we must extend our gratitude to General Shen for his encouragement, otherwise, we would have lost a valuable talent." The drone market has seen rapid growth in recent years, with unique advantages spanning from agriculture to freight logistics and even military applications. Presenting vast prospects domestically, our institute boasts its own drone research and development team, undertaking numerous national projects. Talents like Miss Song, who have returned from studying abroad, are precisely what we require. If you have time in the coming days, I would be delighted to host you for a visit to our institute. Shuangshu responds, "Perhaps there will be an opportunity." The intentions behind today's gathering are well understood by both parties. Shen Yu aims to facilitate his sister's placement within their research institute. Naturally, Director Su arranges everything with clarity, yet he wonders if Miss Song's disinterest in their institute is evident. He instinctively glances at Shen Yu, whose expression remains unchanged as he subtly shifts the topic. "I hear that Su Gongzi has ventured into entrepreneurship." Indeed, Su replies, he has always had a passion for cars, and he left a stable job at the Tobacco Bureau to join friends in creating new energy vehicles. Significant funds have been invested, yet the fruits of their labor remain elusive. Upon mentioning the troublesome child at home, Director Su sighs, our family lacks the financial cushioning of those elite families. We cannot afford to squander resources. Recently, I've been busy securing loans, and I haven't seen him for several days. Youthful ambition is commendable, Shen Yu remarks with a gentle smile. I will speak with General Zhou from Hengtai Bank. You can have him send over some materials. Success will depend on their company's qualifications. Director Su, overwhelmed with gratitude, raises his glass with both hands. I cannot thank you enough, General Shen. Allow me to toast to you. As the dinner concludes, the ride home is enveloped in silence. Shuangshu contemplates offering an explanation but refrains upon seeing Shen Yu's serene profile, his eyes closed in repose. As they approach the Shen residence, he opens his eyes and instructs the driver to pull over. He steps out and lights a cigarette, taking leisurely puffs. Shuangshu observes him for a moment before approaching. Brother, are you angry? Shen Yu flicks the ash from his cigarette and gazes at her in the twilight. You wish to move out and refuse my offer for you to work. Have you grown wings and desire independence? I simply dislike this job, Shuangshu asserts. In such an environment, I would find no growth. They would merely treat me as a mascot, and the privileges afforded would only invite ridicule behind my back. Isn't having privileges a good thing? No one can bully you. Enjoying privileges is indeed delightful. But what if there comes a day when I no longer have your support? Chapter 21. I am the scandal of the Song family. At that moment, she feels as though she would be rendered insignificant. The smoke from Shen Yu's cigarette dissipates in the wind, blending into the inky night, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Are you cursing me? Do I appear to be short-lived? That is not my meaning. Shuangshu attempts to clarify, yet words elude her. Shen Yu's voice carries an undertone of the wind. Little Jiu has matured. Unlike before, when you would seek your brother for every matter. Shuangshu's heart tightens. Her suppressed emotions surging like a tidal wave, spilling forth from her eyes. She wishes to protest, yet she knows that the truth is otherwise. Since the moment she was sent away 5 years ago, she ceased to be the little Jiu of yore. With her head bowed, large tears plummet silently to the ground. Shen Yu extinguishes his cigarette and gently ruffles her hair with a tender touch. Shuangshu possesses beautiful long hair reminiscent of silk drenched in water, dark and soft. She dislikes others touching it casually. In the past, Yu Zifeng would playfully stroke her head like Shen Yu, but she never permitted it. If you do not wish to join the research institute, what do you aspire to do? Shen Yu inquires, suppressing the lump in her throat. Shuangshu steadies her voice. I plan to start a business with my senior. Shen Yu remains non-committal. You wish to embark on entrepreneurship. Shall I open a company for you to play with? Shuangshu shakes her head. I am very interested in the liquid hydrogen drone project my senior is working on. Fei Shui possesses formidable research capabilities, and there is immense potential for future development, which I believe in strongly. Shen Yu does not dampen her enthusiasm, smiling. Then I shall await the day you ring the bell at your company's IPO. Shuangshu nods in agreement. She recalls the conversation interrupted by a phone call earlier and hesitates to bring it up again. Brother, feel free to move out if you wish. Shen Yu anticipates her words. The apartment on Songming Road was prepared for you. Shuangshu feels a wave of relief wash over her. I have yet to inform my godmother. Shen Yu reassures her with a gentle pat on the head. I will handle that with mother. It remains unclear how he communicated with Fu Yun, but ultimately Shuangshu's transition out of the Shen residence went smoothly, passing Fu Yun's scrutiny without a hitch. The apartment on Songming Road had never been occupied. It was fully furnished, yet devoid of daily necessities. She ordered the missing items online for delivery. She took little from the Shen household. The driver transported her packed belongings. Many of her old books would never be revisited. And the wardrobe filled with clothes, shoes, and bags belonged to her youthful days, now outdated and ill-fitting. Much like this room, it was a relic of little Jiu's life before she turned 18. Shuangshu had initially intended to take the turtle she raised with her. A new aquarium was already prepared in her new home, yet after searching the garden pond extensively, she could not find a trace of the turtle. She inquired with the maid responsible for feeding it. Where is Gue Gue? The maid looked puzzled. It was just here yesterday. It must have hidden away in some corner to slack off. This turtle had a penchant for escaping, often seeking secluded nooks to rest. Shuangshu instructed, please call me if you find it. Xu Yang, having learned of her move, insisted on helping, sneakily slipping out of the hospital despite her condition. Shuangshu responded coldly, if you want to play, just say so. Do you think I would ask you to work? You are more fragile than glass. A mere touch could lead to uncontrollable bleeding. Xu Yang's ailment posed this exact issue. Anemia and reduced platelet count made it difficult to stop bleeding. And she was prone to recurrent infections. Well, I shall cease pretending, Xu Yang declared, immediately collapsing weakly onto the new sofa. I am now delicate and precious. I cannot work. You two should hurry and finish up so I can order takeout. Shalia flitted around the house like a rabbit, exclaiming, oh my, this dazzling kitchen is something I have only seen in dramas. My word, this dressing room is larger than our entire 3-bedroom apartment. Goodness, this bathtub can accommodate 4 muscle-bound men for a bath. As Shuangshu unpacked her belongings from the Shen household, Xiaoliao dashed over. Little boss, rest. I will handle it. I can manage. You have already run 3 laps. Aren't you tired? Before she could finish her sentence, Xiaoliao snatched the box from her hands. I am young and in good shape. Whom are you referring to? Xuyan languidly reclined on the sofa. Just give her a chance to show off. I can see she is eager to quit her job and apply here as a maid. Xiaoliao blushed. Is there any young person who does not dream of having a room of their own in a luxurious apartment within the Third Ring Road? Even if it were merely a maid's room, I do not require a maid. Shuangshu contemplated for a moment. However, my turtle is missing, and there is an empty space in the aquarium. Would you like it? Shuyang laughed heartily. As Shuangshu fetched water for them, Xiaoliao, buried in a box, looked up and asked, "Little boss, did you win the citywide youth swimming competition?" Shuangshu glanced at the trophy she had carefully wrapped in shock-absorbing material. Yes, I have a great fondness for swimming. This was her longest-standing passion. Having received professional coaching arranged by Shen Yu, she had amassed numerous trophies throughout her life, yet only this one made the journey from the Shen household, signifying its profound meaning. I won it when I was 16. It is my first and only swimming competition trophy. Xiaoliao exclaimed. Is your prowess so fleeting? Shuangshu chuckled, raising an eyebrow. I possess considerable skill. However, after this competition, my father strictly forbade me from participating again. Why is that? Because his work necessitates that the family maintain a low profile, especially me. Shuangshu shrugged nonchalantly. I am, after all, the scandal of the Song family. It is best I do not appear before the public. A photograph of her, beaming with her trophy after the competition, had been prominently featured in the headlines by the organizers. However, the excitement of winning the award evaporated into thin air upon receiving an overseas call from Song Nianji. It is worth noting that Song Nianji rarely called her even once a year. The only time he did was to forbid her from participating in the competition again. Xiaoliao found it difficult to comprehend. What was unattractive about her? She was undeniably beautiful. Shuangshu paused for a moment, then collapsed onto the sofa in laughter. Thank you for your novel perspective. It has brought me some comfort. Xu Yang too was in fits of laughter. How on earth did she manage to get into a prestigious university with such intelligence? Great wisdom disguised as foolishness, Shuangshu remarked. Look, Xiaoliao jumped up. Only the little boss appreciates my charm. The three of them shared laughter and merriment. Although there were few belongings, they didn't finish organizing until evening. This was perhaps the lightest moment Shuangshu had experienced since returning to the country. Xiaoliao volunteered to escort Xu Yang back to the hospital, while Shuangshu accompanied them downstairs, watching as the car drove away. As she turned to head back, she spotted a long limousine parked at the roadside. The driver, clad in white gloves, bowed to her from a distance and opened the car door. Shuangshu's good mood plummeted. She approached, took a seat in the car, and the driver closed the door. The director's wife was an elegant woman, perpetually clad in impeccably tailored Chanel suits, her hair meticulously styled, and her shoes free from even the slightest speck of dust. Nobility was etched into every fiber of her being. She sat across from Shuangshu, poised and dignified, initially surveying the high-rise luxury apartments outside the car window. The housing here is quite splendid. Shen Yu is indeed generous towards you. Shuangshu was aware that her visitor's intention was not merely to admire the properties. If you like it, purchase a unit. Cui Ning then shot her a glance. Your Miss Song is becoming increasingly haughty. To see you, I had to come find you myself. The Shen family's residence is adjacent to the Song family's. Do you not have a spare moment to step into your own home amidst your daily visits to the Shen residence? Shuangshu replied, I am emulating Diyu, who passed by his home 3 times without entering. Her unyielding demeanor displeased Cui Ning, who directly asked, when do you plan to return to America? Chapter 22. It is best not to harbor any ulterior motives. America is not referred to as returning. Shuangshu replied, I do not fancy that notion. I have already resigned from my overseas job. This time I have returned and will not be leaving again. Who prompted your resignation? Was it Shen Yu or Fu Yun? Such a significant matter. Have you consulted your father or me about it? Shuangshu calmly responded amidst her dissatisfaction, I made the decision myself, without their consent. You dare to act independently? Cui Ning seemed convinced that someone from the Shen family was backing her. She was most averse to Shuangshu's closeness to the Shen family, a fact that had subjected her to numerous jabs behind her back, as if she could not tolerate anyone akin to abandoning her child to others. Do not think I am unaware. Shen Yu intends to arrange for you to enter the research institute. Old Su is an old classmate of your father. He bypassed your father to seek Old Su's help in arranging a job for you. Do they hold us in such contempt? Shuangshu responded, if you feel displeased that he bypassed you to help me, you are welcome to personally speak with Director Su on my behalf. Cui Ning certainly did not mean that Shuangshu was aware of this, hence the mocking upward tug at the corner of her mouth. Rest assured, I have declined the position at the research institute. However, do not rejoice too soon. The reason for my refusal is that I plan to partner with someone to start a company. You need not take out your grievances on my brother and godmother. I am an adult now, free to act as I wish. Cui Ning's expression grew colder. Song Shuangshu, I may not be your biological mother, but I am your legal guardian. No matter how well the Shen family treats you, if I decide to send you away, no one can assist you. Shuangshu was, of course, aware that she had been sent abroad in just such a manner 5 years prior. I am not going anywhere, she stood firm. I am no longer that powerless miner who could not resist 5 years ago. If you wish to send me on a plane, you must bind me first. Cui Ning furrowed her brows deeply, genuinely taken aback that years abroad had instilled such rebelliousness in her. She glared at Shuangshu, her displeasure palpable, then regained her composure, her tone haughty and cold. You have truly grown wings. Very well, come back if you wish, lest someone accuses me of being unable to tolerate you. As long as you do not cause me trouble, I am indifferent to where you are. Understood. As Shuangshu exited the vehicle. Preparing to leave, Cui Ning called from within. The marriage between the Shen and Lu families is nearly finalized. During this period, you should remain well behaved and best not entertain any improper thoughts. What improper thoughts could she possibly have? Shuangshu remained silent, uncertain if she had been heard, before closing the car door and turning back. It was already 9 o'clock. The bustling East Third Ring Road ablaze with lights. Yet Songming Road No. 9 stood in serene solitude amidst the urban commotion. This spacious flat, situated in an excellent location, was a gift from Shen Yu for her 18th birthday. Shuangshu had always known that the pressure to send her abroad came not only from Song Nianji and Cui Ning but also from Shinchan Yuan and Fu Yun. Thus she had never been willing to return, for she had no home to go back to that year. She spent her 18th birthday in California. Shen Yu had flown over to see her, transferring the ownership of this apartment to her name, indicating that she had a place to return to. She understood it all too well. On the weekend, Xu Yang booked a private room at a restaurant for a company gathering. This was not only to formally welcome Shuangshu as the new CEO of Feishua but also to reward the loyal employees who had stood by her during turbulent times. Shuangshu arrived at the restaurant slightly later than the others to pick up the customized cake. Upon arrival, Xiaolia was pestering her via WeChat. Are you here yet? Are you here yet? This Australian dragon has been flirting with me for 10 minutes, Shuangshu replied playfully in a voice message. You go ahead and eat first. Just then, she sensed an unfriendly gaze upon her and looked up to see a man turning away from the elevator. It was Chen Peiran again. In their previous encounter, the proud and arrogant Mr. Chen had appeared much more disheveled and haggard now, his hair unkempt as if it hadn't been groomed in days. His beard scruffy, and dark circles under his eyes suggesting fatigue. Song Shuangshu, I truly underestimated you. Chen Peiran fixed a predatory gaze upon her. How did you manage to win over Yitingzhou? Was it through your father? Shuangshu replied, You have no business knowing how I did it. Chen Peiran had invested considerable time and money to curry favor with the director responsible for the drone division at Yundun. And just when the partnership seemed secured, the bald man abruptly stopped answering his calls. This was a project he had pledged allegiance to Qinqing for. Without it, he would struggle to establish a foothold. His stress had caused blisters to form at the corners of his mouth, and it was only when the people from Qinqing pointedly informed him to stop wasting his efforts that he realized Yundun had already signed a contract with Feishua. The court summons had just reached him yesterday, with Feishua employing a renowned lawyer to prepare for a lawsuit against him. He had lost both his wife and soldiers, and today, upon hearing that the bald man was dining here, he had come specifically to confront him. Unexpectedly, fate had thrown him into the path of Shuangshu, who knows what she relied upon. Chen Peiran, filled with rage, directed all his frustration towards Shuangshu. I have heard that the Song family does not acknowledge you as their daughter, sending you off to be raised by others. Will your father help you? After all the trouble Xu Yang went through to secure this contract, you return after just a few days and manage to win over Yitingzhou? I suspect you must have climbed into his bed. Passers-by turned to look at them peculiarly, but Shuangshu remained unfazed. What does it have to do with you? Chen Peiran's disdain was palpable, his sharp and caustic expression evident. Being beautiful certainly has its advantages, just spread your legs, and any issue can be resolved. This remark was too offensive, causing Shuangshu to frown slightly, her voice icy. Mind your own words. Should you continue to slander me, I will file an additional charge of defamation. You think I'm afraid of you? What rumors have I spread? If you weren't in bed with him, why did Yitingzhou suddenly change his mind? Why would he choose to collaborate with a nearly bankrupt small company over a major enterprise like Qinqing, turning down free offerings only to pay a high price? Is he mad, foolish, or simply lacking in common sense? Chen Peiran raised his voice with each accusation, and with a resounding ding, the elevator doors across from them slid open, revealing Yitingzhou, who appeared unexpectedly before him. In a nonchalant, languid tone, he asked, Surprised? Chen Peiran abruptly fell silent, akin to a chicken that had its throat gripped. Following his terrified gaze, Shuangshu turned in surprise. Several men in suits stood inside the elevator, each wearing a peculiar expression. The one in the middle, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, the hem of his suit jacket pushed back to reveal a crisp white shirt and form-fitting trousers, exuded an air of effortless charm. Mr. He, Chen Peiran's face blanched in an instant, his lips twitching as he attempted to salvage the situation. I am not, let me explain, Yitingzhou interjected. Straighten your tongue before speaking, it's exhausting to listen. Mr. He, what a coincidence, are you dining here personally? Chen Peiran's demeanor shifted to one of groveling, the abrupt change making him appear particularly ridiculous. Yitingzhou remarked coolly, If I do not dine here personally, Will you do it for me? Chen Peiran's face flushed. Mr. Yu and Yundun clearly agreed to collaborate with Qingqing. A verbal agreement is still an agreement, yet you turned around and signed a contract with Song Shuangshu. Are you not playing me for a fool? Playing you? What do I gain from that? The heir of the Yi family, raised amidst immense power, did not conceal his arrogance and haughtiness. Even if I were to toy with you, what would that mean for you? Chen Peiran, despite being a notable young talent, felt his face grow warm with humiliation as he was publicly ridiculed. Is the Yi surname that impressive? He Tingzhou scoffed. Indeed. It is impressive. What, do you wish to take on the Yi surname? Call me father, and I will acknowledge you as my godson. Just right, your grandfather is waiting at home for a grandson. Pfft. A young man behind them could not stifle his laughter. And Chen Peiran, furious and humiliated, shot him a glare, prompting the latter to quickly correct his expression. I apologize. An incongruous image suddenly invaded Shuangshu's mind. Chen Peiran, sucking on a pacifier, cradled in Commander He's arms. Being gently soothed, she pressed her lips together, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Chapter 23, Unreasonable Thoughts. Chen Peiran's chest heaved violently, his face puffing up in rage, resembling a pufferfish on the verge of explosion. Suddenly, he caught sight of a Mediterranean hairstyle and immediately pointed at him, exclaiming, Mr. He, your director fan personally promised me that I would collaborate with Qingqing. After taking so many benefits from me, he is now reneging on his word. No matter how powerful the He family is, you cannot bully people like this. In the public eye, a large pot was placed squarely on the He family's head, causing beads of cold sweat to stream down director fan's forehead as he scolded and shoved. Chen, think carefully about what you want to say. He Tingzhou paid no mind to the gazes of the surrounding crowd. With a nonchalant gesture, he withdrew his right hand from his pocket and pointed it at Chen Peiran, his sharp eyes gliding like a blade over director fan's bald head. You resolve this, or I will resolve you. Rest assured, I will handle this matter thoroughly. Director fan hastily assured, forcibly dragging Chen Peiran away, insisting that their affairs should be settled privately, without causing a disturbance in front of Mr. He. Little Liao's call came through, likely anxious from waiting. Shuangshu said, Tingzhou go, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, she answered the call while preparing to pass him on her way upstairs. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze, watching her silhouette glide past, and meaningfully remarked, So you really wish to sleep with me? The phone call with Little Liao was abruptly cut off mid-sentence, followed by a cacophony of oh. Reminiscent of the raucous atmosphere of a team-building event at a May mountain, Little Liao had put it on speaker. He Tingzhou likely heard it too. Are you calling a monkey? Shuangshu stood momentarily stunned before quickly hanging up the call she had barely answered for 10 seconds. Instinctively she glanced at the few gentlemen behind He Tingzhou, who immediately redirected their gazes in all directions, looking at the ceiling, the floor, and the air, as if they wished to wear a sign saying, I am deaf, I heard nothing. I didn't. She stammered, feeling an unusual embarrassment. I have no such thoughts towards you. Then how do you explain your refusal to clarify the rumors directed at you just now? You said it was a rumor. How he perceives it is irrelevant, and there is no need to explain. Shuangshu forced herself to remain calm, reasoning that if others doubted something, she had no obligation to prove anything, lest she be led by the nose to is that so? He Tingzhou questioned, Is it not because you, like a toad wishing to eat a swan's flesh, deliberately created misunderstandings to spread rumors about us? You are the toad, Shuangshu blurted out, regretting it instantly. Previously, she had only dared to voice such thoughts internally, but ever since that meal, for reasons unknown, she had begun to speak a little more boldly to He Tingzhou, her tongue slipping faster than she could manage. Fine, you are the swan, and you wish to consume me, this toad. Are you satisfied now? He Tingzhou dismissed her attempt to argue over such trivial titles. Shuangshu remained silent. He Tingzhou leisurely remarked, You should also manage your desire for me. Being so fervent every day makes me quite uneasy. What are you afraid of? The expressions on the faces of his subordinates behind him conveyed a collective message. Ha! Did I just hear something I shouldn't have? Shuangshu felt that even if she had 10 mouths, she wouldn't be able to clarify her position now. Being publicly slandered by Chen Peiran left her at a loss for words. After finishing his statement, He Tingzhou casually brushed past her, leaving. His subordinates followed, each casting a subtle smile at her, one that melded respect, caution, and unspoken understanding. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the elevator with an attitude of whatever. Let it be. Pressing the closed door button 3 times. Upon entering the private dining room, pairs of eyes shot towards her like spotlights, and her colleagues' gazes were increasingly suggestive. Oh my, who was on the phone just now? A couple was conversing as she happened to walk by. Shuangshu maintained her composure, but Little Liao remained skeptical, insisting she had heard one more thing. Before she could interrogate further, Shuangshu preempted her. I just ran into Chen Peiran downstairs. Instantly everyone's attention shifted. What is he doing here? Such bad luck. He's short-sighted. If only he had ventured out to establish himself, others might regard him with a bit of esteem. Instead, he chooses to grovel at Qingqing's feet. I look down on him. To be honest, it's good that Chen Peiran left. If he hadn't, you wouldn't have come. Little boss. As the group vented their frustrations, Shuangshu quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She should have clarified things immediately. If this rumor continued to spread, the entire world would know of her unrequited affection for He Tingzhou. Who could have guessed that a single misstep would lead to such steep developments? Shu Yang, squinting his eyes, leaned closer to whisper, "That voice just now sounded a bit familiar, but I can't quite place it. Who was it?" "Don't ask." Shuangshu took a sip of juice, adding, "Unless you're willing to offer me 20 million. I won't say a word." Shu Yang quickly retracted. "Forget it. He isn't worth that much." The Shen and Lu families were equally distinguished. Among the younger generation, Shen Yu stood out for his excellence. With no shortcomings to speak of, while Lu Manman had fallen for him at first sight, this marriage, perfectly matched in status, facilitated smooth discussions regarding the union. The first formal meeting between the two families was set for the end of the month. Given that Shuangshu had grown up in the Shen household, despite not sharing their surname, she was considered half a member of the family, making her attendance necessary. "Honestly, I think it wouldn't matter if you didn't go." Shu Yang remarked, "The Shen family raised you out of kindness, but you're merely a foster sister. Not attending wouldn't be seen as impolite." "But he is my brother," Shuangshu countered. "How could I not go?" Shu Yang, about to undergo her second chemotherapy session, had just finished a blood draw and lay on the hospital bed, feeling pained for her. "I'm worried you'll find it hard to endure." "I'll have to get used to it sooner or later." Shuangshu was striving to accept the situation. If her feelings for Shen Yu were akin to a delicate flower that had sprouted during her youth. That flower had long since withered in the barren soil, and she was trying to uproot it. Whether it was Lu Manman or someone else, Shen Yu would eventually marry another woman, and she had to come to terms with that reality. On the day of the meeting, Shuangshu arrived at the restaurant 10 minutes early, donning a newly tailored black traditional-style sleeveless cheapao, understated yet elegant. Fu Yun patted her hand, advising, "Today is our first formal dinner with the Lu family. When you meet Mr. and Mrs. Lu, be sure to be courteous." "Understood." Her concern for Shuangshu was palpable. Feigning ignorance, Shuangshu lowered her gaze and replied, "I understand." At that moment, the Lu family arrived, hearing voices from the courtyard. Shuangshu turned to glance out the window. That single glance rendered her momentarily frozen. Lu Manman was also wearing a black cheapao today, though the style slightly differed. The similarity in both their outfits and their hairstyles was striking. Chapter 24. No injustice to Lu Manman. Fu Yun was clearly taken aback, her gaze drifting from Lu Manman back to Shuangshu, her expression becoming increasingly awkward. How unfortunate that they would clash in attire. In a setting like this, the encounter would surely be more delicate. Shen Yu hadn't anticipated this either, pausing to reassure, "It's fine, Manman isn't a petty person, yet, no matter how broad-minded a woman may be, it is impossible not to mind a wardrobe clash, especially on a day like today." Fu Yun's brows knitted together in worry. It was their first meeting, and she feared it would put Lu Manman in an uncomfortable position in front of her parents. Shen Yu unbuttoned his coat, removing it and offering it to Shuangshu. "Here, wear this." Fu Yun's expression tightened further. "It's obvious that this is your coat." Before Shen Yu could respond, Shuangshu stood up. She was acutely aware that the focus of the day was not on her. She understood this well. During their initial meeting with the parents, it was crucial not to overshadow Lu Manman. Therefore, she needed to step aside. "I'll go find something else to wear." Fortunately, the private dining room was designed with 2 doors, allowing her to swiftly exit through the side door before the Lu family entered. She inquired with the manager about emergency clothing, but such a request was too much for a restaurant, thus she sought the nearest women's clothing store, hurrying out of the restaurant to buy a replacement outfit. As she lifted her skirt to step over the threshold, she nearly collided with someone upon turning a corner. He Tingzhou caught her arm, steadying her and preventing the collision. Shuangshu took a step back to regain her balance, and he released her, his languid black eyes scrutinizing her. "You're rushing." However, Shuangshu had no time to engage him today. "Tingzhou, I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry." She glanced at the car behind He Tingzhou, the urgency of the situation leaving her no choice but to speak candidly. "I need to buy a dress. Could you give me a ride?" The driver had brought them to the restaurant, and this meal would take at least 2 hours. Typically, they would use this time to handle their own dining needs, which would consume additional time if called back without a domestic driver's license. Hailing a taxi was evidently not as quick. She rarely looked at him with such a pleading expression, even when negotiating collaborations, always adhering strictly to the terms. He Tingzhou swept his gaze over her. The cheapao itself was not particularly bright or eye-catching, its subtle orchid embroidery barely discernible, clearly designed for understatement, yet, the fit was impeccable, complementing her figure. The black fabric made her skin appear as pearly white as a pearl. Her elongated neck reminiscent of a swan, her slender waist flowing into a gracefully curving silhouette. Such beauty is still insufficient. Do you intend to adorn yourself as a celestial being to overshadow whom? Shuangshu, lacking the time to explain, perceived that he bore no goodwill in offering assistance, and thus she swiftly bypassed him, intending to hail a taxi. He leaned against the car door, arms crossed. "The nearest shopping mall is a 15-minute drive away. A round trip would take half an hour. Are you truly certain you wish to keep both sets of elders waiting for so long?" The manager mentioned a clothing store to the east. Before she could finish her sentence, He Tingzhou interjected, "Yes, I saw it on my way here. It sells sportswear. In such an occasion, wearing sports attire was simply inappropriate. Shuangshu stood there, unsure of what to do. Pondering whether fleeing today would lead to disappointment for Shen Yu, the car he Tingzhou drove was not a sports car, but a four-door sedan. He swung open the door, retrieving a spare shirt from within and tossed it to her. Shuangshu quickly raised her hand to catch it, examining the men's shirt in her grasp. It seemed there was no better alternative at the moment. Thank you, brother Tingzhou. By the time Shen Yu called. She had already returned to the restaurant with the shirt in hand. I found the clothing, brother. I'll take care of it and return shortly, so do not worry. There was a brief silence on the other end. And Shen Yu's voice eventually emerged, devoid of discernible emotion. That's good. Shuangshu requested a changing room and scissors from the waiter, promptly cutting the qipao into a skirt. The shirt from Yi Tingzhou was exceedingly large for her. Fortunately, the silk fabric was light and draped well, preventing it from appearing overly ostentatious. She rolled up the excessively long sleeves and tied the hem into a knot. The white silk shirt paired reasonably well with the embroidered skirt. Although it seemed rather casual for the occasion, it was the best solution available. Upon returning to the private room, the atmosphere was just right. Mr.Lu was clad in a formal Zhongshan suit, his demeanor kind and jovial. Mrs.Lu appeared far younger than Shuangshu had anticipated, her hands exquisitely maintained, clearly a woman accustomed to a life of comfort from a young age. Her smile bore a striking resemblance to Lu Manman's. And she warmly complimented Shuangshu. You are truly lovely. I dare say you are far more beautiful than those celebrities on television. It seemed Lu Manman had not disclosed her affection for Shen Yu. Shuangshu smiled obediently, replying, Thank you, auntie. She took her seat at the end of the table, beside Yi Tingzhou, who was representing the Yi family as Lu Manman's cousin. Shen Yuan inquired about Commander Yi. It has been quite some time since I last saw him. How has he been lately? Quite well. At 60, he possesses the vitality of one in their 20s, sturdier than I am, Yi Tingzhou responded, casually crossing his legs in his usual nonchalant manner. How old is Tingzhou this year? I recall you are 2 years younger than Shen Yu. 28. Fu Yun commented, It's about time you settled down. Isn't it? You and Shen Yu are of similar age and good friends. Marrying early would allow the commander to embrace a grandchild. Since Commander He's wife passed away, he had not remarried, while other prominent families were bustling with children and numerous illegitimate offspring. The Yi family, despite their influence, was a quiet household of just father and son. I've already embraced one, Shuangshu thought to herself. Yi Tingzhou leaned back in his chair, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Though it seemed rather superficial, floating on the surface. I do not possess Shen Yu's good fortune. This remark served as a veiled compliment to both parties, eliciting laughter from everyone at the table. Shen Yu chuckled softly. Your fortune is hardly shallow. Others need not bother living. Hearing the laughter around her, Shuangshu joined in with a smile. Yi Tingzhou glanced over at her. She resembled a robot programmed to respond in certain conditions, silent. With minimal movement, only lowering her head to focus on the spicy bullfrog dish before her, quiet and with a faint presence. Only specific stimuli, such as the laughter of others, could trigger her brief reactions before she returned to her own world of eating. The shirt she wore appeared merely as an oversized style, albeit with a collar that was a tad larger, revealing her delicate collarbone, the interplay between her fair skin and silk creating an indescribable softness. Yi Tingzhou's gaze traversed her porcelain neck, noting that her long hair, once tied up, now cascaded down her back, exuding another form of satin-like elegance. Could you help me remove the fish bones? Shuangshu heard a voice and looked up to see Lu Manman tilting her head as she spoke to Shen Yu. I adore fish, but I always struggle with the bones. Her tone was playfully endearing, just right, never crossing into annoyance. Shen Yu, of course, would not refuse. He had a way of making any task, even deboning fish, seem delightful. Shuangshu had witnessed this many times. As the tender fish was placed before Lu Manman, she squinted her eyes in delight, saying, Thank you. Shuangshu lowered her head again, continuing to savor the bullfrog. The dish was flavorful, the meat succulent and bouncy, albeit a tad spicy. While she was enjoying her meal, she overheard someone nearby remark, Doesn't it taste better when it's south your close relative? At first, Shuangshu did not comprehend, turning her head in confusion until she met Yi Tingzhou's narrow yet meaningful gaze. Gradually realizing, she glanced at the bullfrog on her chopsticks. Wasn't he a distant relative of the toad? She could hardly continue eating. Chapter 25. Where is your home? At the conclusion of the banquet, Fu Yun presented Lu Manman with a set of exquisite jewelry as a meeting gift. The teardrop-shaped emerald was set in a diamond necklace, dazzling and radiant, accompanied by matching rings and earrings. Each piece worth tens of millions. Shuangshu had seen this jewelry in her wedding photos with Shen Yuan. It was the set she wore on her wedding day. This is the gift given to me by Grandma Shen when I married Chang Yuan. And now it can finally be passed on to you. The family heirloom was presented to Lu Manman even before an official engagement, highlighting Fu Yun's recognition and esteem for the prospective daughter-in-law. The Lu family was visibly delighted. Lu Manman, taken aback, immediately sprang up to embrace Fu Yun, playfully exclaiming, Oh, auntie, you are spoiling me too much. Would it be too undignified for me to start calling you mom right now? Fu Yun was nearly beaming with joy.mrs.lu teased with a smile. You truly lack shame. What should I be ashamed of? I am simply overjoyed. Lu Man promptly removed the necklace from around her neck, exclaiming, this necklace is so beautiful. Shen Yu, please help me put it on. Shen Yu took the necklace and fastened it for her. Lu Man's happiness was palpable, her eyes sparkling like stars, and the elders beamed with pride. From across the table, Shu felt as though she were sitting in the audience, witnessing a luminous performance of happiness that had nothing to do with her. Fu Yun and MRS.Lu praised how lovely she looked in the necklace. And Lu Man turned to Shu, asking once more, Xiaozhou, does it look good? Shu replied, it looks good. Lu Man's eyes sparkled with delight. Since you say it looks good, it must be truly beautiful. Perhaps there was a certain beauty in having a rival witness one's happiness. Shu mused that she should have said it looked bad to annoy her. Seeing this, Mrs. Lu assumed the two were close. You two truly get along well. We are the same age, Lu Man said, so we have plenty in common. Shu did not believe they shared any commonality. Her life path and Lu Man's were entirely unaligned, each existing in different eras of Yen City. Lu Man enjoyed parental affection that Shu had never known, and the fear of abandonment that haunted Shu was foreign to Lu Man. Their only possible shared trait was perhaps a similar aesthetic. After the banquet concluded, as they exited Wangchun Tower, Shen Yu walked ahead with Lu Man and the others. Lu Man clung to Fu Yun's arm, sweetly calling her auntie, charming Fu Yun to smiles. Shu trailed behind, with He Tingzhou in front of her. He Tingzhou, hands in his pockets, walked leisurely, creating a noticeable gap between himself and the others ahead. As they strolled through the corridor, taking advantage of the distance so that the others couldn't hear, Shu expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother Tingzhou, for your help today. She had worn the shirt, and he probably wouldn't want it back now. How much did your shirt cost? I sincerely wish to compensate you with a new one. He Tingzhou turned his gaze, and then you would conveniently keep this one for yourself. Why would I keep your shirt? That's for you to ponder. He Tingzhou replied lazily. What do you intend to do with my shirt? I am not that peculiar. Shu felt herself growing numb to the situation. Perhaps soon she would accept that she resembled a toad. Then I shall return it to you after washing it. In the car on the way home, Fu Yun observed the transformation of Shuangxiu's attire, which was now unrecognizable as a qipao. Where did you acquire this in such a short time? It was borrowed. She replied vaguely. If it were a casual dinner, it would be one thing, but today's circumstances were special. I apologize for any inconvenience caused, Shen Changyuan said with a hint of remorse. Not at all. Shuangxiu replied calmly, relieved that it hadn't affected anyone's mood. You and Man have quite similar taste. What a coincidence that you both wore the same. Shuangxiu smiled, choosing not to respond. After returning home, she sent He Tingzhou's shirt to the dry cleaners, initially intending to ask Shen Yu for his WeChat but ultimately decided to contact Yu Zifeng instead. Yu Zifeng inquired, what do you need your brother Tingzhou's WeChat for? Shuangxiu concocted a half-truth. He left his shirt behind during our last meal at Wangyue Tower, and I wish to return it to him. Yu Zifeng, aware of the Shen and Lu families dining at Wangyue Tower, dismissed it casually. Just toss it. Your brother Tingzhou's shirts are disposable. He never wears them twice. While throwing it away was an option, she couldn't let it go to waste for her distant relative. Shuangxiu remarked, I don't think it would be proper for me to discard it. Let him dispose of it himself. Yu Zifeng forwarded He Tingzhou's business card. I've already mentioned it to him. Just add him directly. He Tingzhou's profile picture was a clear, glistening expanse of water. The waters of the Maldives are akin to a pristine azure, a stark contrast to his own temperament. The friend request from Shuangxiu was swiftly accepted. Tingzhou, I have washed your shirt. How shall I return it to you? He Tingzhou replied succinctly, bring it over. Shuangxiu, I will deliver it to your company tomorrow morning. He Tingzhou, it seems you wish to spread rumors about me at any opportunity. Should I arrange a press conference to announce it to the world? How many women has he had pursue him to be so sensitive? Shuangxiu could only respond, then I shall take it to your home. Where do you reside? He Tingzhou sent her a location, bring me a cake. The implication was clear, he wanted her to deliver it immediately. Feeling indebted for his previous assistance, Shuangxiu bore no complaints about bringing the items. Unsure of He Tingzhou's tastes, she noticed he seemed particularly fond of blueberry mousse and casually purchased one from a nearby shop. The address he provided led to a villa in Yanqi. Upon her arrival, the villa was brightly lit yet eerily silent. The door opened automatically, and as she entered, the 6-meter-high living room was spacious and airy, with a full wall of windows overlooking a meticulously manicured lawn and a large swimming pool reflecting the courtyard lights. There was not even a housekeeper in sight, so Shuangxiu chose not to wander aimlessly. After waiting for a while in the living room, she decided to send He Tingzhou a message informing him of her arrival. But before she could finish typing, she heard languid footsteps from the second floor. He Tingzhou appeared, seemingly just out of the shower, clad in a black crewneck sweatshirt and casual pants, his short hair damp with moisture. The relaxed vibe diminishing his usual commanding presence, Shuangxiu greeted, standing up just as she noticed a Doberman with erect ears following closely behind him. While she was not afraid of dogs, the sight of such a robust adult carnivore was understandably intimidating. Dobermans are inherently fierce, and this one looked particularly muscular, potentially weighing as much as she did. He Tingzhou settled on the sofa to her left, opened the cake, and began to eat, casually instructing her, "Sit." Just as Shuangshu was about to comply, He Tingzhou added, "I was speaking of the dog." Oh, she found herself frozen in a half-sitting position, unsure whether to sit or stand just as she contemplated leaving. The Doberman ambled around the coffee table and sat beside her, its serious demeanor fixed intently upon her. Feeling a bit stiffened, Shuangshu reassured herself that domesticated dogs are usually well-trained and unlikely to bite. Yet, one could never be too certain, especially considering He Tingzhou's own lack of decorum, not to mention that he himself was hardly a paragon of virtue. The two of them, dog and human, stared each other down for a moment until she faltered. Just as she was about to concede and look away, the Doberman approached her, sniffed her, and promptly licked her hand. Shuangshu nearly jumped, instinctively taking a significant step towards He Tingzhou. Chapter 26. I am not blushing. Why are you? He Tingzhou leisurely savored his cake, seemingly oblivious to her distress. Shuangshu glanced at him, attempting to solicit his intervention. It licked me. He Tingzhou barely lifted his eyelids. It's hungry. If it's hungry, it should eat dog food, Shuangshu thought, feeling overwhelmed, and suddenly shifted her hand to the side farthest from the dog, relieved she was wearing long pants today. Doesn't your home have any dog food? She remarked, exasperated that he was so absorbed in feeding himself that he neglected the needs of his dog. No, then what does it usually eat? After finishing half the cake, He Tingzhou set down his fork, leaned back lazily, and glanced at her, saying, "Meet." Aware of his mischievous nature, Shuangshu felt a genuine sense of apprehension. She resolved to leave immediately. Standing from the sofa, "I'll take my leave now." He Tingzhou remained non-committal. Lounging on the genuine leather sofa, his finger pressed against his temple as he regarded her with mild interest, Shuangshu glanced around, caught in a dilemma. On her left sat He Tingzhou, and on her right, the dog. Exit. She would have to navigate past either one of them, hesitating between the two. Perhaps she could leap over the sofa, or vault over the coffee table, but that seemed too undignified. "Tingzhou, could you ask it to move aside?" she said. "I can't get out." He Tingzhou, indifferent, offered no assistance. "Talk to it yourself." Shuangshu turned to the imposing adult Doberman, attempting to communicate amicably. "Could you move? Please." The dog remained motionless. She exhaled a long breath and approached He Tingzhou's side. At the very least, he was not hostile. The space between the sofa and coffee table should have allowed her to pass without issue. But He Tingzhou's long legs occupied nearly the entire passage. He lounged comfortably, as if he were a lord, utterly unaware of the need to shift his position. Shuangshu chose not to request he move his esteemed legs once more. Instead, she carefully lifted her foot, attempting to sidestep over his lap. Her front foot landed steadily, but her rear foot unexpectedly stumbled against him, causing her to lose her balance and fall. He Tingzhou observed coolly, offering no support. In the instinctual rush of falling, Shuangshu reflexively reached out with her hand. When she finally registered her hand pressing against He Tingzhou's thigh, he cast a glance downwards, raising his eyes to meet hers. Caught off guard, she found herself ensnared by the depth of his dark, swirling gaze. "That was rather natural," He Tingzhou remarked with a raised eyebrow. "Was it pleasant?" The instinctual urge to survive had her hand recovering its senses. Feeling the taut muscles beneath, hard and firm, almost vividly suggesting its latent power, Shuangshu recoiled as if scorched, her cheeks flushing as she stammered an apology. "I'm sorry." He Tingzhou's gaze bore into her, yet his expression remained nonchalant. "You touched me, and I didn't blush. Why are you?" "I didn't mean to touch you." Shuangshu hastily concealed her hand behind her back, an act of futile denial. "You wouldn't let me pass." He Tingzhou smirked, his lips curling with playful arrogance. "Pass where?" It was an innocuous question, devoid of any particular significance, yet for reasons unfathomable Shuangshu felt her face burn with embarrassment. Perhaps due to the intensity of his gaze. He Tingzhou's high brow and deep-set eyes lent him an air of cold detachment, often giving the impression of aloofness, however, when he smiled, revealing warmth in his expression. He was undeniably charming. "I've returned your shirt, and the cake is my treat. We're even now, goodbye." With that, she turned to leave. He Tingzhou observed her composed exterior that concealed a hint of flustered urgency, while the dog stared at her retreating figure. Once she disappeared from view, He Tingzhou redirected his gaze, and the dog lay down. Bored throughout her life, Shuangshu had never engaged in a romantic relationship, her feelings for Shen Yu still in their infancy, abruptly extinguished before she had the chance to express them. Despite her calm and composed demeanor, her essence remained that of a blank slate, inexperienced in matters of the heart. As she exited the house, she pressed her palm against her cheek, attempting to cool her flushed skin. He Tingzhou was aware of her affections for Shen Yu, and that unrequited love had stung deeply. Shuangshu also recognized his penchant for teasing her. Yet the unfolding events felt disconcertingly out of control. Wait a moment, He Tingzhou couldn't he possibly think she had developed feelings for him, could he? Upon returning home to Songming Road, while scrolling through her social media before bed, she stumbled upon Lu Manman's latest update. Recently, she had been spending considerable time with the likes of Yu Zifeng and his group. Shen Yu's future fiancé and He Tingzhou's cousin She naturally received numerous privileges, coupled with her outgoing and vivacious nature. It was effortless for Miss Lu to endear herself to others. She was quickly integrating into Shen Yu's social circle, one that had once belonged to Shuangxiu. To say she felt welcomed would be disingenuous. Repulsion was not quite accurate either. Rather, it was a damp, inexpressible fog that settled in her chest, neither painful nor noticeable, yet gradually dampening her spirit. Shuangxiu gave a thumbs up and scrolled past. She longed to confide in Xu Yang, yet it was too late. Xu Yang was likely already asleep. The toll of chemotherapy was profound, with each session sapping a portion of one's vitality. Her circle of friends was indeed limited. Had it not been for Xu Yang's fortuitous entrance into her life, she would have resisted forming friendships. Now, finding someone to converse with felt like an insurmountable challenge. In the past, she had shared everything with her closest friend, only for those secrets to transform into daggers aimed at her heart. Just as Shuangxiu set her phone aside, she forced herself to close her eyes and drift into sleep. The next encounter with Lu Manman occurred at a hair salon, where Shuangxiu went to get a trim. Just as she was about to leave, a group of chattering women entered. Lu Manman and Song Lian were surrounded by a throng of socialites, including the pair of twins she had seen at Shen Yu's birthday party. Lian isn't that your sister? Someone spotted her first. Song Lian, 2 years younger than Shuangxiu, bore a resemblance to both Cui Ning and Song Nianji, while Shuangxiu had inherited her mother's delicate features entirely. However, Song Lian was spoiled and willful, lacking any of Cui Ning's grace. At merely 20, her pretty face rolled her eyes dismissively as she crossed her arms and retorted, "What nonsense, I'm an only child. How could I have a sister?" Her friends, ever eager to fawn over her, chimed in, "True, your grandfather and father don't even acknowledge her." Director Song had been transferred abroad without taking her along, and her mother had cast her aside. One could only imagine the resentment she must harbor, considering her own parents didn't want her. Shuangxiu chose to ignore them, not granting them a single glance. Lu Manman came to her defense. "That's a bit excessive. Xiaojiu is also my friend," the twins solemnly reminded. "Manman, do not be deceived by her seemingly innocent exterior. You consider her a friend, yet you remain oblivious to her intentions toward Shen." Fengxiu, who had already reached the doorway, halted and turned to look at her. Chapter 27, The Unyielding Thief. "Have you forgotten what I told you last time? Do you need me to repeat it?" Fengxiu's tone was neither cold nor warm, and the twins, haunted by the slap from their previous encounter, promptly closed their mouths in trepidation. "What are you afraid of?" Song Lian scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. "I will get that slap back for you sooner or later." Fengxiu's gaze towards her was devoid of warmth. "No need to wait, you can settle it right now." "Do you really want me to slap you?" Song Lian sneered. "Song Fengxiu, do you dare to hit me?" She had always been spoiled and domineering, never on the receiving end of a blow. Fengxiu replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? Has thorns sprouted on your face? After being exiled for a few years, your tongue has become sharp, hasn't it?" A malicious glimmer filled Song Lian's eyes. "How come you couldn't utter a single word last time?" Merely standing there trembling with a pale face, the group of glamorous young ladies behind her revealed expressions of delight, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Though Lu Manman did not exhibit disdain, she stood among them. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to 5 years ago. Fengxiu stood opposite them, momentarily transported back to that welcome party where she was unceremoniously cast into hell. By the time she was sent to the Song family, Song Lian had already settled in Europe with Song Nianji, and the two had hardly crossed paths in their childhood, whether it was the affection of the Song family or their wealth. She had received nothing and had never coveted it, never intending to compete with this sister. Logically, if the two of them could coexist peacefully without interfering in each other's lives, all would be well. However, Song Lian was unwilling to let that happen. Had it not been for her provocations, Fengxiu would not have been sent away 5 years ago, that year, when Song Nianji was reassigned back to Yancheng. Song Lian returned with him to welcome her. A grand party was organized. Fengxiu too received an invitation. Initially reluctant to attend, she was persuaded by Fu Yun that it was a chance to show goodwill toward Song Lian, to foster their sisterly bond. Thus she went. The event garnered numerous attendees, with the daughters of Yancheng's prominent families in attendance. Upon her arrival, Fengxiu noticed the peculiar gazes directed at her, leaving her bewildered until she spotted her best friend standing behind Song Lian. Averted eyes filled with guilt. In front of everyone, Song Lian cheerfully exclaimed, "You like Shen Yu, huh? He sees you as a sister, yet you shamelessly harbor feelings for him." That day mirrored today. Song Lian stood arrogantly, flanked by admirers, mocking her for her supposed lack of shame. She declared Shen Yu to be despicable, insinuating he might even be a pedophile. In that moment, Fengxiu felt as if she had been stripped bare under the sun. Exposed and ridiculed, she had carefully nurtured her feelings for Shen Yu, never having the chance to confess, only to be shamefully torn apart in such a manner. From that day forth, malicious gossip began to spread. To quell the rumors, Cui Ning publicly recognized her as his goddaughter, and out of respect for the Song and Shen families, the whispers were suppressed and did not proliferate. Yet Song Nianji was furious. Dispatching someone to retrieve her from the Shen household, confining her until arrangements were made to send this disgraceful daughter abroad. Fengxiu clenched her stiffened fingertips. "Do you dare to bring it up again?" Song Lian haughtily scoffed, "Why wouldn't I mention it if you dare to do so?" Indeed, her sycophants echoed, "You're shameless, yet you fear our words. How can you return after all this? It's all just rumors." Lu Manman lifted the corners of her mouth slightly. Although it was a smile, it lacked warmth. "Shen Yu and Xiaojiu are siblings, so let's refrain from spreading these rumors, shall we?" The sycophants exchanged glances and awkwardly fell silent. Had she not been present today, Fengshu would undoubtedly have slapped Song Lian. Lu Manman noticed this and said to her, "Xiaojiu, could you do me a favor?" Fengshu regarded her quietly for a moment, then raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Song Lian's face. Song Lian let out a startled cry, covering her face, while the twins who had been behind her instinctively recoiled. Others looked on in shock and fear, exchanging glances. No one had anticipated that Song Fengshu would dare to strike Song Lian so boldly. "Song Fengshu, have you lost your mind? Do you dare to lay a hand on Lian? Are you not afraid of Director Song's wrath? Then I shall strike her dead first." Fengshu shook her stinging right hand and addressed Lu Manman. "I can grant you a favor, but this slap is a debt from 5 years ago, which I cannot settle today. I promise to repay it next time." But Lu Manman was left speechless. The Fengshu before her was a stark contrast to the docile and serene Xiaojiu she had known in Shen Yu's presence. Song Lian, still covering her face, glared in disbelief, unable to process what had just occurred. As Fengshu slipped her hand into her coat pocket and swaggered away, the group of women were fuming. How has she become so arrogant now? What is she so arrogant about? Isn't it just because she has Shen Yu backing her? Man, you must keep your guard up around her. She surely harbors lingering feelings for Shen Yu. Lu Manman observed Fengshu's departing figure, remaining silent. That slap felt exhilarating, yet it did little to lift Fengshu's spirits. Even if she were to give Song Lian 10 slaps, it would not reverse the passage of time. The predicament she found herself in today was entirely thanks to Song Lian. This half-sister was truly toxic, and just the thought of her irked Fengshu. Upon returning to her home on Songming Road, the entire house felt eerily silent. She stood in the foyer for a while, feeling as though everything was foreign. The lights, the sofa, the solid wood dining table, and the empty fish tank all felt unfamiliar. She called the Shen household, inquiring if her turtle had been found. The call was answered by Sister Wang. "I have searched all its usual spots, but there is no sign of it." "It's quite strange." "Excellent, even the turtle has abandoned her. A discarded piece of trash." Sister Wang then expressed concern for her living arrangements, her tone laced with unease. "It would be so much better to stay at home. You are all alone there, and when you return, there's no warm meal waiting for you. The madam offered to hire a maid for you, yet you declined." Fengshu disliked staying alone with a nanny. A remnant of childhood trauma, she smiled nonchalantly. "I have lived abroad for 5 years, I am quite accustomed to it, so it's no problem." Sister Wang fell silent. After hanging up, Fengshu buried her face in her down pillow, feeling suffocated until the phone rang. "Sister, are you asleep?" Yu Zifeng's voice was always cheerful. "Not yet." "Then hurry and sleep. Tomorrow we're going out on a yacht." Without a doubt, Shen Yu and Lu Manman would be there. Fengshu casually fabricated, "I get seasick." "What seasickness? Why don't you get seasick around me? Have you not practiced swimming enough?" Yu Zifeng teased. "You haven't been out with us lately, and I can't even lure you out for a meal. Are you at odds with your brother?" "Not at all." Before Fengshu could finish her sentence, the phone was snatched away. Then, Shen Yu's clear voice resonated. "What is wrong?" Fengshu sighed resignedly. "Nothing. I need to visit my senior first tomorrow and will join you later." Chapter 28. An unexpected visitor. The sky above the sea was low and blue, the clear and pure hues uplifting one's spirits. The sea breeze brushed against her face, bringing with it a refreshing, moist air. Moored in the harbor were clusters of sailing yachts, among them a colossal pure white superyacht exceeding 100 meters in length, standing majestically like a magnificent architectural marvel. Crew members donned in white gloves assisted her with her luggage as Fengshu ascended the gangway, where Yu Zifeng awaited her on the deck. "Oh, our little Song has finally arrived." Yu Zifeng led her into the cabin, teasing, "Just don't forget your brother when you strike it rich." Fengshu removed her headphones. "What did you say?" "Well, that was a wasted effort." Yu Zifeng shouted again over the wind. "I said your brother now has someone to look after him. I'm still without a prospect. Just remember to take care of me in my old age. Your brother's later years will be entrusted to you." Fengshu had no intention of taking on such a burden. "Why not let your own sister take care of you? My sister is nowhere near as reliable as you." Yu Zifeng laughed. "She is always putting sand in my food. By the time I'm old, she might just feed me excrement." When Fengshu left for abroad, his sister was only 2 years old, and she had even held her in her arms. She never expected the little girl to grow up so capable. She couldn't help but chuckle. "As long as there is something to eat, that is good enough." "Who is picky? Look, you look so beautiful when you smile," Yu Zifeng remarked as they walked inside. "You used to smile so much when you were little." America is truly a place that consumes people. Taking away our little Fengshu's smile, only then did Fengshu realize that Yu Zifeng was intentionally trying to cheer her up. Initially, she thought he had noticed her recent unhappiness, but upon entering the cabin, she understood there was another reason. The luxury of this super yacht exceeded all expectations. Equipped with a helipad on the deck and accommodating small yachts and mini submarines, entertainment facilities such as a home theater and gym were all present. And at the stern was a massive swimming pool, resembling a luxurious castle on the ocean. The spacious living room on the first floor featured a grand chandelier hanging from the ceiling, where everyone was gathered drinking and laughing. In addition to the individuals Fengshu had anticipated, there was also Song Lian sitting with Lu Manman. Upon seeing her, Song Lian revealed a look that seemed to say, "Just you wait." Yu Zifeng was aware of the fraught relationship between the two sisters. They rarely interacted with Song Lian given the gap in their ages and their unfamiliarity. Moreover, they were somewhat aware of the incident where Song Lian had taken the lead in bullying Fengshu. Song Lian's nonsensical remarks were dismissed by them as mere trifles. This girl, akin to a little gang leader, relished in forming cliques. Shuangshu had grown up before their very eyes, and there was a distinction between intimacy and distance. Man, be considerate of your friends." Yu Zifeng lowered his head and gently reassured her, "You needn't pay her any mind. The brothers are all here, and she cannot bully you. It's nothing. Shuangshu simply finds her bothersome." Not fearful of her. As for Lu Manman bringing Song Lian along, she was indifferent. She had never anticipated that Lu Manman would comprehend her. Only those who resonate with one's experiences can truly empathize. And Lu Manman was simply not of her ilk. Lu Manman and Song Lian were of a kind, cherished pearls in their father's palms, darlings taken along when their parents were transferred for work. The pampered ones at home, that was why they could forge a friendship. Shuangshu greeted Shen Yu and the other brothers, her gaze momentarily freezing as it passed over Yitingzhou. He exuded a nonchalant arrogance wherever he went. Occupying an entire sofa, a magazine draped over his face as he slept, the cover girl was alluring and sultry, obscuring his strikingly handsome and refined features. It was a sight unworthy of admiration. Yet, what rendered Shuangshu's body involuntarily tense was the fact that he was clad in a very familiar white silk shirt, nearly identical to the one she had borrowed last time. She feared that Shen Yu or Lu Manman might recognize it, but men's shirts generally bore a similar cut. Yitingzhou seemed particularly fond of this comfortable, skin-friendly fabric, and she could not ascertain if it was indeed the same garment. Did Yu Zifeng not mention that Yitingzhou never wore the same clothes twice? Perhaps he simply favored similar styles. Neither Shen Yu nor Lu Manman exhibited any reaction, suggesting it was merely her overthinking. This matter was akin to a stray hair on her nerves, insignificant yet persistently annoying. Shuangshu's gaze would occasionally dart toward Yitingzhou. Everyone was engaged in conversation, laughter ringing freely, making it impossible for anyone to sleep here. "Right," she curiously whispered, "won't this disturb him?" Yu Zifeng replied, "It's fine. He loves to sleep with the sounds of people talking." Having encountered many who required silence for their light slumber, she had never before seen someone who preferred the sound of voices as a lullaby. Approaching evening, the clouds were painted in a gradient of warm orange by the setting sun. Yu Zifeng opened his eyes and announced, "All right, everyone is here. Let us set sail," just as he finished notifying the captain. Footsteps echoed on the deck. "You're going out to sea today, and didn't he invite me? It's so much more lively with more people." A carefree voice entered the cabin, causing Shuangshu to feel an irritating sense of familiarity. And she turned around. The man wore triangular sunglasses and a flamboyant floral shirt paired with beach shorts. Lifting his sunglasses to his forehead revealed a face that made Shuangshu frown. After years apart, Zheng Zui's rogue demeanor remained unchanged. Someone politely called out Zheng Xiao, for Zheng's grandfather was quite renowned. This grandson was not to be trifled with, no matter how much he squandered his reputation. "Whose yacht is so ostentatiously docked here?" It's an acquaintance," he exclaimed, "waiting for me." Yu Zifeng clicked his tongue. "What sea breeze brought you here?" "Why, it must be the fragrant breeze from your grand yacht." Zheng Zui replied, uninvited, as he plopped onto the sofa, arms sprawled back, left foot crossed over his right leg. Yu Zifeng glanced helplessly at Shen Yu, then at Yitingzhou. Shen Yu's expression remained flat. Devoid of any visible emotion, Yitingzhou slept comfortably on the sofa, oblivious to the unexpected guest. In Yan City, the He, Chen, Zhang, and Yu families coexisted on the same land, interconnected yet divided into different social circles. For instance, Yu Zifeng and Shen Yu were childhood friends with a close bond, while he only became acquainted with Yitingzhou later. However, this group had never mingled with Zhang Zui, not for any particular reason, but simply because they looked down on him. They were not kindred spirits. He was a scoundrel, yet with everyone present, it would be ill-mannered to eject him from the boat. Zhang Zui seemed determined to linger. While Yu Zifeng contemplated how to dismiss him, however, they were all familiar faces, and it was essential to respect the Zhang family's standing. If anyone on this yacht dared to toss Zhang Zui overboard, it would only be the audacious Yitingzhou. Unfortunately, he was currently in deep slumber. Just then, the external gangway began to retract, signaling the boat's departure. Well then, even if one wished to leave, it was no longer possible. Chapter 29. A kiss for a favor. Yitingzhou slept soundly until mealtime, when a crew member came to inform him that dinner was ready, just as Yu Zifeng was about to call him. He lazily lifted the magazine from his face and sat up with a slow grace. "Damn," Yu Zifeng remarked, "you truly know how to wake up a starving." Yitingzhou replied, exuding an air of languor as he picked up a cigarette from the table, biting it between his teeth while lifting his gaze toward Shuangshu. Later, Shuangshu had been absorbed in studying the shirt he wore, and upon hearing him, she looked up, meeting his gaze for a brief 2 seconds before realizing he was addressing her. Truly, he was a young master accustomed to being catered to. Extending a hand seemed an insurmountable task. She handed him the lighter that was within arm's reach on the table, and Tingzhou lit the cigarette before tossing the lighter back to her. She hurriedly caught it with both hands to prevent it from falling. It wasn't even her lighter. Leaving it on the table would have sufficed. She stood up and followed the others toward the dining room when Zhang Zui caught up behind her. Long time no see, little beauty. Don't provoke me. The disdain etched on Shuangxiu's brow was unmistakable. When she was 15 and still a minor, he had already eyed her with lecherous intent. Shen Yu had protected her, and it was only after Zhang's grandfather personally reprimanded him that he settled down and Zhang Zui grinned. I was merely saying hello. Why so tense? Ignoring him, Shuangxiu quickened her pace. Zhang Zui's gaze roamed over her. Shuangxiu's beauty transcended mere facial features. Every aspect of her, from her hair, eyebrows, and teeth to the proportion of her shoulders and the curvature of her ankles, was impeccable. Many women were more glamorous or seductive, and Zhang Zui had dallied with plenty, but none possessed the essence she exuded. Clad in a gray-green shirt tucked into a black skirt, her attire was unremarkable. Typical of office workers, yet her waist-to-hip ratio was undeniably captivating. With his seasoned eye for women, Zhang Zui estimated her measurements to be 88-56-88. He licked his lips, muttering to himself, that waist must feel incredible to grasp. Your neck would feel equally delightful to grip. A cool, detached voice sounded from behind. Zhang Zui turned to see Tingzhou striding past him, exuding an air of superiority. The yacht's dinner was of 5-star quality. Followed by a party, Shuangxiu returned to her room to rest for a while, changing into a new outfit. Upon exiting, she encountered Song Lingyan in the hallway. The moment she saw her, memories of the slap from last time resurfaced, causing her face to ache for several days. Being struck in front of so many had deeply embarrassed her. I still owe you for that slap. Then you've come to the wrong place. Shuangxiu replied, you cannot repay me here. Song Lingyan gritted her teeth, realizing that everyone on this yacht was either Shen Yu or his friends, who all treated Shuangxiu as a treasure. She was the one at a disadvantage. If it weren't for my 10 years in Europe with my father, what business would you have with me? Have you truly mistaken yourself for a little princess of Yin City? You see how others regard you, only you lack the self-awareness. Clinging to Shen Yu, Shuangxiu's gaze turned icy. If you don't learn how to speak properly, I shall teach you once more. Song Lingyan huffed, you should focus on yourself first. You adore Shen Yu. Do you think Lu Man will tolerate you? She has the Lu family backing her. What do you have? Do you genuinely believe Shen Yu would offend the Lu family for you? If he had to choose between you two, who do you think he would pick? Mind your own business regarding his choice, Shuangxiu coldly retorted. It certainly won't be you, so why fret? Song Lingyan, feeling triumphant for having struck a nerve, was momentarily silenced. Shuangxiu turned to leave, tossing over her shoulder, eat less salt. It was only after she had walked away that Song Lingyan realized she had been subtly mocked. Frustrated, she elbowed the wall, only to recoil in pain, clutching her arm and hissing. The yacht had already sailed into international waters, the deep blue sea blending seamlessly with the sky. Laughter carried on the waves. Everyone gathered at the club at the stern of the boat, the aroma of champagne filling the air as a symphony orchestra played a splendid waltz. People drank and danced, in high spirits. Tingzhou remained in the sofa area, radiating an air of relaxed dominion as if the world were his domain. 1 foot propped on the coffee table, eyes cast downward as he typed on his phone. Oblivious to whom he was messaging, Shuangxiu grabbed a glass of champagne and settled across from him. As her gaze once again drifted toward Tingzhou's shirt, their eyes locked unexpectedly. Tingzhou tossed his phone onto the sofa. If you enjoy watching so much, why not come over and sit? Shuangxiu found it difficult to explain that she was merely suspicious he was wearing the shirt she had once borrowed. Fearing it would come off as overly sentimental, she sipped her drink to shift the topic. Tingzhou, aren't you going to dance? Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Are you inviting me to dance? Had she been abroad for too long that her Chinese had regressed? Which word in that sentence implied an invitation? No, it wasn't her Chinese that faltered. It was that Tingzhou looked at her now as if she were a panorama of a toad. Shuangxiu felt a twinge of distress. He couldn't possibly have misunderstood, could he? That would be troublesome. Just as she grappled with how to clarify this deepening misunderstanding, Yu Zifeng approached, calling out to her, sister, come dance. Shuangxiu shook her head. I don't want to dance. Her refusal seemed to go unheard. As Yu Zifeng firmly pulled her along, sitting here is so dull. Come, let me show you your brother's charming dance moves. Yu Zifeng is utterly unencumbered, engaging in various exaggerated and whimsical antics that elicit radiant laughter from Shuangxiu. Once everyone has imbibed sufficiently and grown weary from dancing, they retreat to the sofa area to rest. Shen Yu beckons her over, presenting her with his phone, which is currently engaged in a video call with Fu Yun. Shuangxiu settles down with the phone, chatting with Fu Yun for a while before ending the call. Someone proposes to play Avalon to pass the time, but Yu Zifeng produces a deck of playing cards. Declaring Avalon requires too much brainpower. I'm exhausted. Let's play King's Game instead. The game consists of 1 joker and 10 numbered cards, where the king holding the joker can command any player with a numbered card to perform a task. In the initial rounds, players are somewhat restrained, but by the third round, He Tingzhou acquires the joker Shuangshu, keenly observant, spots He Tingzhou's card and hastily conceals her own to avoid becoming an easy target for his mischief. A soft chuckle escapes He Tingzhou as he witnesses her little maneuver, which Shuangshu misinterprets as self-importance. He shows no interest in her, directing his gaze towards Yu Zifeng and issuing a command, "Take a dip in the sea." Unlike others who merely point to cards, he brazenly calls out a name. "You're quite bold," Yu Zifeng replies, hands on her hips, shaking her cards. "If you're so confident, guess what I've got." He Tingzhou smirks, "The reflection from the mirror behind you." Instantly, Yu Zifeng turns to check, discovering a decorative mirror on the shelf behind her. He Tingzhou lazily raises his chin. "Go ahead, it's the 10 of hearts, damn." The crowd erupts in cheers as they gather on the deck. Yu Zifeng downs a drink to warm herself, curses playfully, and jumps into the water. Once she completes her swim and returns, the game truly enters a carefree phase. The thrill of party games is what Shuangshu used to enjoy most. Relishing the antics of her friends, yet she never anticipated witnessing Shen Yu's performance firsthand. Lu Man is chosen and must kiss one of the males present. Yu Zifeng squints playfully. "Oh, who do you want to pick?" "Let me guess, it wouldn't be Shen Yu, would it?" Lu Man, perhaps tipsy or shy, flushes a delicate shade of red. Nevertheless, she boldly faces Shen Yu amidst the crowd's teasing and requests a kiss. In close proximity to Shen Yu. Shuangshu clearly observes the eager and radiant expression on Lu Man's face. However, she cannot discern Shen Yu's demeanor or the gaze with which she regards Lu Man. "It must be gentle," she thinks. "Shen Yu, aren't you going to kiss her?" Yu Zifeng wishes to push him into action. "Hey, can you even manage that? Playing coy, are we?" Well, amidst the playful jeers of his friends, Shen Yu offers a faint smile before leaning down towards Lu Man. At that moment, Shuangshu averts her gaze, choosing not to witness the scene. She focuses on the ground, beginning to feel the gentle sway of the boat amidst the waves, yet it shouldn't be so. This yacht is grand and stable. He Tingzhou glances at her, but she remains oblivious, lost in her own thoughts, unaware of his disinterest. "Who is the ace of spades? Step forward quickly, don't try to hide." Yu Zifeng's call brings her back to reality. She looks up, realizing the game has progressed to the next round. With everyone searching for the next unfortunate soul, Shuangshu catches a glance from the opposite side of the table. Song Lanyan winks at her, revealing her joker card. "I'm the king here." As Song Lanyan speaks, her gaze remains fixed on Shuangshu. "Ace of spades, you should reveal yourself." Realizing something amiss, Shuangshu reaches for her card. Feeling a slight crease on its back, someone has marked it. Yu Zifeng searches in vain and turns to the last remaining player, little Shuangshu. "It wouldn't be you, would it?" Shuangshu flips her card to reveal the ace of spades. The triumph in Song Lanyan's eyes is unmistakable as she reiterates the task. "You must choose either the person on your left or your right and pass the card using only your lips." The previously boisterous atmosphere falls abruptly silent, all eyes fixated on Shuangshu. To her left sits Shen Yu, and to her right, He Tingzhou. Song Lanyan is deliberately trying to put Shuangshu in a predicament. Passing the card with their lips means their mouths would be closely pressed against one another, a level of intimacy rivaling an actual kiss. She knows Shuangshu harbors feelings for Shen Yu. But would she dare choose him? If she opts for He Tingzhou, who is known for his notoriously difficult temperament, everyone would witness her public rejection, leading to an embarrassing situation. Lu Man's gaze also falls on Shuangshu. Curious to see her choice, Shuangshu instinctively clenches her fingers. A soft sound as a glass is set down breaks the tension, and Shen Yu's voice, calm and devoid of emotion, cuts through. "It's getting late. Let's wrap this up." Yu Zifeng chimes in humorously. "Alright, I need to hurry and take a hot shower before I catch a cold." Yet Song Lanyan is unwilling to relent. Everyone else has played, why can't she? Passing a card is hardly excessive. "You were just feeding a beautiful girl grapes mouth to mouth." Yu Zifeng stumbles over her words. "It's fine," Shuangshu interjects. Zheng Zui shakes her glass, a sly smile on her lips. "Why not choose me? I'm more than willing to help." Shuangshu would rather choose a pig than endure Zheng Zui's lewdness. She picks up a playing card, biting onto it, and turns towards her right side. Thinking her reputation as a toad might just be cemented, just as Song Lanyan is about to correct her on the proper way to pass a card, Shen Yu's gaze sweeps towards her, chilling her into silence. He Tingzhou lounges on the sofa, entirely indifferent, his expression one of boredom. Shuangshu leans towards him, yet he regards her with a detached demeanor, showing no intention of reciprocating. His sharp black eyes reveal only apathy. As if watching an unrelated drama unfold, her public humiliation, her forced composure betraying her unease. She is the clown on stage, while he is merely one of the spectators. Shuangshu anticipated his refusal to assist. But she never expected such coldness and discomfort. Having never encountered such a situation before, she feels the weight of numerous gazes upon her. She knows Song Lanyan rebels in her misfortune, and she knows Shen Yu is watching her. Her cheeks flush, not from shyness, but from embarrassment. "Fine, let it be. Everyone is seen. It's He Tingzhou who refuses to cooperate. Not that I'm unable to play, nor that I'm hopelessly infatuated with Shen Yu." Just as she prepares to withdraw, He Tingzhou suddenly pulls her waist, drawing her towards him. Caught off guard, Shuangshu tumbles into his embrace, stunned. Before she can comprehend the situation, He Tingzhou wraps his arm around her and leans down. Biting onto the other end of the playing card. In that instant, Shuangshu feels his breath mingling with hers so close that it almost feels like a mirage. The heat radiating from her cheeks skyrockets as she realizes she can scarcely breathe. She notices the unexpected length of Tingzhou's eyelashes, and as his cool, indifferent eyelids lift, she finds herself unpreparedly ensnared in his deep, dark gaze, her heart racing. In that fleeting moment, she can almost sense Tingzhou's warmth. His arm encircling her waist, the faint scent of cedar wafting from him envelopes her like a mist. The entire boat seems to fall into a profound silence, with only the sound of waves crashing against the hull. A glass shatters on the floor, jolting Shuangshu from her daze, and she quickly retreats from Tingzhou's embrace. Tingzhou turns his head to discard the card and leans back against the sofa. Lu Manman is equally astonished. The cousin she had always regarded with trepidation has surprisingly chosen to engage with Shuangshu in the game, but considering the nature of men, perhaps they are all the same, embracing any hint of flirtation that comes their way. She shifts her gaze to Shen Yu, who appears unfazed, his expression remaining unchanged. However, as her gaze inadvertently drifts past him, she notices the tension in his hand resting on the arm of the sofa. The knuckles taut a while. "Zhou, you've got game," Yu Zifeng exclaims, eyes wide. "You could have just passed the card. Why did you have to hug Shuangshu?" Tingzhou's demeanor remains nonchalant, as if it were inconsequential. "How else would I pass it? Want to do it?" Shuangshu hears the teasing remarks directed at Tingzhou, but the words enter her ears without registering in her mind, supporting herself on the edge of the sofa. She stares blankly at the patterns on the floor, waiting for her flushed cheeks to cool. As the game reaches its conclusion, the crowd disperses from the back of the boat. Upon rising, Shuangshu locks eyes with Shen Yu. "Such games can be avoided," Shen Yu remarks, his tone still gentle. "Next time, don't overexert yourself." Shuangshu nods, realizing that Tingzhou has departed without her noticing. She turns to leave from the stern, while Shen Yu sits back on the sofa. Lighting a cigarette, Yu Zifeng claps him on the shoulder, understanding the protective instincts of an older brother. Being an adult means having to restrain oneself from reacting to such situations. Song Lian, eager for entertainment, finds that the outcome wasn't as dramatic as she had hoped, but witnessing Shuangshu's expression while engaging in such antics before Shen Yu must have been torturous for her. Yu Zifeng glances at her. "Why do you keep picking on your sister? She hasn't done anything to you. Is it really necessary to bully her just for a game?" Song Lian dismisses his concern. "You were the one who invited her to play. Isn't that you bullying her?" Yu Zifeng clicks his tongue. "You really are an unlikable little brat." This remark caused Song Lian's expression to darken. "Who cares if you like me? Who do you think you are?" Shen Yu, with a cigarette clutched in his hand, rested it on the armrest, exuding an air of calm composure, yet his voice, carried by the sea breeze, felt particularly frigid. He did not even glance at Song Lian, merely lowering his gaze to flick off the ash from his cigarette and instructing Yu Zifeng, "See her off the ship tomorrow morning." Shuangshu walked along the ship's side passage for a while. Her pace slow, the laughter and chatter of those ahead gradually faded away. Some were not yet satisfied and made plans to visit the spa or find a place for another drink, while others, having just flirted, entered a room together, reluctant to part. Upon returning to the third floor, she spotted Tingzhou on the deck. This level was deserted, the light dim, and as she approached, she discerned a tall figure standing by the railing. Tingzhou was smoking, his silk shirt clinging tightly to him due to the fierce sea wind, the smoke swirling in shapes around his fingers. Shuangshu initially intended to head straight to her room, but after a moment's thought she walked towards him. "Tingzhou, the wind on the sea was strong, and her voice was soft." Tingzhou turned to look at her, her long hair danced wildly in the wind, and the ocean's deep, dark hues contrasted her fair skin, accentuating her delicate features as if she were a meticulously crafted piece of art. Tingzhou asked, "Is there something you need?" Shuangshu sensed an unusual coldness from him today, though she couldn't fathom the reason. Of course, Tingzhou had never been particularly warm towards her. "Thank you for providing me an exit during the earlier game," she said, choosing her words carefully. "I want to clarify that I do not have a crush on you, nor do I harbor any inappropriate thoughts. I was afraid of causing any misunderstandings, which is why I felt the need to explain. The lack of prior explanation was because I assumed you already knew." Her words trailed off. "A misunderstanding? What?" Tingzhou inquired. "A misunderstanding that I like you," she replied. Tingzhou took a slow drag from his cigarette, tapping the ash from his fingertips, which fell into the sea. His tone was leisurely as he said, "Is your affection something particularly precious?" Shuangshu was momentarily taken aback. Tingzhou continued, "Are you not just using me as a smokescreen? Why reveal it now? Are you not afraid of your little secret being discovered?" It seemed she had been overly concerned. He had always toyed with her, and she had foolishly feared his misunderstanding. How naive it was to humiliate herself like this. "It is good that you haven't misunderstood," she stated before turning to leave. Tingzhou watched her retreating figure, his gaze inscrutable. Shuangshu paused at the staircase, then returned, biting her lip and furrowing her brow as she faced him again. "Have I offended you in some way? Why do you always belittle me?" She did not wish to provoke him, yet his words had been deeply hurtful. So lightly spoken, yet far more damaging than Song Lian's remarks. Song Lian's disdain stemmed from dislike. But what motivated He Tingzhou, she could not comprehend. Shuangxiu had initially felt grateful towards him for his previous assistance, including the bowl of hot noodles that had made her feel a bit closer to him. She had even dared to speak her mind in his presence, only to realize how foolishly she had overestimated her importance. He Tingzhou countered, "What have I belittled you about? How is my affection not precious?" Shuangxiu demanded, "On what grounds do you say that about me?" Leaning against the railing, He Tingzhou's long legs planted firmly, he replied, "If you want to know about value, ask your brother. Why ask me? You love him." "Not me. What I feel for my brother has nothing to do with you. He is the best person in my life. What is wrong with loving him? Have I done anything wrong?" Perhaps it was the repeated fluctuations of her emotions reaching a breaking point, or perhaps it was the sting of He Tingzhou's sharp words that truly wounded her. Why not confront him directly? He Tingzhou's dark, piercing eyes swept over the cabin behind her. "He should still be awake. How about I call him out, and you can confess your feelings in person? This is my own affair. It is none of your business." Shuangxiu clenched her pale fingers, insisting, "I have not harmed any of you." He Tingzhou snapped the cigarette in half and tossed it into the trash. "Then do not present yourself as if everyone has wronged you. What demeanor am I putting on?" Shuangxiu's voice trembled slightly in the sea breeze. "Everyone is wary of me. Anyone can use this situation to manipulate me. I have to consider many people's feelings when I want to return home. Who am I putting on a show for? Who cares if I feel wronged?" The soft glow of the ship's lights illuminated her moist eyes, and He Tingzhou noticed the redness at the corners of her eyes. Her gaze fixed on him like a wounded yet defiant rabbit or a rain-soaked wild lily. After her anger subsided, she suddenly recalled that he was Lu Manman's cousin, although he and Lu Manman rarely interacted and were not close. Allowing her to forget that she was his cousin, there was no doubt that he would side with her. Thus, her rising anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a belated clarity. What was she debating with He Tingzhou here? She acknowledged that she was indeed prone to tears, but she knew that tears were only cherished in the presence of those who cared for her. Hence, she swallowed all her emotions. "I apologize. I forgot you were Miss Lu's cousin. It is only natural for you to defend her and consider me superfluous." He Tingzhou remained silent, his deep-set eyes fixed on her, as distant and unfathomable as the dark sea. "In your eyes, I am merely a non-blood related, threatening stepsister to her, even though I have done nothing. That is fine. I understand. If I were in your position, I would also resent being an obstacle. You need not worry. I will not disrupt my brother's major life events. I wish for him to be happy more than any of you do." After saying this, she turned and walked against the wind. Chapter 32. Can't even call for help? The soundproof materials ensured absolute silence in the cabin. The suite was more luxurious than a hotel. Shuangxiu sat at the edge of the bed for a while, feeling no fatigue and yearning for fresh air. Early May at sea was still chilly, yet the pool's water was unexpectedly warm. Her slender body moved gracefully through the water like a nimble fish, swimming freely after an unknown number of laps. Feeling exhausted, she floated on the surface, gazing at the rich, deep blue night sky. Slowly, she sank beneath the surface, enveloped by the water. The sounds of the world were completely muted, the buoyancy wrapping her in a gentle, tranquil embrace, cradling and protecting her. Shen Yu's significance to her was akin to this body of water. She tried to imagine what might have happened if on that fateful day when she cried on the street, Shen Yu had not stopped. Would she have been abducted by a villain or encountered another good Samaritan? Had Shen Yu not rescued her from the Song family, would she have perished alone, becoming a twisted and pathological personality, perhaps dying in that empty house unnoticed, on a moonless night? If she were to vanish, perhaps everyone would feel relieved and pleased. As her breath reached its limit, Shuangxiu emerged from the water. Wiping her face dry, the once empty edge of the pool now held a man. Zheng Zui, with gleaming eyes, stared at her intently. "Swimming alone at this hour? Can't sleep from loneliness?" Shuangxiu instantly lost her enthusiasm. Swimming to the other side to grasp the ladder and climb out, she had jumped into the pool purely to alleviate her foul mood after arguing with He Tingzhou, acting on a whim. Without changing into a swimsuit, the black dress clung to her wet body, and as she bent down to grab a towel, Zheng Zui's blood surged with excitement. Though not voluptuous, she was a slender beauty. Her waist slim, yet every curve was perfectly accentuated, her delicate skin exuding a youthful glow. As Shuangxiu draped the towel over herself and prepared to enter the cabin, Zheng Zui circled the pool and seized her wrist. "Why the hurry? Let's chat for a bit. I have nothing to discuss with you." Shuangxiu struggled to free her wrist but could not as Zheng Zui's lewd gaze roamed over her. "You've become even more alluring after a few years. Haven to you, have you developed? Damn it, Shen Yu is truly fortunate. Do not tarnish my brother's reputation with your sordid thoughts." Shuangxiu attempted to break free, her wrist pained from his grip, and she coldly commanded, "Let go." In the scuffle, the towel slipped from her, leaving her soaked and exposed. The look she shot Zheng Zui, wide-eyed and glistening, stirred something in him. "Stop pretending to be innocent. Shen Yu keeps you close. Hasn't he had his way with you?" As Shuangxiu raised her other hand to strike, Zheng Zui caught it, leaning in to inhale her scent. "You smell delightful." The alcohol he had consumed surged through him, igniting a primal desire to possess her right there. Shuangxiu never expected him to be so brazen, daring to lay hands on her under Shen Yu's very nose. "My brother is upstairs. You dare touch me? Your brother is busy with Lu Man. He won't notice you. By the time he comes down, I'll have already had my fun. Do you think that by succeeding today, he will let you off tomorrow? Today, I will have you, and we will see about tomorrow when it comes. Zheng Zui had done far worse things outside than this, and as long as his grandfather was alive, no one could touch him. Shen Yu, though genteel and polite, was different from the reckless type like He Tingzhou. Zheng Zui was well aware that it was Shen Yu's territory, but so what, if Shen Yu wanted to kill him tomorrow? His grandfather would protect him, he would take a beating if necessary, nothing mattered as long as he could indulge himself first. Shuangshu kicked and struggled, but having just emerged from the pool, she was barefoot. Her delicate feet failing to inflict any real damage on Zhang Zui, she fought desperately, yet he easily overpowered her, the disparity in strength between them leaving her feeling utterly hopeless. Instinctively she turned her head towards the cabin, hoping someone might notice her, but on the vast yacht, no one could hear the commotion. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure at the railing above. Like a glimpse of salvation, she instinctively shouted, Tingzhou. Zhang Zui paused momentarily before looking up. The salty sea breeze enveloped her as He Tingzhou's tall silhouette stood at the third-floor railing, his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze indifferent. Frost Su could even discern the disdain in his eyes. He had been there, he had seen her, yet it was clear he had no intention of intervening. Seeing that He Tingzhou did not intend to thwart Zhang Zui's ill intentions, she felt a sense of relief. You called the wrong person. Even if I were to perish today, he wouldn't come to your aid. A chill gripped Frost Su's heart, and her desperate pleas became lodged in her throat. She opened her mouth but could not utter a sound. It was understandable, he was under no obligation to rescue her. Zhang Zui pushed her against the ship's railing, and in her struggle, her foot struck a protruding metal spike, the sharp pain instantly forcing tears from her eyes. Just then, two crew members rushed out from the cabin, calling out, Miss Song. Zhang Zui cursed under his breath and released her. I see she's about to fall. Help her. The crew member wrapped a towel around Frost Su once more. Her face was pale, her body trembling, and they escorted her to the third floor. He Tingzhou remained in his previous position, turning to cast his impassive gaze over her disheveled form. Can't even cry for help? I called you, you ignored me, you were quite fierce just now, why the silence now? He Tingzhou remarked. Frost Su remained silent, standing before him wrapped in the towel, unnaturally still, yet, it seemed she had always been such an excessively quiet girl. The crew member left once they delivered her, leaving only the sound of the waves on the deck. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze to her for a moment. Speak. At last, she spoke, uttering a simple thank you, before turning to walk back into the cabin. She would forever remember the cold, detached look in He Tingzhou's eyes as he observed her plight, leaving her feeling utterly desolate. She could not reconcile him with the crew member who had saved her. She knew she should feel grateful, yet all she wanted was to keep her distance and never utter another word to him. He Tingzhou's gaze drifted down to her bare feet, where blood trickled across her fair skin, leaving a trail of crimson footprints. He clicked his tongue, stepped forward, and scooped her up effortlessly. Frost Su immediately pushed against him, wanting to be set down, but He Tingzhou shot her a sidelong glance. The infirmary or your brother's room, choose. Frost Su complied. He carried her into the ship's infirmary and laid her on the medical bed, her feet dangling in the air. He Tingzhou found antiseptic wipes and lifted her ankle. She instinctively flinched, and he cast her a glance. Shall I call your brother? She fell silent. As he wiped the wound, it stung a bit, causing her to involuntarily shrink away, and He Tingzhou discarded the used wipe. Delicate, with those two words, Frost Su's pent-up emotions suddenly surged past the breaking point, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, dampening her lashes in a cascade. She remained silent, sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly weeping, crying at a single word. He Tingzhou remarked, little princess. Frost Su continued to say nothing, turning her face away, her lips pressed tightly together, her damp black hair draped behind her, accentuating her clean, delicate features. Save for her reddened almond eyes, which shed pearls of sorrow. He Tingzhou pulled a piece of candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and pinched her chin to coax her mouth open. He then popped the candy into her mouth. Her eyes still red, she looked utterly bewildered. What are you doing? He crumpled the candy wrapper in his hand and tossed it into the trash, his expression languid. You wanted to cry, so I'm coaxing you. Frost Su held the candy in her mouth, her lower lashes still glistening with tears, feeling a myriad of grievances boiling within her, unable to cry. Chapter 33, Then offend me a little. A knock echoed twice on the door, rousing the doctor from his rest, who hurriedly tended to Frost Su's wound, applying medication. The cut was somewhat deep, and the doctor administered a tetanus shot, cautioning her, be careful not to let the wound get infected. Avoid water until it heals. Frost Su nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing, the doctor glanced at He Tingzhou, then back at her, tentatively probing. Should we inform young Master Shen about this? He assumed He Tingzhou was responsible. Frost Su, soaked and wrapped in a towel, had clearly been in the water. With her injured foot, it was evident he had not acted well. Just think about it, this rascal. He felt caught between the two. Speaking up might earn He Tingzhou's ire, while remaining silent would likely lead to repercussions from Shen Yu the next day. He Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, let her decide for herself. In the past, if someone had bullied her, Frost Su would immediately seek comfort from Shen Yu, but now, she even began to doubt whether she was the source of trouble for him. Bringing his fiancée out to sea for leisure had turned into a nightmare. And Shen Yu would undoubtedly not let this slide. If he defended her upon their return, it would likely sour relations with the Zhang family. Without her, things would be far simpler. Frost Su unconsciously picked at her nails. Thinking, I'll talk to him tomorrow, uncertain if Lu Man truly was in Shen Yu's room, she couldn't just barge in now. The suite was on the same floor, and as she returned from the infirmary, Frost Su and He Tingzhou walked down the carpeted corridor, one in front of the other. Upon reaching the door, she paused and turned to He Tingzhou, saying, Tingzhou good, you needn't take my earlier words to heart. I have no right to lose my temperitude. I may have inadvertently offended you during this time, and I apologize. It won't happen again. Without waiting for He Tingzhou's response, she entered and closed the door. She had acted with politeness, even respect, a stark contrast to her earlier outburst of calling him a toad. With those close to her, she felt at ease, laughing and being playful, as she had with Shen Yu in the past. It was not the same aloofness she exhibited towards him, as if she wanted to etch a galaxy with the Queen Mother's hairpin. She was like a turtle, protected by its shell, only daring to extend her head and limbs when she felt safe. Once wounded, she would retreat immediately, taking her shell far away. As soon as Frost Su entered her room, she heard 2 sharp knocks at the door. She turned back and opened the door a crack. Princess, quite temperamental. He Tingzhou leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, directly asking, what are you upset about? Frost Su was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you upset about the part where I said your affection isn't precious? Or the part where I commented on your pitiful appearance? He Tingzhou inquired. She remained silent. He had never pondered the implications of his words, and after a moment of reflection, he felt a twinge of remorse for his earlier sentiments. Was it because I suggested you confess to your brother? Frost Su was perplexed by his sudden change of heart, gripping the doorknob. What do you want? I take back everything I said tonight. He Tingzhou's gaze fell upon her, serious. This earnestness bewildered Frost Su, leaving her at a loss. She met his gaze for a few seconds before averting her eyes. No need, what you said was merely your true feelings. Who said that? He Tingzhou countered. Can you read my mind? How do you know I'm not just speaking insincerely? The Frost Su found him strange. Having already said hurtful things, he now wanted to retract them. Do as you wish. She had no desire to delve deeper or engage with him. She felt He Tingzhou's eyes linger on her. If there's nothing else, I shall close the door. He Tingzhou raised his hand to block the door she attempted to shut. Clarify, what's this tantrum about? If you don't tell me, how can I comfort you? How could he possibly be so benevolent towards her? Perhaps he was concerned she'd complain to Shen Yu about her tears. You needn't comfort me. I'm not throwing a tantrum. I'm just recognizing my place and won't see myself as insignificant anymore. Standing close, He Tingzhou towered over her, looking down lightly. Yet, I must comfort you. Stop teasing me. Frost Su said, I'm truly not angry with you. He Tingzhou scrutinized her as if assessing her sincerity. After a few moments he said, then offend me a little. What a bizarre request. Frost Su merely wished to draw a line in the sand and avoid entanglement with him. With He Tingzhou blocking the door, she had no choice but to endure, saying, I won't offend you again. Let today's incident be as if it never happened. I dislike going to bed with unresolved matters. If you're to throw a tantrum, do it today. He Tingzhou insisted. You can either offend me, or I will comfort you until you're no longer upset. Frost Su felt utterly exhausted and left speechless by his antics. Her irritation flaring, she pushed against his chest with all her might. I don't want to talk to you right now. I need to rest. Goodbye. He Tingzhou glanced down at her hands, taking a step back in compliance with her push. The door closed before him, and the person inside mumbled, what a weirdo. After such a tumultuous night, even if she wasn't tired, Frost Su's spirit felt drained, and she lay down in bed, quickly falling asleep. Likely having caught a chill from the sea breeze, she awoke in the middle of the night with a high fever, feeling unbearably hot. Dazed, she slept until morning, only to be awakened by the sound of knocking. Her head pounding painfully. As she got up to answer the door, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, her face flushed an unusual shade of red. Lu Man stood outside the door, brimming with energy. Good morning, morning. Under the weight of her fever, Shuangshu felt a sense of weakness. Later, Ye will take me snorkeling. Are you coming? Lu Man inquired, mentioning that she had heard he had won awards for swimming and was quite adept at snorkeling. Shuangshu shook her head, her mind heavy with pain. Noticing her pallor, Lu Man reached out to touch her forehead. Wow, you're burning up. How can you be so feverish? Wait here, I'll go call a doctor. The physician arrived to take her temperature and left behind some antipyretics. Standing by her bedside, Lu Man remarked, there's no way you can go like this. I won't go. You all enjoy yourselves, Shuangshu replied, her eyes barely able to stay open. After a while, she heard the sound of the door closing. Lu Man had left. She was engulfed in a haze, drenched in sweat, every bone and nerve in her body aching fiercely. Sleep eluded her as her brows knitted tightly together, curled up under the covers. In her dazed state, she felt a gentle hand brushing aside the damp strands of hair from her temple, softly caressing her cheek. She struggled to open her eyes, her fever muddling her senses, blurring the line between reality and dream. Brother, Shen Yu sat at the edge of her bed, gently touching her flushed eyelids with his fingertip, his voice barely above a whisper. Sleep now, Xiao Jiayudai, in the comfort of his soothing tone. Shuangshu closed her eyes once more and drifted into a deep slumber. As the antipyretics took effect, she awoke again, feeling somewhat clearer. The room was empty, the suite so quiet it felt as though no one had ever been there. She recalled that Shen Yu was supposed to accompany Lu Man for snorkeling today. It was Lu Man's first time, and she had been eagerly looking forward to it. They must have already left. Chapter 34. It's all thanks to our Lord. Awakening close to noon, Shuangshu took her temperature and found the fever had subsided somewhat, though her body felt terribly weak, devoid of energy. A flurry of messages on WeChat revealed Shuyan's envy and jealousy, urging her to send some photos to quench her longing. Shuangshu responded with a hopeful message, "Once you're better, I'll bring you along." She climbed out of bed to drink some water and approached the window to take a photo for Shuyang, only to see a crowd gathering on the deck below. Shen Yu and Zhang Zui were facing each other. Locked in a standoff, taken aback, she had no time to change her shoes and rushed outside. The crew had inadvertently leaked the incident from the night before when Zhang Zui had nearly bullied Shuangshu. And it had ultimately reached Shen Yu's ears. When Shen Yu found Zhang Zui, he was still drinking, flirting with a young model brought on board by someone unknown. Shen Yu spoke in a cold tone, "If you don't want to get involved, then leave." The model immediately scrambled away. "Why so fierce?" Zhang Zui retorted. "Are you here to settle the score with me? I was just playing with your sister. I didn't do anything to her. She's fine. Isn't she? Chuzhou is not for you to toy with." Shen Yu's gaze was as frigid as ice. "I've warned you before. If you pursue her again, don't blame me for being rude." Unperturbed, Zhang Zui finished his drink and stood to face him. "Women are meant to be played with. If I don't play with her, someone else will." It was fine when she was underage, but now that she is of age, you're still keeping such a tight leash? Are you saving her for yourself? Shen Yu was a gentleman of refined demeanor, while Zhang Zui was the typical bully who preyed on the weak, thus emboldened when Shen Yu's fist connected with his face. Zhang Zui's smirk had yet to vanish, and he was sent sprawling to the ground. Gasps and shouts erupted from the onlookers, with Lu Man covering her mouth in shock. As Shuangshu descended, Shen Yu had already grabbed Zhang Zui by the collar and slammed him against the railing of the deck. A crowd had gathered to watch, some recording the scene on their phones. Just as she was about to intervene, Lu Man stopped her. "It's best you stay away." As Zhang Zui's nose began to bleed. Yu Zifeng and Zhuozhong rushed in to intervene. "That's enough. If you keep this up, it'll be hard to explain to Zhang Lao." Zhang Lao was protective of his kin, otherwise Zhang Zui wouldn't have developed such a brazen attitude. Throwing his weight around in Yan City, and now that nothing serious had occurred, with his grandson beaten like this, the old man might just come to his defense. Zhang Zui, holding onto the railing to rise, wiped his nose, half his face smeared with blood, appearing even more defiant. "Come on, why stop? If you have the guts, kill me. Let's see if my grandfather won't be the first to take it out on your sister." Shen Yu remained silent, his expression darker than Shuangshu had ever witnessed. Damn it, Yu Zifeng was seething with anger, yet no one could do anything about it. Just then, a languid figure ambled past Shuangshu and Lu Man. "Cousin," he Tingzhou, likely just awakened, his unruly black hair and expression reflecting annoyance at being disturbed, ignored Lu Man's call. With a leisurely gait, he approached the deck, parting the crowd effortlessly. Shen Yu and Zhang Zui were still in confrontation when Zhang Zui scoffed. "What can you do to me?" He Tingzhou strolled over, lifted a leg, and kicked Zhang Zui off the railing. "What the hell?" The boat erupted in gasps and screams as the throng rushed to the railing to peer over the edge. Zhang Zui plunged from the deck of the yacht, dozens of meters above the water, the dark sea contrasting with the white foam. After a moment, he surfaced, furious, shouting, "He Tingzhou, screw you!" He Tingzhou, with a tone dripping with nonchalance, replied, "I don't have a mother, screw your own." After saying this, he turned and strolled back across the deck, hands in his pockets, as the crowd stared in stunned silence. As he passed by Shuangshu, her mouth hung open in shock. "Close your mouth, you'll drool," He Tingzhou remarked. When Shen Yu approached, his expression had returned to normal, his palm resting on her forehead. "The fever's gone." Shuangshu nodded. "Much better now." Shen Yu refrained from mentioning the events of the previous night, merely tenderly ruffling her hair. "Are you hungry? I'll have the kitchen prepare something for you." After making arrangements, he walked over to He Tingzhou, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a couple of firm pats. "Thanks, it was not merely for the kick just now, but for saving Shuangshu the night before. No need for thanks. Your sister is my sister too," He Tingzhou replied. The statement struck Shuangshu as exceedingly hypocritical. When had he ever cared for her as a sister? Yu Zifeng returned from the deck, grinning broadly. "It's all thanks to our Lord. That fool has had a grudge against you for years for a reason. Only you can handle him." Zhang Zui holds a grudge? Shuangshu couldn't help but glance at He Tingzhou. It was indeed a dereliction of duty not to have suffocated him. He was a burden on society. He Tingzhou's lazy tone made it impossible to discern whether he was jesting. "I'll go apologize to the Queen Mother later. I let him drift in the sea for a bit, and when I saw him struggling, I tossed him a life buoy," Yu Zifeng remarked. "Blowing off steam is one thing. If you actually kill him, the Zhang family will come looking for us. We need to find someone to take a speedboat to send him ashore and have the Zhang family come to pick him up." Before lunchtime, the chef prepared fish soup noodles specifically for Shuangshu. Oh, not just for her, but for two. Lu Man also entered, sitting across from her and ordering a bowl of noodles as well. The milky broth was rich and fragrant, the flavor of the sea fish incomparable to farmed varieties. Though Shuangshu had little appetite, she found herself consuming nearly half a bowl without realizing it. Lu Man barely touched her own noodles. As Shuangshu set down her chopsticks, intending to leave the dining room, Lu Manman spoke almost to herself. Your brother truly dotes on you. Yesterday, when Lu Yin annoyed you, he had her sent away overnight. And today, as soon as you fell ill, he cancelled the snorkeling trip. Lu Yin was sent away. No wonder she hadn't seen her today. They hadn't gone snorkeling. Had she really seen Shen Yu that morning? Or was it merely an illusion? Shuangshu looked at Lu Manman, who raised her head and said, This is the first time I've seen your brother fight. He has such gentlemanly poise, he is always so composed. I thought it was difficult to provoke him, yet one couldn't deny that he looked incredibly handsome when he got angry. Shuangshu understood her meaning. Lu Manman had always been somewhat sensitive about her. And now Shen Yu had repeatedly defended her, which might have left her feeling uncomfortable. My brother is very protective of those around him. He treats you the same way. If I were bullied and he just stood by. You wouldn't find someone like that appealing. Lu Manman rested her chin on her hand. That is true. You'll have many more opportunities in the future. He will accompany you to do many things you wish to do. Shuangshu comforted her. Shen Yu was so wonderful. Perhaps her fortune was limited to just a decade, and afterward, he would belong to someone else. Having an older brother must be a great blessing. I envy you. Lu Manman said, But I'm an only child. I have no older siblings or younger ones. Shuangshu envied her for having loving parents. But you have an older brother, don't you? You mean my cousin? Does he care about me? Lu Manman suddenly let out two strange laughs, sitting up straight, her emotions agitated. Once in elementary school, I lost a hairpin tugging contest and ran to him in tears, hoping he would back me up. Do you know what he said? He said, Just shave your head, and you'll be invincible. Lu Manman slapped the table, clearly harboring deep resentment. Have you ever seen a brother treat his sister like that? Shuangshu's expression grew serious, and after a moment, she couldn't hold back a laugh. Chapter 35, truly difficult to soothe. In the living room, Yu Zifeng was still chattering to Yitingzhou. You. Seeing that fool bully your sister, why didn't you rush to help? Call a couple of crew members. Can they keep their mouths shut? Now everyone on the ship knows about it, and your sister is shy. How embarrassing for her. What is wrong with your brain? Zhuo Zhong remarked that Zhang Zui harbored a grudge against Tingzhou, expressing a depth of hatred towards him that was unfathomable to most. Anything even remotely associated with Tingzhou was subject to his relentless pursuit. Initially, his interest in his sister might have waned after a few days, but upon witnessing Tingzhou's protection of her, he would immediately fixate on her to an obsessive degree. Resorting to underhanded means such as drugging or kidnapping to possess her. Indeed, Yu Zifeng cynically noted that Zhang Zui's true love in this lifetime was for our esteemed he. Tingzhou lazily cast a glance over. If you wish to accompany him, just say so. I shall give you a push, allowing you both to soar together. He showed no interest in me. What can be done about that? Yu Zifeng, reveling in the misfortune, shook his leg and advised. Keep your distance from my sister henceforth, lest that beast ensnare her once more. Tingzhou remained non-committal, his demeanor exuding an air of indifference, idly flipping a playing card between his fingers, having procured it from some unknown source. The yacht arrived at the shore that evening, the clouds tinged with a gradient of pink-orange hues, while the ocean retained its deep azure allure. Lu Manman entered Shen Yu's car, and as Shen Yu closed the passenger door, he turned to look at her. Before he could utter a word, Shuangsu, with commendable understanding, said, You take Miss Lu home. I shall leave with Zifeng and the others. Shen Yu advised her, Rest well upon your return. Remember to take your medication if your fever persists. Shuangsu nodded, watching their car depart. Tingzhou's Koenigsegg was parked by the roadside, trailing closely behind Yu Zifeng's vehicle. Shuangsu walked directly towards Yu Zifeng's car. But as she passed the Koenigsegg, the window rolled down, and Tingzhou instructed, Get in. I'll give you a lift. Shuangsu hesitated momentarily, indicating her reluctance to accept his offer, politely declining, No need to trouble you, Tingzhou, our routes do not align. She resided in the East Third Ring, while he lived in Yanxi, quite a distance apart. Speaking thus, she continued her path backward. Hadn't they reconciled last night? Why the continued coldness? Tingzhou rested his arm on the window, his finger pressed against his temple, observing her enter Yu Zifeng's car through the rearview mirror before slowly retracting his gaze and starting the engine. Truly difficult to placate. Upon returning to Yen City, Shuangsu found herself devoid of encounters with Tingzhou for a while. Apart from Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng, her interactions with Tingzhou had always been limited. However, she happened to cross paths with him once while dining out with Fu Yun at the same restaurant. The individuals accompanying him were unknown to her, yet they fawned over him with unabashed admiration. He appeared utterly disinterested, and as his gaze brushed past her from across the restaurant, it lingered for but a fleeting moment. Shuangsu noticed the woman beside him, the alluring Qipao beauty she had seen at the club previously. Dressed in a fitted dress that accentuated her graceful figure, she smiled while conversing with others at the table, her toes subtly teasing Tingzhou's calf beneath the table. Avoiding the scene, Shuangsu averted her gaze and did not look back. Upon leaving the restaurant, she coincidentally encountered him at the entrance. Tingzhou, Fu Yun halted, cheerfully engaging him in conversation. Tingzhou lazily responded to a few remarks, his gaze sliding past Shuangsu, who, at first, politely greeted him as Tingzhou before turning her attention to the roadside. Waiting patiently once Fu Yan finished speaking, she departed with her, leaving. The union of the Shen and Lu families was the talk of the town in Yen City's elite circles. As word spread, media outlets repeatedly reported on the event. With reporters stationed outside the Shen villa and Shen Yu's private residence daily, paparazzi captured glimpses through windows, revealing a young, beautiful woman embracing a man, slightly rising on her toes. The man's tall figure was partially obscured by sheer curtains. His face hidden, yet the mere silhouette and jawline sparked the imagination. The following day, the photograph circulated widely across major media platforms. Xiao Liao excitedly commented while scrolling through news updates, "Wow, this photo is so atmospheric. Such a perfect match." Xu Yang lay by the bed feeling utterly wretched, tossing an apple core she retrieved from the trash at Xiao Liao. "Be quiet." The caretaker promptly cleaned up the mess. Shuangsu washed a towel and gently wiped Xu Yang's face. "Look, little boss." Xiao Liao lifted her phone in front of Shuangsu's face. "Isn't your brother looking quite handsome? And this Miss Lu is so beautiful." Shuangsu was compelled to glance at the screen. Nodding, "Indeed, it is a splendid capture." Xu Yan pointed at Xiao Liao, momentarily at a loss for words to scold her. Observing Xu Yang's miserable state, Shuangsu instead chuckled, "It's alright, consider it desensitization therapy." Desensitization is a slow and gradual process. She realized she had grown less heartbroken than at the outset. Severing her dependence on Shen Yu was akin to peeling skin and extracting bones, yet it was also quite simple, due to necessity. She had no other choice. Recently, she had only seen Shen Yu during weekend family dinners, where he inquired about Fei Shu's well-being, and she responded in kind. That constituted their entire exchange. "What desensitization therapy?" Xiao Liao innocently leaned closer. "What are you allergic to?" Shuangsu replied earnestly. "I seem to be slightly allergic to you." Xiao Liao was momentarily speechless. Lu Man's grandmother, having aged and in poor health, did not accompany them back to Yen City but remained in the temperate Lin City for recuperation. After the engagement was settled, Shen Yu accompanied her to Lin City to pay respects to the elders. Yu Zifeng's sister celebrated her 8th birthday, and the Yu family, having longed for a daughter, lavished her with affection, booking a hotel banquet hall for the occasion. The birthday party bore a children's theme, with the entire hall adorned like a Disney castle to cater to the young guests' preferences. Yu's younger sister dressed as her favorite bunny police officer, while Yu Zifeng was reluctantly adorned with a fox headband and tail, becoming the subject of much teasing. "What a childhood ruin," several friends mocked while snapping photos. Yu Zifeng firmly grasped a few of them, saying, "Her best friend insists on playing Snow White, and I'm worried there is no one to portray the dwarfs." "Off you go, the costumes are all ready for you." Zhuozhong attempted to protest. "Are you certain standing next to her makes us dwarfs rather than giants?" As they donned their dwarf costumes, Shuangsu sat nearby, laughing uncontrollably. They still needed one more dwarf. And Zhuozhong, adjusting a misaligned button, asked, "Is Tingzhou not coming? To have him play a dwarf? You must be dreaming. He wouldn't even agree to play a prince." Shuangsu sipped her juice, contemplating that Tingzhou's demeanor was hardly princely. He was more akin to a dragon dressed in Judy's costume. Yu's younger sister appeared utterly adorable, her bunny ears bobbing as she spotted Shuangsu and dashed over, exclaiming, "Princess Elsa has been found." Instantly several brightly dressed little girls swarmed towards her, tugging at her hands, urging her to join them. "But I am not." Shuangsu's protest was interrupted by a girl who approached, her starry-eyed gaze imploring, "Sister, you are so beautiful. Will you play Elsa the princess?" Very well." Who could resist such enchanting eyes and flattery? The event planners had gone to great lengths, providing both children's and adult versions of costumes, with professional makeup artists and hairstylists available in the dressing room. Shuangsu was not spared, being ushered to change into Elsa's blue gown. The stylist initially intended to affix a wig but soon abandoned the idea, declaring, "Your hair is so lovely, let's not ruin it with inferior wigs." Instead, they styled her hair in a similar braid cascading over her left shoulder. As Shuangsu emerged from the dressing room and returned to the banquet hall, the hem of her gown trailed slightly, prompting her to lift it as she walked. Just then, she spotted a pair of polished shoes before her, causing her to halt abruptly and step back, raising her gaze. He Tingzhou, with his head lowered, leisurely scanned her from head to toe, then back up, finally resting his gaze upon her face, slowly raising one eyebrow. Chapter 36. Have you eaten something unclean? His arched brow conveyed a wealth of meaning beyond mere words. Instilling in Shuangsu an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, she maneuvered around him and hastily returned to the banquet hall. Moments later, while engaged in games with several children, she heard a few exclamations behind her. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tingzhou, now clad in a white prince's outfit. His legs were disproportionately long, and the fitted design accentuated his lean, toned waist, while broad shoulders added to his imposing figure. Upon his entrance, a chorus of excited squeals erupted from the little girls as they rushed toward him. Yu's younger sister, momentarily abandoning her beloved bunny police officer persona, boldly declared, "I appoint you as my prince." Tingzhou, reclining comfortably on the sofa, replied nonchalantly, "You wish other dwarfs," forced to squat on the ground, gazed at him with envy. "Are today's young girls truly so double-faced?" Yu Zifeng felt a twinge of discontent. How rare, we pleaded with him for ages, and now he willingly changes. The birthday celebration invited not only Yu's sister's close friends and classmates but also several children from distinguished families, creating an atmosphere akin to a carnival. The attention of the children was fleeting. When the cake was presented, their focus shifted entirely. Shuangsu seized the opportunity for some peace, seating herself far from Tingzhou in the sofa area. Sipping champagne and nibbling on small cakes, her gaze inadvertently collided with his. He rested his chin on his hand, his posture relaxed, seemingly having observed her for quite some time. What are you looking at? Tingzhou's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with amusement and an unmistakable hint of mischief. Just admiring the princess. Shuangsu felt as though he were mocking her. There are princesses aplenty. I am not the only one. Is that so? His disinterested repetition of her words was underscored by a lingering gaze that roamed her form with evident intrigue. Shuangsu, wishing to avoid further conversation, had already come to terms with her identity aboard the ship and intended to maintain her distance from him. Lowering her head to savor her cake, Tingzhou remarked once more, quite charming. The cake she spoke of was nearly impossible to swallow. Throughout the latter half of the evening, she paid no heed to Tingzhou. As the birthday party approached its conclusion, a waiter in a white uniform with a bow tie passed by. Retrieving a glass of champagne from a tray and presenting it to Shuangsu gratefully, she accepted and drank half of it before retreating to the changing room to don her own attire. The makeup artists had already departed. Perhaps due to the confined space, it felt somewhat stifling to her chest as she dressed. She hoped to step outside for a breath of fresh air. But the sensation intensified, her heartbeat quickened, her breath became shallow, and a dizzying lightness enveloped her. Had she overindulged? Yet she had only consumed 2 glasses of champagne today. That couldn't be the cause. This discomfort persisted even after she exited the changing room. A hotel staff member approached and inquired, "Miss, are you feeling all right?" Shuangsu was uncertain of her condition, but she instinctively knew that returning home was paramount. "Please help me outside, follow me, the exit is this way." Her dizziness escalated, and after following the staff member for a short distance, they arrived at an elevator, where he pressed the button. Suddenly, Shuangsu looked up at him, but he turned back, offering a friendly smile. In that moment, an alarm rang in her mind. She recalled a visit here long ago with Shen Yu. This elevator led to the upper floors. Realizing this, she sensed something amiss and, without a second thought, turned to flee in the opposite direction. Miss Song, the staff member, clearly faster than her unsteady pace, quickly caught up and seized her arm. "Aren't you feeling unwell? Let me take you upstairs to rest." Shuangsu struggled but found herself powerless. "Do you know what you're doing?" she gritted out. "Who sent you?" He offered no response, firmly guiding her toward the elevator. Zheng Zui, he was the only one who could orchestrate such a scheme. Shuangsu's muddled thoughts raced. But wasn't he absent today? Had he been present, she would have been vigilant, keeping her distance. Perhaps Zheng Zui was well aware of this, which is why he had not shown up. In a banquet hall filled with the laughter of children, surrounded by familiar and trustworthy faces, the waitstaff casually serving drinks made her feel at ease. How could she have been on guard? Now that the festivities had concluded and guests had departed, she wondered if Yu Zifeng and the others had already left. At this hour, no one would notice her absence. The plush, wine-colored carpeting muffled her footsteps, almost rendering them inaudible. Yet, in her despair, Shuangsu still heard the sound. Tingzhou had changed back into his attire, white shirt and black trousers, looking refreshingly sharp. The moment she saw him, she broke free and lunged toward him with all her might. Tingzhou, she recalled his indifference on that night aboard the yacht, yet he was her only hope now. It was unfortunate that her luck was so poor. She always encountered him. Tingzhou caught her with ease. His sudden appearance rendered the staff member hesitant to forcefully restrain her, and he quickly averted his gaze. Shuangsu struggled to maintain her footing, her hands clinging to Tingzhou's arm as if he were a lifeline. Her heart raced, threatening to burst from her throat. Her body felt limp, leaning against him, and her breath was unbearably hot. Tingzhou noticed her unusual state, lifting her chin to scrutinize her flushed face. "Have you ingested something tainted?" Shuangsu nodded. "Towards the end, someone offered me a drink that seemed suspicious." Tingzhou frowned, lifting her frail form into his arms. His embrace was broad and warm, providing Shuangsu with a fleeting sense of safety amidst her turmoil. He carried her to the penthouse suite, and by the time she was laid on the bed, the effects of the drug had already begun to take hold. Heat coursed through her body, her senses nearly drowning in the fiery blood surging within her. It was perilous to be alone in a hotel room with an adult male in such a state. She fought to remain alert. She attempted to locate her phone, but her bag was missing, torn away during the earlier struggle. Her phone lay within it. Sitting up, she implored, "Tingzhou, could you please call my brother for me, in moments of danger?" She instinctively sought Shen Yu. Tingzhou settled onto the sofa opposite the bed, lighting a cigarette with an air of nonchalance. "In such matters, your brother would be of little help. Then can you take me to the hospital?" The haze of smoke obscured Tingzhou's eyes, leaving Shuangsu unable to discern his expression, only hearing his indifferent tone. "The hospital won't be able to assist you either." Chapter 37. How do you want me to help you? Indeed, if she were to be taken to the hospital in her current state, the news would spread throughout the entire social circle by the next day. She would be the victim, yet it would be her shame that would be ridiculed. Shen Yu was currently engaged to Lu Manman. Such a scandal could provoke discontent from the Lu family, not to mention the Song family. If she were to bring disgrace upon herself, who knew if she would be whisked away on a plane to escape at all? What to do? Shuangsu knelt by the edge of the bed, her neck already tinged with a rosy hue. He Tingzhou lounged, his hand propped on the armrest, observing her with an air of detachment. Shuangsu understood the implications of her predicament. If Sheng Zui were before her, she would seize a fruit knife and strike him down without hesitation, but with He Tingzhou, if it came down to it. It seemed not entirely impossible. Her mind battled within itself, swaying from one side to the other, compared to being ostentatiously transported to a hospital, resulting in a cascade of consequences. The idea of spending a night with He Tingzhou appeared comparatively simpler. A man of his caliber, flitting through the floral world without a care, having dallied with countless women, surely had no principles guarding his chastity. After all, she had already crossed that line, after much internal conflict. She clutched the bedsheet with her fingers, gazing at the composed man on the sofa. Tingzhou, could you help me? She was oblivious to how she appeared at that moment, her eyes slightly reddened, the clarity of her almond-shaped eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Intertwining innocence and desire in a manner that seemed almost sacrilegious, extending such an invitation to a man was undeniably provocative. He Tingzhou, leaning against his hand, was partially obscured by the warm orange light of the room. Casting his eyes into deep shadow, how do you want me to help you? What other options were there? You know what I mean, can you be with me? Her directness was startling. He Tingzhou's eyebrows lifted slightly as he inhaled from his cigarette. Remaining silent. That's fine. If you're unwilling, I can find someone else. She was struggling to contain herself, her fingers and toes tense with anxiety, fearing that she might unwittingly reveal her embarrassment before He Tingzhou. He would surely mock her. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Who do you intend to find? In truth, Shuangsu had no one in her social circle suitable for such a situation. The entertainment venues in Yen City were abundant, and securing a companion was not particularly difficult. However, given her current condition, approaching anyone herself was out of the question. Xu Yang was in the hospital, while Shen Yu was in Lin City. She had few individuals she could trust. I could ask Zifeng Ge for help. The moment she spoke, He Tingzhou let out a soft snort, his tone icy. Then be sure to tell him to clean his neck, waiting for your brother to come back and deal with it. He had misunderstood. Yu Zifeng was not like him. To Shuangsu, Yu Zifeng was a close older brother, firmly in the realm of platonic relationships, and not at all on her list of options. Yet, they often socialized together, so he would certainly know where to find a quick and reliable companion. The mere thought of asking Yu Zifeng for such a favor was mortifying beyond measure. If He Tingzhou was willing, she had no desire to waste time seeking someone else. Are you concerned about my brother? She asked. I want to tell him, today was an unforeseen circumstance, just consider it a favor. If you feel it's a loss, I can pay you. He Tingzhou was not lacking in money, she was merely desperate, knowing that he would likely be reluctant to assist her without compensation. Alright, He Tingzhou agreed, but I'm rather expensive. Shuangsu contemplated the amount she could afford for one night. How much do you want, having built Yindun Group into a leading enterprise? He Tingzhou's business acumen far surpassed hers. How much do you have in your account? Shuangsu had invested all her savings into Feishua, leaving little behind, and she replied honestly, 1 million. He Tingzhou, seizing upon her disoriented state, raised the price. Then I want 1 million. Shuangsu was taken aback for a moment. 1 million? Is that thing made of diamonds? He Tingzhou replied lazily, I told you, I'm expensive. The drug's effects heightened her breathing. An unsettling swarm of sensations overwhelmed her, her heart racing with panic. She understood that the demand for 1 million was merely a pretext for refusal. The very act of uttering such a request was embarrassing enough. Being turned down would be even more humiliating. She had already been feeling unwell, realizing that she shouldn't have relied on He Tingzhou. Forget it. Her tone wavered slightly, but the brevity of her words concealed her true emotion. She stumbled from the edge of the bed, intending to shower with cold water, but her legs were weak and her head spun. She barely made it a few steps before collapsing. He Tingzhou was conveniently positioned, making her fall appear as though she had clumsily thrown herself into his embrace. He remained seated, only moving his hand holding the cigarette slightly away, allowing her to tumble onto his lap. She felt light and soft, radiating a searing warmth. Shuangsu pressed her hand against his chest, her palm grazing the firm contours of his muscles. He Tingzhou glanced at her hand. What are you doing? Planning to force yourself upon me? Frost Sequence had never contemplated such thoughts until she encountered him. Her body instinctively yearned to draw closer. The torment that spread from the depths of her marrow and blood made her feel like a famished dog gazing at a sumptuous meat bun upon coming into contact with He Tingzhou. She couldn't help but recall that day when the alluring woman in a cheongsam had flirted with him under the table, a time when he had not seemed so chaste. Her mind was in a haze, and she inadvertently spoke her thoughts aloud. You're not worth 1 million. Others sleep with you for free, you even have to buy them bags, cars, and houses. Realizing her slip of the tongue, she acknowledged that no matter how promiscuous he was, it was his prerogative. As she attempted to extricate herself from He Tingzhou's grasp, he held her firm. He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. lowered his head, and questioned her. "Speak up, who sleeps with me for free? Whom have I bought bags, cars, or houses for? That's your affair, not mine." Frost Sequence pushed him away, 1 foot already on the ground. But Tingzhou caught her waist and pulled her back. This time, she found herself entirely enveloped in his embrace, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. She felt something stir within her, her mind exploded, her blood began to boil. And her heart raced uncontrollably. With a flushed and astonished expression, she stammered, "You, what about me?" Frost Sequence pressed against his chest, attempting to distance herself, her gaze inadvertently drifting to his black trousers. When she lifted her eyes again, she was unprepared for the depth of Tingzhou's gaze, which now lacked its previous languor and leisure, appearing as dark and unfathomable as the deep sea. His voice low and somewhat gravelly teased her. "Is this precisely what you desire?" "I do not." Her voice was barely above a whisper. "You do not?" Tingzhou countered. "Who was it that offered $1 million to sleep with me just now?" Frost Sequence felt her ears grow hot. "I did not offer $1 million, that was your own proposition." She did not deny her desire to sleep with him, rather, she was meticulous about the price. Tingzhou chuckled softly, leaning closer, his voice a seductive whisper. "Then shall I give you a discount?" His deep-set eyes, sharp in shape, held a beguiling charm when he smiled. The Frost Sequence felt akin to a scholar ensnared by a vixen. Daring to inquire, "How much of a discount?" Tingzhou lifted her legs and laid her upon the bed, kneeling beside her, his body hovering above hers, his voice a low, gravelly murmur, tempting her. "Call me brother, and I shall grant you a complimentary experience." Was he deliberately using that term to humiliate her, fully aware of her feelings for Shen Yu? "I do not require your assistance." She attempted to roll away, but Tingzhou held her knee, pinning her down on the bed. Suddenly, he exuded an aggressive demeanor, akin to a fierce predator, radiating an aura of danger. While she felt like a small creature caught by the throat, the disparity in their sizes felt like a cage. Completely entrapping her, she caught sight of the sharp outline of Tingzhou's Adam's apple, which moved slightly, inexplicably alluring. Her anxiety heightened, her breathing became rapid. Tingzhou's gaze bore into her. "Not interested anymore?" Frost Sequence glared at him with reddened eyes. "I do not need you to humiliate me. If you wish to solicit me, yet claim I am worthless, who is truly humiliating whom?" Tingzhou remarked. "Little princess, you are indeed quite difficult to please." At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The dark depths of Tingzhou's eyes softened, and he straightened, pulling the blanket over her before stepping out to open the door. Who could be knocking at this hour? As Frost Sequence pondered, she heard a man's voice. "I rushed over after receiving your call. Is everything all right?" Tingzhou's tone remained flat, devoid of any hint of past emotions. "Quite well. Full of vigor. If you hadn't arrived, I might have had to sell myself." Chapter 38. Who comes first, Shen Yu or me? The private doctor hurried into the bedroom with a medical kit. Extracting a syringe to administer an injection to Frost Sequence, unsure of the drug's composition, he could only alleviate her condition, expecting effects within 15 minutes. Some discomfort might persist, but she would be fine by tomorrow. The doctor neatly packed away his kit, managing his gaze impeccably, not daring to glance at the woman on the bed. Tingzhou had already returned to the sofa opposite, his demeanor languid, even appearing somewhat distracted. He implied a warning with his words. "Discretion is paramount. You know what should and should not be said." The doctor sensed the metaphorical blade poised at his throat. "Rest assured, Mr. He, tonight's events will remain confidential." Tingzhou offered no response, leaving in haste, closing the door with utmost care. Frost Sequence's long hair sprawled across the white sheets, resembling soft, silky black satin. Her gaze remained somewhat dazed, her skin still flushed. And after lying quietly for a moment, she turned to look at the man on the sofa. Tingzhou had been observing her intently, meeting his gaze. He bit his cigarette, the corners of his lips curling into a cryptic smile. "What are you looking at?" Frost Sequence recalled her earlier boldness in seeking him out, even contemplating paying for his company, and a wave of shame surged within her. "You called the doctor. Why did you not inform me?" Tingzhou lazily replied. "You didn't ask." Indeed, she had not inquired, all of this had been her initiative. He merely nudged her along for his amusement, relishing her embarrassment. He had saved her and arranged for the doctor. She had no grounds to resent him and should feel grateful instead. "What's wrong? Are you disappointed that I didn't sleep with you?" Tingzhou flicked his cigarette, feigning innocence. Frost Sequence pursed her lips, turning her face away. "Not at all, thank you for your assistance. You may leave. I will settle the room fee tomorrow." After speaking, she buried herself under the covers. How utterly mortifying. She wished never to see Tingzhou again. In a luxurious executive suite of the same hotel, Zheng Zui had prepared everything, having showered and wrapped a towel around himself, leisurely waiting on the sofa. He had already experienced every type of beauty. Women were merely that. A few nights of pleasure and then boredom ensued, but only Song Shuangxiu lingered in his thoughts, an unattainable desire that had once cost him a beating from the old man in front of Shen Yu. Just as he was about to forget her, he spotted Song Shuangxiu boarding a ship at the port last time, her silhouette captivating and even more alluring than before. Shen Yu truly had an eye for beauty. Had he known she was such a gem, he would have acted sooner, having his mother adopt Song Shuangxiu, thereby eliminating Shen Yu as an obstacle. Zheng Zui had never expended such effort on any woman. With Shen Yu absent from Yen City and Yu Zifeng busy organizing a birthday party for his sister, it was an opportune moment. A few drinks would coax her up, and should she resist, a little medication would surely yield compliance. He waited impatiently, but just as the after-party concluded, his people had yet to bring Song Xuanxu over, just as he was about to call and urge them on. The doorbell rang. Zheng Zui hurriedly opened the door to find a female staff member standing outside alone. "Where is she? I ran into someone on the way. They took Miss Song away." As Zheng Zui's face darkened instantly. "Who took her?" The staff member shrank back, murmuring, "Young Master Yu." The duck that had nearly been in his grasp had flown away, and Zheng Zui exploded with rage, kicking the wall. "Damn it, Yu Zifeng, you've ruined my plans." Yu Zifeng carefully carried his sister, who had fallen asleep in the car, back home, being cautious as if handling a live bomb, afraid of waking her, just as he placed her on the bed. He felt a sudden tickle in his nose and covered his mouth, stepping outside to dare to sneeze. "Achoo, who was thinking of me?" His phone rang, and Left Zhong urged him to join for drinks. "Tingzhou is here." "Are you coming? At this hour, still drinking? You still have the nerve to say that? We've been squatting for 2 hours, and our legs are numb." Yu Zifeng immediately conceded. All right, I'll be right there." Tonight's on me. When Yu Zifeng arrived at the Blue nightclub, a group was chatting and drinking in a private room, accompanied by several women in tight mini skirts. Tingzhou lounged on a sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table, adopting a lazy posture. His wrist rested casually on the armrest, a glass of drink in hand, untouched for quite some time. The bar's dim lighting illuminated his disinterested expression. And a pure-looking girl had been covertly observing him for a while before bravely inching closer to Zhou. "What are you thinking about?" Tingzhou didn't even glance her way, his tone devoid of warmth. "Not you." "Why ask?" Yu Zifeng plopped down beside Left Zhong, engaging in light-hearted banter. After a while, he turned and met Tingzhou's gaze. "What are you staring at?" Tingzhou scrutinized him with a discerning glance, a hint of intrigue in his voice as he remarked, "I've just realized you possess some charm." "You just noticed?" Yu Zifeng tossed his hair flamboyantly. "I may not be the best in the country, but in Yen City, aside from you and Shen Yu, I must rank third in beauty." A chorus of jeers erupted. Left Zhong spat. "You think you're so beautiful? You're just a big face. What did they do to deserve being compared to you? Don't be jealous." Yu Zifeng patted his shoulder. "I crown you as the fourth beauty in Yen City." Tingzhou seemed intrigued by this ranking, unexpectedly asking, "Who ranks first between Shen Yu and me?" His question drew the attention of everyone present. "Oh, so you care about this?" The competition was on. Determining the victor between you two is no easy feat. It depends on who catches their eye. Your preference undoubtedly places you at the forefront. If one were to favor a refined and dignified demeanor, then Shen Yu would be left far behind. Even with considerable detours, Yu Zifeng articulated his points with precision, yet I could only gaze in silence, for I was merely speaking the truth. Tingzhou's thin lips curled into a subtle smirk as he languidly reclined. "Quite well. All I engage in are tangible matters." When Xuanxu awoke that morning, her body was devoid of any abnormalities, save for a lingering fatigue. The suite was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Her bag and phone, which she had misplaced the previous night, lay on the sofa across the room. After responding to pending WeChat messages, she set her phone down only to pick it up again, navigating to Tingzhou's contact, clicking on his avatar, and deleting him. After a restful slumber, her emotions had stabilized. She simply wished to avoid any encounter with Tingzhou and did not wish to hear his name. On Wednesday, she was to attend a meeting at Yundan, which meant she would once again see the esteemed general manager. Upon arriving at the company, Xiao Liao immediately buzzed in her ear, "Little boss, how could you be so unkind? General, he is so handsome, and you never mentioned it to me. Do you have his WeChat? Do you meet often? Can you take me along next time?" There was no escape. Tingzhou was now the client for Feishue, a collaboration she had painstakingly pursued. Xuanxu felt a whirlwind of emotions and pulled out her noise-canceling headphones, blocking out the world around her. Fortunately, the minor hydrogen-powered drone project, Feishue, had yet to warrant direct involvement from Mr. He, who was otherwise occupied with myriad affairs at Yundan Group. On the day Feishue presented to Yundan, they met with Director Fan, who had a rather arrogant demeanor and incessantly urged them to be more concise during the meeting. He frequently glanced at his watch, interrupting dismissively, "All right, that should suffice for today. Come back next Monday." As they exited the conference room, Xiao Liao grumbled, "He wasn't even listening, and yet he expects us to return weekly." The client really thinks highly of themselves. Lao Fang, a long-standing employee since Feishue's inception, slightly older than they were, interjected, "Isn't that precisely what clients are about? You are currently within the realm of the esteemed client. Tread carefully." Xuanxu remained silent as they passed through the corridor and spotted Tingzhou at the far end. His appearance at the company differed subtly from his private demeanor. His suit was impeccably tailored, exuding sharpness and charisma. Standing beside him were his executive assistant and several high-ranking officials. The assistant noticed her first and whispered something to Tingzhou, halting their ongoing conversation. Tingzhou turned his gaze towards her. Just moments ago, Xiao Liao had been filled with righteous indignation, but now her expression shifted dramatically. "Oh my, that face is truly remarkable. Where is your backbone?" Xuanxu understood that it was best to greet him politely. Setting aside his connections to Shen Yu and his status as the Yi family's heir, he was still Fei Shua's client, someone she could not afford to offend. However, upon locking eyes with He Tingzhou's piercing gaze, the memories of that fateful evening resurfaced like an unwanted advertisement that one could not dismiss. That was the darkest chapter she wished to erase from her life, sensing a flush creeping up her cheeks. She quickly turned her head away. Chapter 39. The cultured rogue Shuangshu desperately wished to pretend she had not seen him and walk away, yet she could not escape the watchful eyes of those around her. The seasoned Lao Fang, upon spotting He Tingzhou, eagerly approached to flatter him. General He, we are immensely grateful for your recognition of Fei Shu, and if it weren't for your discerning eye and timely assistance, we might not be here today. You are our benefactor, and we at Fei Shu hold you in the highest regard. Is that so? He Tingzhou replied, his tone suggestive. Some do not seem to share that admiration. How could that be? Lao Fang responded earnestly. Every time General Song mentions you, he is moved to tears. Don't lay it on too thick. Lao Fang shot Shuangshu a glance, and she recognized that He Tingzhou was signaling her, compelling her to respond. I am deeply appreciative of General He's kindness. She averted her gaze, focusing intently on the third button of his shirt, refusing to meet He Tingzhou's eyes. He then remarked, shall I remove this button and gift it to you? Perhaps you two could have a private chat? Shuangshu, suppressing her inclination to invent an excuse, replied, I'm afraid I have a stiff neck today. He Tingzhou, hands in his pockets, smirked, I saw you twirling around just moments ago. General, he is a busy man. Every word from his mouth is worth millions. We wouldn't want to waste your precious time. Shall we go? Shuangshu spoke with a tone that was both respectful and distant, turning away and walking off with an impassive expression. Not only were the executives behind He Tingzhou astonished, but even those from Fei Shu felt she had overstepped. General Song, have you lost your mind? You dare confront General He? You simply don't understand, Xiao Liao defended. Little boss is quite familiar with General He. You only heard her sarcasm, yet you failed to notice General He's indulgent expression. Shuangshu shot her a glance. What is your degree of nearsightedness? 608, Xiao Liao proudly replied. Shuangshu affectionately patted her head. Lao Fang, with a tone of earnest advice, said, General Song, I understand your rapport with General He, but one must exercise caution in speech. You are a privileged heiress, and it is perfectly normal not to grasp the art of flattery. Leave such matters to me in the future. Shuangshu, aware that everyone was acting in Fei Shu's best interest, sighed inwardly. All right, I shall exercise restraint next time. Surely, it couldn't be that unfortunate to encounter the busy General He repeatedly. On Monday, upon returning to Yundan, Director Fan kept them waiting in the conference room for 15 minutes before finally appearing. During the meeting, he brazenly scrolled through his phone. Shuangshu, seated to his right, discreetly glanced at his screen, noting he was not attending to anything of substance, merely chatting on WeChat. Xiao Liao doodled in the meeting notes and soon turned the notebook towards Shuangshu for her amusement. She had sketched a pig's head in a suit, complete with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Shuangshu pursed her lips, suppressing a laugh. Focused. As the meeting progressed, the frosted glass door suddenly swung open, and the assistant Suzhen stepped aside to allow He Tingzhou to enter. He was tall and commanding, and the team member presenting the PowerPoint was interrupted. The entire room fell silent as all eyes converged upon him. Director Fan hurriedly tucked away his phone, his robust figure springing up from his seat, instantly transforming from a pompous client director to a sycophantic courtier. General, what brings you here in person? Has your meeting concluded? He Tingzhou ignored him and walked directly in. Today, he appeared somewhat different. Generally, He Tingzhou exuded a languid, carefree aura, but today his attire was impeccably formal, his tie meticulously knotted, the tailored suit accentuated his superior physique, the deep black fabric enhancing his aura. A pair of silver-framed glasses perched on his nose. His usually tousled hair slicked back today, with the ends styled in a deliberately messy manner, seeming casual yet deliberately curated. Director Fan, with utmost respect, motioned for him to take the main seat. He settled in, crossing his right leg over his left knee, his high nose and deep-set eyes radiating an air of unattainable nobility. Shuangshu's gaze lingered on him for merely a second before his dark eyes darted towards her. General Song's neck is better. Shuangshu averted her gaze. Please continue. With He Tingzhou's arrival, the atmosphere grew noticeably tense. The presenting team members stumbled over their words, making frequent errors. What's the fuss? He Tingzhou remarked. I am not a python. I do not consume people. You're not much better than a python, she thought, instinctively casting a glance his way. Behind him, the floor-to-ceiling glass wall allowed bright light to filter in, creating a contrasting aura to her previous impressions of him. It was the first time she had seen He Tingzhou wearing glasses. This seemingly scholarly accessory, which typically clashed with his persona, somehow appeared harmoniously fitting. Perhaps it was because the thin-framed glasses tempered the sharpness of his bone structure, alleviating the oppressive aura he often projected. Just as she was about to divert her gaze, He Tingzhou unexpectedly looked at her. Caught off guard, their eyes locked, the relaxed demeanor in his gaze was amplified by the lenses, presenting a facade of decorum that felt almost deceptive. Not cultured, but rather a cultured rogue. What are you staring at? He queried, "Do I have a PowerPoint presentation on my face?" Until the conclusion of the meeting, Xuanxu's eyes remained glued to the PowerPoint slides, not daring to glance at him again after He Tingzhou absorbed the meeting's content. He picked up the materials on the table to review, posing a question that struck at the heart of the matter. "When will the finished product be ready?" Lao Fang replied, "The first prototype has already been developed. However, due to the very low energy density of hydrogen, the liquid hydrogen tank occupies considerable space, and we have yet to find an effective solution to overcome this issue." He Tingzhou did not lift his head. "I dislike repeating myself. If you cannot comprehend, find a translator." Lao Fang fell silent. Xuanxu provided an estimated time frame, 3 months, too slow. He Tingzhou pressed with insistence, 1 month. Xuanxu responded directly, "That is unfeasible." He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Shifting his gaze from the documents to her face, his expression inscrutable, quite audacious. This representative of the client, several employees nearby desperately gestured to her. "This is the esteemed client, General Song, exercise some restraint." She could not control herself when He Tingzhou was out of sight. She was a stable, composed individual, yet upon encountering him, she was forced to relive the memories of that evening, the deliberate teasing and her own embarrassment, mortification that was unbearable. She held her ground, stating, "I am simply being realistic. If General He prefers pancakes, I can draw them, and I can present you with a finished product next week, but you will find it accompanied by a massive liquid hydrogen tank." "Would you like that, General He Tingzhou replied leisurely, "If I say I do not desire it, will General Song throw a tantrum?" Suddenly, a barrage of fervent gazes was directed towards Xuanxu. After a few moments of astonishment, Xiao Liao excitedly grasped the edge of the table. The words spoken were far too ambiguous, causing Xuanxu's ears to flush with heat. Director Fan's small, slanted eyes darted rapidly between her and He Tingzhou. Like a searchlight. "Director He, please refrain from joking." Xuanxu maintained her composure, asserting, "Until the energy storage issue is effectively resolved, we do not wish to present you with a half-baked product. The final outcome that Fei Xue hopes to deliver into your hands is a product that meets the standards for market launch. It is well known throughout the Yundan group that Mr. He is a person who shows no mercy. He is decisive and unyielding, leaving no room for negotiation." Director Fan's fear of him stems not only from his authority over life and death but also from a deep-seated apprehension of He Tingzhou himself. Over the past 2 months, He Tingzhou had been surprisingly amiable, as if someone had taken over his body. Xuanxu breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning back in his chair, He Tingzhou regarded her with his lazily dark eyes behind his glasses. His tone unexpectedly formal. "Please have Director Song send the detailed technical documentation to my WeChat." Director Fan opened her mouth to inquire, "Aren't you someone who never uses WeChat for work?" However, the seasoned veteran of the workplace understood all too well the first rule of survival: never ask what should not be asked. Upon leaving the conference room and stepping into the elevator, Xuanxu was suddenly surrounded by a few piercing gazes at Director Song. "How is your relationship with Director He so good?" Xuanxu remained unflappable, replying, "It's merely acquaintance, yet it seems Director He treats you differently." Xuanxu retorted, "Have you all forgotten how difficult it was to secure a partnership with Yundan? All right then." The fervor of gossip among the group was doused. Once back at the company, Xuanxu had no choice but to re-add He Tingzhou on WeChat. The only relief was that He Tingzhou would not message her, ensuring he would remain oblivious to her prior audacity in deleting him. She sent him the requested materials, yet he did not respond. Chapter 40, Who Struck? Xuanxu was the last to learn of old Master Song's surgery due to a blocked artery. It was only during a meal at the Shen family that she gleaned this information from the conversation between Fu Yun and Shinchan Yuan. "You didn't know?" Fu Yun expressed surprise. Xuanxu replied nonchalantly, "No one has mentioned it to me. How could Cui Ning not inform you of such a significant matter?" Fu Yun hastily instructed someone to prepare nutritional supplements. Insisting, "He's still in the hospital, you must go see him immediately." "I don't wish to," Xuanxu said, disinterested, as she picked at her fish. "Seeing him won't change anything. He is your grandfather, he's undergoing heart surgery, and you, as his granddaughter, won't even return to check on him. People will surely criticize you for being unfilial." Fu Yun was only concerned for her well-being. If being unfilial is what it is, then so be it. Xuanxu thought it indifferent. "Child, do you wish for others to say we raised you poorly?" It was only then that Xuanxu set down her chopsticks and reluctantly stood up. As Wang saw her off at the door, she nervously chattered, "When you see your grandfather, behave well, be sweet with your words, and say something nice." Xuanxu held no expectations. "What good is sweet talk? No matter how eloquently I speak, he will never take a liking to me." Wang Sa watched her depart, letting out a silent sigh. Such a good girl, yet why does she not seem to be valued? Over a month had passed since returning to the country, and Xuanxu had yet to see her grandfather. He had never regarded her as a granddaughter, thus she owed him nothing. The bond between them was even less than that of strangers, for at least strangers did not harbor disdain for her. This visit was purely for the sake of appearances. The entire floor of the hospital had been cleared, and as Xuanxu arrived, she coincidentally encountered Song Lian. Upon seeing her, Song Lian crossed her arms and imperiously declared, Who allowed you to come? Shuangshu dismissed her, walking past her toward the inner ward. After Shen Yu chased me off the boat, you dare to appear before me. Song Lian turned to call for help. Zhang Ma, throw her out. Zhang Ma hesitated, unsure of what to do. Miss, is that really appropriate? If I say it is, then it is. Song Lian retorted obstinately. Will you throw her out, or shall I have you thrown out as well? Shuangshu's position within the Song family was exceedingly awkward. She was neither a host nor a guest, which rendered the servants' attitudes toward her rather ambiguous. Nonetheless, Zhang Ma dared not truly expel her. Just then, Cui Ning's voice rang out. Lian, do not stir up trouble. What trouble have I caused? She's the one who bullied me first. Upon noticing Cui Ning's displeasure, Song Lian scoffed and fell silent. Cui Ning's demeanor toward Shuangshu remained as lukewarm as ever. Go on in. Shuangshu carried the nutritional supplements into the ward, where old Master Song reclined against the headboard, a caregiver feeding him. She feigned obedience. Grandfather, are you feeling any better? You still recognize me as your grandfather? Old Master Song regarded her with eyes reminiscent of her childhood, stirring yet critical. I have been hospitalized for half a month. And former subordinates from over a decade ago come to visit daily. Have you come even once? Shuangshu mused. I have no need to seek your promotion. Not knowing is not an excuse, he admonished. His decades of political experience lending an oppressive air to his words. You've been back for so long and haven't even returned home once. The pretense of obedience faded. Shuangshu understood it was futile to argue. Yet she found herself compelled to respond. It is not my responsibility. I lack the ability to foresee the future. Song Lian interjected. Grandfather, she has been ingratiating herself with the Shen family daily. As if we do not exist. Shuangshu shot her a cold glare, prompting Song Lian to flinch as though she feared a slap. Shuangshu's tone was calm yet carried an undercurrent of reproach. You raised me. So it is only natural I show you my gratitude. Old Master Song caught on as scoffing. You've certainly learned to be quite articulate. Lian said you struck her last time. Shuangshu did not deny it. I did. Without warning, Old Master Song raised his hand and struck her across the face. The caregiver froze, the bowl she held suspended midair as Shuangshu's face turned from the impact, a flush rapidly spreading across her porcelain skin. Old Master Song, having held a high office for a lifetime, lowered his voice, exuding an intimidating presence. In a public setting, striking Lian, whose face are you slapping? Your own heart is not right, and you create so much trouble. Your father sent you away to reflect, to learn humility. What have you learned? The Shen family indulges you and fails to discipline you because of your behavior, which brings shame upon our Song family. Song Lian gleefully chimed in. I told you, this slap is one I will definitely return. The entire left side of Shuangshu's face burned with pain. Throughout her life, every slap she had received had come from those who were supposed to be her family. She did not cry, nor did she feel even a hint of grievance, only a sense of annoyance. The one bringing shame to the Song family was not her, but Song Lian. If you care so much for the Song family's reputation, it would be quicker to sew her mouth shut. Just as Old Master Song was about to erupt, Cui Ning pushed the door open. Dad, Old Master Zhang has come to see you. Immediately Old Master Song's expression shifted to one of warmth as he greeted the elderly man leaning on a cane who entered. Vold Zhang, what brings you here? The elderly man from the Zhang family, now in his 80s, leaned on a dragon-headed cane, his hair white as snow, yet his spirit was vibrant, his eyes sharp and bright. Although he had long since retired from the front lines, his influence in the political sphere endured, earning him the respectful title of Old Zhang from all who encountered him. I heard you underwent heart surgery. I naturally had to come see you. It was merely a minor procedure. Old Master Song's demeanor softened. Zhang Zui is here as well. As Zhang Zui entered, his gaze locked onto Shuangshu like a venomous snake, making her feel decidedly uncomfortable. She stood aside, feeling invisible, waiting for the two elderly men to finish their pleasantries. Seizing an opportunity to slip out unnoticed, that night, did you sleep with Yu Zifeng? Zhang Zui followed closely behind her, his presence relentless. Of course it was you, who else could it be? Zhang Zui shamelessly berated Yu Zifeng. I worked hard to set the stage, and in the end, he reaped the benefits. Yu Zifeng? What does he have to do with this? The servants of the Song family were nearby, and Zhang Zui dared not act too brazenly. Blocking her path, he lowered his voice. Song Shuangshu, stop pretending to be pure in front of me. Either play with me, or I tell your brother you've been involved with his good friend. Doesn't he want to kill me? I'm curious to see if he will kill his best friend first. Shuangshu felt an intense loathing for him. You think my brother would let you off for drugging me? Go ahead and tell him, Zhang Zui taunted, leaning closer to whisper. If I were to deal with you, the worst I would face is a beating, but if this matter escalates, your grandfather, that man who values face above all else, would surely compel you to marry me for the sake of the Song family's reputation. As for me, I merely wish to have a little fun. Marrying you would be far too troublesome. Shuangshu clenched her teeth tightly. She understood Zhang Zui spoke the truth. If this scandal were to leak, the Song family would go to great lengths to protect their reputation, and the most effective way to do so would be to turn this scandal into a marriage. Her encounter with Yu Zifeng that night had no bearing whatsoever. She could not let Yu Zifeng suffer in silence, forced to marry her as a result of this. That would be utterly unjust for him. As for He Tingzhou, forget it, even if they had had an intimate encounter, He Tingzhou would never take responsibility for her. In reality, nothing had occurred that night, leaving her with two choices: either Zhang Zong would take it lightly and suppress the incident, or Zhang Zui would marry her to provide a resolution. For her, it was a dead end. Her wrist was seized, and someone yanked her from Zhang Zui's side to behind them. She looked up and saw Shen Yu's silhouette. Reminiscent of many moments from her childhood. Leave, Shen Yu said coldly. Don't force me to hit you in front of your grandfather. Just a couple of words. Look how tense you are, Zhang Zui remarked with a nonchalant expression. Casting a meaningful glance at Shuangshu before departing, think it over, I'll be waiting for you. It was only after Zhang Zui entered the hospital room that Shen Yu turned back and asked her, what did he want you to consider? Shuangshu's mind was a whirlwind, and she muttered vaguely, just the same things. A shadow of gloom flickered in Shen Yu's eyes, yet his tone remained gentle as he advised. Don't pay attention to him. Shuangshu hung her head, lost in thought. Did you hear me? Shen Yu inquired. She nodded. I understand. Shen Yu's gaze fell upon her swollen left cheek, his expression tightening. It was then that Shuangshu recalled the pain on her face. Momentarily forgotten amidst her annoyance with Zhang Zui, instinctively she tried to turn her face away, but Shen Yu's fingers gently guided her chin back towards him. Who hit you? Initially she felt no grievance, but meeting his eyes brought tears to her. My grandfather. Chapter 41. The dog thief. Shen Yu fell silent for a long moment, then his palm moved upwards, the warmth of his hand pressing against her injured cheek. Does it hurt? At that, Shuangshu couldn't hold back her tears. During the 10 years she spent by Shen Yu's side, she had never faced any injustice. Back then, she was not Song Shuangshu, she was simply Shen Yu's little sister. Xiaojiu, she was obedient and adored, cherished by Shinchang Yuan and Fu Yun, and even spoiled by the likes of Yu Zifeng. Not no one would dare lay a hand on her, even if someone did. They would think twice. But once Song Nianji returned to the country, she became merely the daughter of the Song family, suddenly transformed into a detestable entity. Sometimes Shuangshu selfishly wished they would never come back. Brother, she suddenly clutched Shen Yu's sleeve, wanting to confide in him about the issue with Zhang Zui, yearning to hide behind him as she once did, assured that he would resolve any trouble for her. Is Xiaojiu alright? Lu Manman's voice broke through at that moment. The word she had yet to finish caught in her throat as she released her grip when Lu Manman approached. I came with your brother to visit your grandfather. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Zhang Zui didn't bully you, did he? Lu Manman asked. No, Shuangshu suppressed her emotions. Your grandfather is too harsh. Look at how swollen it is. Let me help you take care of it, Lu Manman said, concern etched on her face. No need, I'll just ice it when I get home, Shuangshu replied, urging them to go inside. Her tone was too calm. As if nothing had transpired. Had it not been for the conspicuous injury on her face, no one would have suspected she had received such a heavy slap. After speaking, she stepped into the elevator, turned to press the button, and did not glance back at Shen Yu. As dusk approached, the hospital entrance was bustling with people, each hurriedly carrying their own concerns or being concerned for someone else. Once outside, Shuangshu finally felt the fiery pain on her face, so intense it made her want to cry, yet no one would cradle her in their arms and gently wipe away her tears during her moments of anguish anymore. At that moment, she didn't wish to return home. The Song family, the Shen family, or even the empty house on Songming Road, all felt like places that were no longer home. A heavy weight pressed down on her chest, suffocating her. She sat on a bench at the bus stop, watching the ceaseless stream of cars before her. Strangers passing by cast glances at her swollen face, but she couldn't see them. Imagining she must look quite disheveled, yet she chose to ignore it. Nightfall descended silently, and the girls waiting for the bus nearby suddenly stirred. Wow, what a handsome dog. Hello, what's your name? Hey, it's ignoring us. Shuangshu turned slightly, spotting a robust, imposing Doberman with erect ears weaving through the crowd of people waiting for the bus, slowly making its way towards her. She didn't own a dog, and to her, all dogs of the same breed looked alike. Dobermans were typically sleek black with some tan. However, this one exuded an air of cold authority reminiscent of a domineering CEO. It looked somewhat familiar. She couldn't quite tell if it was He Tingzhou's dog. But the Doberman approached her and nudged its head towards her. Instinctively she took a large step back, prepared to walk away. The Doberman dropped something from its mouth onto the bench, a medical ice pack. Shuangshu was taken aback for a few seconds. Is this for me? The Doberman sat down but turned its head away, as if offended by her rejection. I'm sorry, Shuangshu apologized, I'm a bit afraid of dogs. It is not personal, the dog seemed to understand. Turning back to her and nudging the ice pack closer, she picked it up to apply to her face. Glancing around, she saw neither He Tingzhou's car nor any suspicious figures. The burning sensation on her left cheek gradually numbed under the ice's chill, but it wasn't that the pain disappeared, it simply transformed into a different kind of pain. Throughout this process, the Doberman remained at her side like a stoic guardian. However, it drew attention. An attractive woman with a swollen face accompanied by a striking large dog attracted many curious glances. As Shuangshu stood, the dog stood as well. She lifted her foot to leave, and the dog followed her closely. It felt somewhat ungrateful to abandon it. After a moment's hesitation she asked, "Where's your owner?" The Doberman sat still, wearing a look of incomprehension. In exasperation, Shu took out her phone and dialed He Tingzhou's number. After 3 rings, he answered with a casual tone song, "What can I do for you?" The question left Shu bewildered. Wasn't he who sent the dog with the ice pack? Had she mistaken the dog, or had it somehow become sentient? "I encountered a Doberman. I'm unsure if it's yours." He Tingzhou drawled. "Why don't you ask it?" Shu looked down, locking eyes with the large dog. "Is your dog lost? Don't you know?" Frowning, she added, "If it's not your dog, I won't take responsibility. It's lost. I'm looking for the dog thief." He Tingzhou placed the blame squarely on her. Realizing it was her, "Where are you?" Shu inquired. There was a brief silence on the other end, before she heard He Tingzhou say, "Look behind you." Holding the phone to her ear, she turned around, and across the wide road. Through the whizzing vehicles, she spotted a Cullinan parked at the curb. The driver's window was partially lowered, revealing He Tingzhou's extraordinarily handsome face. It turned out he was so close. As Shen Yu and Lu Manman entered the hospital room, Grandpa Song greeted them warmly. "You and Manman have come." Lu Manman, observing his amiable demeanor, found it hard to reconcile this with the man who had inflicted such harm on Shuangxiu's face. "Grandpa Song, are you feeling better?" she asked. "Indeed, I'm recovering well these past few days. Thank you for your concern." Grandpa Song replied with a smile. Among the younger generation in Yanqing, Shen Yu was one of the most outstanding. And Grandpa Song held great admiration for this junior. Shen Yuan had originally planned for Shen Yu to enter politics. With his abilities and the support of the Shen family, achieving a deputy department-level position at his age was not an issue. Unfortunately, he had no interest in political maneuvering. The Shen and Song families had once considered a marriage alliance, but it was not Shuangxiu who wished to marry Shen Yu, but rather Song Lian. Who would have thought that 5 years ago Shuangxiu's interference nearly tarnished both families' reputations? It would be inappropriate to bring it up again now. Presently, the Shen family was discussing a marriage with the Lu family. Leaving this matter unresolved, which was one of the many reasons for his dissatisfaction with Shuangxiu. Lu Manman, typically adept at charming and pleasing the elders, merely smiled and kept her distance, perhaps due to having seen the injury on Shuangxiu's face. Shen Yu, ever courteous, inquired about Grandpa Song's health, and after some pleasantries, prepared to leave. He turned to Lu Manman and said, "You head back first. I need to speak with Grandpa Song for a moment." Lu Manman seemed to guess his intentions. After closing the door behind her, she didn't stray far inside the room. Shen Yu casually remarked, "I heard Xiaojiu got into trouble and made you angry." As soon as the words left his mouth, the air in the room grew tense. While Shuangxiu was indeed a child of the Song family, she had grown up alongside Shen Yu. His mention of this was likely an attempt to stand up for her. "Did she report me? When I arrived, I saw her face was badly swollen," Shen Yu said. "While I was away, did she cause trouble? What made you so furious?" Chuining interjected, "It's nothing serious. The two sisters were just at odds. And she got into a scuffle with Lian in public." Her grandfather was also upset with her lack of decorum. No matter the quarrel, she shouldn't embarrass the family outside. "Is that all?" Shen Yu replied with a faint smile. "Xiaojiu has always been well behaved. Her temper is too mild, and she often gets bullied. That's why I taught her to be a bit more assertive. If someone bullies her, she should fight back. It's not her fault." Grandpa Song frowned. "I understand you are protective of her, but she is my granddaughter. If she has done wrong, can I not discipline her?" The smile on Shen Yu's face had faded significantly. "Of course, you may discipline her, but she was raised by me. If she truly misbehaves, I must take responsibility. If anything happens again, I will deal with her. You should take care of your heart and not get too angry." Chapter 42. Applying medicine. He Tingzhou was driving a Cullinan today, parked directly across from the bus stop. Shuangxiu had never seen it before, which explained why she hadn't noticed it earlier. She wondered when he had arrived. The call was abruptly ended as the dog, which had been sitting motionless on the ground, stood up and ambled towards the sidewalk. After taking a few steps, it turned around to glance at her. Shuangxiu had no intention of seeking out He Tingzhou. Instead, she said to the dog, "You can go by yourself. I'm heading home." The Doberman returned to her side, signaling her to follow. Shuangxiu firmly replied, "I will not go." The dog, inheriting its owner's domineering nature, clamped its jaws around the hem of her pants and tugged insistently, with considerable strength. It was evident that Shuangxiu did not wish to engage in an undignified struggle with a dog in public. Primarily, the dog's ferocity intimidated her. Reluctantly escorted like a prisoner, she was guided step by step across the road and brought to He Tingzhou's vehicle. He had already exited the car, leaning against the door with his arms crossed. Observing her as the dog herded her closer, the dusklight was faint, like a layer of ethereal blue filter, rendering the world somewhat blurred. He Tingzhou's high cheekbones and sharp, narrow eyes created a strikingly handsome visage, accentuated by the stark contrast of his white attire and black trousers against the dimming street. Shuangxiu halted at a distance of over a meter from him, stating, "The dog has brought me back." He Tingzhou straightened and approached her, prompting Shuangxiu to instinctively take a step back. However, he, with his longer strides, swiftly caught hold of her arm and pulled her into his embrace, unprepared for his sudden action. The cool scent of cedar that enveloped him triggered a rush of memories. Just as her heartbeat faltered, a motorcycle sped past her from behind. He Tingzhou released her arm, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her. Why is your face flushed? Shuangshu maintained her composure, retorting, if you were slapped, your face would flush too. He Tingzhou's gaze leisurely traversed to her left cheek, which was severely swollen, likely due to broken capillaries beneath the skin. Her delicate complexion was one factor, but the assailant had shown no mercy. Shuangshu pushed his hand away, and Tingzhou casually inquired, was the cake delicious? What? Shuangshu asked, and upon reading the dark depths of his eyes, she realized his intent. She bit her lip, feeling the sting of humiliation from the slap while enduring his taunt, responding curtly, you could simply try it to find out. Her impertinence did not seem to provoke Tingzhou. Instead, he smirked slightly, what a pity, there is no opportunity. The person who dares to slap my face has yet to be born. Shuangshu fell silent, his arrogant tone, albeit irritating, bore an element of truth. Who would dare strike the face of the heir apparent? Tingzhou retrieved a tube of ointment from a bag embossed with a pharmacy logo, unscrewed the cap, and dipped his fingertip into the ointment, bringing it close to her face. Instinctively Shuangshu recoiled, but Tingzhou firmly grasped her chin, holding her face in place. It's harmless. Don't move. It will reduce the swelling. I can do it myself. Shuangshu attempted to resist. Tingzhou's voice dripped with sarcasm. After sitting there on display for so long, I haven't seen you attempt it yourself. What do you mean by display? As he spoke, his fingers made contact with her cheek, the coolness offering immediate relief. Shuangshu surrendered to his ministrations, turning her face aside, her gaze falling upon the greenery by the roadside. Even without looking, she could feel the intense gaze fixated on her face. Tingzhou lowered his head, his focus on applying the ointment causing her cheeks to flush involuntarily. Shuangshu pressed her back against the car door, trying to create as much distance as possible. They would observe. What could she do? Surely she couldn't gouge out their eyes. Her features were strikingly delicate. If she were to be a touch more alluring, she would radiate glamour, yet she possessed an inherent purity, her round, soft eyes evoking a sense of protectiveness. The proximity made the fine hairs on her face shimmer in the dim light, her lashes fluttering slightly from nervousness. Tingzhou's thumb moved slightly against her face, causing her head to obediently follow his touch. As he spread the ointment, he mused, why not? Didn't he bring a spoon? Shuangshu, somewhat speechless, turned her eyes to him. You use a spoon to gouge someone's eyes? Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. What else would you use? His eyes were notably unique, sharp, and cold like a sword's edge. Yet the upward curve at their corners bestowed a flirtatious charm, a dangerous and contradictory blend. Shuangshu averted her gaze. I've never gouged anyone's eyes, how would I know? Once he finished applying the ointment, Tingzhou released her and tossed the tube back into the car. Shuangshu exhaled quietly, feeling an inexplicable discomfort. Just as she considered leaving, Tingzhou leisurely wiped his fingers clean and retrieved a cake from the car. Presenting it to her, Shuangshu looked at the cake, perplexed. What's this for? Tingzhou tugged at the white satin ribbon on the cake box, his lips curling lazily. You've had your appetizer. Shouldn't you have some proper food? This man. Shuangshu discerned the situation, pausing momentarily before ultimately accepting the cake. She settled onto a bench by the roadside, savoring the dessert, while Tingzhou leaned against the car door. Having plucked a leaf from somewhere, he idly toyed with it between his fingers. The dog squatted beside him, both watching her eat the cake. The tiramisu turned out to be unexpectedly delightful, and as Shuangshu indulged, she felt an intense gaze upon her. Turning her head, she found the Doberman's cool eyes fixated on the cake in her hand, licking its lips. Shuangshu queried Tingzhou, can it eat this? He glanced at the dog, curtly answering, it's poisoned. If the dog eats it, it will die. The Doberman, crestfallen, flopped onto the ground. By the time she finished the cake, night had fully descended. The pain in her face seemed to have lessened, and her mood returned to tranquility. Tingzhou escorted her home, and upon reaching number 9 Songming Road, the night was already deep. Shuangshu alighted from the car and stood silently at the entrance for a moment before finally expressing thank you. Her tone bore a slight tension. After all, today's ointment and cake could not absolve his previous misdeeds. Tingzhou smirked, leaning back against the seat with a casual demeanor. Don't thank me just yet. Remember the magnificent image I hold in your heart at this moment. Before you curse me next time, reflect on this. Had she ever cursed him? She didn't think so. I haven't cursed you. Shuangshu replied, you always provoke me first. I merely retaliate after being oppressed. Tingzhou, with a languid gaze, looked at her. What, should I apologize to you? Shuangshu, with unwavering resolve, declared, you shouldn't apologize either. Think twice before bullying me next time. After saying this, she turned and entered the building. Upon reaching the ground floor, she spotted Shen Yu's car parked there. Shen Yu stood beside it, a cigarette pinched between his fingers, which continued to smolder. His gaze was distant, lost in thought beneath the shadow of a parasol tree. As Shuangshu approached, he remained oblivious. Brother, what brings you here? Shen Yu snapped back to reality, noticing her arrival, and extinguished the cigarette. Where have you been? Met a friend, Shuangshu replied. Have you taken care of your face? Shen Yu scrutinized her left cheek, where the swelling had subsided somewhat. Shuangshu nodded. I applied some ointment. As May commenced, the temperature rose swiftly, and the night breeze transformed from a chilling draft to a subtle, almost imperceptible coolness. Shen Yu inquired, what did you want to tell me while you were in the hospital? The impulse to rely on him like a child had dissipated, And Shuangxiu shook her head. Nothing, she could not remain perpetually sheltered beneath Shen Yu's wings, enjoying his protection. Such a privilege had been stripped away 5 years ago. Shen Yu appeared somewhat unenthusiastic today. Observing her quietly for a moment before reaching out to tousle her hair, the knight concealed the depth of his gaze, and he gently urged, "Go upstairs, get some rest." Chapter 43. The proposal. The swelling on Shuangxiu's face took several days to completely subside. She wore a mask at work, and her colleagues, understanding and considerate, refrained from probing. In the break room, conversations buzzed about an incident at a nightclub where some individuals were apprehended for misconduct. The uproar stemmed from the involvement of several privileged youths from influential families. Shuangxiu had been preoccupied with searching for new composite materials for hydrogen storage lately, finding little interest in the gossip, allowing it to pass through one ear and out the other. Xu Yang had slipped out from the hospital, taking Shuangxiu to a nearby Japanese restaurant for pork cutlet rice, with Xiao Liao tagging along. During the meal, Xu Yan broached the topic. "I heard one of the people involved has a significant background. His last name is Zhang. Do you know him?" Shuangxiu paused. "Zhang Zui? I'm not sure of his full name. The news didn't mention it, just referred to him as Zhang. I overheard a nurse gossiping, saying his grandfather is quite impressive. It must be Zhang Zui then." Shuangxiu was uncertain if Zhang Zui had indeed dabbled in unsavory activities. Those wealthy scions, while often reckless, were still bound by their elders' aversion to such matters. The Zhang family undoubtedly had the means to safeguard him, but following this incident, he would likely face heightened scrutiny. This meant Shuangxiu would enjoy a bit more peace and quiet. She wondered if this incident had any relation to Shen Yu. Lost in thought, she noticed Xu Yang's chopsticks stealthily reaching for her plate. "If you want to talk, just ask. Don't steal my pork cutlet," Shuangxiu said, deftly intercepting her chopsticks. "You can't eat fried food." Xu Yang exclaimed in protest, reluctantly setting them down and returning to her salmon salad. "There's a meteor shower this weekend." Xiao Liao, engrossed in his phone, exclaimed, "The best viewing spot is Dongyu Mountain. Are you going? What is so special about a meteor shower?" Xu Yang, lacking a romantic streak, dismissed, "It's just rocks falling from the sky, burned up by the atmosphere before they hit the ground." "But you can make a wish." Xiao Liao turned to Shuangxiu for affirmation. "Right, little boss." Unfortunately, her expectation fell flat as Shuangxiu replied, "I've never wished on a meteor shower." Xiao Liao looked incredulous. "You don't make wishes? Is life so smooth for you rich folks?" "I'm starting to resent the wealthy." Frost Sequence smiled, recalling a time when she had wishes that came true rather swiftly for her brother. "And what about now?" asked Xiao Liao. "Now." Frost Sequence took a sip of the clear sake from the glass cup, noting the strong flavor and lingering bitterness. "Now, I have no wishes," just as Xiao Liao was about to inquire further. Xu Yang stuffed a piece of pork chop into her mouth, exclaiming, "With such delicious pork chop, do you still have time to talk? If you're not going to eat, then let me have it." Frost Sequence's endeavor of starting a company with her friends was well known among them, including Yu Zifeng. To these affluent young gentlemen, her modest venture seemed like a child's play that day, having just finished a meeting. A young girl at the front desk knocked on the glass door of the conference room and entered, saying, "General Song, someone is looking for you. He is quite handsome and claims to be your brother." "Shen Yu has arrived." Frost Sequence instantly rose from her seat, asking, "Where is he?" "In your office." Upon returning, as she opened the door, a man who had been exploring her office turned around. "You're done." General Song. Frost Sequence wore a fitted white shirt and a black floral skirt adorned with a necklace of Australian white pearls. She resembled a luminous pearl herself, and this outfit accentuated her gentle and delicate demeanor. Seeing it was Yu Zifeng didn't evoke disappointment, it merely dimmed a flicker of expectation. "Brother Zifeng," she greeted, "what brings you here?" "Just passing by, thought I'd come and check on you." Yu Zifeng sat down at her desk, adding, "I ordered you some afternoon tea. Isn't your brother treating you well?" Her share was placed on the coffee table, coffee, green dumplings, and an assortment of exquisite Chinese pastries. As she sat down to enjoy her food, she asked Yu Zifeng, "Are you here for something specific?" "How astute of you to notice," he replied. "No one visits without a purpose." Frost Sequence, munching on an almond cake, blinked. "When was the last time you came to see me? Do we need to meet every day to affirm our relationship?" Yu Zifeng moved closer, picking a preserved plum from the plate. "Your brother and Man's engagement banquet is set for the end of next month. Aunt Fu and he consulted someone for the date." Frost Sequence chewed slowly on the almond cake, remaining silent. "Although it was arranged by the family, Man wishes for your brother to propose to her." Yu Zifeng explained, "She is just a child the same age as you, and you surely understand the desire for a touch of romance." "And what is that to me?" she responded, swallowing the dry cake and putting aside the unfinished half. "None of us has experience in proposing, and after much deliberation, we couldn't come up with anything interesting. Man dislikes clichés, hence my reason for seeking your advice. I have never proposed to anyone either." She retorted, "You are a girl, and you get along well with Man. You must know what she envisions." Despite not being Shen Yu, his presence still brought her a modicum of joy, though the feeling faded upon understanding his purpose for visiting. "Did my brother send you to ask me, or did she?" This inquiry left Yu Zifeng somewhat perplexed. "Neither asked me. I simply passed by and thought I'd see you, and inquire about your thoughts." This is a significant event in your brother's life, and I thought you might want to be involved. His words reminded Frost Sequence that, as a sister, she should actively offer her blessings and suggestions. Yet, having never been proposed to nor having proposed to anyone, she felt it an undue burden to be asked for advice. After a brief silence, she remarked, "What she desires is merely the sense of ceremony that accompanies a proposal. Not the method itself. I heard there's a meteor shower this weekend. Dongyu Mountain is the best viewing spot. You could try that." The phrase meteor shower carried a romantic allure, transforming nature's magnificent wonders into grand blessings. Who wouldn't he be moved by that? The timing was fortuitous, and Yu Zifeng exclaimed, "Sister, you are truly remarkable." However, it was not she who deserved the praise. After Yu Zifeng departed, she summoned Xiao Liao to come in and take away the remaining pastries. Each employee in the company received a portion of afternoon tea, and everyone was extolling the virtues of the handsome and kind-hearted brother of their little boss. Frost Sequence's share was noticeably more lavish than theirs. Xiao Liao, overwhelmed with emotion, stuffed a persimmon custard cake into her mouth, exclaiming, "Is all this for me? Little boss, you are too generous." Frost Sequence patted her head. "You deserve it." Frost Sequence merely provided inspiration. She did not partake in the specifics of the proposal planning. After Yu Zifeng organized their trip to Dongyu Mountain for the weekend, he sent the details to their WeChat group. This group had been established long ago, with Yu Zifeng as the administrator and Frost Sequence among the first members. Right behind Shen Yu's profile, for many years, the small group consisted of their tightly knit circle of friends, with only a dozen members, and had not welcomed any newcomers for years. Not even casual acquaintances nor the girlfriends they dated had the privilege of joining. Lu Manman was the exception. To maintain the surprise's mystique, Yu Zifeng labeled the trip to Dongyu Mountain as a weekend camping excursion, yet everyone understood it was a journey for Shen Yu's proposal. Such a significant event prompted unanimous agreement to attend. Even Zuozhong, who originally had plans to travel abroad for work, cancelled his flight and postponed his commitments. Within the group, only Frost Sequence and another perpetually inactive heir had not responded. Yu Zifeng tagged the two of them directly. 9.9h Remember to keep your weekend free, don't forget. Upon seeing this message, Frost Sequence noticed a private message from Lu Manman as well. It was Manman, not Manman. "Xiaojiu, are you coming?" Chapter 44, You're not planning to crash the proposal, are you? Frost Sequence had just returned home from work. She did not reply to Yu Zifeng but responded to Lu Manman that day. "I could be there or not." Lu Manman replied, "I hope you come, sincerely. I would surely want you to be present." On Saturday afternoon, Frost Sequence donned comfortable hiking attire and slung her backpack over her shoulder as she descended the stairs. Finding both Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng awaiting her below, this was the most crowded gathering yet, as Lu Manman had brought along several friends of her own. A line of cars formed, each filled to capacity with people. Lu Manman, seated in the passenger seat beside Shen Yu, called out to her, "Xiaojiu, Yu's friends are in our car, you should ride with my cousin." As the rear window lowered, she glimpsed a strikingly attractive couple seated inside. The man is Shen Yu's friend, the CEO of Hengtai Bank. Shuangshu had previously accompanied Shen Yu and met him. His newlywed wife is the eldest daughter of the Bai family from Yancheng. Sheng and Guqing mei jia, she politely greeted them and walked towards the car behind it. He Tingzhou drove the Cullinan, and Shuangshu felt a lingering discomfort upon seeing him, so she bypassed the passenger seat and climbed into the back. Buckling her seatbelt, she unexpectedly caught his gaze in the rearview mirror. He wore a black high-collared windbreaker, his silhouette appearing more pronounced and sharp. He Tingzhou, sucking on a piece of candy, casually glanced at her through the mirror. "Do I resemble your family's chauffeur?" Shuangshu replied. "I'm not feeling well today, I'd prefer to sit in the back. What's bothering you?" He Tingzhou inquired. "Nothing in particular," Shuangshu answered. He Tingzhou smirked slightly. "If you're feeling that unwell, shall we carry you up the mountain later?" Shuangshu averted her gaze, choosing not to respond. What eased her discomfort was when Yu Zifeng returned from buying water and sat in the passenger seat. Let us go, Yu Zifeng chattered incessantly, while Shuangshu remained silent in the back. As the mastermind behind the proposal operation, he assigned her an honorable yet arduous task. "Sister, today you need not do anything. Just be ready to hand your brother the ring at the crucial moment. Wait for my command." "Understood." Shuangshu nodded. Yu Zifeng turned to her. "Why so unenthusiastic?" Shuangshu raised her voice. "Okay." He Tingzhou suddenly chuckled. Shuangshu was puzzled by his laughter and continued to gaze out the window. He Tingzhou, one hand on the steering wheel, rested his left arm on the window, crunching the hard candy in his mouth, the sound crisp yet muffled, with a hint of orange flavor. "Where did you get the candy?" Yu Zifeng rummaged through the glove compartment but found nothing. He Tingzhou gestured with his chin towards the back. "Ask the little princess." Shuangshu shot him a bemused glance. "She had no candy?" Yu Zifeng playfully asked her. "Princess, could you spare me one? I've eaten them all." Shuangshu replied. The convoy headed east, and after an hour, they arrived at the Dongyu Mountain camping site. Chapter 45. The second female lead still has her moments. The camping site was located on Dongyu Mountain, and upon their arrival, Shen Yu and the others had already been there. Lu Manman was initially standing next to Shen Yu when he Tingzhou parked the car. As the three of them exited, Shen Yu approached them first, glancing at Shuangshu's face. Yes, your injury healed. It got better a few days ago, Shuangshu replied. Shen Yu advised, rest for a while and have something to eat. We'll set off in an hour. Shuangshu nodded, noticing Lu Manman and her friends watching them. Lu Manman had brought along her usual group of friends, but fearing Shen Yu might be displeased after the unpleasantness on the yacht last time, she hadn't invited Song Lian. Shuangshu spotted the pair of twins. Shen Yu had booked the entire venue in advance, ensuring no outsiders would disturb them today. The early arrivals had skillfully set up portable stoves, and various picnic supplies and food were ready. He Tingzhou unfolded a camping chair on the platform, resting his right leg over his left, sitting there like a lord. Yu Zifeng had brought 2 professional DSLRs and a DV camera to document today's ceremony. He handed the DV to Yi Tingzhou. You'll film later. I've set all the parameters for you. Once we get up there, find a good spot for some scenic shots, and I'll have someone edit a fantastic video when we get back. Yi Tingzhou remained silent, lifting his eyelids to give him a look that said, Are you commanding me? This is your cousin, Yu Zifeng pressed, shoving the DV into his hands. Remember, when your sister hands over the ring, we need a close-up. Yi Tingzhou lazily accepted the DV. The second female lead still has her moments. Meanwhile, Shuangshu, who was resting and drinking water nearby, interjected, What second female lead? I just want you to get a close-up of the ring. Yu Zifeng felt he had entrusted the task to the wrong person. This young master seemed to have no concept of following orders. He hoped he wouldn't find out later that Yi Tingzhou hadn't even turned the camera on. Yi Tingzhou began fiddling with the DV, the lens sweeping over the people at the campsite who were taking a break. Yu Zifeng walked over to discuss the operation plan with Zhuo Zhong and others, while Lu Manman and her girlfriends busied themselves grilling meat and brewing milk tea. Shen Yu stood conversing with Zhou Shengen, and Bai Qingmei, having plucked a wild grass from somewhere, fashioned it into a ring and placed it on Zhou Shengen's finger. The camera panned to a direction where Shuangshu, with her hair styled in a bun, had a round tuft perched atop her head. She held her phone up to capture the distant mountains, her loose strands of hair fluttering in the wind, creating a graceful line from the mountain's base to her nose. Her unadorned face appeared light and translucent, akin to a flawless pearl nurtured within an oyster shell. Once the meat was ready, everyone gathered around the table to eat. Shuangshu sat next to Yu Zifeng, and Lu Manman handed her a plate of food she had just served. Xiao Jiu, this one is for you. As Shen Yu approached, he interjected, She doesn't eat bean sprouts. Lu Manman paused momentarily. Shuangshu still reached out to take it. It's fine. Lu Manman retracted her hand, smiling nonchalantly. Don't force it. I'll get you another portion. Finally, Bai Qingmei and Zhou Shengen settled beside Shuangshu. They had only briefly exchanged glances in the car, but now they had time to converse. Shuangshu wasn't very familiar with Bai Qingmei, yet she was quite friendly towards her. The last time I saw you, you were participating in a swimming competition, right? You've grown so much since then. Shuangshu smiled, responding, I wasn't back when you got married. Congratulations on your new union. Her typically aloof demeanor softened when she smiled, revealing delicate dimples beneath her eyes, making her appear sweet. Bai Qingmei was only a few years older, yet she smiled at Shuangshu as if she were a child. Playfully pinching her cheek. Swimming competition, Zhou Shengen inquired. Yes, the youth swimming championship. She won the championship. How impressive. Bai Qingmei spoke animatedly about it. She left the second-place contestant far behind, and after the race, a swarm of reporters surrounded her for interviews, with the director's camera always cutting to her face. Unfortunately, all that footage was edited out during the replay. We all went to watch the competition that day. Tingzhou was there too. Shuangshu's expression was noticeably taken aback as she glanced over at Yi Tingzhou, positioned diagonally across from her. Yi Tingzhou was there that day. She couldn't recall when she participated in the competition. Shinshan Yuan and Fu Yun were overjoyed, purchasing dozens of tickets for their close friends and family. And it made sense that Yi Tingzhou received an invitation. He seemed indifferent to such trivial matters, not sparing Shuangshu even a glance, his tone dispassionate. Is that so? I don't recall. After their meal, they took a brief rest before preparing to ascend the mountain. The trek to the viewing platform at the summit would take approximately 2 hours, allowing them to enjoy a moderate hiking experience, infusing the meteor shower proposal ceremony with a sense of joyful perseverance, yet not exhausting them to the point of ruining their appearances for the important moment. Before setting off, Shen Yu advised Shuangshu, it will be chilly tonight, bring a hat. Shuangshu had often accompanied him on hikes and camping trips. Shen Yu was a considerate brother, and she never had to worry about anything with him around. Fortunately, she had prepared adequately beforehand and packed a warm hat in her backpack. The hiking group formed a single file as she initially followed behind Shen Yu and Lu Manman. However, Lu Manman, perhaps unaccustomed to physical activity, began to whine about fatigue shortly after they started. Shen Yu took her relatively light bag from her and turned back to extend his hand towards Shuangshu. Shuangshu shook her head. No need, brother. I'm not tired. As they continued to climb, the twins called out, Man, let us take a photo of you. They squeezed past Shuangshu, moving ahead of her. Shuangshu made way for them, and once the group of girls had passed, she noticed Yi Tingzhou leisurely trailing behind, DV in hand, capturing the scenery as he walked. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow as they chased the dying light. Stopping intermittently to soak in the beauty of their surroundings. Upon reaching the mountain, the temperature indeed dropped, particularly near the creek where the moisture in the air intensified and the flowing water brought a refreshing chill, making even wearing a jacket feel slightly cold. Shuangshu pulled out her hat and donned it, following the others as they stepped across the stones to cross the river. The last step required a bit of a leap, and Yu Zifeng turned around to assist her. "Come on, take it slow." Shuangshu grasped his hand, using it for support to step onto the stones. He Tingzhou walked behind her, his gaze slowly gliding over their clasped hands. Once they were across, Yu Zifeng released her hand, responding to a call from further ahead. Just as Shuangshu was about to move on, she heard He Tingzhou call out from behind, "Little Yellow Hat, lend me a hand." Shuangshu turned to look at him, then glanced at the others ahead, realizing he was addressing her. Fine, her hat was indeed yellow. This height posed a slight challenge for a girl, but the men ahead had all managed without assistance, and he was a tall man at 1.88 meters. Nevertheless, Shuangshu was not so petty as to refuse to help. She extended her hand while grumbling, "This rock isn't even as long as your legs." That He Tingzhou grasped her slender, pale fingers, which felt soft and slightly cool. As Shuangshu exerted herself to pull him up, she suddenly realized how naive she had been. She nearly stumbled forward, almost falling along with him, only narrowly avoiding disaster as He Tingzhou managed to step up with his other leg, stabilizing himself on the ground. In that moment, her expression must have been filled with alarm. It was a close call, and she promptly released his hand, turning to walk ahead. During a brief stop to rest, the sky had darkened, and He Tingzhou, along with Yu Zifeng, stood at the cliff's edge smoking. Shuangshu did not venture towards Shen Yu, instead choosing to rest upon a stone at the edge, listening to the jovial banter of those around her. A few girls, clad too lightly for the frigid mountain air, huddled together, lamenting, "Why is it so cold up here? We advised you to dress warmly," Yu Zifeng admonished, resembling a disobedient childless mother. With a click of his tongue, he added, "There's a waterfall nearby. It will only get colder." Nevertheless, he graciously removed his coat and offered it to the girls. He extended his jacket to another, yet one girl remained, shivering, and clutching her arms, casting glances toward the man beside her. He Tingzhou's bone structure was undeniably exquisite. From the side, the lines of his brow and nose gracefully undulated, reminiscent of the distant mountain ranges. Why Yu Zifeng jested, "He, hurry and give her your coat." Chapter 46, Xiaojiu, do not be afraid. The girl's face flushed slightly, her expression tinged with anticipation. He Tingzhou, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glanced sideways with dark eyes. "Which one should I take off? Should I also let you remove my trousers?" Yu Zifeng teased. "If I tell you to take it off, would you comply?" He Tingzhou squinted, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face, his tone laced with flirtation. "If you wish to take it off, feel free to do so yourself." "Damn!" Yu Zifeng exclaimed, unable to suppress a laugh. Shuangshu noticed and quickly stifled her amusement. The languorous demeanor in He Tingzhou's eyes gradually dissipated. He removed the cigarette from his mouth, stepping closer to the cliff's edge, and gravely addressed her, "Song Shuangsu. Do not move." Shuangshu was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed such an intense expression on He Tingzhou's face before. He was either aloof or carelessly relaxed. This deep, serious gaze felt unsettlingly out of character. Meanwhile, Zhou Shengyan shielded his wife behind him, inquiring, "Where is Shen Yu?" Shuangshu, sensing a shift, slowly turned her head, following their gazes to see, just a meter away on a branch, a greenish-blue snake peeking out. "Oh my god!" Yu Zifeng exclaimed in shock, the dimming light obscuring his view. Was it a green tree viper or a bamboo leaf viper? Zhuozhong's voice grew grave. "Bamboo leaf viper. Observe the shape of its head. It's triangular. This snake is venomous. Sister, do not make any sudden movements." His warning only heightened Shuangshu's fear. From a young age she had harbored a deep-seated dread of all snakes and insects, particularly snakes. The mere sight of one in a picture made her shudder, let alone a living serpent so close, fixating on her. She was incapable of distinguishing between the bamboo leaf viper and the green tree viper. But the vivid green color of the snake was terrifying. Its triangular head was even more chilling as it stared at Shuangshu, sending shivers down her spine. She dared not look away, her body trembling uncontrollably. Fingers pressed tightly into her palms, while her entire being tensed with fear, terrified of provoking the snake into an attack. "Please, can it just move away?" Yu Zifeng and Zhuozhong were frantically searching. "Is there a stick? Find a stick." Their wilderness experience paled in comparison to Bai Qingmei's. Given the proximity, unless they struck perfectly, the snake was likely to react and attack Shuangshu. Furthermore, the branch was too soft to strike effectively. "What now?" He Tingzhou had extinguished his cigarette, appearing remarkably calm as he spoke to Shuangshu in a nonchalant tone. "Do you have a trekking pole?" Shuangshu's face drained of color, her voice trembling. "I do." "I'll get it. If it attacks you, duel with it," He Tingzhou instructed. Shuangshu felt tears welling. What kind of duel was that? Yet, his composed demeanor provided her with a modicum of reassurance, allowing her to stealthily grasp the trekking pole beside her. "Now, slowly rise, walk toward me," he directed. Shuangshu obeyed, lifting her rear from the stone with excruciating slowness, moving at a pace even slower than a turtle's. Every motion was delicate and cautious. Inching forward, silence enveloped the group. No one dared to make a sound or approach. What is happening? In the distance, Shen Yu noticed the commotion and, upon seeing the branch behind Shuangshu, his expression darkened. Lu Man clung to his arm in fright. Exclaiming, there is a snake, the other girls screamed in terror. Forget the snake. Yu Zifeng was nearly leaping out of his skin. Shen Yu, usually so gallant towards women, wore a rare, stern expression, commanding in a low voice. Be quiet. The snake, startled by the sharp outcry, suddenly moved, its still body on the branch now animated. Shuangshu's heart raced as Tingzhou had somehow closed the distance beside her, gripping her wrist and yanking her. In that instant, the snake lunged, and in a split second, Tingzhou's right hand deftly seized the snake by its neck. Shuangshu's hair stood on end. He released her and approached the edge of the cliff. Discarding the snake into the abyss, still rigid with shock, Shuangshu was enveloped in Shen Yu's arms. His voice, still tinged with tension, reassured her. It's all right, Xiaojiu, do not be afraid. Gradually, the terror began to ebb from Shuangshu's nerves as she turned to glance at Tingzhou. Yu Zifeng was pouring water from a bottle to wash his hands, simultaneously extolling Tingzhou with admiration. You are truly remarkable, my lord, you dare to catch a venomous snake with your bare hands. What else would you fear? Tingzhou washed his hands leisurely under the stream, his brow furrowed in distaste. Maintaining his nonchalant tone, he replied with utmost seriousness, I watched a horror film. The prince, struck by his own obsessive cleanliness, scrubbed for 3 minutes, using 2 bottles of water and disinfecting wipes twice, before begrudgingly drying his hands. Shen Yu escorted Shuangshu to a resting spot. Her heart still racing, she glanced behind her, relieved to find no trees or brush. Allowing her to finally relax, reaching into her bag for a bottle of water, Shen Yu swapped it for a thermos, saying, drink something warm. To her surprise, the thermos contained snow pear ginger tea, the steam rising in the chilly mountain air after her fright. Bringing her comfort, did your godmother make this? She inquired, her complexion still pale from the scare. Shen Yu gently ruffled her hair. Drink up. After several hours, the ginger tea had cooled sufficiently, and warmth spread through her body as she sipped from the thermos. Unbeknownst to her, not far away, the twins exchanged glances, their expressions disdainful. Because of the unexpected visit from the snake, they took a brief respite, allowing Shuangshu to recover from her fright before continuing their ascent. Zhuozhong glanced up at the sky. Could it rain soon? Impossible, Yu Zifeng asserted decisively. I checked the weather forecast. We've come this far to witness the meteor shower, not to see it rain. Chapter 47. Xiaojiu was not that kind of person. Due to the earlier incident, Shen Yu remained attentive to Shuangshu during their ascent. To Yu Zifeng and the others, this was entirely natural. It was only right for a brother to care for his sister. If their troublesome sibling had been there, he would have sprawled on the ground after a few steps, expecting to be carried up the mountain. The twins, however, could hardly bear to watch, whispering to Lu Man in indignation, Man, look at her, monopolizing Shen Yu. Lu Man replied, he is Xiaojiu's brother, it's only right for him to look after her. He's not her biological brother. The twin sister, the one who had been slapped for her loose tongue last time, said, I told you, their relationship is not straightforward. She even admitted to liking Shen Yu. That's what her good friend told us. Shen Yu just hugged her in front of you. Isn't that a slap in the face? Lu Man countered. Xiaojiu was frightened by the snake. Yu was merely comforting her. It was just a snake. Why make such a fuss? Look at her now. She has successfully garnered Shen Yu's sympathy. I think you shouldn't have let her come today. It is such an important occasion. Aren't you afraid she'll ruin it? Alright, enough. Xiaojiu was not that kind of person. Lu Man couldn't deny that she felt a twinge of disappointment. Throughout the journey, Shen Yu had been considerate towards her, but she could sense that his attentiveness stemmed more from a gentlemanly demeanor. His affection for Shuangshu was distinctly different, as natural as breathing. She knew she should be understanding, yet as a young woman in her early 20s she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. She was merely pretending to be naive in Shen Yu's presence. While secretly harboring deeper intentions. Man, you're just too soft-hearted. You can't compete with her cunning. Having regained her composure, Shuangshu turned to glance back, although Tingzhou often treated her poorly, repeatedly mocking her. There were no words in the vast accumulation of Chinese civilization to adequately express her feelings upon witnessing him seize that venomous snake. Tingzhou walked at the back of the group. Separated from her by several people, their eyes met briefly, and he seemed to sense her gaze. Suddenly looking up across the long line of people chatting and laughing, his eyes lingered on her face. Locking into her gaze, after a few seconds, Shuangshu turned away first. As the night sky stretched infinitely above, the mountain breeze was refreshing, infused with the scent of the forest, though it had grown colder. Upon reaching the observation deck, Yu Zone, the commander, began organizing the group to set up camp, with Shuangshu, burdened with responsibility, rehearsing the arrangements several times, had he not been concerned about diminishing the element of surprise. His pursuit of perfection might have compelled him to pull Shen Yu and Lu Man into a rehearsal themselves. The process was remarkably simple. After all, Shuangshu was merely a facilitator, without a single line to deliver. Yu Zifeng handed her the ring box, saying, you hold on to this. It is the most significant item of the day, so please do not lose it. Shuangshu placed the ring box into her backpack and replied, Understood, Director Yu. After verifying the procedures, just as she was about to return to the campsite, Lu Man and her several female companions approached, carrying colorful lights and other decorations to set up the venue. The twins called out to her, "Shuangshu, come help us out. We took too long resting, and now we're afraid we won't finish in time." Shuangshu glanced back at them. The twin sisters were seasoned members of Song Lian's group, who typically followed her lead upon her recent return. Shuangshu had a disagreement with them during Shen Yu's birthday. Besides the twins, there were two other girls Shuangshu did not recognize. They were friends of Lu Man from her time in Lin City. Given the urgency of the task, Shuangshu did not decline and stayed to assist. Yu Zifeng checked his watch and said, "You all carry on. I will return shortly." Balloons, colorful lights, electronic candles, and rose petals that had been painstakingly carried up the mountain were all ready. They were responsible for wrapping the lights around the railings, spreading petals on the steps, while the task of inflating balloons was assigned to Shuangshu. Each person focused on their duties, and the two unfamiliar girls quickly finished with the petals. "Miss Song will head back to help Man with her makeup," they announced. Shuangshu acknowledged them, and just as she was nearing completion with the balloons, she suddenly heard someone exclaim in surprise. The twins leaned over the railing, saying, "Whose bag is that? I didn't see it," and accidentally kicked it down. Shuangshu's bag, which had originally been placed on the right side of the steps, was nowhere to be found when she turned to look. Rushing to the railing, she peered down to see her backpack lying in the grass below. My bag wasn't there. "How could you have kicked it?" The older sister feigned innocence, retorting, "I didn't do it on purpose. I was here wrapping the lights and didn't see it. You didn't place it properly, so you can't blame me." The younger sister added, "Maybe when they were arranging the candles, they thought it was in the way and moved it." The twins, with the elder being sharp-tongued and the younger appearing innocent yet equally scheming, prompted Shuangshu to frown. "If you're going to cause trouble, at least choose the right moment. Do you even have a sense of judgment? What benefit would we gain from knocking your bag down?" Shuangshu coldly replied, "That just proves you lack discernment." Fed up with wasting her time on them, she turned and headed down towards the observation deck. That bag contained the ring. Without it, the proposal ceremony tonight would be ruined. The twins did not follow her, and Shuangshu had no expectation of their assistance. With her phone in the bag, she couldn't call for help and had to go alone. Her sense of direction was already poor, and as darkness enveloped the area, the limited beam of her flashlight made navigating the unfamiliar mountain path feel like traversing a labyrinth. She groped her way down, occasionally glancing up to gauge her direction based on the observation deck's position. However, the winding mountain trails made what seemed a short distance from above take an eternity to traverse. Once she retrieved her bag from the grass, she hurriedly unzipped it to check. Fortunately, the ring was still inside. Meanwhile, the twins returned to the campsite, and along the way, with only the two of them together, they dropped the pretense. "Will this plan work?" "Don't worry, that patch of forest is like a maze. I've been here so many times and still get lost sometimes." She won't be back anytime soon. On a day like today, she has the audacity to show up. She surely has ulterior motives. They wouldn't go looking for her, would they? The meteor shower is about to begin, and Shen Yu is supposed to propose. Who has time to worry about her? If they discover she is missing after the proposal, they can look for her then. Let her stay there. The younger sister seemed a bit concerned. What if she comes back and tells Shen Yu? "It is not like we did it on purpose. Who knew she would get lost? If she can't return, it's her own poor sense of direction." The two giggled as they made their way back, and in the distance, they spotted He Tingzhou holding a camcorder, quickly silencing themselves and hurrying past him with their heads down. Chapter 48. Why is she called Xiaojiu? Shuangshu retraced her steps when all of a sudden, water droplets fell onto her shoulder. Is it raining? She quickened her pace, but the sudden downpour came with such ferocity that it soon turned into a torrential deluge, drenching her in moments. The sky darkened even further, and the heavy rain made the mountain path increasingly difficult to navigate, turning it muddy and slippery. She took out her phone to call for help, only to discover with dismay that there was no signal. With the rain pouring down, everyone would likely remain at the campsite and wouldn't return to the observation deck. The distance to the campsite was still considerable, and walking in the mountains during a storm was perilous and frightening. Shuangshu did not want to take the risk, so when she came across a cave, she sought refuge inside to wait out the rain. She recalled the route well enough and decided she could return once the rain stopped. However, she worried that Shen Yu and the others might become concerned upon realizing her absence and might venture out to look for her. Just in case, she hung her yellow rain hat on a branch outside the cave. Inside, the cave was dry but somewhat dim. She turned on her flashlight and found a clean spot to sit and rest. The sound of a gentle stream flowing within reminded her of that snake, and she nervously shone the flashlight around. Thankfully, the area was open, and there was nothing to be seen. However, she couldn't relax for long, as she soon began to feel cold. The temperature in the mountains was already low, and with the storm, the cave, which was perpetually damp and chilly, felt bone-numbing. Shuangshu was shivering uncontrollably and, in vain, turned her phone off and on again, but it remained without service. She resigned herself to the situation, wondering what kind of weather forecast Yu Zifeng had been relying on. It was utterly inaccurate. With such heavy rain, not only would the proposal be ruined, but the meteor shower would also be unviewable. Perhaps the storm would pass as swiftly as it had arrived, and if luck was on their side, they might still manage to follow the original plan, ensuring that everyone's hard work and efforts weren't in vain. The rain continued to pour, showing no signs of letting up, and as Shuangshu listened to the sound of the rain, she suddenly heard footsteps amidst the cacophony of the storm. The sound of footsteps in the rain resembled the beginning of a horror film, and she instinctively grew wary, picking up a stone for protection. A tall shadow loomed closer to the cave entrance through the rain, and in the beam of her flashlight, He Tingzhou's extraordinarily handsome face came into view. Surprised by this unexpected encounter, Shuangshu was momentarily stunned, taking several seconds to lower the stone. She had entered the cave wearing a hat and had managed to stay only lightly damp, while He Tingzhou appeared far worse for wear. His hair was nearly soaked through, his black rain jacket was drenched, and his face was wet from the rain. He Tingzhou stepped into the cave, presumably in a hurry to escape the rain. Breathing slightly heavily as he did so. He stood there for a moment, staring at Shuangshu before smirking with a hint of mockery. "You're quite clever, knowing how to hide from the rain." She wasn't foolish, of course she knew to seek shelter from the rain. Shuangshu surmised that he was feeling a bit off balance due to having been caught in the rain himself. "Aren't you also here to escape the rain?" she replied softly. He Tingzhou brushed the rainwater off his clothes and swept his hair back, then sat down a couple of steps away, leaning against the cave wall. His entire face appeared damp, and his wet hair accentuated his sculpted features, making him look even more strikingly handsome with his defined brows and deep-set eyes. The camcorder lay carelessly discarded on the ground. Thoroughly soaked by the rain, uncertain if it was still functional, he was still filming this late. It was clear that his cousin must have piqued his interest. In this moment of shared misfortune, having someone familiar nearby, even if it was the last person Shuangshu wanted to see, eased her sense of fear considerably. He Tingzhou remained silent, resting against the wall, and she too kept quiet. They ignored each other, as if they were two strangers fortuitously taking shelter in the same cave, with only the gentle stream flowing nearby breaking the silence. The torrential rain continued to fall, and the cold seeped into Shuangshu's bones, causing her face to grow pale as she curled up to conserve warmth. A rustling sound broke the quiet. He Tingzhou had removed his outer jacket. Shuangshu's first instinct was to think he was offering it to her, but she quickly dismissed that notion. When he had been urged to show his gentlemanly side by Yu Zifeng, he had acted completely indifferent, without any gentlemanly demeanor to exhibit. Where could he possibly show it? Moreover, given the frigid temperature inside the cave, he must be cold himself. He Tingzhou draped his jacket over his shoulders and turned his head to call her, "Come closer." Shuangshu's mind inexplicably recalled the warmth she had felt when he had once held her close, causing her cheeks to flush slightly in the dim light. Without a second thought, she rejected his offer. "No need." He Tingzhou looked at her with his dark eyes. "Between you freezing to death and me freezing to death, there is a middle option where we both survive. Come here." His tone brooked no argument, and Shuangshu's fingertips had begun to feel numb from the cold. If this continued, by the time the rain stopped, Shen Yu might find her as nothing more than a rigid ice sculpture. After a lengthy hesitation, she slowly inched her way closer to He Tingzhou, carefully lifting a side of his jacket to curl up inside it. He cast her a quick glance but did not respond. His rain jacket was waterproof, keeping the inside dry and warm, infused with his characteristic cool aura. As she nestled closer, every cell in Shuangshu's body seemed to ignite with warmth, reminiscent of the time she had been overly intimate with him. Sharing the same jacket for warmth while trying to keep her body from getting too close to him was a contradictory endeavor, leaving her feeling perpetually stiff. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the cave wall in front of them, and He Tingzhou closed his eyes. Shuangshu thought he was about to sleep and reached for the flashlight to turn it off. Just as she was about to do so, He Tingzhou spoke. "Don't turn it off. I'm afraid of the dark." In everyone's eyes, He Tingzhou was a man without fear, bold and carefree, even daring to catch snakes barehanded. How could he be afraid of the dark? Shuangshu found it puzzling and turned the flashlight back on, shifting the light a bit towards him. "Why do they call you Xiaojiu?" He Tingzhou asked abruptly. In truth, only Shen Yu called her that. Lu Man had learned it from him. Shuangshu remarked, "I was born on the 9th day of the 9th month." Shuangshu, indeed, signifies September. He Tingzhou, with an unusual perspective, responded, "The 9th day of the 9th month, then shouldn't you be called Chongyang?" Shuangshu, slightly at a loss for words, retorted, "Then how come you weren't named He Jianjun, being born on August 1 as He Tingzhou chuckled. And being in such close proximity, Shuangshu could even feel the subtle tremor of his Adam's apple. He lazily opened his eyelids and glanced at her. "How do you know my father never considered that?" Shuangshu was momentarily taken aback. She had merely spoken casually. He Jianjun and He Tingzhou were worlds apart in temperament. My father is a soldier, and I was born on August 1 as he believes it to be fate and has wanted me to join the military since childhood. He Tingzhou paused for a few seconds. "My name was given by my mother." This was the first time Shuangshu had heard him mention his mother. She turned to look at He Tingzhou, who was also gazing at her. The beam of the flashlight cast his silhouette against the stone wall, his high nose and long lashes creating deep shadows. Shuangshu's heart inexplicably raced, and she turned her head. saying, "My name was also given by my mother." After this exchange, silence enveloped them once more. He Tingzhou radiated warmth, providing a comforting source of heat in the damp, cold cave. Gradually, Xuanxu's body warmed up, and she drifted into slumber against the wall. She was roused by an overwhelming weight on her shoulder and opened her eyes to find He Tingzhou's head had slid onto her left shoulder at some point. Instantly, Xuanxu tensed, and as she reached out to push him away, she felt an unusual warmth. Startled, she pressed her palm to his forehead. He was burning with fever. "Brother Tingzhou," she attempted to call out, but received no response. He Tingzhou, he must have fainted from the fever. No amount of calling would rouse him. Xuanxu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided against pushing him away. He Tingzhou towered over her, and this awkward leaning position was quite uncomfortable, considering the favor of that green bamboo leaf. She cautiously adjusted her posture, straightening her back to allow him to lean more comfortably. She had no idea how long He Tingzhou had been caught in the rain. His skin felt alarmingly hot, and his breath was searing. His feverish breath enveloped her neck, quickly tinting her porcelain skin a shade of crimson. A tingling sensation spread from that point, weaving through her limbs like creeping vines. She no longer felt cold, rather, she felt as if she might ignite. Her body stiffened, becoming as rigid as a metal rod, her fingers gripping the fabric of her pants tightly, and her toes clawing at the ground. The weight of He Tingzhou was too much for her small frame. Her left shoulder ached under the burden, while he remained blissfully unaware, lost in a deep slumber. In this desolate wilderness, with torrential rain falling, there were neither doctors nor medicine, which was quite troublesome. She pondered how long the rain would continue. Allowing him to burn with fever was not a solution. After all, he was the sole heir of Commander He. What if his mind were to be damaged? It was already troubled. With excessive combativeness and a touch of foolishness, he could truly become a disaster. Xuanxu's gaze wandered around the cave, landing on the nearby stream. After a moment, she gently cradled He Tingzhou's head and chin in her hands, cautiously lifting his heavy head. The sharp contours of his bones pressed against her palms, and as her fingers inadvertently brushed against his feverish lips, she recoiled as if electrified. She propped He Tingzhou against the stone wall and carefully wriggled out of her clothes. Turning her back to him, she unbuttoned her outer jacket and quietly removed the inner tank top. When she turned back after dressing, she realized He Tingzhou had opened his eyes at some point. With one leg slightly bent and his wrist resting on his knee, he leaned against the wall, his dark eyes silently fixed on her. "When did you wake up?" "I noticed when you took off your second layer," He Tingzhou replied lazily, his voice gravelly and hoarse from the fever, sending a wave of warmth to Xuanxu's cheeks. She bit her lip, but this man had no sense of modesty, openly staring at her without a hint of embarrassment. If it weren't for his illness, she would have wanted to punch him, though, of course, he could never be physically overpowered by her. In an instant, she found herself unwilling to engage with him any longer. Irritated, she shot him a glare, allowing herself a moment to sulk before turning to the water's edge. Soaking her tank top before wringing it out, with a tight expression and pursed lips, she returned to kneel beside He Tingzhou, pressing the damp fabric against his forehead to cool him down. Thankfully, the cave was dark, and the flashlight's weak beam allowed Xuanxu to maintain her composure. "You have quite a high fever," she explained, uncertain of when the rain would cease, "so we must make do for now." The cotton fabric, washed by the stream, held a coolness that mingled with the faint scent of her. It was difficult to accurately describe the fragrance, a gentle blend of woody rose notes and the lightness of white tea, straddling the line between purity and warmth, making one want to bury their face and inhale deeply. He Tingzhou swallowed, and in the dim glow of the flashlight, he tilted his head back and closed his eyes. Unable to see his gaze, Xuanxu felt more at ease. After a while, as the tank top warmed against his body heat, she removed it to wash again. Despite being summer, the mountain stream remained quite chilly. Prolonged exposure left her fingers numb. After several rounds of cooling him down, she sat nearby, fighting off drowsiness. Suddenly she sensed movement beside her, and groggily turned to find He Tingzhou's face alarmingly pale, sweat beaded on his forehead. His brows knitted tightly together, and faint groans escaped his throat, betraying a state of heightened tension and unease in his slumber. It was as if a trapped beast was struggling. This typically unrestrained individual now exhibited a contradictory vulnerability. Xuanxu snapped into alertness, initially assuming he was suffering from the fever. She reached out to check his temperature, but the moment her fingers brushed against his skin, He Tingzhou's hand shot up, reflexively gripping her wrist. Xuanxu winced as he nearly crushed her wrist in his grasp, letting out a small cry. He Tingzhou opened his eyes, which gleamed like blades deep and dark as ink. He was still slightly panting, and upon seeing the pain etched on Xuanxu's face, the grip gradually relaxed. After a few seconds, "Apologies," he said, his voice hoarse and dry, gently rubbing her wrist with his thumb as if to offer comfort. Xuanxu withdrew her hand, the initial shock and nearly shed tears replaced by astonishment at his unexpected apology. It was as rare as a dog suddenly meowing. "You had a nightmare," he clarified. Xuanxu massaged her wrist. "People like you still have nightmares. I'm not a deity." "Of course, I have nightmares," Xuanxu replied. "You're certainly not a deity. You resemble a Rakshasa." He Tingzhou glanced at her, his body now relaxed as his arms rested on his knees, leaning back against the wall. "Am I really that frightening? Do you not know how terrible your reputation is outside? They say you nearly killed someone. Whether the rumors held any truth mattered little." Those gossiping thrived on the thrill of sensationalism. Shuangshu paused before adding, in a way, we share a common plight, both of us possessing tarnished reputations in the eyes of others. He Tingzhou, however, lazily countered, my poor reputation stems from their meddling and slander. While yours is well-deserved, what crime have I committed? Shuangshu was surprised to find herself unexpectedly calm. His words did not incite anger within her. My mother abandoned me, my father rejected me, others discarded me like trash. Yet my brother took me in and loved me like a treasure. Is it so strange that I cherish him? That isn't love, that's a case of the Bertling complex. He Tingzhou's teasing gaze fell upon her. Laced with mockery, little princess, you don't even understand what romantic feelings are. Shuangshu felt a twinge of displeasure but couldn't articulate why. She merely sensed that He Tingzhou was dismissing her feelings for Shen Yu. You wouldn't understand, she replied, not adhering to male virtue. He Tingzhou scoffed lightly, how am I not adhering to male virtue? When you wanted me, I remained chaste and unyielding. Shuangshu chose to ignore him, turning her face away and falling silent. Her mind whirled with thoughts of the Bertling complex, and before she knew it, she had drifted off to sleep. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, she vaguely heard commotion, voices calling her name. Yu Zifeng rushed into the cave, peering inside and freezing in place. The two individuals who had been missing for an entire night were huddled together against the wall, with Shuangshu resting on He Tingzhou's lap. The prince, who never expressed tenderness, now dutifully serving as a human cushion. He Tingzhou was awake, and upon seeing Yu Zifeng, his reaction was remarkably subdued. You're here. My heavens, we finally found you, Yu Zifeng exclaimed. His voice hoarse, he leaned out of the cave, shouting, over here, they're here. Shuangshu stirred awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and noticed the cave was much brighter. Morning had arrived, and the rain outside seemed to have ceased. Upon opening her eyes and seeing He Tingzhou's face above her, she was momentarily dazed, unable to comprehend. He Tingzhou glanced down at her. Are you comfortable? Realizing she was resting on his lap, she quickly sat up. How strange. She distinctly remembered sitting up to sleep last night. Footsteps approached the cave, and Shen Yu strode in, his tense and solemn expression softening upon seeing her. It is said that she remained at the observation deck to arrange the venue. While Shen Yu personally went to fetch her, only to find no one there. Shortly thereafter, it was discovered that He Tingzhou was also missing. Thus, the situation escalated dramatically. Everyone spent a sleepless night, braving the torrential rain. Scouring the mountains in search of the missing individuals, the path from the campsite to the observation deck is undeniably not too far, yet they searched tirelessly throughout the night, practically turning over the entire mountain. I must have passed by this cave at least thrice. Damn it, had I known, I should have come in to take a look. Yu Zifeng pounded his chest in frustration. Shuangshu curiously asked, I hung my hat outside. Didn't you see it? No, perhaps the wind blew it away, Yu Zifeng replied. Weren't you at the observation deck? How could you not know to run home in the rain and sought refuge here? Shuangshu opened her mouth to respond, but the twins behind the crowd interjected, oh dear, it's all my fault. While I was setting up the decorative lights, I accidentally bumped into Shuangshu's bag, and it fell. I thought, with it being so dark and the backpack being inconsequential, we could find it during the day. She insisted on coming down to look for it. Yes, we initially intended to accompany her. But she moved too quickly, and soon we lost sight of her. Had we known, we would have insisted on staying with her. The two of them were adept at seizing the opportunity, portraying themselves as genuinely concerned. Framing Shuangshu as stubborn and heedless of advice, making it seem unreasonable for her to claim that they had deliberately kicked her bag down. Shuangshu quietly observed their performance, without needing to speak. Yu Zifeng could no longer contain his exasperation. You dropped your bag, it had a ring inside, waiting until daytime to find it. By then, the proposal will be long gone. What do you expect to do? Slip it onto her finger then. The twins' expressions changed instantly, and upon hearing this, Lu Man cast a glance at them. The two became flustered. We didn't know. Yu Zifeng, already irritated with them for returning to the camp without a second thought and leaving his sister outside alone, felt even more vexed upon realizing they nearly lost the ring. Truly, they are more of a hindrance than a help. After all, they are friends brought by Lu Man. Scolding them would reflect poorly on her as well. Zhuozhong promptly stepped in to mediate. They didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, considering how heavily it rained yesterday, the proposal was doomed from the start. Who told you to rely on an inaccurate weather forecast? Yu Zifeng fell silent. Shen Yu knelt down in front of Shuangshu. After a night of running in the rain, fatigue was evident on his brow. Are you hurt? Lu Man, who had also searched all night long, looked worriedly at him. Are you alright? I was nearly scared to death. Shuangshu shook her head. I'm fine, but Tingzhou has a fever. Yu Zifeng reached out to touch He Tingzhou's forehead, only to have it brushed away by He Tingzhou's hand. Have you washed your hands? Damn, you nearly burned me. Hurry back to the base and call a doctor. Shen Yu helped Shuangshu to her feet. The romantic proposal plan had completely failed, and now one precious prince had fallen ill. Zhuozhong and the other young men returned to the campsite to gather their belongings, while the others escorted Shuangshu and He Tingzhou back to the halfway base. The descent did not carry the same joy and lightness as the ascent. Everyone was wearied from the night's ordeal. Returning to the campsite to rest, Shuangshu went to shower first. As she changed out of her soiled clothes, she recalled her vest. In the rush of waking up, She had forgotten about it, most likely left behind in the cave. The doctor who had been summoned arrived promptly and began administering in to Tingjo. He rested in bed while outside. Others busied themselves boiling water, cooking meals, each one eager to serve him. Someone brought over a bowl of homemade noodles, but Tingjo lacked an appetite, leaving it untouched on the table. Yu Zifeng entered, saw him not eating, and sat down to devour the noodles himself. I searched for you all night. I'm starving. When I returned yesterday, weren't you just wandering outside the campsite? When did you run off to the observation deck? Ill and fatigued, Tingjo was lazier than usual, barely opening his eyes. It rained, and I got lost. Getting lost doesn't mean heading in the opposite direction. What kind of sense of direction do you have? Just then, he looked up and noticed a white vest hanging on the clothes rack. Cough. Yu Zifeng nearly choked on his noodles, pointing to the vest and asking, whose little vest is this? Tingjo lazily peeked at it and replied with a sense of entitlement, mine. Nonsense, you can't fit into something that small. It shrank. Do you think I'm foolish? That style is clearly women's clothing, Yu Zifeng retorted. This is intimate wear. Where did you get it? In just a couple of days. You vanished for a night. When did you start mingling with the women in our team? Who is it? Tingjo, annoyed by his incessant questioning, dismissed him. If you're so bored, go play with the bamboo leaves on the mountain. As Yu Zifeng prepared to leave with his bowl of noodles, Tingjo spoke again. Lying in bed, his lazy gaze swept over the TV resting on the table. He casually remarked, it rained yesterday. Check if it's broken. When Shu emerged from the shower as was Zhong and the others had already returned to the base, Shen Yu sat cross-legged on a chair, gently calling her, come and eat something. The portable stove on the table was cooking a Korean hot pot, bubbling gently, while Lu Manman brought over freshly washed fruit. Xiaojiu, come quickly, I made this for you. Shu thanked her, and Lu Manman sat beside her, propping her chin on her hand with a smile as she asked Shen Yu, am I not very virtuous? Just then, Yu Zifeng emerged from the opposite room with an odd expression. Gesturing subtly to Shen Yu, who stood up and walked over, the two of them stood together, with Yu Zifeng showing something on the DV to Shen Yu. Lu Manman muttered, what are those two up to? As Shu ate shrimp dumplings, she glanced up just as Shen Yu turned to look at her. His gaze was as calm as water, reminiscent of the stream in the cave, carrying a tinge of chilling coldness. That look was not directed at her, but rather at Lu Manman. What is this all about? Yu Zifeng grumbled. Am I supposed to call someone over now? No rush, Shen Yu replied, his expression inscrutable. Let Xiaojiu finish her meal. Chapter 51. Manman has long viewed her with disfavor. Once Shu finished her meal, Yu Zifeng summoned the twins over. Almost everyone had gathered, unclear about what had transpired. But Yu Zifeng's serious demeanor indicated that something was amiss. He naturally had a cheerful disposition, but his sudden solemnity suggested that there was indeed an issue. The twins, feeling guilty about last night's events, feigned nonchalance upon being called over. Well, we had plans for the evening. If you all want to continue playing, we can just leave. Why the rush? Yu Zifeng replied, our matter isn't resolved yet. Where do you think you're going? What matter? They asked, feigning ignorance. You both know full well what I'm talking about. Tell me, how did my sister's bag end up on the ground? The twins visibly stiffened. Instinctively glancing at Shen Yu, he held a cigarette between his fingers, the crimson glow flickering ominously, his cold gaze sending a shiver down their spines. Shu, sitting beside him, appeared calm and composed, revealing nothing. It was an accident. We bumped into it. They were still trying to maintain their defiance. Miss Song, I know you were unhappy about being lost in the cave all night, didn't we apologize to you yesterday? Why are you still holding on to that? We truly didn't mean it. We were just so excited about making a special ceremony for Manman that we might have overlooked a few things. Shu interjected, whether you acted without intention or with malice, we are all aware of the truth. It's just that you don't like us. Last time, you slapped me for no reason. And I didn't hold it against you. You can't just accuse us without evidence. Shen Yu looked at Shu. Last time, to explain that slap would require delving into its context. But given the sordid words the twins had uttered back then regarding Shen Yu, Shu didn't want to bring it up, nor could she. She furrowed her brow, remaining silent. Seeing her quietness, the twins gained confidence and pressed on. Yes. You have your brother backing you up. Your family is powerful and influential, so we must be bullied by you. Her sister tugged at her, appearing to swallow her anger. Let it go. Look, now the blame has shifted onto her. By doing so, they painted her as the aggressor, having previously struck them and now falsely accusing them. If Shen Yu were to defend her, it would only solidify the impression of her bullying others with her influence. These twins were adept at navigating such situations, having honed their skills through real-life confrontations. By Qingmei, who had been dozing off, suddenly perked up, rummaging through her belongings to produce a bag of sunflower seeds. Munching on them while sharing with Zhou Zhengan, seeing that Shu was temporarily subdued, her competitive spirit ignited. Shu, it's your turn to turn the tide. Shu, where to go? As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Tingjo approaching from the opposite corridor. He wore a black hoodie, his shoulders appearing broad and straight, though his complexion bore the pallor of someone recovering from illness, pushing along his forestand. which held half a bottle of medication, the infusion line attached to the back of his hand. Someone immediately rushed over. "Why is Joey out here? Just to watch the fun." Tingjo settled comfortably into a chair. Leaning back, "What have I missed?" Even a fever couldn't deter him from seeking amusement. Frost Sequence, unwilling to squander her breath, turned her gaze towards Yu Zifeng. "Zifeng, could you please stop keeping us in suspense?" She was oblivious to the circumstances, yet it was evident that Yu Zifeng had summoned everyone for a reason. "Haha, did you not see this coming?" Yu Zifeng scoffed, inserting the memory card from the DV camera into a computer. After a few operations, he turned the screen towards the pair of twins. "Take a look for yourselves." Tingjo exclaimed. "Oh, is that not the video I filmed?" Yu Zifeng replied, while checking the DV earlier. "I happened to stumble upon something rather extraordinary." Tingjo's filming skills left much to be desired. The video was shot in a rather haphazard manner, devoid of any cinematographic finesse. As night descended upon the mountains, the lighting grew dim, and the video showcased a shadowy landscape, the undulating hills obscured by darkness. The background was eerily silent, save for the sound of footsteps crunching on twigs, until voices emerged. 2 female voices could be heard conversing. "That thicket is like a labyrinth. I've lost my way there on numerous occasions, and she certainly won't return anytime soon. The meteor shower is about to commence, and Shen Yu is proposing. Who has the time to concern themselves with her? Once the proposal concludes, we can search for her. Let her remain there. If she cannot find her way back, it is her poor sense of direction to blame." The identical faces of the twins transformed simultaneously, panic evident in their eyes as they realized that their private conversation had been recorded by Tingjo. Frost Sequence was equally astonished. Tingjo raised an eyebrow. The group of elder brothers who had watched Frost Sequence grow up could no longer remain seated. "Are you out of your minds? How could you do such a thing? To scheme against Frost Sequence under Shen Yu's very nose? You must be tired of living. I truly can't believe it. You speak so earnestly, yet I thought you both were innocent." The audacity of their words was astounding. It was a pity they weren't lawyers. They could turn any acquittal into a death sentence. "Have you both lost your minds?" Lu Manman exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. "If something happens to Xiaozhou, can you bear the responsibility?" Upon uttering this, she noticed Yu Zifeng's expression shift slightly as he pointed to the unfinished video still playing on the computer. The two girls continued to chatter merrily, their voices growing clearer in the background. Manman had long held a grudge against her. She had merely refrained from expressing it. This was the perfect opportunity to vent her frustrations. After all, Frost Sequence's incessant attachment to Shen Yu was truly bothersome. The atmosphere abruptly fell silent. The previously irate crowd now hushed. It turned out that the friends brought by Manman were merely pawns in her scheme. The fiancée, feeling disdain for her younger sister, had deliberately abandoned her in the mountains at night. The unspoken glances were telling. Lu Manman froze for a moment, instinctively attempting to defend herself. "Do not look at me like that. I did not instigate them." No one spoke. One was a younger sister she had raised, and the other was a fiancée on the verge of engagement. They could not mediate this situation, leaving it to Shen Yu to resolve. Moreover, her cousin Tingjo was present, making it clear that no one dared to challenge her. Yu Zifeng appeared equally troubled. His impression of Lu Manman was that of a cheerful and lovely girl, at least one who did not seem to possess such malicious intent. Lu Manman turned to Shen Yu. "Do you believe me?" He took a slow drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. The twins, realizing they had been cornered, feared Shen Yu's wrath and hastily clutched at Lu Manman as their last hope. "Manman, you cannot abandon us. We were merely helping you vent your frustrations." Lu Manman found herself at a loss for words. The air was thick with silence, an inexplicable tension hanging over them. Tingjo showed no reaction, neither defending his cousin nor displaying any inclination to uphold familial loyalty. He leaned back, appearing disinterested, yet his mere presence was enough to serve as Lu Manman's greatest support. Frost Sequence understood this and mused that he had come out specifically to bolster Lu Manman. Regardless of whether she had instigated the situation, it was essential to consider the familial ties of both the Lu and He families. In the midst of the stifling silence, Frost Sequence spoke up. "This matter has nothing to do with Miss Lu." She recognized that the ring was in her possession. If she were to get lost and fail to return, who would deliver the ring to her? She was eagerly anticipating the proposal and would never engage in such foolish behavior. Yu Zifeng glanced at her and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have discussed this with Manman." The atmosphere finally began to ease. "I told you, Manman is not that kind of person." Shen Yu remained silent, extinguishing his cigarette as he said, "Let us return." The group began to gather their belongings, loading their luggage into the vehicle in preparation for their journey back to the city. Lu Manman approached Shen Yu, saying, "I truly had no knowledge of last night's events. I was unaware of their actions." Shen Yu had not voiced his stance on the matter. He neither expressed disbelief nor affirmed her innocence. His unperturbed tone conveyed an undeniable indifference. "Manage your friends, there will not be a next time." Lu Manman gleaned from his demeanor that he did not care whether she was aware or not. What mattered to him was that someone had bullied his sister under his very nose. She could not help but feel aggrieved. Refusing to ride in Shen Yu's car, she pouted and turned to board the vehicle behind. As Frost Sequence emerged, she found Shen Yu conversing with Yu Zifeng. Upon noticing her approach, he instructed, "Return with Tingzhou's car." Frost Sequence was about to inquire further when Shen Yu tousled her hair, a gesture of consolation and a subtle signal for her not to pry. Chapter 52, The Temporary Babysitter. The twins were ushered into an off-road vehicle, exchanging furtive glances. Shen Yu had not uttered a word. Did that mean the matter would simply be brushed aside? As the convoy descended the mountain, the lead vehicle continued towards the city, while the off-road vehicle veered right at a fork in the road. Separating from the group, of the twins sensed something was amiss. Their anxiety escalating. "What are you planning to do? Where are you taking us?" The vehicle navigated a winding mountain road, progressing deeper into the wilderness. Gradually, the path narrowed and became increasingly rugged, eventually transforming into a bumpy dirt road. This mountain was more primitive than Dongyu Mountain, untouched by development. The forest was dense, casting a shadow over the sun. Not only were there no camping facilities, but even flat ground was a rarity. Aside from a select few thrill-seeking backpackers, few ventured here. The off-road vehicle came to a halt in an entirely unfamiliar forest. Yu Zifeng tossed the two girls and their luggage out of the car. Clapping his hands together, "You've never been here, have you?" "I certainly haven't. It's time to test your sense of direction." The twins instantly grasped his intentions. "You cannot leave us here," they protested. "We've never been here before. Who knows if there are snakes or wolves lurking about? This secluded wilderness is dangerous. How can we two girls survive a night in the mountains, dressed in climbing gear?" Shen Yu still exuded an air of elegance. Yet his voice was icy cold. "If Xiaozhou can spend the night in the mountains, why can't you?" The two girls were on the verge of tears, pleading, "We were merely following Man's instructions. We truly didn't mean any harm. We promise to treat Miss Song with utmost respect from now on and will never speak out of turn again." Shen Yu remained unyielding. "Why did she strike you last time? What had you said in her presence?" The twins exchanged furtive glances, their guilt evident as they hesitated to answer. Shen Yu asked, "Do you need me to pry the truth from your lips?" Seeing Yu Zifeng genuinely pick up a stick, the girls hastily spoke up. "We merely made a few offhand comments." They then nervously recounted their words, ensuring to soften the harshness of their previous remarks. The wind rustled through the treetops, the sound sending shivers down their spines, while Shen Yu's expression remained cold as frost in the shadows of the forest. Yu Zifeng was incensed, exclaiming, "They are not siblings by blood. Yet they are no different from real siblings. Do not sully them with your vile and twisted perceptions. Damn it, I ought to tear your mouths apart." The road into the mountains would be sealed for 3 days. With no one expected to arrive after 3 days, they could see if they could find their way back to Yen City. Shen Yu no longer wished to waste time on them and turned to get back into the vehicle. The distance to the city was nearly 70 kilometers, the mountain path treacherous. Calling for help would yield no response. The two girls cried as they banged on the car door, "We have no food. No water. If you leave us here, we will truly die." "You won't die in 3 days, Yu Zifeng retorted fiercely. "There is plenty of water in this mountain. If you get thirsty, drink whatever you find. If you're hungry, search the bamboo groves. Perhaps you'll find some bamboo shoots to roast. After all, you two are likely more poisonous than them. If you eat them, you might just cure yourselves." With that, he slammed the window shut and pressed the gas pedal. Driving away. As they bounced down the mountain, Yu Zifeng cursed, "It's all that foolish Song Lian's fault for spreading baseless rumors. The Song family clearly does not know how to educate their children. They produced an idiot. If she were my sister, I'd give her a resounding slap." Shen Yu remained silent throughout, and upon noticing Yu Zifeng rubbing his temples, he ceased his complaints. He Tingzhou, feeling unwell, leaned against the back seat with his eyes closed. While Zhuozhong drove, Frost Sequence lowered her head to play on her phone. After a while, she heard Tingzhou's gravelly voice beside her. "Is there any water?" Yes, Zhuozhong replied, handing a bottle of pure water back. Tingzhou declined. "I need it hot. I forgot you had a fever." As Zhuozhong was still young enough that he did not keep a thermos close at hand, and Tingzhou had not prepared one when he boarded the vehicle. "Endure for a while. It will be nearly an hour before we arrive." Tingzhou remained silent, and Frost Sequence fell to gaze upon her. Turning to meet his eyes, they shared a brief moment of silent understanding. She quietly extended her thermos, the one Shen Yu had filled for her. The young master still refused to answer, justifying himself with a confident, "It's hot, quite difficult to serve." S had no choice but to pour the hot water into the lid of the cup, blowing on it a few times before offering it to him. Only then did lift his delicate hand to accept it, taking a gentle sip. It was probably still a bit hot. He furrowed his brow but did not complain further. Sipping leisurely, after finishing the cup, he returned the lid to S, stating, "I'm hungry." Chimed in, "I have energy bars, would you like one?" Replied, "Too dry." "How about bread?" "Not fresh." "Bananas, apples, oranges?" "Not interested." Sighed, "Then what do you wish to eat?" "My lord." That gaze fell once again upon S, staring intently. She felt equally helpless. "I have nothing to offer." Condescended, "Then peel an orange for me." S had no choice but to take the orange and peel it for him. Having been taken care of by since childhood, she now found herself playing the role of his temporary maid, dutifully attending to him for half an hour. Upon reaching the toll station, approached from another car. Tapping on the window before taking a seat in the passenger seat, where was taking them, "Don't worry," replied in a tone of a good-natured person, "no killing, no disposing of bodies. We live in a law-abiding society. It was evident that would give them a lesson. Paused in silence. Shouldn't I have been in that car as well? Noticed her discontent and comforted her. What are you thinking? That incident has nothing to do with you. With so many of us here, could they really frame you? Didn't he tell me about your plan to give a ring? Directed this at S, adding, I didn't know the ring was with you. The driver immediately looked at her in surprise. What did your sister say to just now? Realizing halfway through, it dawned on her that they were helping to cover for her. S maintained her composure. If you're given a way out, take it. Why elaborate? Why do you trust me? Asked earnestly. Even your brother doesn't trust me. I never said I trust you. I'm merely giving face to your cousin. After finishing this sentence, glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. She remained oblivious and continued, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to save face. My brother would be caught in the middle, and even would find it difficult. Creating such a scene would be detrimental to everyone. Why would I find it difficult? Inquired. She is your cousin. If a scene ensues, you would undoubtedly protect her. Why should I protect her? His tone was cold and devoid of any fraternal affection. I am weak and powerless. I cannot protect such a colossal fool. You may not be able to bind a chicken, but you can certainly handle a venomous snake. Puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Knowing that he spoke the truth, all right, my friends have caused trouble. I must take responsibility. She turned to S, but I truly did not instruct them to bully you. Do you believe me? S scrutinized her for a moment. S' gaze was sincere and open. Through their interactions, S could discern what kind of person she was. She had been well protected by her family, innocent and carefree, worldly yet not worldly wise, although she harbored some jealousy typical of women. She had always been forthright. S replied, I have never doubted you. Immediately, S' lips quivered, appearing as if she might cry. Don't cry. S added, it's not that I believe in your character, I simply think you're not that foolish. Even if she stayed out all night, what would that accomplish? If found out, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken, or he would notice her absence that very night. Even if it didn't rain, he would be distracted from the proposal ceremony to look for her. For it would be a loss that far outweighs any gain. Rather than resorting to such petty schemes, she should wish to witness her own happiness with first hand. Regardless, you believe me. Was clear-headed when the car reached. As S exited, followed her, embracing her tightly. The highly anticipated proposal had fallen through, and she was nearly wronged. Although had not blamed her, his attitude left her heartbroken. In her moment of doubt, the person she cherished most did not stand by her side to offer support. The only one who believed in her was S. She sniffled, her voice choked as she said, Thank you. Chapter 53. Brother, I wish you happiness. A few days after returning from when S went back to the family for dinner. Was trying to persuade. Don't you know what kind of person is? She wouldn't do such a thing. You've wronged her. She must feel aggrieved. If S believes her, why can't you? Her friend's offended, and she bears some responsibility. If that S what you call wronging her, then let it be my fault as well. Was replying to emails on his phone, not lifting his head as he said. When was a child, if she broke someone else's face, I would have to apologize to. As long as it wasn't a matter of principle, never opposed, but this time he stated, in this matter. I share S perspective. The character of your friends reflects your own. Look at an S, they never associate with disreputable individuals. Countered, has lived in since childhood. She doesn't have many friends in, so she naturally grew closer to them. Although her friends may not be the best, her heart is good. Replied, then this is a good opportunity to see their true character. Whether to continue associating with them in the future should be weighed carefully. She often spends time with, and none of her crowd are easy to deal with. The reasoning was sound, yet sighed, is still a girl. Can't you just apologize and smooth things over? Noticed S at the door first. Putting down his phone, you're back. S entered, holding pastries. I made you some osmanthus cake. She had specially bought the ingredients, spending an afternoon mixing glutinous rice flour and sweet rice flour with water. Sifting it layer by layer into the mold, covering it with fine gauze, and steaming it for half an hour. The steamed rice cake was soft and fragrant, cut into small squares and sprinkled with dried osmanthus. Looking quite beautiful. I didn't add sugar. I prepared a bowl of osmanthus syrup for you to try. Smiled, albeit a bit strained. I can't eat that. Your brother hurt S feelings for your sake. They have been in a cold war for several days now. S set down the osmanthus cake. Your dry mom blaming me. That's not her intention. She just tends to worry. What young people don't argue. Reached out to take it. Let me have a taste. He took a bite of the osmanthus cake and complimented enthusiastically. The taste is truly delightful. S's skill surpasses that of the pastry shops. The topic shifted, and S went to the pond, hoping for good fortune, wondering if had returned, but there was no surprise. When she returned, the three were no longer in the living room. Dinner was ready. So she went upstairs to call and for dinner. Approaching the master bedroom door, she raised her hand to knock. Overhearing their conversation inside. Spoke in a heavy tone, before marries, it's best not to let S meet him. I am not blaming her, but this incident arose because of her. Had she not gone, would not have quarreled with. Is too partial towards her, which in turn makes feel wronged. Who can bear that? Is it really necessary to be so guarded against the child? Disagreed. S was raised by, if she is bullied, who will protect her? If he gets married and disregards his sister, then he is no longer. If he continues to protect her, I fear that his marriage too will also be disrupted by S. The child did nothing wrong. How can you speculate against her like that? This time, it was who was at fault from the start. You are making too much of it, I am making too much of it. S emotions became agitated. Does her liking mean I'm wronging her? Replied, that S just S rumors, don't listen to their nonsense. I've seen her diary. With that, S words landed heavily, and S felt as though someone had struck her heart with a fierce blow. There was no sound, but the pain left her numb. Fell silent in shock. Hadn't she harmed enough? He had raised her, and yet she harbored other thoughts, allowing others to stab in the back, calling him a pedophile and a pervert. As continued, her voice softened, turning into sobs. Don't I care for her? She is the child I watched grow up. Do I wish to drive her away and send her so far? Who am I doing this for? S was unsure how she descended the stairs. She only regained her senses upon hearing's voice. Beamed at the sight of her, proudly showing off the medicinal soup she was simmering. Madam called a couple of days ago. Hearing you were in pain during your menstrual period, she specially learned this 4-herb soup, made with angelica, ligusticum, white peony, and cooked remania. It's excellent for nourishing blood. Madam also instructed to prepare some for your senior sister. Her condition requires blood nourishment. Perhaps it was the steam from the medicinal soup that made SS's eyes feel warm. Please thank my dry mom for me, she said. You should tell her yourself. Why make me convey it? Replied with a smile. I have some urgent matters at work and need to go back. Look surprised. Dinner is ready. You're leaving now. I want to eat. Please tell my dry mom. S walked away under her puzzled gaze. As I stepped outside, I spotted Shen Yu seated on a chair in the outdoor pavilion. The sky had darkened, and wisps of smoke curled from his fingers, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary in the gentle breeze of the summer night. Shuangsu paused for a moment at a distance before approaching him. Brother, Shen Yu, his thoughts returning to the present, extinguished his cigarette and turned to her, his voice as gentle as ever. What's the matter? The night breeze was cool, caressing Shuangsu's long hair like a tender hand. She replied, that incident is truly not Miss Lu's fault. She was eagerly anticipating your proposal that evening, and when the rain came, the surprise she longed for vanished. She even searched for me with you and ran around all night. She must have felt quite distressed. Shen Yu inquired, did mother send you to persuade me? Shuangsu shook her head. Miss Lu is a wonderful person, cheerful, lively, and candid. I've envied her and felt jealousy towards her, but I have never disliked her. She genuinely cares for you. The warm orange light from the courtyard lanterns illuminated Shen Yu's gaze as he fell silent for a moment before asking, why are you telling me this? Shuangsu smiled slightly. Brother, I wish you both happiness. Chapter 54. Good. You'll be rewarded when you return. Shuangsu declined the driver's offer to take her home and walked along the neat, straight asphalt road. After leaving Shen's residence, passing by the Song family's estate, she caught sight of the imposing villa from a distance. The brightly lit house stood out against the night sky. She had lived there for a time during her childhood, but it left her with few fond memories. As she walked past the garden, her footsteps momentarily halted as she gazed at the corner where she used to crouch. Now, it was empty, save for the meticulously tended flowers and plants. Had Shen Yu seen her from this angle back then, a child silently crouching there every day must have seemed rather peculiar. The house was lively. She had heard that grandfather was out of the hospital, but Shuangsu had not visited since. A servant hurriedly passed by from the garden and, upon seeing her by the fence, wore a surprised expression. Miss Shuangsu, what brings you here? Just passing by, Shuangsu replied, intending to leave. The servant asked, aren't you coming in? The director has returned today, and the old man is home too. Shuangsu continued walking. I wouldn't want to interrupt their reunion. She had gone to the hospital to see Xu Yang, and just as she reached the ward, she overheard Xu Yang's solemn voice from within. This matter must not reach Shuangsu. Do you understand? Little Liao solemnly assured him. Don't worry, I won't breathe a word. Shuangsu abruptly pushed the door open. Inside, she found the two of them sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, with a large basin of fiery red crayfish placed on a small movable table between them, their hands clad in disposable gloves. Upon the door opening, both turned to look, their faces smeared with oil. Frozen in surprise, the air in the ward, typically quiet, was now infused with the enticing aroma of spicy crayfish. Shuangsu, her expression unreadable, remarked, I suppose my timing is rather unfortunate. Xu Yang immediately pointed a shrimp head at little Liao. It's all her fault for tempting me. I merely committed the same mistake that anyone else could have made, bringing such unwholesome food to the hospital. What were your intentions? Little Liao nearly jumped up. You were the one who said that eating hospital cafeteria food would drive you to depression. And I brought you something that would make you feel much better. You should have stopped me from going astray. Who threatened to fire me? In a flash, the two began to bicker in an attempt to shift the blame onto one another. Shuangsu closed the door and walked over amidst their quarrel, both instinctively shielding the basin. Having already bought it, tossing it away would be a waste of food. If she wanted to eat it, I can finish 3 basins myself. Shuangsu pulled up a chair. Are there any gloves left? Little Liao quickly handed her a pair, while Xu Yang cautiously asked, Are you really going to eat? It is not my body that is injured. Shuangsu elegantly donned the gloves, adding, Chen Perron's trial hasn't even begun, but it's alright, if you can't make it until then, I can burn the verdict for you. Xu Yang reluctantly removed her gloves. I want to eat. I need to outlive him. The crayfish became Shuangsu's feast, and Xu Yang retrieved 2 bottles of secretly stored beer from the cabinet. Opening them for the two of them, Shuangsu glanced over, exclaiming in dismay, "Just these 2 bottles, you two are so lucky having skipped dinner to come out." She was genuinely hungry now. Little Liao had ordered the spicy flavor. Although she wasn't particularly fond of spicy food, she still dove into the meal, her taste buds stimulated to the point of pain yet delight. Shu Yan leaned back against the headboard, munching on cucumber, and after a while asked casually, feeling down. Little Liao, her face slick with oil, replied, "I'm feeling great, just eat your food, you fool." Shu Yang looked at Shuangsu, but she didn't lift her head. After a moment she spoke off topic, "I've researched several liquid hydrogen system suppliers. Huifeng technology in Lincheng is quite good for medium and small-sized liquid hydrogen tanks and refueling systems. Their manager is very interested in collaboration and has invited me to attend next week's Hydrogen Energy Development Summit in Lincheng." "Go ahead, you little workaholic," Shu Yang remarked. "How did I get so lucky to have unearthed such a treasure?" Shuangsu smiled, peeling the shell off a crayfish. "Treasure me, or you'll realize too late what you've lost." Shuangsu took a Wednesday afternoon flight to Lincheng. She brought along the company's technical genius, while little Liao stayed back in Yanqing to serve as Shu Yang's personal dining supervisor. The weather in Lincheng was splendid, with a clear blue sky. Upon arriving at the airport, she noticed a private jet landing simultaneously as she disembarked. The door opened, and a tall, sleek figure descended the stairs. Dressed in black attire, with long legs that drew attention, he wore sunglasses, and his descent was leisurely. From a distance, she couldn't see clearly, but the aura seemed reminiscent of He Tingzhou. Shuangsu first took the genius to the hotel, where the company's travel standards were modest. She personally booked 2 executive suites. While checking in at the front desk, the genius, carrying his backpack, shyly commented, "Songzong, I feel bad making you spend so much." "There is no need to feel bad. You are the prize gem of Feishue, worth much more than just this executive suite." The genius's face flushed slightly, and Shuangsu smiled. "Let us go." As they entered the elevator, a uniformed hotel bellboy pushed a luggage cart inside, upon which rested a black suitcase. The bellboy greeted her with a smile, and Shuangsu politely nodded before averting her gaze. Their rooms were on the 7th floor, and after getting off the elevator, the bellboy continued to the uppermost suite to deliver more luggage. The meeting with Huifeng was scheduled for the following 2 days. After placing her luggage in her room and changing her outfit, she decided to take a stroll in the evening. She extended a polite invitation to the genius, but he, being excessively socially anxious, preferred to stay at the hotel. Shuangsu didn't press the matter and went out alone. As soon as she got into the car, the driver asked, "Are you a tourist, beautiful?" Shuangsu, curious, inquired, "How could you tell? Do I not look like a local?" "Our eyes are trained. It's a skill we develop." The moment you walked out with that expression, I knew you were a visitor. Locals see their city like they view a tired housewife. They've grown weary of it, devoid of any freshness. This analogy, while somewhat crude, was apartment. Though she acknowledged this, Shuangsu asked if there were any interesting places, and the driver enthusiastically shared many well-known local attractions and specialties along the way. Compared to the deep historical ambience of Yanqing, Lincheng appeared more youthful, fashionable, and relaxed. She dined at a local specialty restaurant and casually strolled around the streets. Returning to the hotel by 9. Little Leah sent her a video pointing at Shu Yang on the hospital bed. "Boss, I officially report that she is trying to secretly order takeout again." Shu Yang also pointed at her. "You wait, your threats are in vain. The boss said that now the company is under my say. You can't fire me. I'm now an imperial envoy on a mission." As she stepped into the elevator, Shuangsu was looking down at her phone. She cheerfully sent a voice message back to Little Liao. "Good. You'll be rewarded when you return." Having spent a few years abroad, her demeanor had become more reserved and tranquil. In contrast, she had been carefree and full of laughter during her earlier years with Shen Yu. Her round, almond-shaped eyes sparkled sweetly when she smiled, her voice soft and melodic, as if imbued with a lilting rhythm. Only after speaking did she notice the presence of others in the elevator, her gaze lifting from the black slacks to meet He Tingzhou's gaze, which was directed downward. He Tingzhou had his hands in his pockets, his dark eyes glancing over the phone in her hand. From the upside-down screen, he could vaguely discern a man's photo showcasing his abdominal muscles. The note read, "Little Liao, Chapter 55, Tastes Ever-Changing." Shuangsu was somewhat taken aback, recalling the figure she had seen from a distance at the airport, surprised to find it was indeed him. "Brother Tingzhou? What a coincidence." "Not at all," He Tingzhou replied, still with his hands in his pockets, his gaze subtly shifting from her phone. "The summit you intend to attend, I'll be attending as well, using a photo of abs as your profile picture." "What kind of serious person does that? Shallow, vulgar, and ill-intentioned." Shuangsu turned to stand slightly in front of him. As the elevator ascended, noticing He Tingzhou's lack of intention to speak, she too refrained from initiating conversation. Standing quietly beside him, after a few seconds of silence, He Tingzhou's indifferent voice broke through. "Did you come alone? I have a subordinate." Shuangsu responded. He Tingzhou did not speak further. Upon reaching the 7th floor, just as Shuangsu was about to step out, he leisurely inquired, "Does your subordinate live here too?" "Yes," Shuangsu replied, catching the faint sound of He Tingzhou's scoff. She recognized the sarcasm but did not understand the reasoning. "Is there a problem?" This floor is an executive suite, and only those at the director level or above within the Yundun Group are afforded such travel standards. Naturally, a struggling little company like Feishua would not reserve executive suites for ordinary employees. Thus, it is highly likely that they are sharing accommodations. He Tingzhou leaned against the elevator wall behind him, bathed in the warm glow of the lights, yet his gaze radiated a cold indifference. Why don't I have a generous boss like you? Aren't you the boss yourself? You could extend a bit of generosity towards your subordinates, Shuangshu retorted, her temper barely in check as she turned to leave upon returning to her room while taking a shower. She found herself inexplicably reminded of He Tingzhou's expression. She couldn't articulate it, but her previously pleasant mood had suddenly turned stifled. She couldn't comprehend why He Tingzhou always seemed to mock her so coldly. He had helped her, saved her, yet every time she believed their relationship had grown closer, she was rudely awakened, reminded not to be overly sentimental. Never mind, He Tingzhou was not someone she could consider a friend in the first place. The following morning, the person responsible for liaising with Huifeng Technology had yet to make any contact. As the agreed time approached, Shuangshu took the initiative to call, only to find the line busy. An hour later, she still hadn't managed to reach anyone from Huifeng. This lack of communication was Shuangshu's greatest pet peeve, and a sense of foreboding began to settle in if Feishua had experienced similar situations before. And the seasoned Dishan expressed his concerns. Do you think they no longer wish to cooperate? Shuangshu, unwilling to wait idly, promptly summoned a car. Let us head to their office. Upon arriving at the industrial park housing Huifeng Technology, they sought out the client director. The secretary informed them, General Manager Zhang is currently attending to a client. Please wait a moment. Yet, that moment stretched into nearly an hour. Shuangshu glanced at her watch and approached the secretary. Has General Manager Zhang finished with his client? I am sorry, but General Manager Zhang had an urgent matter and has left, the secretary replied, visibly uncomfortable under Shuangshu's steady gaze. Sensing that it was futile to press the secretary further, Shuangshu replied, please convey to General Manager Zhang that basic integrity is paramount in business. If there are hesitations regarding cooperation, those should be expressed clearly before our arrival, rather than leaving us in limbo. Since you insisted on inviting us here, I will be sending you the bill for the airfare and hotel expenses for reimbursement. After departing, Huifeng Dishan, looking disheartened, lamented, why do we keep encountering such situations? Another waste of effort. Standing at the roadside waiting for a cab, Shuangshu gazed at the distant blue sky and towering skyscrapers, maintaining her composure. Everyone must traverse some winding paths. This trip hasn't been in vain. The Hydrogen Energy Development Summit is tomorrow, and attending could yield unexpected rewards. How can you remain so unperturbed? Dishan questioned. If it were General Manager Shu, he would have exploded by now, being angry. Won't help? Shuangshu replied with a smile. In fact, it's best to express one's frustrations. Repressed anger only manifests as knots within the body. Senior sister is much more carefree than I am. Upon returning to the hotel, fate had it that they encountered He Tingzhou at the entrance. A long Rolls-Royce was parked outside, and He Tingzhou was clad in a charcoal gray suit, his buttons meticulously fastened and his tie perfectly knotted. His assistant, Suzhen, had already opened the car door, and he was about to step in. Shuangshu oscillated between offering a polite greeting and deliberately ignoring him when she tripped slightly on the carpet. Dishan quickly steadied her arm. Hey, be careful. I'm fine. Shuangshu straightened up, noticing that He Tingzhou had observed them from a distance. He stood by the car, the bespoke black paint accentuating his striking features, and his cold, sharp black eyes casually swept over Shuangshu before drifting to the man beside her. The man, clad in a tasteless shirt tucked into his jeans, with a student-like black backpack and unkempt curly hair, was unremarkable at best. Apart from his skin being slightly paler from lack of sunlight and his features being somewhat refined, he could blend into any university crowd without a second thought. After observing He Tingzhou's lingering gaze on the man, Suzhen glanced over as well and promptly explained the newcomer's background. The individual accompanying Shuangshu on this business trip, referred to as Dishan, was a prodigy who had entered Yenching University at the tender age of 13, with the surname Chang and an uncommon given name, Shi. He was regarded as the treasure of Feishua, his only flaw being his social anxiety. When Shen Peiran separated from Xu Yang, his first thought had been to take Dishan along. It was said that he had made over a dozen calls and sent dozens of 60-second long voice messages, ultimately prompting Dishan to block him at 3 in the morning. He Tingzhou remained silent, his gaze fixed on the approaching duo. Just as Shuangshu was about to greet him, He Tingzhou's critical eyes returned from the man, and he remarked ambiguously, your taste truly is ever-changing. What? Shuangshu was bewildered. It's nothing, just a compliment, He Tingzhou replied. Shuangshu was not convinced. He was not one to utter words of praise. She attempted to introduce the two, but upon turning back, she found Dishan had distanced himself considerably, his expression screaming, please don't call me. Understanding his aversion to social interactions, he would even dodge colleague gatherings. Shuangshu dropped the idea. He is our company's technical director, though he suffers from social anxiety, so I won't introduce you. He Tingzhou mockingly remarked, your company seems to have quite an array of deities. Is it an average of one director per person? Shuangshu frowned slightly. There is no average of directors, we have only one technical director. He is the core of our company, the one who wrote the program for the flight control system you were initially interested in. Quite the defender, aren't you? He Tingzhou's indifferent gaze appraised the introverted man, who appeared frail and thin, hardly fit for 20 push-ups, let alone possessing any abdominal muscles. How could General Manager Song still be so easily deceived? He seems rather astute when dealing with me. Shuangshu felt utterly baffled, unable to comprehend his insinuations. Not everyone is like you, you constantly bully me. He Tingzhou leaned against the car door, inquiring, how have I bullied you? The two words he uttered were languid, laced with a hint of ambiguity, while Suzhen maintained a professional demeanor. Averting his gaze, Shuangshu cleverly chose to end the conversation. I should be heading back. Without waiting for He Tingzhou's response, she hurriedly ascended the steps, with Dishin quickly following suit, and together they entered the hotel. The next day, the Hydrogen Energy Development Summit took place at the convention center. This summit gathered leading enterprises and experts in the hydrogen energy sector, and Shuangshu regarded it with utmost importance. Arriving early with Dishin in such industrial settings, women, especially attractive ones, were a rarity. The moment Shuangshu entered in her professional attire, she attracted numerous glances. A man approached her, eager to engage in conversation. Upon learning that her company also dealt with liquid hydrogen supply, however, it quickly became apparent that his interests lay not in Fei Xue. When she inquired about the company's lightweight low-temperature liquid hydrogen storage tanks, he asked, how old are you this year? You look like you haven't graduated yet. Which school are you attending? She pressed on with her questions regarding storage and transport, while he continued to inquire, Miss Song, with such beauty, why are you still single? It felt like speaking to a brick wall, under the intensity of his gaze. Her interest and patience waned. If I were unattractive, would my single status be justified? Oh, that's not what I meant, he stammered, pulling out his phone. Your company needs low-temperature liquid hydrogen supply, right? Add me on WeChat, and we can discuss it further. No, I prefer to collaborate with professionals, Shuangshu retorted, turning away, only to spot General Manager Zhang from Huifeng Technology, accompanied by several individuals from Qinqing. Seeing them engaged in animated conversation, she instantly understood why she had been stood up the previous day. After losing the partnership with Fei Xue, Qinqing had unexpectedly targeted their suppliers here. When the Qinqing representatives saw her, their faces lit up with smug, mocking expressions. Miss Song, I heard you were left hanging by Huifeng yesterday. Quite unfortunate. General Manager Zhang was busy negotiating with us, Shuangshu replied nonchalantly. There are other liquid hydrogen suppliers. If Huifeng doesn't work out, I'll simply find another. You may pursue Fei Xue if you wish, but let us see how long that lasts. General Manager Zhang appeared slightly embarrassed, unable to meet her eyes, once the Qinqing representatives departed. He privately apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Song, I didn't mean to leave you in the lurch. I genuinely couldn't find the time yesterday. Shuangshu interrupted him. Until a formal contract is signed, you have the right to choose. I completely understand, however, save the insincere words. No matter how busy you are, you still find time to eat, drink, and use the restroom. Sending a text message takes but a moment. To be frank, I am keen on collaborating with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble to invite you here. However, they have reached out to me, expressing a willingness to facilitate an introduction between me and Director Fan from Yundun Group. You are well aware that the strategic positioning of Yundun Group within the hydrogen energy industry chain is unparalleled by other enterprises. In addition to their drone sector, they also possess projects in liquid hydrogen heavy-duty trucks and medium to large liquid hydrogen aircraft. Should a long-term partnership be established, it would greatly benefit the development of our company. Upon hearing this, Shuangshu found it somewhat amusing. Had you not cancelled on me yesterday, you would have realized the extensive detour you took. Fei Xue's client is indeed Yundun Group. As for Qinqing, they are merely toying with you, Shuangshu remarked. You are more easily deceived than a monkey. Zhang was left dumbfounded, still reeling from the collapse of his understanding. When Suzhen, dressed impeccably in a suit, approached Shuangshu with utmost respect, saying, Miss Song, President, he requests your presence. Shuangshu turned to see He Tingzhou standing across the venue, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Clad in a tailored three-piece dark gray suit, his attire was impeccably fitted, accentuating his shoulder, chest, waist, and leg lines, exuding elegance and smoothness without a wrinkle in sight. His tie was adorned with a refined prince knot, and the pocket square matched his shirt, rendering him a figure of opulence from head to toe. His tall, distinguished stature commanded attention, further amplified by his esteemed status, as he was flanked by Feng, the summit organizer, and a cadre of relevant leaders and experts. Unlike Shen Yu, who adhered to etiquette and gentlemanly conduct, He Tingzhou was known for his disregard for others' opinions. The deference and flattery from those around him seemed to elicit little more than indifference from him. With a lofty gaze that swept across half the venue, he beckoned her with a casual gesture. Shuangshu was led over by Suzhen, feeling the collective scrutiny of the crowd upon her. She was puzzled as to why He Tingzhou had summoned her. Was he intending to introduce her? Surely he was not that benevolent. As she approached, the air of boredom on He Tingzhou's face dissipated, and, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he introduced her. My partner. Shuangshu was taken aback. It was the first time she had ever been introduced in such a manner. Why would an ordinary partner warrant such a personal introduction? The crowd exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the unusual status of this partner. Treating Shu with courtesy and warmth, she graciously engaged with them, smiling as she stood beside Tingzhou, basking in his glow, and soon found her hands filled with business cards. Many from liquid hydrogen suppliers even more renowned than Huifeng. The president expressed interest in Feishu as liquid hydrogen drones, and despite his social anxiety, once the conversation shifted to drones and flight control systems, he became a torrent of words, overflowing with obscure technical jargon that would bewilder the average person. Embodying the essence of an intellectual, such a rare talent was hard for the entrepreneurs not to admire. And they all praised Tingzhou's discerning eye. Shu thought to herself, this has nothing to do with him. This is our company's technical director, Cheng, you say? Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Then who is Liao? Shu responded, puzzled, my assistant. You must have seen her. She accompanied my mentor on the day we signed the contract. Tingzhou had no recollection but remembered that there were indeed 2 women that day. Once the meeting commenced, someone kindly rearranged a seat for Shu in the front row right next to Tingzhou. She listened intently to the speeches, occasionally jotting down notes, her arms resting on the table as if she were in class. By the time the conference concluded, Shu organized her belongings, ready to depart with the esteemed director. Tingzhou's indifferent gaze swept over the socially awkward director who had been following her like a shadow. And with feigned sincerity, he remarked, heading back, I have a few questions regarding your flight control system, Director Chang. Let us have dinner tonight and discuss. The director froze momentarily, instinctively casting a pleading glance towards Shu. She quickly intervened, I'm sorry, President, he is rather socially anxious and isn't used to face-to-face conversations. If you have any questions, I can compile the information and send it to you. That is unfortunate, Tingzhou replied, having inexplicably taken her pen, twirling it between his long, elegant fingers. I prefer not to read. I enjoy conversing in person. Shu pressed her lips together, contemplating for a moment. Would it be acceptable if I spoke with you instead? Tingzhou studied her for a few seconds, then leisurely capped the pen and handed it back to her. Very well, I'll pick you up tonight. Chapter 57, Dressed so beautifully, are you going on a date? That evening, Suzhen sent Shu a message half an hour in advance, informing her of their arrival time at the hotel and the venue for dinner. It was a high-end restaurant, prompting Shu to change into a more formal dress and simplify her makeup. Dressed appropriately, she descended promptly, finding Tingzhou's car already parked at the hotel entrance. Suzhen respectfully opened the car door for her. Inside, Tingzhou glanced sideways, his gaze pausing momentarily upon her. The sleeveless dress was elegantly simple, tailored to fit her curves perfectly. In a refreshing ice blue HUE.AS she bent to enter the vehicle, her matching strappy heels accentuated her delicate ankles, complementing her slender figure. Her makeup was light, with a nude peach lipstick, and she wore 2 lustrous white pearls in her ears, subtly glimmering amidst her dark hair. Once seated, she noticed Tingzhou observing her. He, accustomed to a casual demeanor, had loosened his tie and unbuttoned 2 buttons of his collar, appearing relaxed and free-spirited after the summit. When Shu returned his gaze, she found his eyes particularly deep within the shadow of the car. Her heart inexplicably fluttered at the intensity of his gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Tingzhou resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Dressed so beautifully, are you going on a date? Given that he had chosen such a formal restaurant, wasn't it only basic courtesy to dress appropriately? Shu felt as though he implied she had dressed up with ulterior motives, and she turned her face to clarify, this is merely my most ordinary dress. If you find it too beautiful, that is simply due to my natural allure. Tingzhou chuckled lightly, a sound that resonated in Shu's ears as mockery. What was so amusing? She was indeed quite beautiful. Yet, it seemed Tingzhou did not share this sentiment. He favored the sultry and alluring like that enchanting woman in a cheapo whose mere glance could weaken one's resolve. Shu fully understood this. Which man did not have such preferences? He picked up the tie he had carelessly tossed aside and began to retie it, methodically forming a knot, pushing it down just below his throat. As the car began to move, he remarked, you look great in blue. The restaurant exuded sophistication, with a band playing melodious violin pieces, and the flavors surpassed those of the establishment she had visited 2 days prior. With her mind focused on work, Shu inquired during dinner, which part of the flight control system do you have questions about? Tingzhou, fiddling with his chopsticks, meticulously picked out the scallions from the eggplant dish. Does your company prefer to use work as a means to dine? Why not just consume the materials directly and save on paper shredders? Had it not been for his insistence on dining to discuss matters, who would relish the idea of entertaining a client after work? If he was unwilling to talk now, they would have to wait until after the meal. Observing his patient actions, Shu had been meaning to ask, if you don't eat scallions, then why include them? Tingzhou replied earnestly, I may not consume them, but they shouldn't be lazy either. Alright then. By the time Tingzhou finished eating and set down his chopsticks, Shu had been awaiting this moment. She retrieved the substantial materials she had brought along, preparing to face the inquiries from the esteemed client. Tingzhou observed her, filled with work-centric aspirations and a righteous demeanor, and smirked, why are you only pulling them out now? Shu was taken aback by his unexpected retort. Didn't you say we should eat first? Just then, the waiter presented the bill. He Tingzhou took the pen, his fingers long and elegant, signing it with a flourish. Once finished, he raised his head, a confident smirk playing on his lips. I'm tired from eating. Let us discuss another time. Client, he is the client. Shu silently repeated this, stabilizing her emotions as she returned the materials to her bag. Shu, hearing someone call her, she looked up to see Bai Qingmei waving at them from a distance, approaching with a smile. Sister Qingmei. Shu expressed her surprise. Why didn't you reach out when you came to Lincheng? I am familiar with this place. I'm here on a business trip. Bai Qingmei glanced at Tingzhou. Did you come together? Not exactly. Shu clarified. I'm here to evaluate suppliers, and coincidentally Tingzhou also attended the Hydrogen Development Summit. To think this small summit could attract such a prominent figure like you, Bai Qingmei remarked. It seems Yundan has been rather idle lately. Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, his demeanor languid. You're quite nosy. How about I just hand the company over to you? He maintained his customary brusque demeanor, prompting Shu to quickly explain. Hydrogen energy is the new frontier in the energy sector, and Yundan is very much invested in this area. Oh, Bai Qingmei smiled knowingly, and before Shu could decipher her implication, she changed the subject. Have you finished eating? Since you're here, let us go out for drinks. Shu glanced at Tingzhou. Fearing he would be reluctant to join two women, in that case it would be best for him to return alone. Before she could voice this thought, Tingzhou misinterpreted her look. Are you in a hurry to return to the hotel? Miss Song, is someone waiting for you? Not at all, Shu replied. I'm not in a rush to head back. Tingzhou casually stood, picking up his coat. Then let us go. Bai Qingmei called a few close friends. And Zhou Zhang arrived after work, still dressed in his sharp formal suit. Upon seeing him, Bai Qingmei embraced his waist, affectionately calling him brother. As Shu turned her head, she found Zhou Zhang enwrapping his arms around her. Such a serious and earnest man spoke to her with unexpected tenderness. She gazed at him for a few seconds before silently averting her eyes. Zhou Zhang took a glass of wine and approached Tingzhou. While Shu joined Bai Qingmei and her friends for drinks and lively conversation, all of them were quite sociable, capable of both drinking and creating a ruckus. Shu felt like a rabbit that had fallen into a den of wolves. Being dragged along to consume quite a bit of alcohol and even led to the dance floor, the music in the dance hall was deafening, causing the floor to tremble as if it were shaking. And the air was thick with the scent of evaporating alcohol. Before long, she felt her head spinning. After exchanging a few words with Bai Qingmei, she decided to step out of the dance floor. Maneuvering through the noisy crowd toward the restroom to splash some cold water on her face in an attempt to regain her clarity, after drying her hands, she exited to find a couple entangled in a fervent embrace. The woman's leg lifted by the man in a rather passionate display. The sight startled Shu, causing her to halt abruptly, frozen in place. The couple blocked the exit, and upon noticing someone coming from within, they showed no signs of stopping, utterly oblivious to their surroundings as if they were in the privacy of their own bedroom. This was, after all, a restroom bustling with people. Couldn't they find a more discreet location? She hadn't encountered such a scene when entering, so who could have anticipated that mere minutes later, the exit would be obstructed? Perhaps the alcohol had dulled her reactions, compounded by her abruptness. Shu felt dazed, still not fully aware of her surroundings as she attempted to avert her gaze. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind her, covering her eyes. Tingzhou's languid voice cascaded down from above her. What filthy things are you looking at? Instinctively Shu grasped Tingzhou's hand, and at that moment, the woman cried out, causing her to tighten her grip. Tingzhou's hand was warm, perhaps due to her freshly washed hands, the coolness of the water contrasting with his heat. Leaving her palm feeling a sudden warmth, his fingers were broad and firm as she realized her reaction and quickly released her hold on his fingers. With her eyes covered, the sounds of the couple's fervent kissing invaded her ears. Proving to be just as unsettling as the sight, the man had already noticed their presence, and upon seeing an exceptionally beautiful girl, he seemed to exert even more effort, perhaps to impress or outdo the man beside her. Should Tingzhou remove his hand from her eyes, she would be confronted with that brazenly wild scene. Yet, maintaining this position, blindfolded and listening to the live performance, felt even more peculiar. Shu, momentarily at a loss, wrestled with her options before ultimately deciding to turn around, presenting her back to the couple. As her eyes were freed from Tingzhou's palm, his crisp white shirt came into view. Impeccably tailored, appearing to shimmer under the dim, warm lighting of the bar. When she looked up, she found herself staring directly into Tingzhou's lowered gaze. His eyes were deep and enigmatic, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss. Realizing the proximity, she instinctively wanted to take a step back, yet, Tingzhou's arm encircled her waist, pulling her back without allowing her to resist. The sudden physical contact rendered Shu rigid, her breath catching for a moment. Before she heard him say, "What, do you want to join them?" Of course not. Shu felt utterly out of place, her mind muddled by alcohol, and she silently pushed away that solid arm from her waist. Tingzhou shoved his hands into his pockets, resuming his languid demeanor. She remained still, fixated on the area of his shirt where the fabric met his chest, still able to sense his gaze. Like a feather delicately brushing against her face, each movement left an indelible mark. He Tingzhou's low voice lingered in the air. Song Xuanxu, your ears are turning red. His words only intensified her embarrassment. It felt as though someone had ignited a fire within her ears, the heat rapidly spreading to her cheeks. She could hardly be blamed for her reaction, who could remain composed when forced to witness such lewdness. Oh, but he could die. I've had too much to drink, she feigned calmness. Yes, that's so. He Tingzhou raised his hand and made a gesture in front of her eyes, asking, how many fingers do you see? Xuanxu opened her eyes and mumbled 3. He Tingzhou burst into laughter, the sound resonating through his chest, and being so close Xuanxu felt the vibrations travel to her. The restroom corridor was rather cramped, with the couple blocking a significant portion of the path. And the remaining narrow space could barely accommodate her passage, yet she had no desire to approach them nor to utter the words, excuse me. If it weren't for Yi Tingzhou, she might have managed to maintain her composure. His presence, however, only deepened her embarrassment. He seemed unfazed, appearing to revel in the situation. And this awkward predicament, Xuanxu endured for a moment longer before deciding it would be best to return to the restroom. However, on her way back, Yi Tingzhou stood in her path. Could you move aside? She asked softly. I need to get through. Yi Tingzhou, with his dark lashes partially lowered, silently regarded her for a moment before stepping aside. She re-entered the restroom, and Yi Tingzhou cast a glance at the couple still engrossed in their public display, his indifferent gaze tinged with icy disdain. If you love to perform so much, why not take it to a stage? Men who could lose themselves in public displays of affection were certainly lacking in decorum, and with a lewd grin, one of them remarked, if you enjoy watching so much, why not bring your girlfriend along? Yi Tingzhou scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. With your meager assets, what is there to see? How embarrassing for you. Had I been you, I'd have castrated myself at 3 years old to spare myself the shame of growing up feeling inferior. The man's face turned an ashen green as he realized Yi Tingzhou's formidable stature was not something he could contend with. He hurriedly pulled up his trousers and left, muttering curses. The woman, rare in her appreciation for such an exceptionally handsome man, eyed Yi Tingzhou with a flirtatious gaze. Hey, handsome. Yi Tingzhou coldly raised an eyebrow. Clean up your mess and leave. Xuanxu occupied herself in the restroom, playing games to pass the time, and once she felt enough time had passed she ventured out. The outside was quiet, and neither the couple nor Yi Tingzhou remained. She exhaled in relief upon returning to the private room. Bai Qingmei and the others had yet to return, so she settled down to sip her drink alone. Initially, she believed she was only slightly tipsy, clear-headed enough to attend a meeting, but after sitting for a while, she began to feel lightheaded and a bit drowsy. Leaning her chin on her hand, she dozed off several times, her consciousness gradually blurring. Bai Qingmei called her name a couple of times, but to no avail. Xuanxu, are you drunk? She barely had a few drinks. Zhou Zheng'an picked up a bottle of wine from the table and glanced at it. She must have gotten the wrong one. This one has quite a kick. Xuanxu could only hear faint sounds as if someone were speaking through a glass barrier, and then she felt something binding her waist tightly, as if attempting to drag her away. Her awareness was like a puddle of mud, but her instinct to survive was strong, and she struggled fiercely against it. Nearby, someone seemed to be laughing. Look at this seemingly quiet girl. How did she get so rowdy after drinking? Yi Tingzhou, holding her waist, glanced down at his legs, which had been kicked several times, and clicked his tongue. What poor drinking etiquette. He scooped Xuanxu up under her knees, effortlessly carrying her out. She felt herself lifted, swaying as if floating on the surface of the sea, and instinctively wrapped her arms around the large supportive structure that was him, using him as a lifeline. Su Zhang had already been waiting outside the bar, and upon seeing them, he immediately opened the back door. Yi Tingzhou set her down on the seat, but as he attempted to straighten up, she clung to his neck, wrapping herself around him like a vine. Yi Tingzhou braced himself against the car door, maintaining his bent posture as he looked down at her. She was blissfully unaware, as if she were merely embracing a pillow. Behind them, the noise of the bar faded, and occasionally, cars passed on the quiet road, their headlights flashing by. The vehicle jolted slightly as it went over a speed bump, causing Xuanxu to slowly open her eyes to the view outside the window. The night was vibrant and dazzling, the neon lights racing past, blending into a colorful film. She blinked slowly, closing her eyes again before reopening them, observing the scene until her hazy mind regained a semblance of clarity. This angle, the texture of this seat. Suddenly she tensed, turning her head in slow motion to see a sharply defined jawline, followed by a prominent nose and a pair of soft, dark eyes. Awake now, princess, she reacted like a startled cat, instantly springing away from Yi Tingzhou, her drunken limbs slipping down. Yi Tingzhou's knee nudged her upward, securing her legs to pull her back. What, did I suddenly grow thorns on my legs? In chapter 59. Crying and throwing a tantrum, demanding to be held, the previous actions had been too intense, causing her heart to race wildly, further clouding her already muddled mind, akin to dough being rapidly mixed in a bread maker. Her rational thoughts shattered before they could take form. Why are you holding me? She preemptively accused him, to which Yi Tingzhou replied, shall we review the surveillance footage at the bar's entrance to see who was crying and throwing a fit? Demanding to be held, Xuanxu found her mind in a liquid state, unable to discern whether he was joking or serious, shaking her head. It wasn't me, not you. Then who? Xuanxu noticed someone in the front passenger seat. It's Assistant Su Zhang. What does that have to do with me? He Tingzhou Henti expected her to deflect blame while intoxicated. Do you think he would dare? I wouldn't he dare? Why wouldn't he you? You're too wicked, Shuangshu replied honestly. Outside the car, the fleeting lights illuminated He Tingzhou's slightly raised brow. What wickedness do you speak of? Too much to count, she stated, feeling uncomfortable perched on him. Her hand instinctively pushing against his chest. He Tingzhou's voice dropped low. What are you touching? She quickly withdrew her hand, apologizing, pressing her palm against the back of his chair, and as she attempted to rise, the crown of her head collided with the car ceiling, eliciting a soft ouch as she clutched her head and sank back down. He Tingzhou admonished, don't move around. Strange sounds and rustling came from the back seat, while the driver in the front gripped the steering wheel tightly, daring not to glance back. His eyes flicked sideways to the passenger seat, where Suzhen remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness as if nothing were amiss. He thought to himself, no wonder she is the executive assistant. Her psychological fortitude is remarkably stable. The hem of Shuangshu's skirt posed a bit of an inconvenience as she awkwardly maneuvered over the center console to reach the empty seat on the other side. Fortunately, the darkness of the car concealed her flushed cheeks. Fearing she might act carelessly again due to her hazy consciousness, Shuangshu struggled to stave off drowsiness and remain alert. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she unfastened her seatbelt and stepped out, her feet feeling as though they were treading on cotton, her head heavy and her limbs light. He Tingzhou approached from the opposite side, leaning down to inquire. Do you need me to carry you? Shuangshu promptly steadied herself, attempting to solidify her thoughts. I can walk on my own. He merely raised an eyebrow, choosing not to comment further. She began to make her way toward the hotel, and perhaps due to the distance from her mind, she could scarcely feel her legs, each step requiring considerable effort, deliberate and steady. Thankfully, she wasn't excessively inebriated. She felt her gait was remarkably stable. He Tingzhou followed closely behind, observing her legs wobble, yet each stride was resolute as if she were marching in formation. As Shuangshu ascended the steps, she proceeded with caution, though her legs seemed to possess a mind of their own. Uncooperative and rebellious, when her body swayed slightly, He Tingzhou reached out to steady her. She brushed his hand away, refusing his assistance. He withdrew his hand, tucking it into his pocket, escorting her to the door of her room. Shuangshu lowered her gaze, rummaging through her bag for the room key. Where's my bag? After searching her person for a while, she turned to He Tingzhou with wide, clear eyes. I've lost my bag. He feigned concern. Where did you lose it? I don't know, Shuangshu replied, her expression bewildered. He mimicked her tone, elongating his words. If you don't know, how can I help you find it? Shuangshu retraced her steps down the corridor, her eyes scanning the carpet for any sign of her bag. She continued her search into the elevator. Descending to the lobby, the staff, noticing her slightly intoxicated state, approached with the utmost professionalism. Madam? What are you looking for? I can assist you. I'm looking for my bag. The staff glanced at the man trailing behind her, then lowered their gaze to the white handbag in his possession. Madam, what color is your bag? Shuangshu felt dizzy, yet her mind seemed remarkably clear as she answered, white. The staff then looked back at the striking gentleman, residing in the presidential suite on the top floor, who was casually holding the bag while accompanying her in her search. With a delicate and cautious inquiry, they asked, Mr. He, do you need our assistance? He Tingzhou replied nonchalantly, what do you think? The staff understood and discreetly withdrew. Shuangshu continued her aimless search, resembling a headless fly, exiting the hotel's revolving door to look in the grass and at the fountain. He Tingzhou trailed behind, feigning concern. Have you asked that fish? What did it say? Shuangshu shot him a look as if to say, are you silly? It can't talk. He chuckled softly. Are you really sober? I'm not drunk, Shuangshu asserted immediately. However, as she bent down, the alcohol seemed to surge to her head, and she felt lightheaded as she sat down beside the flower bed. He Tingzhou supported her swaying head, and her skull nestled comfortably in his palm, as if she had found a pillow. He Tingzhou, holding her head, asked, are you done searching? I can't find it, she replied, her vision beginning to spin, sleepiness washing over her. What should we do then? He Tingzhou remarked casually, looks like you'll have to sleep among the leaves in the flower bed tonight. Shuangshu promptly shook her head, the motion making her head spin further, and she felt nauseous, instinctively clutching his sleeve. No, He Tingzhou feigned a benevolent demeanor, though he was, in truth, a cunning rogue. Then will you come back to my room with me? Shuangshu attempted to think, but her cognitive abilities were dwindling, her mind a muddled mess, yet she still recognized the man before her as He Tingzhou. Then, is it all right if I just sleep? She fought to keep her eyelids open, but they finally succumbed, resting her head against his palm, her last shred of vigilance dissipating as her consciousness blurred. Don't bully me. He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Isn't it a bit late for you to say that? No response. Have you fallen asleep? He adjusted his wrist, and indeed, she had succumbed to slumber, her head resting on his hand, oblivious to her surroundings, her soft black hair spilling over his palm. Shuangshu was roused by the sound of a computer ringing. The heavy curtains blocked all light from entering, and as she awoke from a deep slumber, her mind remained foggy. Instinctively, she followed the sound of the ringing, getting out of bed to find her bag on the table. Extracting her phone to answer the call. A middle-aged woman's voice came through. Is this General Song? It is. Shen Yu replied, slowly regaining her composure. Who is this? The caller, maintaining a polite demeanor, responded, my surname is Fong. From Anyang Low Temperature Technology. We met at the summit yesterday. I'm very interested in your company's liquid hydrogen drone project. I was wondering if General Song is available today for a discussion? Of course, I'm available, Shen Yu replied, arranging a time with her, noting it on a sticky note. After hanging up, she sat at the edge of the bed, gradually recalling the events of the previous night. She couldn't remember how she had gotten into the car. But the subsequent events played back in fragments. For instance, she was surprised to find herself seated on He Tingzhou's lap when she awoke in the car. Additionally, she recalled how he had held her bag while accompanying her in her frantic search for it. Overwhelmed by embarrassment at her own foolishness, she covered her face with her hands, wishing for a place to hide. After a moment, she surveyed her surroundings, her own room. Lowering her gaze, she noted her attire, the same dress from yesterday. Thankfully, He Tingzhou had not taken advantage of her vulnerability. Chapter 60. Afraid of causing a scene when drunk. Anyang Technology is an established publicly listed company, with a deeper foundation and a more stable style compared to emerging tech firms like Huifeng. Anyang had previously engaged in deep cooperation with Yun Dun. The general manager is a capable woman with short hair. Thanks to He Tingzhou, Shen Yu had exchanged business cards with her at the summit yesterday. And during their conversation, General Feng expressed great admiration for her. In the afternoon, Shen Yu was invited to the Anyang headquarters, where General Feng personally welcomed her and took her on a tour of the factory. She was a straightforward person, and after reviewing the project materials for Feishuet, she decided on the spot to sign the contract. Shen Yu was somewhat taken aback. Don't you need to consider it further? General Feng smiled. It is our honor to collaborate on a project that President He sees potential in. Relying on the support of a strong backing, it seemed she was once again benefiting from He Tingzhou's influence. After signing the contract, Shen Yu returned to the hotel with the esteemed guest. On the way, she asked, I would like to invite Tingzhou for dinner tonight to thank him for his help. Would you like to join us? The esteemed guest firmly declined. I think I'll just order takeout at the hotel. Shen Yu understood. The esteemed guest hesitated, saying, I feel like President He doesn't quite like me. Shen Yu smiled reassuringly. Trust me. It's not your issue. He has a general disdain for everyone. She first messaged Suzhen to inquire about He Tingzhou's schedule for the evening. Upon arriving at the hotel, Suzhen responded, President He has no plans for tonight. He is currently at the hotel, and Miss Song can ask him directly. As Shen Yu pondered whether to knock on his door directly or call him first, she heard a delicate, melodious voice. I'm here to see Mr. He. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, and as she instinctively looked up, she saw a graceful figure at the front desk, clad in a qipao, exuding an innate charm. The receptionist was dialing the top-floor suite. Her demeanor respectful. Shen Yu stood frozen for a few seconds, and the qipao beauty turned to her, noticing her, and smiled gently. Miss Song, what a coincidence. Hello, Shen Yu replied, maintaining her composure as she bypassed her and entered the elevator. Erasing the words she had been typing on her phone, when the elevator reached the 7th floor, she asked the esteemed guest, which takeout place are you considering? Is there anything good around here? Aren't you inviting President He for dinner? Shen Yu shook her head. He probably won't be free tonight. In just a few days, he must have gone to great lengths to bring a beauty from Yanqing to accompany him. She should refrain from interrupting his elegant evening, yet she couldn't help but recall last night, followed by the embarrassment of her previous rejection. He Tingzhou had never been a paragon of virtue, a flirtatious playboy. Women eager to offer themselves to him were lined up. Perhaps, as he said, he simply did not play with friends' younger sisters or was merely uninterested in her. After spending 4 days in Linchang resolving the liquid hydrogen supplier issues, Shen Yu booked a flight back to Yanqing for the following day. While checking in at the airport, she received a call from He Tingzhou. Where are you headed? He asked. I'm returning to Yanqing in 2 hours. I can give you a ride. No need, Shen Yu replied. Your private plane probably can't accommodate that many people. It would be awkward for him to bring a companion and play the third wheel. Especially since the esteemed guest was quite socially anxious. He Tingzhou's voice remained languid. My plane is not a motorcycle. It can accommodate. Did you buy a football team? I've already purchased my own ticket and am at the airport. Then why not transfer me the ticket money? He Tingzhou remarked. Why should the fertile waters flow to the fields of outsiders? That would mean I have to spend twice as much. She is not foolish. As she approached the security check, she said her goodbyes. Upon landing in Yanqing, when Shen Yu exited the airport, Shen Yu's car was already waiting outside. Brother, she exclaimed in surprise, what brings you here? Isn't it good to pick you up? Shen Yu replied, Zifeng said you were heading to Germany, and I thought you had already left. She rarely initiated contact with Shen Yu anymore, receiving such news only through you. Zifeng, I'm leaving tonight. Shen Yu took her suitcase, and the driver placed it in the car. Shen Yu glanced at his watch. There's still time to take you out for a meal. Shen Yu, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I've already had the in-flight meal. In the past, she often found airplane food unappetizing, preferring to wait until they landed for a proper meal. However, abroad, unpleasant meals were more frequent, leaving her with little room for picky eating. Her once fastidious palate had since changed. Shen Yu's gaze deepened, lost in thought, before he reached out to gently ruffle her hair, smiling as he said, "Our little Gio has endured hardships." It wasn't quite hardship. She had once been cherished like a princess by him. And the subsequent contrast was simply jarring. The driver, waiting nearby, suddenly whispered, "Mister, he is coming out." Shuangshu turned around just in time to see Yi Tingzhou walking through the airport's glass doors. His hands were tucked into his pockets. His suit jacket draped over his arm, and perhaps due to the glaring sunlight, his expression appeared particularly aloof. Su Zhang followed closely behind, pushing a suitcase and politely nodding to Shen Yu and Shuangshu. The car sent to pick him up was parked behind Shen Yu's vehicle, and as Yi Tingzhou passed by them, his gaze flicked over Shuangshu, his joking tone with Shen Yu lacking sincerity. "You came to pick me up, you didn't even give me a heads up." "Indeed, I came specifically to fetch you," Shen Yu chuckled. "If you don't mind squeezing in together." "Do I mind?" Yi Tingzhou replied. "A few days ago, I was harassed by a drunken fool who used me as a cushion for half an hour, and my legs are still sore." His languid tone instantly put Shuangshu on edge, touching a particularly sensitive nerve. Shen Yu, dismissing it as yet another of Yi Tingzhou's escapades, chuckled. "Since when did you become so patient? You didn't toss her off after half an hour." Yi Tingzhou laughed in return. "She held on too tightly. I had no choice." His tone, seemingly nonchalant, hinted at an unspoken depth. Shuangshu felt her spine stiffen, as rigid as bamboo, and she seemed to turn brittle. If Yi Tingzhou said any more, she might shatter on the spot. Noticing her startled demeanor, Yi Tingzhou cast her a sidelong glance and casually asked, "Does the little princess enjoy drinking?" Shen Yu interjected, "Her tolerance for alcohol is average. She doesn't particularly like to drink." Yi Tingzhou remarked, "She may not have liked it before, but who knows now?" This remark silenced Shen Yu. The past 5 years without her by his side had indeed brought about many changes, of which he was unaware. "I still don't," Shuangshu said, her voice tinged with tension as she shot Yi Tingzhou a furtive glare, hoping he would show mercy and cease his inquiries. "That's good," Yi Tingzhou said, a hint of inscrutable meaning playing at the corners of his lips, adopting a tone of concern like an older brother. "If you can't handle your alcohol, it's best to stay away from it. Too much might lead to trouble." Chapter 61. The gift. It wasn't until Yi Tingzhou got into the car that Shuangshu's taut nerves finally began to unwind. Why did he have to say those things in front of Shen Yu? Was he subtly warning her that if she took advantage of him again, he would inform Shen Yu? This method was indeed effective, but she hadn't intended any such thing. She seldom allowed herself to get outrageously drunk. Xu Yang had said that when she was drunk, she was quite subdued, merely sleeping without causing a ruckus. That day, however, she couldn't explain her behavior, crying and demanding a hug, none of which was typical of her. Shen Yu took her to a restaurant he used to frequent with her, ordering all her favorite dishes. After dining together, he was set to head to Germany. The 4 seasons of the Shen family awaited him outside. And before he sent Shuangshu off, he cautioned her, "I'll be back in a week. If anything comes up, call me." "Understood." Shuangshu nodded. "Understood. You should head back and get some rest." Shen Yu added, "There's a gift for you tomorrow." "What sort of gift?" she asked. "If I tell you now, there won't be any surprise left." Shen Yu's eyes were filled with gentle mirth as he closed the car door for her. "You'll find out tomorrow." The anticipation of a surprise lingered in her mind as she pondered it before sleep. The following morning at work, nothing noteworthy occurred throughout the morning. As midday approached, she received a call from someone with a formal tone. "Miss Shuangshu, your gift has been delivered to the company's entrance. Please come down to sign for it," while signing a financial document. She wedged the phone between her shoulder and ear. "Zifeng, what are you up to?" "You." Zifeng dropped the pretense, his voice returning to its usual nonchalance. "I figured you'd recognize it. You used your own number." Shuangshu sighed in exasperation. "Oh dear, my brain." Yu Zifeng urged, "Hurry down." "Just a moment, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Shuangshu hurriedly finished signing before making her way to the elevator hall. Xiao Liao stretched her neck and asked, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going downstairs to pick something up," Shuangshu replied. "I'll accompany you." Xiao Liao sprang from her seat, rushing to Shuangshu's side, declaring grandly, "I'm worried you won't be able to carry it." Shuangshu genuinely had no idea what Shen Yu had sent her, so she allowed Xiao Liao to join her upon reaching the ground floor. Yu Zifeng awaited her eagerly. He was clad in a cream-yellow shirt paired with light gray trousers, lounging against the front hood of a white sports car, arms crossed, head tilted at a 45-degree angle, striking a pose that could easily grace a magazine cover. "Wow," Xiao Liao exclaimed, "how ostentatious." Shuangshu chuckled softly. "Who said I was ostentatious?" Yu Zifeng, quick to pick up on the remark, ended his moment of posing. "You've got no taste at such a young age." Shuangshu approached, and Yu Zifeng held out a motor vehicle driver's license. "Here, from today onward, you can drive legally." Her previous license was American and not valid in China, but Shen Yu had assisted her in the process of getting it replaced. "So this is the gift from my brother. You're joking. Your brother isn't that stingy," Yu Zifeng said, tossing her something. Shuangshu swiftly caught it with both hands. It was a car key. Yu Zifeng gestured toward the sports car behind him. "This is your brother's gift to you." Xiao Liao suddenly emitted a high-pitched squeal, nearly startling Xuanxu. A Porsche 918, my dream car. Without a moment to turn around, Xiao Liao dashed toward the 918, running her hands from the front hood to the rear spoiler. This car starts at a price of 14 million, and she had only ever seen it racing down the street, catching a whiff of its expensive exhaust fumes. Never had she touched one herself. How much is this car? She asked cautiously. Yu Zifeng grinned. Top configuration. Xuanxu felt a bit less excited, her emotions tinged with complexity. She knew Shen Yu cared for her, he had spent a lot on her since childhood. Yet, Lu Manman had always been sensitive about her existence as his younger sister, and now Shen Yu gifted her a car. This could only add to the tension. What's wrong? Don't you like this car? Yu Zifeng pointed at Xiao Liao. Look at her. She is practically drooling. How much is this car? I like it, Xuanxu said, but as soon as she spoke, she felt a pang of sadness, now, even when receiving a gift from Shen Yu. Her first thought was not joy, but concern over potential discontent from others. Was it fear of Manman's displeasure? Yu Zifeng, usually oblivious, surprisingly grasped her sentiment and reassuringly patted her shoulder. Don't overthink it. Last time I came back, I chatted with Manman. She wants to marry your brother, but first she has to accept that he has a sister. If she can't handle that, then their relationship is off the table. He indeed held a fondness for Lu Manman. Her innocent and cheerful nature was endearing, and being He Tingzhou's cousin only strengthened their bond. Yet feelings of proximity and distance exist in every heart. Xuanxu was the sister he had watched grow up, and their bond was different. No one could expect his sister to be mistreated after he married a new wife. Such a notion was absurd. Xuanxu paused. Is it really appropriate to say that? What's inappropriate about it? This is your brother's intent, Yu Zifeng explained. After returning from Dongyu Mountain, he ordered this car specifically to make it clear to everyone that you are his sister. And he treats you well. No one has the right to object. If you had been here the past few days, this car would have been delivered to you sooner. Shen Yu had never mentioned any of this to her. After Yu Zifeng left, Xuanxu stood beside the car, clutching the key for a while. Xiao Liao, having finished admiring the vehicle, asked with tears in her eyes, does your brother need another sister? One who can eat, drink, and spend money? Though I'm in my 20s, I could still be adopted. The subtle emotion she had felt vanished as Xuanxu laughed. He doesn't need another. There can only be one treasure in my family. Then can I be your treasure? Depends on your performance. Xiao Liao eagerly leaned in to massage her shoulders, and when they returned to the office, she was bursting with energy, as if injected with adrenaline. Not only did she refrain from slacking off, but she also proactively sought tasks, sitting upright and typing with vigor. After work, Xiao Liao happily settled into the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt properly. My home is even farther than yours. It's out of the way. Are you really going to give me a ride? Xuanxu calmly started the engine and merged the sports car onto the main road. Aren't you my treasure? Xiao Liao's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Woo, I'll be devoted to you from now on. Shen Yu presented a sports car to Xuanxu, an act that was impossible to conceal. Especially since he had no intention of doing so. Those unaware of the details merely assumed that the young Master Shen was indulging his sister, while those in the know, recalling the recent incident at Dongyu Mountain, understood perfectly well that this was a form of compensation for his sister's grievances. The ostentatious nature of the gift inevitably attracted the attention of the elders. Recently, Lu Manman's relationship with Shen Yu had grown somewhat strained. She once spoke of him incessantly, yet ever since her trip to Dongyu Mountain, she seemed to have wilted, avoiding contact with him and spending her days languishing at home with her beloved ragdoll cat. He Wenjing, unable to stand by idly, took it upon herself to approach the Shen family, continuing to sulk like this isn't a solution for Man. That if it weren't for her unhappiness, I wouldn't have sought you out. He Wenjing stated directly upon entering the Shen household. It's natural for young people to quarrel, but I had thought Shen Yu to be of a gentle disposition, one who would indulge our Man a bit more. Yet, after all this time, he hasn't made a move to soften his stance or comfort her. Does he not understand her character? He should not blame her for the mischief of others. The incident at Dongyu Mountain was easily discernible upon inquiry. He Wenjing, naturally, favored her own child. Fu Yun expressed her worries, yet it had not reached the point of betraying her own. Shen Yu was known for his good temperament, never one to wear a frown, but this time he had truly been provoked. During a torrential downpour, Xuanxu had been abandoned in a remote area, and it took him the entire night to locate her. How could he not be concerned? Put yourself in his shoes. If it were Man, you and old Lu would likely raise the mountains in fury. She conceded. This was true, and He Wenjing had no choice but to relent. Your Xuanxu appears quite well behaved. Although she is not your biological child, she has grown up in your care, and the bond after so many years is undeniable. Shen Yu treats her well, and I cannot fault him for that. But now, He Wenjing paused delicately. I have heard whispers from the outside. I certainly do not wish to view Shen Yu through such a lens, but is he perhaps being overly indulgent with Xuanxu? He gifts her a house and makes a grand display of giving her a car, while our Man has not received such attentiveness. These words struck a nerve with Fu Yun. He treats Xuanxu as a sister. You know that Guijin shows no interest in her. Shen Yu has taken on the responsibilities that her parents ought to shoulder, not only gifting her a house and a car but also planning to support her marriage in the future. Can you not trust Shen Yu's character? Of course, I trust him. As the conversation reached this point, Wen Jing's irritation dissipated, and she remarked, Xuanxu and Man Man are of the same age, they are both 22 now. Isn't it time to start considering marriage? Fu Yun arranged a blind date for Xuanxu. When Xuanxu learned of it, her chopsticks froze mid-air and she struggled to articulate a response over the phone. Fu Yun assured her, I have met the man, he is quite handsome and attentive. Since you have no plans tonight, why not join him for dinner? With a dry throat, Xuanxu replied, I'm not currently interested in dating. You're 22. How can you not date? Look at your sister Lian, she is 2 years younger than you, and Aunt Chui is already helping her find suitable matches, while girls may not be in a hurry to marry. Engaging in romance is essential to discern the kind of person who suits you. Fu Yun's persuasion was gentle, skillfully avoiding sensitive topics. Xuanxu found it difficult to refuse, as declining would imply she still harbored feelings for Shen Yu. Feeling a lump in her throat, she ultimately relented. Fine, I'll go meet him. The man's name was Wei Qian, and though his family background did not rival the Song family as 3 generations of bureaucratic legacy, Fu Yun had certainly chosen him well. That he was a successful entrepreneur, having established a highly profitable restaurant brand, and at a young age had amassed a fortune in the billions, standing out among his peers. Wei Qian appeared quite pleased with Xuanxu, especially given her status as the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, not to mention the support of the Shen family. In the realm of wealth, the affluent of Yen City were plentiful, yet true power rendered wealth merely a set of figures. Xuanxu herself was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating him from the first glance. During the meal, Wei Qian spoke eloquently, while Xuanxu, exhibiting excellent manners, listened attentively, occasionally smiling or engaging in brief exchanges. From Wei Qian's perspective, the meeting was enjoyable. However, from Xuanxu's view, he rambled on about his entrepreneurial journey and insights on current international affairs. Without once inquiring about her halfway through the meal, Wei Qian finally asked, Miss Song, if I may be so bold, have you ever had a boyfriend? Xuanxu hesitated between truth and falsehood for several seconds, ultimately deciding to maintain the persona she had fabricated, fearing contradictions in the future. After all, no one could verify her experiences abroad. I have. Wei Qian inquired, what was he like? Xuanxu met his gaze, a man. Wei Qian awkwardly chuckled, clearly seeking to probe into the background of her previous partner, perhaps for comparison or other motives, yet Xuanxu was indifferent. There was no necessity to answer such a question, especially since she could not concoct a more detailed tale without risking inconsistencies. After finishing their meal, Wei Qian called for the bill. The waiter, adorned with a butterfly bow tie, bent down and said, Sir, your bill has already been settled. Wei Qian paused, his gaze darting to Xuanxu. You paid for it? The act of a woman settling the bill typically signified dissatisfaction with the blind date and a desire to sever ties, which left Wei Qian feeling somewhat embarrassed. Xuanxu had gone to the restroom in the interim, providing her the opportunity to execute such a maneuver, yet she too was perplexed. Who paid for it? It was Mr. He, the waiter replied, glancing toward a certain direction. Following her gaze, Xuanxu looked over to see He Tingzhou dining with several well-dressed foreign gentlemen at a long rectangular table draped in pristine white linen. They appeared engrossed in conversation, yet when Xuanxu's eyes met He Tingzhou's, he casually cast a glance her way, reclining comfortably in his chair, his lips curling into a faint smile before returning to the discussion. Xuanxu found herself unable to decipher the meaning behind that fleeting expression. Wei Qian inquired, Who is that? My brother-as friend, Xuanxu responded, not wishing to elaborate further, yet Wei Qian, possessing a sharp business acumen, pressed on, Is he from the Yi family, the one associated with Shen Yu? The implication of Shen Yu's friendship with someone of notable status was not lost on them, and He Tingzhou's natural demeanor exuded an air of authority. A man standing at the epicenter of power radiated an effortless nobility. Before Xuanxu could reply, Wei Qian straightened his attire and approached the table. Xuanxu was caught off guard, unable to intervene. Mr. He, what a pleasure to meet you. Wei Qian greeted warmly, extending his hand. He Tingzhou glanced at him, then smoothly shifted his attention to Xuanxu, who frowned slightly, her expression revealing her displeasure at Wei Qian's presumptuousness. The prince, seemingly in good spirits, graciously shook Wei Qian's hand. He Tingzhou. As he spoke, he remained seated, his composure stemming from his elevated status. Xuanxu felt an aversion toward Wei Qian's unsolicited introduction, but now that they were face to face, she could only muster the courage to say, Brother Tingzhou, I often hear Xuanxu mention you. What a coincidence to find you dining here as well. Had I known you were present, I would have come over to greet you. Wei Qian remarked, casting a glance at Xuanxu as if reproaching her for not making the introduction. Xuanxu pursed her lips, feeling the weight of the situation. Is that so? He Tingzhou asked with interest. What does she say about me? Wei Qian, ever the tactician, maintained his composure as he replied, She mentioned you are a friend of young Master Shen, and that you share a particularly close relationship. He Tingzhou shot Xuanxu a knowing glance, one filled with mockery that made her skin crawl away. Qian, oblivious to the true nature of her relationship with He Tingzhou, unwittingly painted her as a vain woman who borrowed his name to boast. A boyfriend, is it? He Tingzhou remarked languidly. Not exactly, Xuanxu stammered, feeling an inexplicable shame wash over her as she fiddled with her fingertips. Yes, just a blind date. He Tingzhou continued, so you're in a hurry to find a boyfriend? Xuanxu felt her face flush with embarrassment, disinclined to respond to his teasing remark. Brother Tingzhou, you seem busy. We won't disturb you further. With that, she turned to leave, and Wei Qian smiled at He Tingzhou before following her. Upon exiting the restaurant, Wei Qian produced 2 tickets. There's a musical at the theater tonight, shall we? Before he could finish, Xuanxu interrupted. I'm tired. I'm heading home to it's not even 9 o'clock. Are you retiring this early? Is that a problem? Her tone was markedly colder than during dinner. I didn't mean it like that, Wei Qian quickly clarified. Let me drive you home. No need, Xuanxu replied. Making her way to the parking lot, I drove myself. Once in her car, she sat in silence for a moment, gripping the steering wheel before resting her face against her arms. After a while, she straightened up and sent a WeChat message to Yu Zifeng. Zifeng Ge, can you join me for a drink? Upon her arrival at Lanya, she was greeted at the entrance and escorted to a VIP room on the 2nd floor. The waiter brought forth wine and fruit. Miss Song, please take a moment to rest. Young master Yu is already en route. Xuanxu opened a bottle of wine herself and poured a glass. By the time the private room door swung open, the bottle before her was already half empty. Yu Zifeng's voice resonated. Sister, why did you drink without waiting for us? I left some for you. Xuanxu presumed he had come with Zhuo Zhong and the others, but upon glancing up and seeing no one else, she was taken aback by the unexpected figure trailing behind him. The faint smile on her face vanished in an instant. He Tingzhou observed the change in her expression, smirking. Not welcoming me, I see. Having just embarrassed herself in his presence, Xuanxu certainly did not wish for him to be there, yet she could not admit it. I thought you were still dining. Dining is hardly as important as coaxing you, He Tingzhou replied lazily, striding directly to the single sofa opposite her and sitting down with his legs crossed. This position afforded him a clear view of Xuanxu, which provoked a sudden feeling of vulnerability in her, as if she were on display at a podium. Brother Tingzhou happened to be nearby. So I invited him along, Yu Zifeng said, taking a seat beside Xuanxu with a glass in hand. Didn't you go on a blind date today? How come you're here drinking? The motion of Xuanxu pouring wine into her glass stuttered for a moment. How did you know I had a blind date today? Your blind date was from that catering company. A friend of mine has shares in it. Just the other day, Aunt Fei asked me to inquire about his character. Xuanxu fell silent for a few seconds before asking in a nonchalant tone, so, what do you think of him? He seems quite decent. Starting from scratch to achieve such success, his personal abilities are certainly commendable. This kind of execution and energy is not something everyone possesses. Xuanxu detected that he had more to say, but, Yu Zifeng chuckled, but I think he is not on the same wavelength as you. He Tingzhou picked up a glass of wine, casually inquiring, what do you mean by not being on the same wavelength? A man with such strong ambition is primarily concerned with his own career. They approach tasks with a goal-oriented mindset, often neglecting the means. I in the room, with just the 3 of them amongst familiar faces, Yu Zifeng spoke candidly. To put it bluntly, men who have clawed their way up by their own efforts tend to be rather utilitarian. Xuanxu is a precious pearl, and I need not explain how pearls are nurtured, right? Both the external fortification and internal refinement are essential. She requires protection. Shen Yu could serve as her shell, providing for her. But Wei Qian cannot. He is akin to a sword. Yu Zifeng's usual flippancy gave way to insightful wisdom. He Tingzhou offered no commentary on his viewpoint, merely taking a sip of wine and mocking. Have you gone to study biology with your ex-girlfriend? She studies microbiology, which bears no relation to what I mentioned. It's so hard to acknowledge my cultured side, Yu Zifeng retorted. Just tell me if what I said makes sense. He Tingzhou, too many words. Too lazy to listen, Yu Zifeng. Xuanxu was at a loss for words to describe the tumultuous feeling swirling within her. Once Shen Yu had been her protective shell, but that shell had now been violently shattered. Actually, I don't need anyone to protect me, she asserted. Once a pearl has matured, it will inevitably be extracted, Yu Zifeng remarked. Have you seen those expensive pearls in display windows? Why do they all have marked origins? Yu Zifeng had already spoken quite tactfully. It was true that Xuanxu was a beautiful girl who inspired affection, and if a man claimed to like her, there would undoubtedly be a measure of sincerity. Yet, more often than not, it was her background that piqued their interest. While this was not entirely unjustifiable, everyone weighs pros and cons, and those of their class are acutely aware that self-interest is the primal motivator. Yu Zifeng, having watched her grow up like a sister, naturally desired a partner who would cherish her wholeheartedly. Xuanxu comprehended his implication. Wei Qian's true interest likely lay in her background. She could discern his undue enthusiasm towards He Tingzhou, a man accustomed to being pursued, who would certainly be aware of his own desirability. How embarrassing. She refrained from looking up at He Tingzhou and silently sipped her wine. He Tingzhou shifted his gaze from her to Yu Zifeng. You're quite the charmer. Had bamboo leaf green for dinner, I presume. Only then did Yu Zifeng notice Xuanxu's low spirits and, realizing he had spoken out of turn, quickly tried to console her. Hey, I didn't mean to imply you're a commodity. What I meant was, to many, you are a treasure. Just understand your brother's intentions. I understand. Yu Zifeng's candor was a testament to their closeness, prompting Xuanxu to acknowledge Wei Qian as an impressive young man. Yet, it was evident that neither of them could truly appreciate one another. Rather than squander time with him, it would be better to seek someone more acceptable. If she could date someone who would reassure Fu Yun, it would resolve the impasse. Zifeng, do you know anyone suitable to introduce to me? He Tingzhou leaned back, resting his right hand on the armrest of his chair, his dark eyes glimmering beneath his prominent brow. Yu Zifeng, somewhat surprised, asked, "What prompts you to want me to introduce a boyfriend all of a sudden?" The rationale was simple, Xuanxu replied. "I want to fall in love," Yu Zifeng gasped, rubbing his face as he activated his search mode among his acquaintances. "If you're looking for someone wild and domineering, that might be a tall order." How could he possibly remember that? Xuanxu instinctively glanced at Yi Tingzhou. The small gesture did not escape Yu Zifeng's notice, and he chuckled. "Don't look at him. This master, he is not someone I can decide on." Yi Tingzhou remained silent, leaning back with an air of disinterest. Despite Yu Zifeng's extensive network, he found himself at a loss for a suitable match. The frivolous youths he considered were either inept or fickle, exchanging partners as casually as clothing, nothing but misfits. It seems this task requires your brother's personal touch. Your brother's standards are notoriously high. Family background, appearance, character, temperament, career. Not a single criterion can fall short. Yu Zifeng hesitated to take on such a responsibility. If I were to introduce someone haphazardly, he would surely come back to settle the score with me. "I was merely inquiring," Xuanxu said. "Don't tell my brother." Just then, Yu Zifeng's phone rang. After listening for a moment, he hastily set down his glass. "My troublesome sibling is at it again. Fighting with someone. I need to go check on it. Tingzhou, please accompany my sister for a while." Yi Tingzhou offered no response as the private room door opened and shut, isolating them from the surrounding noise. Xuanxu felt a gaze fixated upon her, its intensity overwhelming, rendering her unable to feign ignorance. When she looked up at Yi Tingzhou, his expression was inscrutable, his wrist twisting slightly, causing the amber liquid in his glass to sway with his movement. "Are you in dire need of a man?" The question was sharp and jarring. Xuanxu bristled at the implication. "I'll be leaving now." She stood to depart, only to find herself halted by an irresistible force that pulled her back. Yi Tingzhou's hand, defined by strong knuckles, pressed against the doorframe, his voice falling from behind her. "I'm asking you a question." Chapter 64. Talk to me. Perhaps having embarrassed herself too much that day, Xuanxu felt a surge of rebelliousness. "I'm deaf." Yi Tingzhou directly wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her off the ground. Xuanxu gasped. "What are you doing?" He placed her upon a nearby counter, bracing himself on either side of her with a cold, piercing gaze. "Which ear is deaf? Let me see." He cornered her in that confined space. The marble surface was hard and cold, causing Xuanxu to instinctively lean back, her hands pushing against the counter as she tried to retreat. Behind her, a row of bottles toppled over due to her clumsiness, rolling and crashing to the ground with a loud shatter. The sound sent a tremor through her nerves. "Not deaf." Yi Tingzhou remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Your hearing seems quite sharp." Xuanxu inhaled deeply. He was undeniably an arrogant young master, and he believed that others must respond to his inquiries. "You already know, don't you? Your cousin is very averse to my presence, so I date a man to prove I'm not interested in my brother anymore." Is that satisfactory for everyone? She felt a surge of irritation, all her emotions coiling within her, and after speaking, she attempted to push him away, yet he remained unmoved. Yi Tingzhou gazed down at her. "Then let us talk." Xuanxu's expression of endurance transformed into sheer astonishment. She was momentarily dumbfounded. "What, do you need me to buy you a hearing aid, little hard of hearing one?" Yi Tingzhou tugged at her ear, enunciating each word. "Talk to me. Did you hear that?" She heard him but could not fathom the meaning. Xuanxu felt uncomfortable all over, pushing his hand away with her knuckles. "Why, you said you needed a man." Yi Tingzhou leaned on the table, feigning nonchalance. "Isn't it a coincidence that I happen to be a man? There are plenty of men in the world, but Yi Tingzhou is the most unpredictable and dangerous of them all. How could she possibly be so foolish as to consider using him as a decoy? Moreover, why would he be kind-hearted enough to assist her? What sort of game are you playing with me?" Xuanxu's eyes radiated suspicion. "If I find a boyfriend, my godmother will be at ease. And your cousin will also be content. This arrangement benefits everyone, so there is no need for you to mock me. This matter does not concern you." Yi Tingzhou retorted grandly. "How can it not concern me? It pertains to my cousin's happiness, and as her cousin I cannot stand idly by without contributing." "Contributing what?" Acting as her shield, Xuanxu nearly succumbed to the convoluted logic. "That is two entirely different matters." "Why is it two different matters?" As Xuanxu attempted to reason with him, before she could utter a word, she found herself ensnared by his deep, inky gaze. Standing against the light, he cast a shadow over her, and in an instant, she felt as though she had been swept into a profound and unknown vortex. The words she had planned to say vanished from her mind, leaving her unable to recall her original intent. A certain gravitational pull occurred within their locked eyes. He Tingzhou's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and his hand gripped her chin, tilting her face upwards. A shiver coursed through Shuangshu's scalp, and she instinctively turned her head away. Evading his touch, she swallowed hard, regaining her composure, and stated, "It is perhaps best not to involve you in such matters, as it may lead to unnecessary misunderstandings, complicating future explanations. I do not wish for our relationship to become more intricate." She merely sought someone to act as a shield, someone who could be any number of men, but not He Tingzhou. If he became entangled in this, the nature of the situation would shift, and it would slip from her control. How could she possibly use the heir of the Yi family as a shield? "What is our relationship?" He Tingzhou inquired. "You are my brother's friend, and the client for Fei Xue." Shuangshu replied. He Tingzhou regarded her for a moment, then slowly straightened, withdrawing his hand from her side and stepping back. He picked up a cigarette case from the table, extracted a cigarette, and lit it with a lighter before tossing it back onto the table. After taking a couple of puffs, his nicotine-stained voice was lighter than water. "Let's go. I'll see you home." I called for a designated driver, Shuangshu replied, jumping down from the table. He Tingzhou glanced at her but said nothing further. Shrugged on his coat draped over the chair, opened the door, and left. The designated driver was a taciturn woman, maintaining silence throughout the ride. Upon arriving at Songming Road No. 9, the sensor lights at the entrance automatically illuminated. Shuangshu removed her shoes, slipped on some slippers, and crossed the empty hall to her bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. Though she hadn't drunk much, her mind was a tumultuous mess, drifting from thoughts of Fu Yun to fleeting images of Wei Qian's astute face. He Tingzhou, had he intended to kiss her at that moment? How could that be? Perhaps she had misinterpreted the signals once again. When Shuangshu inquired with Xu Yang about any suitable single male friends, Xiao Liao gasped in astonishment. "What? You still need someone to introduce a boyfriend to you? Don't you have a single fish in your social circle?" Shuangshu shook her head. "My social circle is as pristine as my fish tank. I've only ever kept one turtle, and it has since gone missing." "What a waste," Xiao Liao, exasperated, retorted. "If I were you, I'd date 6 handsome boyfriends, one for each day of the week, and rest on Sundays. I'd also keep a whole tank of fish and switch them out whenever I grew bored." Shuangshu had never been particularly interested in men.at, the tender age of awakening feelings. She discovered her affection for Shen Yu, yet never had the chance to confess before being publicly exposed by Song Lian. During those years spent abroad, she was too indifferent to make friends, let alone with men. The fish are only regretted when needed. After that day, Wei Qian launched an ardent pursuit of Shuangshu, presenting a bouquet of the freshest roses to Fei Xue each morning, making quite a spectacle of it. Both Fu Yun and Wang Sa were aware of the situation. When Shuangshu returned to the Shen family for dinner, Wang Sa was visibly pleased. "It seems that President Wei has fallen head over heels for our Miss Shuangshu." "That is to be expected," Fu Yun observed with delight. While Shuangshu quietly sipped her congee in the dining room, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from voicing her disinterest in Wei Qian. Wei Qian's pursuit was overtly grandiose. On Friday night, Shuangshu received an overseas call from Shen Yu. After some casual conversation, he broached the subject. "Have you been on any blind dates lately?" Shuangshu responded with a soft "How has it been going?" Shen Yu inquired. "Not good, not interested, don't want to meet." She thought in the past, she could confide any worries to him and seek comfort for any grievances, yet now she could only utter the insincere, "It's fine." "When did you learn to lie?" Shen Yu remarked. Shuangshu was taken aback by how quickly she had been seen through, momentarily at a loss for words as she fidgeted with her fingers. Asking, "Did Zifeng tell you?" Shen Yu's voice was tinged with a dispassionate indifference. "Didn't I tell you to call me if you needed anything? It's just a blind date. It's nothing serious. There's no need to discuss it with you specifically." The other end fell silent for a moment before Shen Yu said, "If you don't like him, don't meet him. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. You're still young. It's not yet time for blind dates. I will handle things with mom. It wasn't about being put in a difficult position, it was merely a pursuit of peace. In the adult world, no one could have everything go their way. Being willful was a privilege enjoyed before the age of 17, when one was surrounded by nurturing." Shuangshu replied steadily, "Brother, I don't feel put upon. I am already 22, blind dates are nothing unusual, besides, he is quite excellent, he was chosen by my godmother." She was interrupted by Shen Yu. "Do you like him?" Shuangshu faltered a little. "9, your brother raised you and brought you up to not have to suffer." Shen Yu's voice lowered, and Shuangshu suddenly recalled their first encounter on the street, where she had cried with tear-streaked cheeks and he had spoken to her gently and patiently. A wave of emotion washed over her, and tears brimmed in her eyes, unable to be suppressed. No matter the reason, you should not have to sacrifice yourself, just be happy, leave the troubles to me. Shen Yu said, "Will you trust your brother?" Silent tears streamed down her face as Shuangshu concealed her sobs and murmured a muffled After hanging up, she buried her face into her pillow, remaining motionless and silent. She knew how fortunate she was to have met Shen Yu when she was 8. In the rare, fleeting moments, she would despairingly wonder if it would have been better had she never met him, for things never possessed, there was no fear of losing them. Her phone chimed beside her. She groped for it and, upon lifting her face, found the pillow dampened. It was a message from Wei Qian. have you been busy these past few days? It's been hard to reach you. Can we have dinner together tomorrow? Yu pondered for a moment before replying, sure. Half an hour past their agreed time the next day, Wei Qian called to ask where she was. Saying he would come to pick her up. At that time, Yu was already seated in the French restaurant he had reserved. I'm here, you can come straight over, she said, after waiting for another 40 minutes. Wei Qian finally arrived, apologizing as he sat down. Sorry, the traffic was terrible. Yu was not perturbed by his tardiness, as she had intended to clarify matters face-to-face. It's fine, I was just organizing my thoughts. Perhaps due to his late arrival, Wei Qian did not inquire about her preferences when ordering. Yu was genuinely hungry, yet French cuisine was quite meticulous in its serving order, beginning with the appetizer of foie gras. As she sipped her drink, she contemplated the most opportune moment to broach the uncomfortable topics. After the waiter cleared the plates and presented the next dish, French-baked snails, she was relieved that the main courses were steak and sea bass, which she could eat. However, before the main course was served, Wei Qian produced a beautifully crafted flat box and handed it to her. I intended to give this to you after dinner, but I couldn't wait to see your reaction when you opened it. Take a look. Yu opened it to reveal a diamond necklace. The centerpiece appeared to be around 5 carats, surrounded by a halo of smaller diamonds, sparkling brilliantly under the light. I'm sorry, I can't accept this, she said, handing the necklace back. You can accept it, Wei Qian insisted. You must see that I like you very much. If you don't mind me, I'd like to define our relationship today. You will be my girlfriend. What is wrong with accepting a gift, a necklace for a new girlfriend? He certainly knew how to conduct business. What do you like about me? Yu asked. This is only our second meeting. You don't even know me. We will have time to get to know each other in the future. The order is wrong, Yu stated. What do you mean the order is wrong? You must first understand me before you can claim to like me. She placed the box on the table, pushing it back toward him. A man adept in the business world, sharp and astute, how could he possibly misinterpret her refusal? Wei Qian asked. Is it because we haven't known each other long enough? Although we've only known each other for less than a week, I feel I know you quite well. What you know is merely my background, my resume, my date of birth, and my zodiac sign, information anyone could easily find. You don't understand my personality or my preferences. Had you asked about my tastes, you would know that I neither enjoy foie gras nor eat snails. Wei Qian immediately glanced at the utensils before her, noticing that her knife and fork had hardly been touched. You also know that I'm very busy with my career and don't have much time to spend on women, so I may not know how to interact with them, but you can't deny my character for that reason. And if you wish, I could temporarily set aside my business to revolve around you like other men do. Would that make you happy? You don't like these dishes, you can just say so, and we can change them. It's pointless to make an issue out of it. Yu nearly laughed. It seems she wouldn't be having the main course today. Never mind, let me be more explicit. She looked straight at Wei Qian and stated bluntly, you don't like me, you like Shen Yu's sister, Song Nianji's daughter. That if you put it that way. Wei Qian finally revealed a shrewd and utilitarian side. Miss Song, I thought someone like you wouldn't be so naive. A young lady of your stature, does your existence not serve the singular purpose of securing a genuinely worthy man to fortify your family's prosperity? I harbor at least a modicum of genuine affection for you, yet if circumstances were different, he chuckled disdainfully, setting aside the fact that you are the younger sister of Shen Yu, do you truly believe there remains anything within you that warrants pursuit? Indeed, even if I bear the surname Song and am not my brother's sister, there will still be those who would love me. Your perception of my worth stems solely from your focus on those two aspects. Yu remarked, you wish to use me as a stepping stone into this circle while simultaneously looking down upon me. Do you not find that contradictory? Wei Qian's facade of control began to show cracks, for he could see that Yu had dismissed him from the outset. Now, as she laid bare her thoughts, her words implied that he was merely a sycophant. That subtle yet condescending demeanor deeply wounded his pride as a man, a successful man. To be candid, your lack of affection for me is merely a reflection of your disdain for my family background. You are acutely aware of your own position within the Song family. Were it not for Shen Yu's support, who would regard you with any seriousness, you will find no better alternative than me. Yu was indifferent to whether others valued her, she cared only for those whom she valued. Are you not both self-deprecating and arrogant? Does that not lead to a form of mental dissonance? Having reached this point, she no longer felt the need to extend him the courtesy of pretense. My purpose in visiting you today was to clarify that we are not suited for one another. You need not waste your time on me. It is clear enough now. Rising to shoulder her bag, she regarded Wei Qian with cool detachment and added, the manner in which you pursue someone is quite cheap, merely a few inconsequential messages on WeChat, a handful of flowers, and a rather mediocre necklace. Mr. Wei, what you offer pales in comparison to what I have received in the past. Perhaps it might suffice to woo a university student, but if you wish to win my affection, you ought to present something of genuine value. Chapter 66. She will eventually marry. Upon exiting the French restaurant, a gentle breeze brushed against Yu's face, and her stomach grumbled audibly. It was already 8:30. She had consumed only an aperitif, leaving her stomach as empty as a fish tank. She was famished, feeling as though she could devour a whole cow, yet she could not decide on what to eat. Standing in the halo of light at the restaurant entrance, she suddenly recalled the noodle shop that He Tingzhou had taken her to last time, which seemed to be nearby. Perhaps it was her hunger that made her think of that fragrant bowl of beef noodles. And she felt a sudden craving. She couldn't quite remember the exact location of the alley, took a few wrong turns, but ultimately found the unassuming wooden sign. Having overlooked it before, she now clearly read the characters, Yupu Noodle House. Fortunately, the noodle shop was still in operation. Upon entering, she found a seat and ordered the same beef noodle she had last time. When the owner presented her dish, he also offered a plate of sizzling, crispy meat, just out of the fryer. Miss Song, please give it a try. Thank you. Shuangshu smiled, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly. You remember me? The owner chuckled. Of course, I remember. Mister, he brought you here alone. The crispy meat was golden and crunchy, sprinkled with chili powder and pepper salt. Shuangshu took a bite and found it delightful. Had he never brought another woman here? She found it curious. What about his previous girlfriends? No, he hasn't, the owner replied. Have you ever seen Mr. He with another girlfriend? Shuangshu shook her head. We are not well acquainted, she added. We weren't close before, but we've become a bit more familiar recently. Perhaps He Tingzhou preferred to take women to upscale restaurants. Their encounter by the bridge had been purely coincidental. He thought she was about to jump into the river and instinctively pulled her back. Uncle, your noodles are so delicious, why not relocate to a busier area? The shop was still quiet, with no other patrons, allowing the owner to sit and chat with her. This noodle shop was opened by my father. My skills pale in comparison to his. My mother passed away early, and he relied on selling beef noodles to support us through college. 20 years ago, this area thrived, but with subsequent demolitions, people gradually moved away. My father was diagnosed with cancer. We had planned to close the shop, but Mr. He bought it and even paid for my father's treatment, seeking the most reputable brain cancer specialist. Sadly, he still passed. Shuangshu paused, her chopsticks halting. Such acts of kindness seemed wholly at odds with He Tingzhou's character. Her first instinct was to question whether the owner had been compensated by He Tingzhou to fabricate a story, but then she considered that someone as arrogant as he would hardly care about his reputation. Why did he help you? Because I have a kind heart and a compassionate spirit, the sudden voice interjected with a signature nonchalance. Shuangshu looked up to see He Tingzhou standing at the door, casually remarking, I am nicknamed the living lei foam. Have you not heard? You are more like the living Yama. The owner quickly stood up with a smile. I will go prepare your noodles. He Tingzhou approached, pulled out the chair opposite Shuangshu, and sat down leisurely. What a coincidence. Shuangshu poked at her noodles, memories of their last encounter at the Blue Night fresh in her mind. She could not fathom his capricious thoughts and was unsure how to present herself. Best to finish her meal and leave. She lowered her head to eat, while He Tingzhou's faint gaze rested upon her. Why didn't you bring your boyfriend along? Just as Shuangshu was about to respond, he interrupted. Oh, I forgot. He's not your boyfriend, just your blind date, right? It's over, Shuangshu replied. He Tingzhou chuckled lightly, propping his legs up and adopting a tone that relished the drama. Congratulations. He Tingzhou's noodles were quickly prepared and served, steaming hot with a sprinkle of fresh green onions. He began to pick out the onions as Shuangshu set down her chopsticks, intending to leave, but her mouth opened too late. He Tingzhou said, stay seated. Leaving a bowl of leftover noodles will spoil my appetite. Shuangshu silently grumbled about his difficult nature, lifting her bowl to take it to the kitchen. He Tingzhou glanced at her retreating figure toward the entrance without speaking. Upon exiting the noodle shop, she discovered her car had been blocked. A pure black Koenigsegg was parked head-to-head with her white Porsche, assertive and unreasonable. The alley was too narrow to accommodate two cars side by side. Forcing her to turn back, Shuangshu got into her car, first slowly reversing a bit, then attempting to maneuver in the cramped alley. Her driving skills were limited to merely knowing how to drive, and the narrowness of the alley made turning around a near impossible feat. After several attempts, she still found herself going in circles. Taking a deep breath, she ultimately decided to exit the vehicle and return to the shop. Shen Yu returned to the country a day early. Upon arriving at the Shen residence, Fu Yan was studying a stack of photographs, whispering with Wang Sa. After much deliberation, they concluded that this one was the best, a family of scholars. The individual, quite impressive, rumored to have won a literary award and to be the youngest associate professor at Yencheng University. I specifically audited a class at their school yesterday. He wears glasses and is quite refined. I believe Shuangshu would like him, Wang Sa remarked. Character is paramount. I never expected Mr. Wei to be so snobbish. Upon hearing the sound of a car, the servant at the door announced, the young master has returned. Fu Yan hastily set down the photographs and stood up as Shen Yu exited the car, the driver behind him carrying his luggage inside. Didn't you say you would return tomorrow? Why the early arrival? Fu Yan inquired. I finished my business and returned, Shen Yu replied as he changed his shoes and noticed the scattered photographs on the coffee table. Fu Yan asked, have you had dinner? Let Wang Sa prepare a midnight snack for you. Shen Yu looked up. I need an explanation regarding Wei Qian. I misjudged Wei Qian. I saw him as a promising young man whose career he built through hard work. If Shuangxiu marries him, she wouldn't have to bow to her elders. I never expected. Seeing his expression grow cold, Fu Yun interrupted. I want nothing more than for Shuangxiu to find a good home. Someone to care for her. If you have concerns, you should help keep an eye on things. Am I dead or incapacitated that you are in such a rush to find someone to entrust her to? Fu Yun's nerves were sensitive. What do you mean by that? You cannot care for her for a lifetime. She will eventually marry. Eventually is not now. Shen Yu's tired demeanor was tinged with coldness as he pinched the bridge of his nose and said, Our family need not barter her marriage. Let her choose whom she wishes to love. Chapter 67. A twitch in the right eye. Tingzhou lifted a strand of noodles with his chopsticks. His calm black eyes glancing at her despondent face. What brings you back? Did you not eat enough? The road was too narrow. I couldn't get out. Shuangxiu couldn't accuse him of malice, for the alley was indeed limited in width. Making his parking reasonable, perhaps you should ask your blind date to hire a demolition crew to clear the houses beside you and make way for the princess. Why mention the blind date again? Did we not agree? Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slightly, appearing genuinely regretful. Did you forget again? You two have already broken up. Shuangxiu, mock as you will, I am not at all upset about it. There is no next one. She cradled the grey-blue, gradually fading ceramic teacup, the warm water within it just the right temperature. My brother said he would handle it. Tingzhou glanced at her. Then smirked mockingly. Are you living your life for your brother? Without my brother, I might not have made it this far. Shuangxiu replied. Tingzhou fell silent, while Shuangxiu sat across from him, observing him as he consumed his noodles. His manner of eating was remarkably elegant, each gesture reflecting the privileged upbringing he had received since childhood. He ate at a leisurely pace, and it was difficult to discern any particular appetite. His mother had passed away at an early age, and his father was an Air Force commander, presumably with little spare time to devote to his child's company. The noodle shop was situated in an old alley, long forsaken by economic progress, and its purpose was evidently not profit-driven. Moreover, even if the small establishment enjoyed a bustling trade, its monthly earnings would hardly match the cost of a bottle of wine he might casually order elsewhere. Lacking investment value, the only conceivable motive for its existence was perhaps emotional attachment. She recalled the unfinished story the owner had begun earlier. Her curiosity piqued, and she casually inquired, Why did you purchase this noodle shop? Why do you care about my affairs? Tingzhou spoke slowly, yet his response caught Shuangxiu off guard. Had she overstepped? She had merely asked a casual question. Tingzhou replied, I do not respond to casual inquiries. Oh, Shuangxiu had no intention of prying into his private matters, but his cold demeanor made her feel as though she had crossed a boundary. Recognizing this, she wisely refrained from pursuing the topic further. Lifting her earthenware cup to her lips to sip her tea, until Tingzhou finished his meal, she did not attempt to initiate any further conversation. Upon exiting the noodle shop, she entered her car. While Tingzhou shifted into reverse, executing a swift and impressive maneuver as he backed out of the alley. Upon reaching the alley's entrance, he deftly turned, completing the motion with remarkable fluidity, which left Shuangxiu feeling a deep sense of embarrassment for having lingered in place for 5 minutes. Tingzhou parked at the mouth of the alley and glanced at her through the lowered window, remarking, What are you dawdling for? Waiting for your demolition team. Shuangxiu started her engine and drove forward. Once she transitioned from the alley to the main road, she glanced back through the rearview mirror. The Koenigsegg remained stationary, a bony hand resting on the window ledge, the scarlet tip of a finger receding into the distance. The following day, Shuangxiu learned that Shen Yu had returned. It was unclear how he had communicated this to Fu Yun. In any case, Fu Yun had ceased to arrange blind dates for her. As time swiftly advanced into June, temperatures steadily rose, and Shen Yu's engagement ceremony with Lu Manman was set for the end of the month. Fu Yun had been preoccupied with preparations for the engagement banquet. Including hotel arrangements, guest lists, and various ceremonial gifts, Shuangxiu had not participated in any of these arrangements, nor had she inquired about them, as it was best for her, Lu Manman, and Fu Yun, since that day she left the noodle shop. She had not seen Tingzhou again. She attended weekly meetings at Yundan, where she used to encounter him regularly, but in recent weeks, their paths had not crossed. She assumed Tingzhou was away on business. Until she overheard passing employees mention Mr. He, which revealed that he was indeed in the building. Yet Director Fan's demeanor had noticeably shifted, reflecting a heightened level of attention. After all, this was a project personally overseen by the president, and displaying diligence would provide opportunities to gain his favor. Director Fan escorted them to the elevator hall, and Shuangxiu suddenly remarked, Mr. He hasn't attended the meetings these past few times. Director Fan shot her an incredulous look, as if to say she was naive. Isn't the progress under my supervision? I am essentially Mr. He's eyes song. Don't take offense at my candor, but we have countless significant projects daily. Your liquid hydrogen drone is merely a side dish. Xiao Liao clenched her fists, wanting to strike him. Shuangxiu retorted, Oh, so Director Fan's role at Yundan is to oversee side dishes. Director Fan bristled at her comment. I am responsible for the entire civil drone sector. I have numerous projects on my plate. Then that amounts to a table of side dishes. Xiao Liao, whether genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance, chimed in. His side dishes pair quite well with rice. The elevator arrived. And Shuangshu stepped inside, turning to see Director Fan's face tinged with green. As the doors closed, Xiaoliao gleefully raised her hand, and Shuangshu reciprocated with a solemn admonition. That's impolite, don't do that next time. You started it, I merely learned from you, Xiaoliao countered with conviction, before sighing gloomily, lamenting her failure to see the handsome Mr. He. Shuangshu observed the fluctuating numbers on the display, remaining silent. It was quite normal. Really, a Director Fan had spoken the truth. He Tingzhou was likely quite busy and had no time to attend to their minor project. On the day of the summer solstice, a torrential rain fell, clearing only the following day. Upon waking, Shuangshu felt her eyelids twitching violently, likely due to her late-night endeavors. Arriving at the office, Xiaoliao had prepared coffee for her and, noticing her incessant blinking, leaned forward and asked, "What's wrong with your eyes? Your eyelids keep twitching." Shuangshu replied, "It's probably just eye strain." Xiaoliao gasped in horror. "Oh no, right eye twitching means disaster." Shuangshu lightly tapped her head. "Can you please believe in science?" Xiaoliao obediently sealed her lips. During the meeting, Shuangshu's mind wandered, and in a moment of distraction, she reached for her coffee to awaken her senses, only to misjudge her grip, causing the cup to tumble onto her laptop. Coffee splattered across the keyboard, triggering an uproar in the conference room. "Paper, quick, get paper, shut it down, turn the laptop upside down, little boss, have you backed up your files?" Shuangshu was caught off guard, and before she could react, her laptop was whisked away, as the others scrambled to clean up the coffee mess. Fortunately, everything had been backed up. She touched her right eyelid and glanced at Xiaoliao beside her, reflecting on her ominous foretelling. Despite having not taken a sip, the coffee had indeed proven invigorating. Ultimately, the laptop could not be salvaged, and she acquired a new one. While responding to emails, her phone, resting on her desk, began to ring. It was her godmother, Shuangshu answered, and on the other end, she heard Fu Yun's choked voice. "Shuangshu, your godfather has been taken away by the disciplinary committee." The world around her exploded with noise. And in that moment, Shuangshu suddenly realized that her eyelid twitching was not due to fatigue, nor was it merely about her laptop. She sprang up, hastily making her way to the elevator hall. Disregarding Xiaoliao's calls. On her drive back to the Shen residence, she encountered heavy traffic and grew increasingly anxious, occasionally peering out the window to catch snippets of conversation from sanitation workers who mentioned an accident up ahead. Unable to wait, she veered off the main road onto a side street, taking a longer route. Reporters, akin to hyenas catching a whiff of blood, had besieged the entrance of the Shen residence, eager to swarm her car as it approached. She pressed the accelerator, speeding past them, and circled back to the villa's backyard. Parking along the roadside, Aunt Wang, alerted by a phone call, rushed to open the door for her. Upon exiting the car, she dashed inside so quickly that Aunt Wang struggled to keep up. In the living room, Fu Yun was in a state of unrest. The servants had huddled together, their faces etched with panic and confusion. As Shuangshu burst in, breathless, she asked, "Godmother, what on earth is happening?" Fu Yun looked up, her brow furrowed in distress. "They say your godfather is being investigated for corruption and bribery, but he is not that kind of person." Shuangshu protested. "The one accused of bribery is not your godfather," Fu Yun revealed, mentioning a prominent figure who had fallen from grace, implicating Shuangshu's godfather in the process. "Why would this involve him?" Shuangshu questioned, bewildered. "Don't they require evidence for such accusations?" Fu Yun sighed heavily. "Shuangshu, you don't understand political matters. Do you think his downfall is solely due to corruption? Your godfather was too closely connected to him. Living in the shadows of Yen City, even if Shuangshu did not follow political news closely, she had heard whispers. The changing of regimes was always built on turmoil. Beneath the seemingly calm surface lay bloodshed and turmoil unknown to ordinary citizens. She began to grasp the gravity of the situation. The crux of the matter was no longer whether Shen Yuan was innocent, but rather who would ultimately emerge victorious in this struggle. The entrenched power of aristocratic families was profound. And with Shen Yuan's status, no one would dare to take him away without permission from above. The disciplinary committee's direct involvement indicated they possessed substantial evidence. The situation was rather grim. Aunt Wang, her eyes reddened with worry, attempted to soothe them. "It will be fine, the young master has gone with him. He will inform us as soon as there is news." Shuangshu grasped Fu Yun's hand. "Godmother, try not to worry. I will stay here with you." Fu Yun held onto her tightly, as if Shuangshu were the anchor in a storm. They waited, and darkness fell. Aunt Wang prepared a meal, but neither Shuangshu nor Fu Yun had any appetite. The house was eerily quiet, the entire villa enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. The once bright crystal chandeliers now felt cold and sharp when a car pulled into the driveway. Fu Yun, who had been resting her forehead on her hand, immediately lifted her head, anxiously rising to greet. Shen Yu arrived, his tie loosened, likely having smoked a considerable amount, the scent of tobacco clinging to him. He shook his head, and Fu Yun's face paled instantly. Among the people involved in the bribery, one had been recommended by her father. If he now implicated her father, they had come prepared to convict him. After enduring a day of tension, Fu Yun finally faltered. Her body swaying, those nearby gasped in alarm. "Madam, Godmother." Shuangshu hurried forward, supporting Fu Yun as she collapsed. Shen Yu carried her to the car, and Shuangshu accompanied them to the hospital, where they rushed through paperwork and examinations. The day was nothing short of chaotic. After sending the doctor on his way, Shuangxiu caught sight of Shen Yu standing at the end of the corridor, engaged in a phone call, likely still regarding Shen Yuan's situation. From his typically composed demeanor, she detected an unusual gravity and weariness. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Shen Yu turned, exchanged a few more words before ending the call and walking toward her, peering through the glass window at the hospital room. Shuangxiu reassured him. The doctor said that godmother merely fainted due to emotional distress. There is nothing serious, however. Her health has always been frail, necessitating a few days of hospitalization for observation. Shen Yu's voice was slightly hoarse. If you are tired, you should return to rest. There are others keeping watch. Shuangxiu shook her head, her voice laced with uncontainable concern. Brother, will our godfather be all right? In her eyes, Shen Yu, who seemed capable of anything, could not provide her with the reassurance she sought at that moment. Shen Yu wrapped his arms around her, gently ruffling her hair. Do not worry. I am here. He always treated her as a child in need of his support. Yet Shuangxiu had grown up. She could no longer, as he suggested, offload all her troubles onto him while comfortably hiding behind him. That night, she stayed at the hospital, unable to rest easy about Fu Yun, hoping that when she awoke, her presence would offer some solace. Moreover, during such times, she preferred to be with her family. Even if she returned home, sleep would elude her. Shuangxiu lay on the hospital's cot, gazing out the window at the waning moon hanging in the indigo sky, the surroundings enveloped in silence. Sleep evaded her as memories of her early days at the Shen household flooded back. Fu Yun had always yearned for a daughter. Due to health issues, she could not have one. Therefore, when Shen Yu brought Shuangxiu home, Fu Yun showered her with affection. Shen Yuan had initially refrained from involving himself in the affairs of others, but seeing the mother and son so engaged in parenting, he eventually acquiesced. At first, Shuangxiu was somewhat intimidated by him, prompting Fu Yun to admonish, "Can you not wear such a stern face every day? You frighten Shuangxiu." Shen Yuan then forced a smile, warm and inviting, beckoning her over. "Come here, let uncle treat you to something delicious." Shuangxiu grew close to them, yet her bond with Shen Yu remained unparalleled. Aware that she was a little burden picked up by Shen Yu, living under someone else's roof, she felt a lingering sense of caution. Once, when the school held a parent-teacher meeting and Shen Yu was absent, she hesitated several times outside their door, afraid to voice her intentions. The following morning, she awoke to find Fu Yun already dressed and urging Shen Yuan to change. He had taken a day off, and together they accompanied her to the meeting. Upon arriving at the school, the teachers and other parents referred to her as "my child." Thus, even after returning home, when Fu Yun remained overly cautious around her, Shuangxiu bore no resentment. The kindness they had shown her was a debt heavier than mountains. They had indeed given her much love. Before dawn, Fu Yun awoke briefly, and Shuangxiu sat by her bedside, soothing her with gentle words until she fell asleep again. In the early morning, Sister Wang arrived with breakfast, after accompanying Fu Yun for the meal and leaving someone to watch over her. Shuangxiu stepped out. She hailed a cab, arriving at the Song residence just as Song Nianji was about to leave. He and Cui Ning were seated at the dining table, the air fragrant with the aroma of toasted bread. Cui Ning, her hair neatly arranged, spread jam on her toast with a butter knife. Upon seeing Shuangxiu, her expression was unsurprised, clearly aware of the upheaval at the Shen household. "What brings you back at this hour?" Song Nianji, nearing 50, exuded an elegance and charm that surpassed that of his peers, his handsome demeanor undiminished by age. Shuangxiu had not contacted him since her return, and now the usual familial concern and pleasantries were absent. "Dad," she called, her tone excessively respectful, devoid of warmth. "I need to discuss something with you." Song Nianji wiped his hands and rose from the table. "Come to the study." Chapter 69. Will he stand by and do nothing? This was Shuangxiu's first visit to Song Nianji's study, a space largely filled with various books, adorned with antique calligraphy and paintings on the walls, the air thick with the scent of sandalwood. On the east side, a small leaf rosewood sofa was placed, its cloud-patterned relief symbolizing elevation and good fortune since ancient times. Song Nianji was well aware of her purpose for being there. He invited her to sit and began, "I heard from your aunt that during your time back home, you've been partnering with friends to start a company. How is that going?" Shuangxiu had no desire to waste time on such topics, responding dismissively, "It's just getting started. In the current climate, entrepreneurship is not easy. If you encounter difficulties, speak to the family. Do not struggle alone. Your grandfather may seem strict, but his intentions are for your own good." Despite their long separation, Song Nianji seemed to know all about her life since returning. Shuangxiu had no wish to debate her grandfather's intentions. She was there for one reason. "Dad, my godfather is in trouble. Can you help?" Song Nianji leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. "Do you understand the nature of this matter? It is not something you can involve yourself in. Dad, I have never asked you for anything, but for this one request, I beg you, please." After a sleepless night, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at him imploringly. Song Nianji set down the teapot. "This case involves many people. The disciplinary committee has established an investigation team, and everyone is closely monitoring it. It is not as simple as you imagine, but my godfather has been framed." Song Nianji interrupted her, not allowing her to finish. "The political arena is not a game for children. You do not understand these matters. Do not speak recklessly, and do not meddle. It will bring trouble to the Song family." Shuangsu understood then that he would not assist her, yet, clinging to a sliver of hope, she said, I know I hold little weight in your heart, you have never raised me, it was my brother and my godparents who brought me up. Assuming your responsibilities, you owe them a favor. Are you attempting to coerce me? I am not coercing you, I am stating facts. The Shen family is in trouble, and while everyone may turn a blind eye, you should not. Is the Shen family the only one in your eyes? Song Nianji's voice grew grave. If I intervene, it would be like pushing the Song family into a pit of fire. To help them, you are willing to jeopardize the Song family. If Shuangsu had a choice to trade the Song family for the Shen family, she would not hesitate for a second. I merely hope you can do something for them within your means. Do not involve yourself further in this matter. Song Nianji waved his hand dismissively, his tone resolute. Leave the eye. In the 2 minutes of silence that followed, neither spoke, the sandalwood scent thickening with an ever-deepening chasm between them. Utterly disheartened, Shuangsu said nothing more as she opened the door and walked away without a glance back. Upon hearing of her return, Song Lian, who had been sleeping in late, was now up. Lounging on the staircase in her pajamas, waiting for her. The moment she saw Shuangsu, she spoke with a sarcastic tone, What brings the daughter of the Shen family to our home? Shuangsu ignored her, descending the stairs without a word. Song Lian followed her, continuing, Political struggles are always like this, the victor takes all. If you must place blame, you can only blame your godfather's misfortune. After all, he was classmates with that person. Look at the Zhang family, they are now in a better position. Shuangsu paid her no mind as she prattled on, What were you thinking? Coming back to seek help from dad? Do you not realize that he is set to be promoted to minister next year? If he gets involved in this mess, his career will surely be affected. You truly understand nothing. Lian. Cui Ning shot her a warning glance, causing Song Lian to finally fall silent. Shuangsu did not even acknowledge Cui Ning as she hurriedly exited the distasteful house. Self-preservation is human nature, and Song Nianji had once again proven his selfishness, rendering her existence as his daughter utterly inconsequential. Under the glaring sun, her heart felt icy, impervious to warmth. Returning to the hospital, she encountered Lu Manman rushing towards her. Since their time at Dongyu Mountain, they had not seen each other for quite a while. Xiaojiu, Lu Manman called out, enveloping her in a tight embrace. I heard that auntie fainted last night, so I came to check on her. Are you all right? Mama's awake now, you can go in to see her. Shuangsu's heavy heart did not allow for a smile to surface. Unwilling for Fu Yun to see her struggle, so she refrained from entering and sat down on a chair in the corridor. I feel awkward going in to see her. Lu Manman, disheartened, sat beside her. I pleaded with my dad for a long time, but he said this matter is too sensitive, even the slightest move could raise suspicions of taking sides, and they cannot interfere right now. But he told me not to get involved. The fickleness of human relationships was hardly surprising. Shuangsu expressed her understanding. Your father is not wrong in doing so. The Lu family and the Shen family were in-laws, making the situation inherently delicate. If the Lu family were to act on Shen Yuan's behalf, they could easily be labeled as accomplices and subsequently suffer repercussions. The same applied to the Yu family and the Zhou family. The risks were too great, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Lu Manman steeled herself and entered to see Fu Yun, who, more aware of the situation than the younger generation, did not utter a word about asking the Lu family for assistance. Instead, she apologized to Manman. You and Iu's engagement banquet must be postponed for now. Once the storm passes, we will hold a grand celebration. As for when that storm would pass, or whether it would at all, was uncertain. Should Shen Yuan be convicted, their marriage would likely face a similar fate. It's alright, Auntie. You and I are not in a rush. Right now, Uncle Shen's situation is more pressing. Lu Manman replied with great understanding. Please do not be too sad. Take care of your health. Uncle Shen is such a good person. Surely he will be fine. Fu Yun forced a smile meant to reassure her, yet the worry etched on her brow remained unabated for several consecutive days. Shen Yu tirelessly sought help for Shen Yuan, yet human connections felt as fragile as paper. Few offered genuine support, while many took the opportunity to hinder him. By the time he and Yu Zifeng arrived at the hospital that evening, it was already quite late. How is Auntie? Yu Zifeng inquired. Her condition has stabilized over the past couple of days. She wishes to be discharged and return home. That's good to hear. The usual carefree demeanor of Yu Zifeng had vanished, replaced by a newfound composure that enveloped him entirely. He offered her solace, saying, Sister, do not fret too much, focus on taking care of Aunt Fu at the hospital. Your brother and I will handle this matter. The Yu family, unable to intervene directly, nonetheless provided substantial support over the years, their long-standing friendship speaking volumes. If you wish to leave the hospital, then you may, Shen Yu declared. I have matters to attend to tomorrow and will not be able to come. I will send a driver to pick you up. Shuangsu noticed the bloodshot veins in his eyes, a telltale sign of sleepless nights, and the lingering scent of alcohol from the dinner gathering clung to him. She refrained from mentioning her visit to Song Nianji, opting instead to respond obediently. Understood. After Shen Yu and Yu Zifeng departed, Shuangsu gazed after their retreating figures from the window, and unbidden, the visage of He Tingzhou surfaced in her mind. The He family, if there were anyone capable of intervening during such tumultuous times to rescue Shen Yuan from peril, it would likely be Commander He. She pondered whether Shen Yu had sought He Tingzhou's assistance. With no progress in sight, had he perhaps declined? They were friends. Would he truly stand by while someone perished? Chapter 70. You must have some interest in me. The following day, Shuangsu facilitated Aunt Fu's discharge from the hospital. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Aunt Fu, having taken her medication, required a brief nap. Shuangsu unusually resorted to a touch of affection. Godmother, may I sleep with you? Aunt Fu's face registered surprise. What is wrong with that? Come here. She smiled and patted the bed. Shuangsu slipped off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, resting her head upon Aunt Fu's shoulder, who held her hand gently. Though Aunt Fu lived a life of privilege, her hands remained exquisitely tender, akin to those of a youthful person, yet Shuangsu felt there was a unique sensation when she held her hand. To her, Aunt Fu occupied a maternal role. It is indeed nice to have a daughter, Aunt Fu mused as they nestled together, free from suspicion and wariness. The anxieties and worries of recent days were temporarily cast aside, enveloping them in a rare tranquility and comfort. You have worked hard these past few days, Aunt Fu remarked, having witnessed Shuangsu's devoted care at her bedside. Reflecting on her own actions since returning to the country, a wave of guilt washed over Aunt Fu. She found herself unable to articulate her feelings, but the moment evoked memories of the past. When you first came to our home, you were so timid, afraid to sleep alone at night. It was I who comforted you to sleep. When Shuangsu first arrived at the Shen household, she had felt like a small creature in an unfamiliar territory, lacking security, often scratching at Shen Yu's door in the middle of the night. Shen Yu would return her to her room, only for her to come knocking again shortly after. Eventually, he relented and allowed her to stay in his room. Thus, for the initial days, she would stealthily sleep in Shen Yu's chamber. Later, upon learning of her fear of sleeping alone, Aunt Fu joyfully came to her room every night to soothe her to sleep, indulging her maternal instincts until Shuangsu adapted to her new surroundings and ceased waking in the night in fright. Shuangsu smiled softly, whispering, I truly wish I could wake up and find myself back in those times. Aunt Fu felt a poignant sentiment as she patted her back affectionately, akin to comforting a child. Once Aunt Fu drifted into slumber, Shuangsu rose quietly, leaving the bedroom. She dialed Shen Yu, hoping to discuss matters with him. The phone rang for an extended period before connecting, and Lu Manman's voice greeted her. Xiaojiu, your brother is asleep. Yes, there's something you need to discuss with him. Shuangsu hesitated. I wish to consult him about something. He has been exhausted these past few days and just fell asleep. I wouldn't want to wake him, Lu Manman replied, lowering her voice. When he awakens, I will convey your message. I will wait for him at home. Shuangsu responded. All right, Lu Manman agreed, seated in the living room. Shuangsu pondered as Aunt Wang inquired if she needed a blanket to rest. She shook her head, leaning back on the sofa, replaying memories from the past frame by frame. 15 years ago. On the streets, a pair of white sneakers had halted her, as Shen Yu took her hand and led her into this house, which had since become her home for the next decade. Uncertain of how long she had been waiting, she eventually lifted her head to find the night quietly unfurling. Time had flown by. In those few hours, it felt as though she had traversed yet another decade. Shen Yu did not return, nor did he call her back. Shuangsu made a decision. As she exited the house without disturbing anyone, she stood in the night breeze and dialed He Tingzhou's number. The call was answered promptly, yet silence lingered on the other end, awaiting her to speak first. Tingzhou good at He Tingzhou's tone was flat. What is it? May I meet with you? I have something to discuss. After a brief silence, He Tingzhou replied, Come over. It took half an hour to drive from the Shen residence to Yanxi, where He Tingzhou's villa was located in Taihe Courtyard, nestled in the most desirable area on the western outskirts of Yan City. As she drove along the wide and smooth lane, the villa's grand entrance awaited her. He preferred lively environments for relaxation, yet this villa was eerily quiet. Shuangsu parked her car in the courtyard. Finding the door unlocked, she pushed it open and entered to find He Tingzhou waiting for her in the living room. Dressed in a shirt and trousers, he appeared as though he had just returned from outside. His fingers resting against his temple, reclining lazily on the sofa while absently twisting his phone. Upon hearing her footsteps, he lifted his gaze slightly, displaying little reaction. As his phone ceased its rotation, he remained still. Watching as Shuangsu approached, and only when she settled onto the adjacent sofa did he speak. You're here for the Shen family, aren't you? He seemed to know everything. Shuangsu nodded. Yes, before seeking me, whom else did you approach? He inquired. My father, didn't he inform you how complicated this situation is? Shuangsu replied, That is why I came to you. How can you be so certain that I will assist you? His question struck at the heart of the matter, and Shuangsu met his gaze, her almond-shaped eyes clear and untainted, glimmering with hope. I have no certainty. Tingzhou go. Can you help me? He Tingzhou studied her intently for a moment before leisurely responding. I can then. He shifted the conversation. What can you offer me in return? This question momentarily stunned Shuangsu, who replied candidly, I have nothing to offer aside from herself. She possessed nothing, her wealth paled in comparison to his. Her power was insignificant beside his, and she lacked any backing to rely upon. Then why should I help you? He Tingzhou challenged. The nascent hope within her heart was swiftly quenched by his words. And Shuangsu's bright eyes dimmed slowly. It was understandable. Everyone avoided entanglements, fearing the repercussions, and his choice to remain uninvolved was indeed the wisest course. He Tingzhou had assisted her numerous times. leading her to mistakenly believe they had crossed into the realm of friendship. Yet, each time she entertained such delusions, he would promptly remind her not to misinterpret his intentions. Nothing to offer, she murmured. Forgetting that she was not so significant as to impose. Having spoken, she rose and walked towards the door, grasping the doorknob yet hesitating to pull it open. If she walked out now, she had no better plan to alleviate the Shen family's troubles. The Shen family had sheltered her from the storm in the past, and now that Shen Changyuan was in peril, she felt utterly powerless. He Tingzhou was her only hope. He Tingzhou stood up and approached the bar. Pouring himself a glass of water without glancing at her, Shuang Su lingered at the door for a moment, then turned back and walked up to him. I have nothing to bargain with. All I possess is myself, she asserted, clenching her fingers to steady her voice. But you must have a modicum of interest in me, right? In truth, she lacked confidence, akin to handing He Tingzhou the means to humiliate and mock her. She gambled on the flicker of desire she had perceived in his gaze that night in Lanyi, hoping it was not merely a figment of her imagination. If she miscalculated, he would undoubtedly ridicule her without restraint. Leaving her utterly humiliated. Chapter 71. I do not like to force others. He Tingzhou's motion of drinking water paused momentarily as he turned to regard her. The bright lights illuminated the room. Yet his sharp black eyes were shrouded in an inscrutable depth. During the lengthy silence that followed, Shuang Su's heart raced with trepidation. After a while, He Tingzhou set down the half-full glass and leaned against the bar. His demeanor returning to its usual nonchalance. You've caught on, huh? He remarked. And what's next? Planning to sell yourself to me? He did not deny it. Shuang Su's heart skipped a beat, the tension in her waiting nerves easing. I can, she replied without a hint of hesitation. If you agree to help, I can offer myself to you. He Tingzhou crossed his arms and silently scrutinized her for a moment. For Shen Yu. You would do anything, Wu Ntu. This is not for my brother, Shuang Su clarified, it is for my godfather. He Tingzhou regarded her coolly for a few seconds before standing upright and approaching her. His deep gray slippers brushed against her toes, prompting Shuang Su to instinctively take a half step back, only to find her waist ensnared. His long, strong fingers, distinctly warm compared to her own, rested at her waist, causing her skin to tighten involuntarily. He Tingzhou leaned slightly, casting a shadow over his eyes with his lashes, obscuring their color. Kiss me, he commanded, 2 words that sent a jolt through Shuang Su. Was this how it began? For reasons unknown, she suddenly felt as though she had turned to stone, her breathing becoming uneven under his unwavering gaze. He Tingzhou released her, his cool voice piercing through the air. If you're not ready, why present yourself as if you were offering yourself? With that, he brushed past her and returned to the living room. Shuang Su stood rooted for a few moments before spinning around and striding directly in front of him. He Tingzhou lifted his gaze, and Shuang Su grasped his shoulder, forcefully pushing him down onto the sofa. He Tingzhou leaned back against her with a gentle force, remaining silent, only raising an eyebrow slightly. Shuang Su felt a sense of uncertainty within her. She could not decipher even a fraction of He Tingzhou's thoughts. It was as if she were traversing a field of cotton, unable to discern whether the ground beneath her was solid earth or a treacherous pit of despair. Yet, she was acutely aware of her purpose in coming here. In comparison to the Shen family's kindness towards her, everything else paled in significance. The villa was unnaturally quiet, the stillness almost shocking, leaving only the sound of her accelerated breathing due to nerves. The humiliation of being rejected during a previous encounter when she had been drugged loomed vividly in her mind. At that time, the effects of the drug had clouded her judgment, rendering her actions somewhat excusable. But now, in a state of clarity, she fully understood what she was doing. She knelt beside him on the sofa, supporting herself on his shoulder, steeling her heart, and mustering the courage to lean in for a kiss. He Tingzhou remained motionless, allowing her to draw near. Just as their lips were about to meet, he raised his wrist, expertly capturing her face within his grip. His gaze shifted from her reddened lips, which bore the marks of his previous bite, to the depths of his eyes, dark as a starless night. Your expression, as if facing death, makes me feel like a piece of refuse. Shuang Su stammered, bewildered by his interpretation. I did not regard you as refuse. He Tingzhou replied. Then should I be grateful to you? Shall we continue? Shuang Su inquired. He Tingzhou regarded her silently for a moment, then lifted one of her legs, unceremoniously tossing her aside onto the sofa. He stood and ascended the stairs, stating, I do not favor coercing others. Thus, had he refused the transaction, in the stillness of the living room, Shuang Su found herself alone. After a brief moment of contemplation, she rose and exited He Tingzhou's residence. When the Shen family was in its prime, their doors were bustling with visitors, and everyone referred to Shen Yu with the respectful title of Young Master Shen. However, when Shen Changyuan fell from grace, many fresh faces emerged, faces that had previously remained hidden. Some were opportunistic, while others eyed him with predatory intent, eagerly awaiting the downfall of the Shen family, hoping to seize the spoils. During a luncheon, Shen Yu was plied with drinks by a few old-timers who relished their positions, and he was subsequently escorted home by his father-in-law, only to encounter Lu Manman, who had come looking for him. Lu Manman silenced his phone so he could enjoy a restful sleep. When Shen Yu awoke, he realized it was already dark. Hearing noises from the kitchen, he emerged from his bedroom to find Lu Manman preparing congee in a clay pot. which she brought to the dining table. She looked up and smiled. "You're awake." Shen Yu stood at the doorway, quietly observing her. "Is something the matter?" Lu Manman asked. "Let us cancel our engagement," Shen Yu stated. The smile on Lu Manman's face gradually faded. "Why? Given the current circumstances of the Shen family, this marriage is no longer appropriate," Shen Yu explained. "We should draw a clear line to minimize the impact on the Lu family." His gentlemanly demeanor was considerate of her feelings, yet Lu Manman felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. "Are you seeking to cancel the engagement out of fear of dragging me down? Or did you never wish to marry me in the first place?" Shen Yu had been overwhelmed with work recently, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness, yet still gentle as he offered an apology. "I am truly sorry to you. Who asked for your apology?" Lu Manman pouted, on the verge of tears. "I can't help but like you, and I hold you no blame." With reddened eyes, she walked to the entrance to change her shoes, opened the door, and stepped outside. Then, turning back with a quivering voice, she said, "Xiaojiu called you this afternoon. He said he needed to discuss something." Once she conveyed the message, she could no longer contain her tears and ran away sobbing. Shen Yu rubbed his forehead, picked up his phone from the table, and dialed Xuanxu's number, only to find it unanswered. He grabbed his coat and headed downstairs. Upon returning to the Shen residence, the servant informed him that Miss Xuanxu had left 2 hours ago. Xuanxu had not been calling him often lately. What could she possibly want to discuss? Shen Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease today. As he redialed her number, he stepped outside, intending to search for her. The headlights illuminated the courtyard as Xuanxu returned. Spotting Shen Yu's silhouette in the night, she halted her car, exited, and walked over. "Brother, how is my godfather?" "Still trying to find a solution." "Don't worry," Shen Yu replied softly. He habitually viewed her as a child in need of protection, wishing to shield her from the storms of the outside world. "What did you want to discuss with me this afternoon?" Xuanxu, not wanting to burden him further, and certainly not wanting to reveal that she was considering making herself a pawn in a transaction, simply asked, "I was wondering if you had reached out to brother Tingzhou." Shen Yu chuckled. "Tingzhou is rather aloof. He keeps his distance from everyone. He may grant me some leeway, but this matter is a hot potato. If he helps, it's out of goodwill. If he doesn't, that is only to be expected." "Have you eaten?" he inquired. Xuanxu shook her head. He ruffled her hair, saying, "No matter how busy you are, remember to eat. I had kanji prepared for you in the kitchen. Go have some." Chapter 72. Why not try crying instead? That night, Xuanxu lay in bed, contemplating Tingzhou's unpredictable demeanor. If even Shen Yu's connections were ineffective this time, when she approached him as a bargaining chip, would he be willing to accept such an exchange, or was he merely toying with her? Troubled, she wondered if anyone could invent a machine to translate Tingzhou's thoughts into comprehensible words. The following morning, Xuanxu visited Feishui. Having spent the past few days at the hospital, she had accumulated a number of matters at the company awaiting her attention. Upon arriving at the office, she discovered Xu Yang was there, signing documents in the office. Recently having completed a round of chemotherapy, she wore a hat, yet it could not conceal her pallor. "What brings you here?" Xuanxu asked as she entered. Xu Yang set down the papers and signaled for Xiao Liao to close the office door. He complied but remained inside. "I heard your family is in trouble, and today I'm feeling less nauseous, so I thought I'd come by to help you with these trivial matters. How is your godfather?" At that moment, the worry and indecision that Xuanxu had been unable to voice finally surfaced. She despondently replied, "Not very optimistic. I can't offer much help with this situation. I told Xiao Liao that any documents needing signatures during this period should be sent to the hospital. Any decisions will be made during video conferences with the team. Focus on your family. I'll handle the company," Xu Yang assured her, "and I firmly believe in karma. People like your brother, your godfather, and your godmother will surely be rewarded for their goodness." Xuanxu derived some comfort from her words. "When did you start believing in such things?" "Just recently. It's a new belief." Xu Yang embraced her, with Xiao Liao joining in. "And me, I bang an electronic wooden fish daily to pray for your godfather." The three of them squeezed into an embrace, leaving Xuanxu breathless yet lighthearted. She returned their hug, saying, "Thank you both." After handling her affairs at the company, Xuanxu left and drove to the cake shop where Tingzhou had previously taken her. Ordering a blueberry mousse. As the staff handed her the packaged cake, she turned and nearly bumped into someone. Zheng Zui grinned at her. "Long time no see, beautiful." Xuanxu immediately frowned, attempting to sidestep him. Zheng Zui stepped in front of her, a towering presence blocking her path. "The Shen family is currently in dire straits. Your support is gone, yet you still dare to turn your back on me." Xuanxu sidestepped again, but he moved to block her once more. Noticing the commotion, the staff at the counter asked, "Miss, do you need help calling the police?" "Go ahead and report it. Let us see which officer dares to arrest me." Zheng Zui was unperturbed, having evaded consequences even when caught with drugs. As Xuanxu seized the opportunity to escape, he lunged for her. She had long anticipated this move, deftly dodging him. "Don't touch me." All right, I won't touch you." Zheng Zui was unusually accommodating today. "I'm here to help you. Surely you don't want Shen Yuan to end up in prison. The trouble he is in now isn't so easily resolved, and Shen Yuan be able to save him. Only I can assist you. If you cooperate with me, I'll talk to my grandfather and plead for leniency on Shen Yuan's behalf. How does that sound? It's a lucrative deal." Shuangshu suddenly turned to glare at him. Did your family set him up? Zheng Zui scoffed. When Shen Yu put me in rehab, he should have known the consequences of offending the Zheng family. My grandfather is merely taking advantage of this opportunity to teach them a lesson. So it was indeed Shen Yu who had orchestrated Zheng Zui's drug arrest. Ultimately, it was because she had offended the Zheng family. If you had let me play a little earlier, there wouldn't have been so many complications, Zheng Zui remarked, reaching out to embrace her. Is there really any need for consideration? I'm the only one who can help you. I'll tell you now, my patience is running thin, then you better conserve it. A cold, unfeeling voice interjected just as Zheng Zui's arm, which had been draped over her shoulder, was brushed aside by a hand. He Tingzhou had appeared from behind, pulling Shuangshu in front of him. Before she could react, Zheng Zui's gaze flicked between them, his previously carefree expression morphing. You're interested in her too? He asked. Fixing his eyes on Tingzhou, a lewd grin spreading across his face. What do you think? She sa catch, isn't she? Even you've been drawn in by her allure, but I spotted her first. I'll have my fun with her first, and when I'm done, I'll let you have a turn. Not so eager to be first. Why not try dying first? Tingzhou's gaze towards Zheng Zui was cold and disdainful. When will your grandfather ever learn to keep you on a leash? Zheng Zui's lung tube was punctured by him, and his gaze turned sinister. Tingzhou, if it weren't for your father, my grandfather would have long since eliminated you. Tingzhou smirked, nonchalantly replying, what should we do then? I find him equally unsatisfactory. Why not eliminate him first and then come after me? Zheng Zui, unable to counter him, shifted his focus to Shuangsu. We'll settle our grievances later, since you have your sights set on her as well. Let us compete fairly. He believed he had grasped Shuangsu's Achilles heel. Xin Shangyuan's fate was in the hands of the Zheng family, and she dared not defy him. With confidence, he declared, let her choose for herself. We shall see with whom she opts to go. To his surprise, Tingzhou was exceedingly domineering, not allowing Shuangsu a moment to speak. Under my command, she has no choice. With that, he took her away right before Zheng Zui's eyes, once outside the cake shop. Shuangsu was lost in thought, not noticing when Tingzhou had come to a halt. She nearly collided with him, stopping just in time. Whom was she thinking of? Zheng, as she began to speak. Tingzhou interrupted with a smirk. Only 2 minutes apart and already pining away. Why not just say so and I'll send you back to find him? I'm not thinking of him. I'm thinking about his grandfather, Shuangsu clarified. Tingzhou's eyes and tone turned frigid. You're not even sparing an 80-year-old man. Her thoughts scattered in frustration. She realized that Tingzhou had known all along that this matter was tied to the Zheng family. Shen Yu undoubtedly knew as well. You have quite a few backups, Tingzhou remarked, lowering his gaze to scrutinize her. You sought me out last night, and now you've turned to someone else. What, am I not sufficient for you? I didn't pursue him, Shuangsu shot back. Besides, didn't you reject me? Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Which word indicated rejection? Shuangsu replayed his words. You said you don't like to force people. In those 6 words, which one means reject, and which one means abandon? So, are you agreeing then? Tingzhou replied lazily. Which word did I use to say I agree? What do you mean exactly? Shuangsu looked directly at him. Bewildered, why not try crying? Tingzhou suggested, gazing into her eyes. Perhaps I might relent if my heart softens. What a peculiar request. She was not an actress, capable of crying on command. I can't cry, she admitted. Then try to cultivate some tears. Tingzhou leaned against the car door, adopting a posture of waiting. Whenever you manage to cry, that's when I'll agree. You said it, Shuangsu retorted immediately. No backing out now. Would he truly soften at the sight of a woman crying, regardless of the truth? If a single tear could sway him, that was an exceedingly simple condition. Shuangsu reflected on all the sorrowful events of her life, her mother's inexplicable abandonment, the carefree days of her childhood that could never return, and how the Shen family had fallen to their current plight because of her. If Shen Yu were to discover that she had resorted to such self-degradation, what would his feelings be? With this thought, melancholy crept in, yet the more she forced herself to cry, the more elusive the tears became. She discreetly pinched her thigh, feeling the pain, but no tears came forth. Especially as she caught the corner of Tingzhou's lips curling upward in his amused gaze. What are you laughing at? Did you not pinch hard enough? Tingzhou offered mockingly. Would you like me to assist? I possess considerable strength. The fragile tears she had managed to muster were swiftly extinguished by his teasing, leaving Shuangsu feeling defeated. Had she known, she should have brought an onion along when she left the house. She extended the blueberry mousse in her hand to him. Would you eat some cake first? Give me a moment. Tingzhou raised an eyebrow. Is this for me? I was planning to find you again. Shuangsu replied, unwilling to give up so easily. If yesterday's mishap had been due to her expression, she could adopt one he preferred. Tingzhou regarded her, his expression largely unchanged, yet somehow the icy demeanor that had surrounded him seemed to dissipate. He lifted her chin, gazing deep into her eyes. Uncle Yu was always eager to recount the story of how Shen Yu brought Shuangsu home, describing how the 8-year-old girl, with her pitiable eyes, could melt even the hardest of hearts. He spoke as if he had witnessed it himself, yet, he was indeed not lying. Shuangsu possessed a pair of eyes that begged for protection and tenderness. How could one bear to see her cry? All he wished was to present her with the most exquisite treasures in the world. How fortunate Shen Yu was to have stumbled upon her in a city of 20 million. Let us leave it for now. We can cry another time. He temporarily relented. Hand me your phone. For what? Shuangsu asked, puzzled. He Tingzhou snatched the phone from her grasp, swiftly unlocking it with a glance at her bewildered expression, and entered WeChat. Shuangsu tried to see what he was doing while Li Tingzhou, taking advantage of his height, held the phone above her head, operating it a few moments before tossing it back to her. Upon receiving her phone, Shuangsu noticed that he had set her contact as a top priority, changing the name from Tingzhou Gu to Tingzhou Gij. The slight alteration transformed the meaning entirely. You must answer my calls and be at my beck and call, and you are forbidden from holding hands, hugging, kissing, or sleeping with any man, especially your brother, He Tingzhou stipulated. Can you comply? This was hardly a tall order. Shuangsu had expected more stringent demands regarding her identity and limitations on her interactions to I can, she nodded, but I have one request. My brother must not find out. Not letting Shen Yu know meant that no one could find out. He Tingzhou scoffed lightly. So you want me to be your secret lover? Am I so disgraceful? Shuangsu countered. This is not a matter of honor. If my brother learns of this, he will certainly disapprove. He Tingzhou cast her a cool glance for a few seconds before turning to open the car door. Just wait at home. In the following days, He Tingzhou remained silent, and Shuangsu understood that this was no easy task. She refrained from pressing him, yet as the days dragged on, the waiting became a torment. Until a resolution was reached, she chose not to inform Fu Yun, to spare her any false hopes. That afternoon, Fu Yun's blood pressure spiked again, prompting Shuangsu to fetch her medication and pour a glass of warm water. Just as Fu Yun was taking her medicine, Shuangsu's phone chimed. Tingzhou Gij, where are you? Shuangsu promptly replied, at my godmother's place. He Tingzhou did not send any further messages. After Fu Yun finished her medication, and Wang entered to report, old Master Song has arrived. He refused to see me when I sought his help. Why has he come today? In recent days, Fu Yun had witnessed the fickleness of human nature, and Wang speculated, could it be he changed his mind and is willing to assist? Guests are guests, please show him in. The servant led the old man into the living room, where he was offered tea. Old Master Song entered, scanning Shuangsu, who sat beside Fu Yun, his expression stern, yet tinged with scrutiny. Fu Yun, mustering her energy, politely inquired, Uncle Song, how have you been lately? I wanted to visit you a few days ago, but Cui Ning informed me that you were unwell and had moved to the south of the city for recuperation. I know you sought me regarding long-term matters. Old Master Song cut to the chase. I am here today specifically for this issue. Chang Yuan has been detained for 10 days. Any further delay will only worsen his situation. Once he is formally convicted, there will be no room for negotiation. Fu Yun's heart sank at his words, and she felt an overwhelming weight on her chest. She was acutely aware of the Song family's detached stance. Yet the old man's visit rekindled a flicker of hope. I understand your concerns, and we have done all we can, but when the walls come tumbling down, many are eager to see the Shen family fall, hoping to seize a share of the spoils. Uncle Song, when my father was still alive, he and you shared decades of friendship. Given the bond between our families over the years, could you not extend a hand to Chang Yuan? I have watched Chang Yuan grow. Naturally, I do not wish for him to come to harm. However, I have been retired for many years, and my influence has waned. Old Zhang, however, still wields considerable power. Old Master Song remarked, casting another glance at Shuangsu. The matter concerning Chang Yuan was instigated by him in the shadows. Therefore, you should seek assistance from the Zhang family and plead for them to show leniency towards Chang Yuan. You make it sound easy. Fu Yun's emotions flared. When he orchestrated Chang Yuan's downfall, did he ever intend to spare us? Old Master Song replied, this matter arose because of Shuangsu. If Shen Yu had not intervened with Zhang Zui, we would not have made an enemy of the Zhang family. The Zhang family has been thriving these past few years, and now they have aligned themselves with the right person. Their son has taken a liking to Shuangsu, and old Zhang is keen to find a suitable match for him. If Shuangsu were to marry him, the enmity between the Shen and Zhang families would be easily resolved. At that point, they would be in-laws, and old Zhang would naturally show mercy. Fu Yun was momentarily taken aback. The previously silent Shuangsu finally spoke up. He nearly assaulted me and attempted to drug me. Do you truly believe that is affection? The old man's eyebrows shot up. One may eat recklessly, but one must not speak carelessly. You, a young lady, should refrain from throwing around accusations of assault and drugging. Where is your sense of propriety? Despite knowing better than to harbor hope, disappointment washed over her. Why not be straightforward and admit that you wish to ride the coattails of the Zhang family, sacrificing me for the prosperity of your own Song family? Shuangsu bluntly exposed. I am doing this for your benefit, Old Master Song asserted, his tone righteous. The only way to save Chang Yuan is through this means. Shuangsu turned to Fu Yun, fearful of seeing a glimmer of hope in her expression. Initially Fu Yun was stunned, but she soon fell silent. Frost Sequence found it difficult to decipher her thoughts. Perhaps due to her icy demeanor, her tone resonated with an unusual calmness as she queried, Godmother, do you think the same? The silence that enveloped the air was unsettling. Grandfather's words rang true. The enmity between the Shen family and the Zhang family stemmed from her actions, making her the perfect pawn to break the deadlock. How could one expect others to cherish someone who had been so readily discarded by her own parents? Frost Sequence could empathize with Fu Yun's sentiments. Conjuring 1,000 justifications for her in her heart, even if Fu Yun were to consent, resentment would be absent. It was inconsequential, it was merely another instance of being abandoned by her mother. Suddenly Fu Yun grasped her hand, her eyes brimming with tears. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? A pang of acidity surged in Frost Sequence's chest as she replied, he didn't succeed, Brother Tingzhou saved me. Foolish child, that must be communicated to the family. Reflecting on her prior behavior, acting like a startled bird, overly cautious and pushing her child further away, even refraining from confiding in her when wronged, Fu Yun felt a mix of guilt and sorrow. It was only after experiencing significant ups and downs that she realized how blinded she had been. The Zhang family had truly gone too far. It was that scoundrel who initially bullied Frost Sequence. And yet they had the audacity to harbor grievances against her family, scheming to entrap and suppress them. Did you expect me to grovel and plead for mercy from them? Fu Yun's teeth clenched in anger. How could they be so heartless? Zheng Zui was a disgrace, indulging in vice and debauchery. Marrying Frost Sequence off to him was something he would never agree to in the long run. Faced with a rebuke from a younger generation, Grandfather Song maintained his composure, though a hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. She is my granddaughter. How could I harm her? He retorted. Think carefully. It is impossible for Chang Yuan to extricate himself from this situation. Once he is truly convicted, the Shen family will never wash away this stain. I accept that we were outsmarted this time. It was merely their good fortune. Our Shen family may be down on our luck, but we will not relinquish our dignity or self-respect. Fu Yun's tone grew increasingly assertive. Uncle Song, I respect you as an elder. I do not blame you for being a bystander, but this matter need not be revisited. I will not engage in selling my daughter for glory. You may not cherish Frost Sequence, but I do. In that moment, Frost Sequence felt an indescribable blend of emotions. She was touched, believing that all her efforts were worthwhile, yet fearful of her eventual discovery of the truth. Grandfather Song also felt anger bubbling within him, dismissing them with a curt remark, then wish yourselves well, before leaving in a huff, just as he reached the doorway. The sound of a vehicle echoed in the courtyard. Yu Zifeng's exuberant voice rang out, Aunt Fu, come out and see who has returned. Fu Yun, who had been bedridden for days, sprang up in sudden excitement and dashed outside. Chang Yuan, her voice, filled with joy and tears, penetrated the air. As Frost Sequence approached the door, she witnessed Fu Yun weeping and embracing Chang Yuan. He appeared noticeably thinner and somewhat haggard, suggesting these past days had not been kind to him. He chuckled while patting Fu Yun's back. You're all grown up. Do you not fear the children will laugh at you? Just moments ago, Yu Zifeng had been grinning from ear to ear, but he suddenly turned, burying his face into the shoulder of the man beside him, exclaiming, Damn, now you've got me wanting to cry too. Before he could even touch the man's sleeve, he was coldly pushed aside by He Tingzhou. Hold it in. Shen Yu approached and ruffled Frost Sequence's hair, saying, You've worked hard taking care of the family these past few days. Frost Sequence shook her head, replying, It wasn't hard. Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a piercing gaze upon her. Turning to find He Tingzhou casting a fleeting glance at Shen Yu's hand on her hair, her scalp prickled with unease. Was touching her hair also a concern? Grandfather Song, still lingering at the doorway, observed the joyful reunion unfolding in the courtyard, utterly unprepared for how easily Chang Yuan had emerged from his predicament. He was acutely aware of who had turned a blind eye and who had tirelessly advocated for him during his days of detention. From afar, he embraced Fu Yun, nodding politely toward Grandfather Song. Uncle Song, having navigated the corridors of power for a lifetime, Grandfather Song concealed any sign of embarrassment, greeting him amiably, It's good to have you back. Both Mian and I were quite worried about you. It's no small feat to have emerged unscathed. You must exercise caution in the future. You speak wisely, Chang Yuan replied. After Grandfather Song departed, Fu Yun invited everyone inside. The pervasive gloom that had hung over the villa dissipated with Chang Yuan's safe return, lifting the spirits of all the servants. With numerous guests in attendance, Sister Wang busily prepared a grocery list for the driver and organized dinner in the kitchen. Her feet scarcely touching the ground, Frost Sequence busied herself with tea, while He Tingzhou lounged on the opposite sofa. Yu Zifeng, finally relieved of the heavy burden he had carried, chattered incessantly, regaling everyone with tales of the disdain he and Shen Yu had faced during their recent endeavors. To avoid drawing attention to herself, Frost Sequence refrained from glancing at He Tingzhou, yet she felt a gnawing guilt, often losing focus while preparing the tea. It's time to turn off the heat. Shen Yu's voice interjected beside her, reminding her that the preaching Ming Longjing tea should not steep in water exceeding 85 degrees. She responded hastily, adjusting the heat. Shen Yu's demeanor was more relaxed than she had seen in days, and he smiled gently. It's just for family. It doesn't matter. Frost Sequence sensed an uncomfortable weight, as if two nails were driven into her back, stealing a glance at He Tingzhou while pouring the tea. She noticed he was engrossed in Yu Zifeng's recounting of his grievances, utterly indifferent to her presence. Make one for me as well. Do you even need a list of grievances? Aren't you the one on everyone else's list? Yu Zifeng teased, curious, who was the first to make it onto your list? He Tingzhou replied lazily, My enemies. Why should I tell you? Once Frost Sequence had brewed the tea, Shen Yu poured a cup for He Tingzhou, who accepted it with a glance at the clear, vibrant green liquid, exuding a fresh bean fragrance. Tingzhou, I owe you a debt of gratitude for my father's situation, Shen Yu said sincerely. How would you like me to thank you? Tingzhou sipped his tea nonchalantly. No need. His words sounded like a casual agreement between brothers to forego gratitude. Shen Yu's hand rested on his shoulder, patting him twice. Only Frost Sequence understood the true meaning behind Tingzhou's response. There was no need for Shen Yu to express gratitude, as this was merely a transaction between her and Tingzhou. Fu Yan insisted on having them stay for dinner, to which Yu Zifeng rubbed his hands together. Aunt Fu, I shan't be polite then. I'm famished. Tingzhou remained in high spirits, agreeing to stay. After dinner, Frost Sequence sat beside Shen Yu, while Tingzhou faced them. Shen Yuan's release was largely thanks to Commander He's intervention, and thus Shen Yu expressed his gratitude toward Tingzhou. Tingzhou handled the situation with composure, maintaining an air of ease throughout. Once the meal concluded, they did not linger long, leaving the space for the family. Fu Yan inquired with concern about Shen Yuan's recent experiences, asking if he had suffered. He reassured her, in a society governed by law, who would dare to act violently. He refrained from mentioning the psychological torment he endured during the interrogations. Frost Sequence's phone vibrated slightly in her pocket. Upon seeing the message from Tingzhou, she instinctively glanced at Shen Yu and Fu Yun, who were engrossed in conversation and oblivious to her. Tingzhou, come out. Godfather, godmother, there's an urgent document at the company that needs my attention. I'll be heading over. She crafted an excuse, and as she stood up, Shen Yu said, I'll accompany you. Frost Sequence quickly shook her head. No need, brother, you've been exhausted for days, please take a moment to rest. As she walked out, Fu Yun's voice called after her, return early after you finish. If it gets too late, have your brother come to fetch you. Thinking that Tingzhou likely just wanted to speak privately, she agreed and stepped into the night. Chapter 75. Have you ever received a kiss? Tingzhou awaited her outside the Shen residence. The night breeze had turned warm, and clad in black, he stood out against the dimly lit street. His handsomeness accentuated by the shadows, the proximity to the Shen home, barely 100 meters, made them vulnerable to discovery at any moment. As Frost Sequence exited the villa, she glanced around cautiously, her demeanor betraying her intentions. Once assured of no onlookers, she swiftly approached Tingzhou, asking, what did you want to see me about? His silk shirt shimmered in the darkness, and with a piece of candy in his mouth, he replied slowly, an affair. What? She protested. Could you refrain from using such peculiar terminology? What's so strange about it? Tingzhou countered. Isn't it you who sneaks around like a thief? I am merely exercising caution. With Shen Yuan's safe return today, a weight had lifted from Frost Sequence's heart. She sincerely expressed, Tingzhou, I truly appreciate your help this time. Tingzhou inquired, how would you like to repay me? A Frost Sequence naturally thought of the suggestion made earlier. Not today. I've been staying at home lately. If I stay out too late, my godmother will notice. Tingzhou raised an eyebrow slowly, seemingly puzzled. What do you mean by not today? Frost Sequence felt he was feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb. You know what I mean. Tingzhou chuckled, then asked, so when would it be possible? I'll be back at Songming Road tomorrow, she replied, only to realize the implication of her words was that tomorrow could work. Hastily adding, but any time after that is fine. Yet Tingzhou had caught onto the keyword, tomorrow. He repeated slowly, his deep eyes fixed upon her as he lightly chewed on the candy. The night was serene, the wind crisp, and Frost Sequence's cheeks flushed slightly just as she contemplated changing the subject. Tingzhou unexpectedly asked, have you ever kissed? Asked Shuangshu with a hint of curiosity. Why do you ask? Retorted Tingzhou, casually crunching on the candy he had just bitten into. What's wrong with asking? It's not that you can't ask, Shuangshu replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She decided to maintain the persona she had initially crafted of being nonchalant about men, and replied with an air of composure, of course, I've kissed. How many times? Who asks that? Shuangshu countered. Who would keep count? More than I can remember. It seems you are quite experienced, Tingzhou teased, clearly skilled at twisting interpretations. As a master of kissing, I suppose you wouldn't mind me seeking your guidance? What nonsense. Before she could react, Tingzhou's face suddenly drew near, leaving only a breath's distance between them. Shuangshu's nerves tightened as she focused on his close-set lips. Catching a whiff of the sweet scent of the candy he had just consumed, he paused, lowering his gaze to her for a moment, slightly tilting his head to avoid their noses colliding, and then pressed his lips against hers. The soft, gentle sensation brushed against her lips with an almost feather-like delicacy. Her breath unconsciously lightened, and she stood frozen in place. Tingzhou's kiss was shallow and light, a far cry from what she had anticipated, an ephemeral taste of intimacy. After a few moments, he withdrew. Was he really this innocent? Just as Shuangshu was processing her surprise, Tingzhou pushed her against the car door. Bracing himself on the roof and encircling her within the confines of his tall, robust frame, once again, he leaned down, capturing her lips with his. The simple touch escalated to a deeper kiss. The mingling of their lips grew intense, infused with his characteristic dominance and the refreshing sweetness of lychee. Shuangshu's lips parted involuntarily, and his tongue grazed hers briefly. Reflexively, she clenched her fingers, her heartbeat quickening wildly. As the kiss deepened gradually, the taste of lychee began to dominate her senses. And she found herself struggling to breathe, the intake of oxygen failing to keep pace with her rapid consumption. He Tingzhou used one hand to hold her chin in place as she instinctively tried to retreat. His fingertips brushing against her jaw with a gentle caress, his kiss alternated between firm and tender, a rhythm that left Shuangxiu feeling utterly ensnared, like a prey completely at his mercy. She had no power to resist, nor any reason to do so. Warmth surged beneath her skin, radiating from her pores and enveloping her in a blanket of heat. After their kiss, her body temperature had risen by a degree. He Tingzhou released her, and as she struggled to regain her breath, she opened her eyes, her dazed gaze locking onto the chiseled contours of his brow, his dark eyes swirling like a vortex, capable of engulfing those who dared to stray too close to. In a low, languid tone, He Tingzhou remarked, "Kissing master, your technique leaves much to be desired." Shuangxiu felt her cheeks flush, uncertain whether it was from embarrassment or shame. She bit her lip and forced out, "That's how Americans kiss, all of them. It seems you've kissed quite a number of Americans." "Not that many," she quickly deflected, not wishing to tarnish their reputation. "How many then?" He Tingzhou raised an eyebrow, pressing for an answer. 6, 7, 8, or perhaps 10, Shuangxiu fabricated, her words tumbling out haphazardly. "With so many, and none taught you how to kiss properly, perhaps you should dismiss them all." He Tingzhou straightened his posture, distancing himself from her. Only then did Shuangxiu feel her breath returning to normal. Once her breathing stabilized, she glanced over at He Tingzhou, who leaned casually against the car, his long legs slightly bent in a relaxed posture. "I should be heading back," Shuangxiu announced. "Go ahead," he replied. As she turned, she instinctively glanced back at the villa behind them. That fleeting glance nearly sent her soul escaping her body. He Tingzhou's car was parked at a bend in the road, not well hidden. From the second floor of the Shen family villa, a portion of the car's rear was still visible. That angle happened to align with Shen Yu's room. The light was on, leaving her uncertain if he was inside. Suddenly, she was fully alert, her earlier disorientation vanishing. With a racing heart, she entered the house, only to find Shen Yu and Shan Yuan had already vacated the living room, leaving her feeling a twinge of disappointment. "Where's my brother?" she inquired of Wang Sa. "He went to his room," Wang Sa replied. A sinking feeling gripped her. It felt akin to returning from an illicit rendezvous. Shuangxiu's footsteps upstairs were tentative. As she approached her bedroom door, the adjacent room opened just in time for Shen Yu to step out. "Back so soon?" he asked, though she had spent a moderate amount of time outside with He Tingzhou. It had not been long enough for a full round trip to the company. Thinking quickly, she replied, "I remembered I had backups on my computer, so I returned." Shen Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Clumsy, observing his unperturbed demeanor, Shuangxiu felt her racing heart gradually settle. "Get some rest," Shen Yu said, giving her a light pat on the head. "Good night, brother," she replied. Once inside her room, she closed the door and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Chapter 76. Come to my place. The lingering taste of lychee followed Shuangxiu like a shadow. She brushed her teeth twice, yet the sweet flavor stubbornly clung on. How peculiar. The next day, Shuangxiu arrived at work in high spirits, treating all her colleagues to coffee. Word had spread that Shan Yuan had turned misfortune into fortune, and Xiao Liao was even more excited than she was, clasping her hands and offering prayers in every direction. "Thank you to all the deities past and present. Amitbot hallelujah." Everyone rejoiced for her. Truly, heaven has eyes. Good deeds are rewarded. The good news enveloped Feishua in a jubilant atmosphere all day long. In the afternoon, Shuangxiu received a call from Lu Manman. "Xiaozhou, are you free tonight? I'd like to have dinner with you." Her voice lacked its usual vibrancy, sounding rather glum. Having seen Lu Manman's dedication during Fu Yun's hospitalization, Shuangxiu declined to refuse. "I'm free. What do you want to eat?" "You treat me," Lu Manman insisted in a downcast yet assertive tone. "I want seafood." "All right." After agreeing on a time, Shuangxiu hung up. That evening, after work, she arrived punctually at the designated spot. In less than 5 minutes, a pink sports car maneuvered through the crowded street and awkwardly backed up. Lu Manman emerged from the car, still wearing sunglasses and carrying an Hermes bag. Exuding the aura of a star who had wandered into the wrong scene, she raised her sunglasses to inspect the sign above, noting several broken LED lights, then surveyed the simple outdoor tables and chairs around her. She stared at Shuangxiu in disbelief. "You're treating me to street food, how frugal can you be? But you said you wanted seafood." Just then, the owner brought out a large basin of freshly cooked crayfish. Shuangxiu tilted her chin slightly. "This place's crayfish is quite delicious." "Crayfish counts as seafood." Shuangxiu leisurely donned her gloves. "If you don't want to eat, then don't." Lu Manman plopped down onto the chair opposite, laying down a paper towel on the table before placing her bag atop it. She removed her sunglasses, and Shuangxiu caught a glimpse of her swollen eyes. Lu Manman leaned in closer, showing her, "All this is because of your brother." "I didn't ask," Shuangxiu replied. Lu Manman huffed, then began peeling the crayfish. The aroma was enticing and spicy. After a while, both of them began to sweat. Lu Manman, without any regard for her image, exclaimed, "Why do you enjoy such spicy food? You don't eat it often." Shuangxiu skillfully peeled the shells, responding, "You're feeling down, so a bit of spice might clear your head." Surprisingly, Lu Manman's mood did brighten a little. "I've called off my engagement with your brother." she suddenly declared. Shu paused, looking up at her. Why, it was your brother's decision. When Uncle Shen had his incident, he said he didn't want to burden me, but I know, beyond that, it's because he doesn't actually like me. Lu Man cautioned her, but I tell everyone that I broke up with him, so please don't expose my ruse. Shu remained silent for a moment. Uncle's matter has been resolved. Your engagement banquet can proceed as planned. Lu Man shook her head. In truth, I'm quite the romantic. I yearn for a love like my parents had. I want a man who loves me above all else. If it weren't your brother, I wouldn't have agreed to the marriage. I genuinely like him, but I don't want a forced marriage. I once confidently thought that someone as wonderful as me would eventually win his love, only to realize that my confidence was misplaced. You are indeed wonderful, Shu said sincerely. I have envied you. You possess so much love and believe you deserve it all. I could never be as certain as you. Those who have been abandoned carry a void within them, a constant reminder that love can vanish, that the one who loves you the most may one day cast you aside. Lu Man smiled. I feel the same envy towards you. Xiaojiu, do you know, to your brother, all women except you are the same, his gentleness is reserved solely for you. Those words brought no sense of joy to Shu. She was aware that Shen Yu's kindness filled the void in her heart. But they could only ever be siblings. Life is indeed unpredictable. Here they were, two rivals, sharing heartfelt confessions. Shu raised her ice-cold cola. To you, and to myself. Lu Man lifted her glass as well, declaring with renewed vigor. From this day forth, we shall no longer be rivals, but good friends. Shu hesitated, unsure whether to drink the cola. You're quite the social butterfly. We aren't friends yet. Because of you, I severed ties with my group of friends. And now I have no one left. Shouldn't you be responsible for that? Lu Man argued earnestly. Shu refused to take the blame. Your poor choice in friends is not my responsibility. I don't care. The law of conservation of mass states that when I lose a fiancé, I must gain a good friend. Lu Man took the initiative to take a sip, lifting her cup to feed her drink. Shu, reluctantly forced to drink, thought to herself that the word domineering must be ingrained in the genes of the Yi family. After finishing the meal with Lu Man, Shu returned home to Songming Road. She glanced at her phone. There were no messages from Yi Tingzhou. Did it mean she was not required to fulfill her obligations today? Of course she would not be foolish enough to contact him first. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, she climbed into bed early, planning to end the day with an early sleep. She picked up a tedious literary book to induce sleep. Yet her concentration wavered, occasionally drifting towards her silent phone. After half an hour, she finally began to feel drowsy, but just as the sleepiness started to brew, it was shattered by the shrill ring of her phone. Seeing the caller ID read Tingzhou Gu, her eyes widened as if scalded, and she swiftly shoved the phone under the covers, attempting to bury it alive. The ringing emanated muffled sounds from beneath the blanket. As if it were a death knell, Yi Tingzhou's set of rules seemed prophetic, eliminating all possibilities for her to evade her duties. Ultimately, Shu resignedly retrieved her phone and answered the call. Tingzhou Gu. Do you need something from me? What do you think? Yi Tingzhou's leisurely response shattered the last remnants of her hope. Well, sooner or later, she had to fulfill her obligations. She clutched the blanket and asked, So, should you come over, or shall I go to you? Come to mine, Yi Tingzhou replied. The background noise on the other end was quite chaotic, with Yu Zifeng's boisterous voice standing out, making it impossible for her not to recognize it. Oh, what do you want to go to your place for? Shu felt a surge of anxiety. Why are you calling me in front of Zifeng Gu? Yi Tingzhou replied nonchalantly. Should I ask him to turn around? What difference does that make? With such a timid heart, how can you play at being clandestine? Yi Tingzhou spoke with an ease that showed no concern for the presence of others. I've had a drink. Come pick me up. Shu dared not let him speak further, fearing he would reveal all their secrets. She climbed back up, changed her clothes, and drove to Lanyi to pick up Yi Tingzhou. Upon reaching the bar, a guilty Shu dared not park right at the bustling entrance. Lanyi was the stronghold of Yu Zifeng and his companions, making it too easy to get caught. She parked under the shadow of a tree at the intersection and sent Yi Tingzhou a message. I've arrived. The reply was succinct. Come up. That wasn't going up akin to walking into a trap? What was he thinking? As Shu was typing to remind him that a clandestine relationship was called so for a reason, Yi Tingzhou's second message quickly followed. No one. Fine. Shu figured he must be intoxicated and deleted her message. Stepping out of the car and entering the bar to fetch him. On the second floor in the VIP room, Shu pushed the door open to find an unusually quiet scene. Yu Zifeng and the others had already left. The table was cluttered with unfinished drinks, a stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere just moments before. Yi Tingzhou lounged in his usual spot, reclining on the sofa. Shu approached him and called out. But he did not respond. Was he asleep? She bent down and gently nudged his shoulder. Tingzhou Gu. He did not open his eyes but seized her wrist and pulled her down, caught off guard. Shu found herself sitting on his lap. She looked up, and Yi Tingzhou was leaning down, his nose grazing her hair. Have you bathed? He inquired. She had indeed bathed, but saying so felt as if she were offering herself on a platter. Afraid he might misconstrue her meaning, Shu quickly clarified. I was about to sleep. He seemed indifferent to her reason for bathing. One hand still clasped her wrist, while the other gently brushed her silken hair behind her. Her features were delicate, her makeup-free face fair and translucent, devoid of any blemish. The room was thick with the scent of alcohol, and Shuangshu averted her gaze, asking, "Have Zifeng and the others left? Why ask him?" He Tingzhou replied, "Just asking." Shuangshu said. He did not answer but lowered his head to kiss her. Shuangshu flinched away. "Can we go back?" He Tingzhou caressed her wrist before sitting up. "Let us go." As they descended, Shuangshu walked ahead while He Tingzhou leisurely followed, creating a considerable distance between them as if they were strangers. Upon exiting the bar, Shuangshu turned left, and He Tingzhou caught sight of a white Porsche parked 200 meters away. Offering a silent smirk, once in the car, He Tingzhou leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes, while Shuangshu gripped the steering wheel, appearing to be focused on driving but actually lost in thoughts about what was to come. Neither spoke, and the interior of the car was enveloped in silence. A faint fragrance of white tea lingered in the air, reminiscent of her subtle, gentle demeanor, making it difficult to discern whether it was the car's scent or emanating from her. Upon arriving at Taiha Courtyard Villa, Shuangshu turned off the engine. After He Tingzhou exited the car, she leaned into the glove compartment from the passenger seat to retrieve a box, slipping it into her bag. As they approached the front steps, she stood aside, waiting for He Tingzhou to unlock the door. However, his gaze was fixed on her bag. Just as Shuangshu noticed, he had already hooked his finger around the strap and taken her bag. Opening it, he raised an eyebrow meaningfully and pulled out the box of condoms. Examining both the front and back, Shuangshu maintained her composure, stating matter-of-factly, "I didn't know if you had any. I bought it on the way." After all, it was a necessity, nothing to be embarrassed about. He Tingzhou's gaze lazily fell on her face. "You bought the wrong size." A slight crack appeared in Shuangshu's calm demeanor. How was she to know what size he needed? "Then I'll go exchange it," she said, attempting to retrieve the box, but He Tingzhou did not allow it, slipping the box into his pocket and hanging the bag back on her shoulder. "Let's make do with it," he remarked, pulling open the front door and waiting for her to enter. As Shuangshu stepped inside, the door closed behind them, transforming the once spacious villa into an entirely enclosed space, shared solely between the two of them. She halted in the middle of the living room and inquired of the man who was sauntering in, "Shall we go upstairs?" He Tingzhou responded lazily, "It's up to you. Where do you prefer?" Such questions were unnecessary. "Let's go upstairs," Shuangshu decided. She had never been to the second floor. The space was similarly expansive, with nearly all areas interconnected, and the master bedroom featured a large walk-in closet with floor-to-ceiling windows. It seemed his dog was not home today. Shuangshu surveyed the surroundings and turned to find He Tingzhou seated on the blue velvet sofa at the foot of the bed, removing his cufflinks and tossing them onto the table. "Come here," he beckoned. Shuangshu approached, and He Tingzhou extended his hand. She offered hers and was pulled onto his lap. He Tingzhou grasped her chin and kissed her. Throughout the evening, he had remained calm and unhurried. Not rushing into anything, his hand rested loosely on her waist, and the kiss was patient, gradually deepening. Eventually, as Shuangshu struggled for breath and let out a soft moan, He Tingzhou paused for a moment before his hand slipped beneath her shirt. A spark ignited within her, sending waves of shivers cascading from her waist upwards. Shuangshu felt as if she had been swept into a strange and perilous sea. Within the tranquil villa, all she could hear was the frantic and chaotic rhythm of her own heartbeat. She felt He Tingzhou's fingers resting on the clasp at her back, and she instinctively pressed her hands down to stop him. His gaze darkened, a voice low and magnetic, "Do you want me to undo it?" Blocking him was a reflexive action, not a coy invitation. Shuangshu gradually released her hands. "You do it." He Tingzhou's fingers easily unfastened the clasp, tracing along the line with his fingertips. Shuangshu held her breath, feeling as though she were on the brink of something monumental. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, the sharp, jarring sound of her phone ringing sliced through the heated atmosphere. Realizing it was her phone, she blurted, "I have a call." He Tingzhou showed no intention of stopping, continuing to kiss her softly. "Is it important?" It was likely a call from home or perhaps from Shu Yan. Shuangshu pushed him away. "I need to answer." She hurried downstairs to the table to retrieve her phone. It was a call from Shen Yu. The recent events made her feel as though she were a child caught in the act of mischief, and she tried to keep her voice steady. "Brother, you're looking for me." On the other end, Shen Yu's voice came through. "Aren't you home?" Shuangshu hesitated. "Are you at Songming Road?" "Dada's friend came to see him today and brought some wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Mom said you've been working hard lately and made chicken soup to nourish your health. She asked me to bring it over to you." Shen Yu continued. "Where have you been?" Suddenly, her nerves tightened. Shuangshu hastily excused herself. I'm working late." "Still working at this hour?" Shen Yu glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. "Is the company that busy lately?" "Correction, I should have said I was out having fun with friends." Shuangshu regretted her choice of words but had no time to correct it, quickly adding, "I had a few tasks piling up that I hadn't handled. I'm done now and will head back shortly." "Then I'll wait for you," Shen Yu replied. "Drive safely." This was far too inconvenient. Shuangshu felt overwhelmed, not daring to delay for even a second. She hung up and hurriedly tidied her clothes, glancing back. He Tingzhou reclined on the sofa, and from Shuangshu's angle, she could see his Adam's apple protruding sharply as he leaned back, his well-defined fingers draping over the armrest. Shuangshu said, "My brother is bringing me soup." I need to go home. He Tingzhou heard the content of her phone call, lifted his eyelids to glance at her, reclined his head back, and pulled a cushion onto his lap. The overhead light illuminated the room, casting a stark contrast against his pupils, which were as dark as ink yet devoid of any luster. The distance from Yanshi to the East Third Ring Road was considerable. By the time Shuangxiu hurried back to Songming Road, 9:40 minutes had elapsed. The night had deepened, and Shen Yu's car remained parked downstairs. She dashed over, and Shen Yu handed her a thermos filled with chicken soup, expressing his disapproval of her relentless work ethic at such a late hour. You went out late last night, and now you're busy again until this hour. Your brother hasn't gone bankrupt yet. There's no need for you to work yourself to the bone. Shuangxiu dared not utter a word and obediently accepted the reprimand. Entrepreneurship is one thing, but don't sacrifice your health. I understand. I won't stay out so late next time. You always know how to play the victim. Shen Yu chuckled, ruffling her hair, then added, ginseng is warming. Don't drink it this late. Make yourself a bowl of noodles in the morning and eat before heading to work. Shuangxiu nodded, watching him drive away before she took the thermos upstairs, after placing the chicken soup in the fridge. She lay down on her bed, the surroundings enveloped in silence, and the image of He Tingzhou, looking disinterested, floated into her mind. She had been so dazed from the kiss earlier that she hadn't noticed. But upon reflection, he must have been affected. The interruption had likely dampened his spirits. Shuangxiu turned over, pressing her still warm ears against the pillow and shutting her eyes. The next day coincided with the routine meeting at Yundan. Following the resolution of the liquid hydrogen tank issue, progress on the drone had accelerated, and the first test flight was anticipated for the middle of the following month. As per usual, He Tingzhou was absent from the meeting. After it concluded, while Shuangxiu was tidying up to leave, Su Zheng entered, politely nodding at her. CEO Song, Director, he requests your presence in his office after the meeting to discuss arrangements for the drone test flight. Xiao Liao, eager to accompany Shuangxiu, was motivated on one hand by habit and on the other by a penchant for handsome men. Su Zheng pressed the button for He Tingzhou's exclusive elevator, holding the door open for Shuangxiu to enter. As Xiao Liao prepared to step inside, Su Zheng gently yet firmly blocked her path. Director, yes, discussion with CEO Song may extend until noon. And to avoid keeping Assistant Liao waiting, Director, he has arranged for a car to take you back. His demeanor was entirely professional, leaving Shuangxiu almost embarrassed to question whether He Tingzhou was exploiting the situation for personal gain. The simple-minded Xiao Liao was taken aback. Director, he is sending a car for me. What have I done to deserve this? Su Zheng smiled as he ushered her into another elevator. Assistant Liao, please follow me. Xiao Liao followed him, looking as if she were in a dream. As the elevator doors closed, Shuangxiu reached the top floor, where the secretaries in the president's office were busily attending to their tasks. Upon seeing her, they greeted in unison, "Good day, CEO Song." Shuangxiu nodded in response and approached He Tingzhou's office, knocking twice on the door. A languid voice called from within, "Come in," and pushing the door open, she discovered him sprawled on the sofa, his long legs crossed over the armrest, a comfortable pillow propped behind him. His tie was loosened, and the top button of his shirt was undone as he lay there, looking wearier. Upon hearing Shuangxiu's footsteps, he didn't even bother to open his eyes. How could he consistently fall asleep in broad daylight, brazenly napping at the office? Did you not sleep well last night? Shuangxiu inquired. No, He Tingzhou replied, not at all. What were you doing after she left? Did he call someone else over? Shuangxiu momentarily froze. The mere thought sent a chill through her, as if splashed with cold water. She was acutely aware of the nature of her relationship with He Tingzhou. She needed something from him, which granted him the right to demand her loyalty, while she had no standing to insist that he refrain from pursuing other women. Unresolved desires could easily be satisfied elsewhere. After all, he was He Tingzhou, not one to deprive himself in such matters. Yet, it was hard to shake off the discomfort. She had departed only to be replaced by another woman, making her feel like a cheap escort. Perhaps to him, it was merely a matter of course. Shuangxiu sat silently on the adjacent sofa for a moment before standing up. Then you should sleep. I'll be on my way. He Tingzhou opened his eyes, his tone neither warm nor cold. You're always so quick to run off after being summoned. Quite adept at slipping through the cracks, aren't you? Shuangxiu thought to herself. Being at his beck and call bore little difference from being an escort. Without retorting, she resumed her seat. I thought you wanted to sleep. I can't sleep without noise. He Tingzhou glanced at what she was holding. What is that? The liquid hydrogen drone testing implementation plan. Read it to me. Shuangxiu obediently opened the document and began to read from the first line. Testing objectives. 1. Validate the drone's flight performance and stability. 2. Test the reliability of the drone's flight control system and communication system. 3. Inspect. Her voice was soft and melodic, imbued with a certain liveliness, flowing like clear water over smooth pebbles, soothingly refreshing. The proposal spanned 5 pages. And Shuangxiu read every word without omission. When she lifted her gaze, she found He Tingzhou's head tilted inward, his breathing even. He had likely fallen asleep. She remained silent, closed the document, and adjusted her phone to silent mode to respond to messages. It seemed He Tingzhou had indeed not slept at all last night, as he was deeply asleep until past 1 in the afternoon. Shuangxiu hoped Su Zhang or someone else would come to knock on the door. naturally waking him and rescuing her from her growling stomach, but the busy CEO had yet to be sought out by anyone that day. By 2 o'clock, her stomach could no longer endure. Protesting audibly, she glanced around, seeking a glass of water, but typically He Tingzhou had someone to serve him. Even for that, there wasn't even a water dispenser in the office. Hungry, He Tingzhou's low voice broke the silence. Shuangshu turned to him. He rubbed his neck, lazily sitting up and moving to his desk to press the intercom. Su Zhang's voice came through. Director He. CEO Song is hungry, He Tingzhou stated. Send something over. Chapter 79. Is 3 people a bit crowded? Understood, Director He. Please have CEO Song wait a moment. 2 minutes later, Su Zhang promptly delivered lunch. Given the brief interval, he must have pre-ordered ready for He Tingzhou's awakening. The dishes were still warm. 2 minutes hardly sufficed to keep them hot, yet he managed to handle both company affairs and personal matters with such efficiency that Shuangshu felt the stark contrast between assistants. When Su Zhang placed the sanitized utensils before her, she couldn't help but inquire, if I may ask, how much is your monthly salary, Assistant Su? Su Zhang maintained his composure. Apologies, CEO Song, but the company has regulations against discussing salaries privately. How many years have you worked? Shuangshu pressed on. I joined Director He right after completing my MBA at Stanford. This is my 5th year. Shuangshu's eyes brightened. You also attended Stanford? What a coincidence. She calculated the timeline. Lamenting, unfortunately, I entered just as you graduated. He Tingzhou glanced at Su Zhang, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. What a pity. If you like him so much, why not ask him to be yours? Shuangshu indeed had that inclination, but would he be willing to part with him? Really, no, He Tingzhou replied. He is someone who covets money and is insatiable. You couldn't afford him. Reflecting on it, Su Zhang's salary was commensurate with his abilities. As a chief assistant in a large conglomerate like Yundun, he was nearly at the level of a deputy general manager, and his salary bracket was entirely different from Xiao Liao's. In comparison, Xiao Liao was certainly more cost-effective. Then forget it, Shuangshu said. Su Zhang dared not speak further. Exiting the office after delivering the meal, the boiled prawns were exquisite, their texture crisp and sweet, a dish Shuangshu cherished since childhood. Whether peeled by a servant or by Shen Yu, with only He Tingzhou beside her, it was evident that this pampered heir was not the type to peel prawns for others. As long as he didn't expect her to peel them for him, she would be relieved. Cautiously, she peeled the prawns, snipping off the heads and delicately removing the shells. Just as she finished, a pair of chopsticks reached over and snatched one away. She glanced up at He Tingzhou, who popped the prawn into his mouth, nonchalantly commanding her, peel another one. Shuangshu dutifully picked up another prawn to peel for him. He Tingzhou observed her labor like a landlord awaiting the fruits of her work, even criticizing her speed. You're so clumsy. By the time you finish peeling, they have already laid eggs. She held her tongue. I've never peeled prawns for anyone else. If you think I'm slow, feel free to eat something else. Such a princess attitude, He Tingzhou remarked, putting down his chopsticks and starting to peel one himself. Once he finished, he tossed the tail into her plate. Shuangshu hesitantly picked up the prawn to eat. Before she could finish one, He Tingzhou had already prepared a second. He seemed to be showing off his skills, and soon, the prawns piled up in her dish. Then, with a flourish, he wiped his hands clean with a towel. Go ahead and eat. After lunch, Su Zhang entered with a stack of documents. Shuangshu glanced at the time. As He Tingzhou signed, he noticed her movements. Is something the matter? There's another meeting this afternoon. Can I leave? She had already spent over 4 hours here, and many tasks could not be handled via her phone. He Tingzhou countered. If I say you can't leave, will you not? In truth, Shuangshu had heard Su Zhang's earlier report. He had a meeting with the CEO of XX company later, which likely didn't require her presence. Thus, she made a sound of acquiescence, exhibiting a demeanor of unwavering loyalty, ever ready to serve him. It was acceptable to leave later. All right, He Tingzhou said. How about accompanying me to meet a client? Shuangshu's expression threatened to crack. Had she known, she would not have pretended. She had enjoyed a restful sleep earlier, and with her spirits lifted, He Tingzhou, in a moment of magnanimity, let her go. You may return. He handed the signed documents to Su Zhang, pausing momentarily to fix his gaze upon her. Find me at Taiha Courtyard tonight. Shuangshu was acutely aware of the implication. She instinctively glanced at Su Zhang, who remained unflustered, betraying not a hint of emotion. He likely already comprehended her relationship with He Tingzhou. As He Tingzhou's confidant, his discretion must be formidable. What are you looking at? He Tingzhou's cool voice drifted over. Are the 3 of us a bit cramped? Su Zhang's body visibly stiffened. Shuangshu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Wishing fervently to silence He Tingzhou, she hastily fled the office, nearly colliding with a secretary returning from the photocopier. Due to the time wasted at Yundun during the day, Shuangshu left work later than usual. And by the time she arrived at Taiha Courtyard, dusk had settled. The villa was illuminated, yet when she rang the doorbell, no one answered. Standing at the entrance, she called. He Tingzhou, are you there? The background noise on the other end was filled with conversations. He Tingzhou seemed still occupied. Go inside and wait for me. The code is the dog's birthday. Shuangshu thought to herself. Have you overestimated my acquaintance with your dog? When is its birthday? He Tingzhou replied. I don't know, so you'll have to ask it to let you in. Is at home. Shuangshu quickly glanced into the house but saw no sign of the dog and queried, when will you be back? There was a 2-second pause on the line, and Tingzhou's voice carried a barely perceptible hint of delight. Are you anxious? 10 more minutes, and I'll be done. It should take at least 30 to 40 minutes to get back. Along with a large dog in the same space made her a bit apprehensive. Shuangshu hesitated. I'll wait for you outside. Just then, there was a click, and the door unlocked from the inside. She paused, turning to look, and saw a serious dog head peering through the crack. The Doberman pushed the door open with its front paw, sitting at the threshold and watching her. It could actually open doors. She was uncertain whether to commend its intelligence or simplicity for welcoming any stranger without fear of letting in ill-intentioned individuals. Shuangshu silently faced off with the dog for a moment, and it tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why she did not enter. To be honest, aside from the initial greeting when it licked her, the Doberman had consistently displayed friendliness. It had even brought her an ice pack last time, and she felt it inappropriate to harbor any baseless suspicions about the dog's character. Gritting her teeth, she stepped inside. The dog did not bark or leap about. It simply followed her closely wherever she went. After sitting in the living room for a while, it lay down less than a meter away from her. When she rose to ascend the stairs, it stood up and followed her step for step to the second floor. Growing increasingly bored, she wandered around upstairs. She had assumed Tingzhou would favor a more subdued, dark color scheme, yet the house was designed in a refreshing light palette. The floating staircase led to the upper floor, with floor-to-ceiling windows and skylights illuminating the expansive space of over 1,000 square meters, creating a bright and airy atmosphere. The meticulously cultivated vegetation in the yard would, in daylight, cast beautiful shadows through the glass. The pool was filled with water, its tranquil surface gently rippling in the night. In summary, the house exuded an artistic ambience, yet it appeared uninhabited. Tingzhou likely did not reside here regularly. The box of Okamoto condoms still lay unopened on the bedroom sofa, which Shuangshu glanced at as she passed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, the dog settled beside her, lazily resting its head on the floor, observing her intently, as if monitoring a prisoner. Chapter 80, a capitalist who takes no losses. As the dinner concluded, Tingzhou emerged to find a guard waiting patiently. He stood in an inconspicuous shadow, respectfully bowing, and spoke in hushed tones. Sir, you just landed tonight, please return home now. Can it wait until tomorrow? Tingzhou replied, unlocking his car with a nonchalant tone. I'm busy tonight. The commander is returning to the military district early tomorrow morning. He hasn't seen you in a while and misses you. Misses what? Tingzhou retorted, demonstrating filial piety while dismissing the urgency given the tight schedule. There's no need for everyone to run back and forth. We won't die from seeing each other infrequently. The guard, having accompanied Commander He for many years, understood his temperament well. There was no other person bold enough to disregard the commander. With remarkable patience, the guard persisted. The commander wishes to discuss the recent matters concerning the Shen family. You used his name to extricate someone from the Discipline Inspection Committee without prior notice. At least provide him with some explanation afterward. Tingzhou clicked his tongue. That much was true, having borrowed the old man's influence to conduct business. He had no choice but to show face today. The family still resided in the military compound, with armed guards stationed at the entrance and layers of scrutiny for entry. Those living in this compound were undoubtedly high-ranking individuals, and the He family possessed a private residence in the most prestigious area. The commander was rarely home, typically accompanied only by a dog, yet the household employed 12 servants to attend to various tasks, tending to flowers and grass, irrigation, sweeping, dusting, and trimming the branches of the juniper at the entrance. Even the Doberman's meals were managed by 2 dedicated individuals, embodying a life of opulence. This extravagance stemmed solely from the fact that the young master disliked silence. Over the years, Commander He had faced considerable criticism for this, being accused of improper conduct. In his position, he ought to avoid providing others with leverage, yet everyone knew of his deep-seated guilt towards this only son. Hence his indulgence. As long as it wasn't illegal, he allowed him considerable freedom. Tingzhou's car entered the courtyard, where Commander He sat in the living room, receiving reports on his recent daily life. Every detail was accounted for, even the number of nights he had spent away from home in a month. Tingzhou sauntered in and approached the servant, and lightly tapped her notepad. Sister Zhao has learned to be lazy. Why didn't you record yesterday? Sister Zhao stammered a few acknowledgements, hastily marking a check on yesterday's date, then informed Commander He. He didn't return last night either. Commander He shot her a dispassionate glance, prompting her to quickly exit with her notebook. Tingzhou took a seat across from him, casually stretching his long legs, and jested. What era is this, that I still have a steward? Why don't you conquer the country and make me emperor? The guard quickly cleared his throat, cautioning, be careful with your words. Commander He, still clad in military attire, radiated a solemn and imposing presence in rich navy blue, adorned with golden pine branches and 3 5-pointed stars on his epaulets. His mere presence commanded respect. Tingzhou, with his ambiguous aura, appeared as 2 opposing extremes. Commander He remarked, I've heard about Shen Yuan's bribery case. It's quite convoluted, others dare not touch it, yet you have the audacity to act in my name. When have I ever vouched for Shen Yuan? His mere presence was enough to make the Zheng family reconsider their accusations against Shen Yuan. While he spoke, Tingzhou kept his head down, Typing on his phone, sending a message that received no reply. He turned his phone around casually. Are you here to settle a score from far away, Commander? He paused for a moment, ultimately choosing a gentle approach. It's rare for you to lend a hand with someone else's affairs. It seems you value your friendship with Shen Yu. He Tingzhou gave a cryptic smile, reclining against the chair's back. If you say so. Both father and son were not particularly loquacious. A sensational event in Yanqing was summarized in just a few sentences. Leaving no further topics for discussion, after a brief silence, noticing He Tingzhou glancing at his phone again, Commander, he asked, have you been spending nights away frequently? He Tingzhou replied, at my youthful age? If I don't stay out, you should be the one worrying. I'm concerned about your sleep. You needn't worry about my affairs in bed. He Tingzhou replied lazily, exhibiting a hint of boundary. You never conduct yourself seriously. Commander, he sighed, waving his hand. Enough, go where you please. Next time you wish to see me, make an appointment in advance. I've been quite busy. He Tingzhou draped his coat over his shoulder and departed. The guard stationed outside remarked as He Tingzhou left so late, the commander is only home for one night. You keep him company? At his age, he still needs someone to coax him to sleep? He Tingzhou opened the car door, his voice softened by the night. Tough it out. He never coddled me when I was a child. Back and forth, nearly 2 hours passed upon returning to Taiha Courtyard. The 1,600 square meter villa felt even more desolate in the deep night than during the day. He disliked the suffocating silence. The dog had rushed to the door to greet him upon hearing the car. Where is everyone? The dog wagged its tail, leading him inside, up to the second floor, and into the bedroom. A slender figure lay on the bed, her black hair cascading over the white sheets like flowing ink. She was asleep. Shuangshu had initially thought He Tingzhou would return shortly, yet this wait stretched into 2 hours. Growing drowsy, she contemplated leaving, but upon receiving He Tingzhou's message, which simply read, "Don't run," she had no choice but to muster her energy and continue waiting. Unaware of when sleep had finally claimed her, Shuangshu was abruptly awakened from her slumber, her nose constricted and unable to breathe. Instinctively, she parted her lips and struggled to regain consciousness, disoriented and still grappling with her surroundings. He Tingzhou released his grip on her nose and teased, "Have you come here to indulge in a deep slumber?" Gasping for air, she stared vacantly for a few seconds, the haze in her eyes gradually dissipating, and asked in a drowsy tone, "What time is it?" "It is 3:01, He Tingzhou replied, reclining beside her, propping his head on one hand, his languid black eyes fixed on her. "It took a minute of pinching your nose to wake you. You certainly have a knack for holding your breath. I practiced while learning to swim. How ruthless of you, waking her at 3 in the morning by pinching her nose. A capitalist who spares no expense." Shuangshu rubbed her eyes and inquired, "Do you want to do it now?" Chapter 81, lull me to sleep. After uttering those words, He Tingzhou observed her for a moment before saying, "Tell me a story." Shuangshu replied, bewildered, having slept for so long. "You must be well rested," He Tingzhou asserted. "It is your turn to lull me to sleep." Shuangshu, with a hint of nasal tone in her voice, retorted, "How old are you? Do you still need someone to lull you to sleep?" 28, he replied with a languid drawl, boldly threatening, "Tell a story, or bring me your Okamoto, your choice." Clearly, telling a story was far simpler than accompanying him to sleep. Shuangshu, sensing the situation, asked, "What story would you like to hear?" He Tingzhou had already closed his eyes, his voice dripping with laziness. At 3 in the morning, anything, having never before lulled anyone to sleep. Especially a nearly 30-year-old man. She couldn't possibly tell him the story of the 3 little pigs, could she? After racking her brain for a while, she recalled a humorous anecdote that Xiao Liao had shared with her while playing on her phone before bed. Once upon a time, Snow White was born with skin as white as snow, hence her name. The queen, envious of her beauty, forced her to work in the woodshed, causing her skin to darken from the soot, transforming her into Cinderella. While fetching water, Cinderella lamented her dark complexion, only to discover that her tears turned into pearls, which made her joyfully dance by the riverside. A pearl fell into the river, and the river god, wielding a golden axe, asked her, "Is this yours?" He Tingzhou's eyes flew open. "When I asked for a story, I didn't mean for you to tell a joke." Shuangshu felt a flush of embarrassment. "It's the only one I could think of." He propped himself up on his elbow and questioned, and then she shook her head, and the river god produced a silver axe, asking, "Is this yours?" She shook her head again. And the river god praised her for being an honest child, rewarding her with a frog, saying, "If you kiss him, he will turn into your prince." Cinderella demanded the river god return her pearls, and in a fit of anger, she kicked the frog, which then transformed into a fierce dragon and carried her away. He Tingzhou chuckled softly. They lay on the same bed, the distance between them less than 50 centimeters. His chest resonating with laughter, which infected Shuangshu like a virus, causing her to join in the mirth. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with light, and the dog sleeping on the floor stirred, lifting its head to glance at the bed before settling back down to continue its nap. After a moment of laughter, Shuangshu noticed He Tingzhou was watching her. The overhead light in the bedroom, which had been aglow, had somehow been extinguished, leaving only the warm amber glow of a wall lamp casting a honey-colored shadow beneath his pronounced brow. The languor in his dark eyes bore a hint of a smile, and in that gentle radiance, he raised an eyebrow and said, "Your laughter is so endearing. Are you trying to tempt me?" The smile on Shuangshu's face vanished instantly. Sensing He Tingzhou leaning closer, she quickly reached for her phone, turning it on to search for bedtime stories. Let me tell you another one. He Tingzhou leaned back, seemingly truly tired, lacking the enthusiasm, reclining further and urging, hurry. Shuangshu opened the first story she found and began to read. Once upon a time, there was a foolish little sheep. He Tingzhou listened without complaint. By the third story, Shuangshu noticed his breathing had become steady and tranquil. Just as she paused, He Tingzhou interjected, don't stop but continue, whether he hadn't fallen asleep or had awakened due to her pause. She had no choice but to carry on. After several stories, uncertain whether He Tingzhou had truly drifted off, she hesitated to disturb him. Her voice grew increasingly muffled, her eyelids nearly glued together, and the phone slipped from her grasp as she succumbed to slumber. The following morning, natural light streamed through the window, awakening her. The bedroom was adorned only with sheer curtains that allowed the bright morning light to flood in, making it impossible for her to continue sleeping. She tiptoed out of bed, careful not to wake He Tingzhou. Just as she was about to close the door, she glanced back at him. Half of his face was buried in the pillow, his long lashes casting shadows, and in his slumber, he appeared less menacing. Yet, this did not mitigate his inherent disposition, having disturbed her from sleep in the middle of the night to tell stories. While she now felt utterly exhausted, her mind a haze. As she descended the stairs, the Doberman, already awake, trotted ahead towards the kitchen. Glancing back at her, Shuangshu understood the dog's intentions and followed. The Doberman led her to its empty food bowl. She comprehended. Surveying the surroundings, she inquired, where is your dog food? The dog turned and guided her to a cupboard. Opening the cabinet, she found the dog food and filled its bowl to the brim before departing the villa. Upon returning to Songming Road, she yawned, took a shower, and changed into work attire. Just as she stepped out, He Tingzhou's call came through. He seemed to have just awakened, his voice still heavy with sleep. Low and raspy, laced with laziness. When did you leave? I didn't run away, she replied. I was heading home to change for work. I was asleep, not dead. You should have told me before you left. His tone was somewhat irritable. Shuangshu explained, I woke up early. Your light was too bright. Didn't you just sleep around 3? I thought you could use more rest. He Tingzhou said nothing further, ending the call. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he supported his forehead as he gradually roused himself, then lazily got up to wash his face. Descending the stairs, he found the dog amusing itself with a ball. Wagging its tail upon seeing him, he went to refill its bowl, discovering it was quite full, with the dog food piled high like a small mountain, only a peak having been consumed. He grunted. Looks like you're well-fed. At lunch, Xiaoliao eagerly asked, was the story I forwarded to you yesterday amusing? There are still 7 Calabash brothers and son Mukam. Ah, it's hilarious. Shuangshu recalled the tale and deemed it a tiresome mishmash of fairy tales. Uncertain why He Tingzhou had laughed so heartily the day before, it was hard to tell. His sense of humor seemed as juvenile as Xiaoliao's. From the morning's call, she could tell He Tingzhou was not in high spirits. But she could not ascertain whether his displeasure stemmed from their failed plans the previous day or from her sneaky departure without a word. She hadn't anticipated that He Tingzhou would return so late. He had been tired and lacked the enthusiasm to continue, leaving her with no blame. Supporting her chin in her hand, she poked at her pork chop rice. Why are you so distracted? Xiaoliao inquired. Leaning closer to scrutinize her face, I'm not, Shuangshu replied, pushing her head away and skillfully shifting the subject. Have you finished the PPT? Xiaoliao quickly buried her face in her bowl. I'll do it when I get back. For the next 2 days, He Tingzhou did not contact Shuangshu. Upholding the principle of being available upon request, she refrained from reaching out to him. After work on Friday, she visited Xu Yang at the hospital before returning to Songming Road 9. Passing by the landscaped water feature in the courtyard, her gaze inadvertently swept over the outdoor lounge area, where she spotted a strikingly handsome figure seated on a chair. Chapter 82, Walking the dog. He Tingzhou sat with his legs crossed, holding an ice cream, casually watching her. You're back, you. She instinctively glanced around. What brings you here? He Tingzhou reclined against the chair's back, taking a bite of his ice cream, just out for a stroll with the dog. You came all the way from Yanqi to walk the dog, she observed, noting the absence of any dog around. Where's your dog? He responded nonchalantly, I forgot to bring it. What a load of nonsense. Shuangshu understood his intention. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. Whether he slept early or late, perhaps he would lose interest after a good rest, rendering her unnecessary. Let us go. After saying this, she entered the lobby to wait for him. He Tingzhou leisurely ate his ice cream, ignoring her impatient glances. As her frustration mounted, her stare transformed from merely watching to a glare. And ultimately, unable to contain herself, she dashed out, grabbing his arm and pulling him up. He Tingzhou complied with her pull, standing up as she dragged him along while he sauntered leisurely, casually tossing his ice cream stick into a creatively designed trash bin. He glanced down at Shuangshu. Are you forcibly abducting me? Shuangshu pulled him into the elevator, explaining, my brother has a friend living here. If you're seen sitting out in the open, it would be troublesome. He Tingzhou replied with a casual tone, if you don't cling to me, who would know I'm here looking for you? Well, perhaps it was her guilty conscience. Shuangshu immediately released her grip, maintaining a stern expression as she stood on the opposite side of the elevator. Refusing to speak upon reaching the floor, Shuangshu led him to her door. As she unlocked it with her fingerprint, he Tingzhou feigned casualness, glancing at the door lock. Is the password your brother's birthday? She shot him a sidelong glance. It is my high school student ID number. With that, she opened the door, inviting He Tingzhou inside. He entered with the ease of someone returning to their own home, exploring the surroundings with evident satisfaction. This house was purchased by Shen Yu for Shuangsu, and the initial decoration was tailored to her preferences, showcasing meticulous care in every detail. She possesses a grand square aquarium, adorned with a magnificent and serene snow mountain landscape, pristine white sand, and a faux hill resembling Qinglong Mountain. A beam of light cascades down from above, illuminating the snowy peak. However, despite the beauty of the aquarium, it contains not a single living creature. Shuangsu, as though entertaining a guest, inquires, "Would you like some water?" He Tingzhou turns his head, retorting, "You forcibly brought me here just to offer me water. Who forced whom? Did you not come here on your own accord?" Then He Tingzhou approaches her, his palm gently cradling her cheek, causing Shuangsu to swallow her unfinished words. His hand slides downward, resting on her delicate neck, and in that instant, Shuangsu feels as if a predator has seized her throat. Despite his touch being warm and gentle, He Tingzhou lowers his head, asking her at a close distance, "What about me?" "Nothing," Shuangsu replies. He Tingzhou's thumb lifts her chin, compelling her to tilt her head back to meet his deep gaze. "Why didn't you ask me if I want to?" Shuangsu bites her lip. "If you want to, then go ahead." He Tingzhou chuckles, his cold, stern eyes now tinged with flirtation, feigning concern as he queries, "Do you want to?" Shuangsu promptly responds, "I do not." He seems displeased with her answer, pinching her cheeks until they form dimples. "Incorrect, say it again." Shuangsu turns her face away, only to be redirected by him, and his kiss descends upon her. He Tingzhou's demeanor is unusually assertive and direct, prying open her lips, their tongues entwining fervently. Shuangsu's breath is swiftly stolen. Struggling to keep pace, she finds herself bewildered by his sudden change. He had previously been so composed, yet now his kiss is deep and filled with desire, unreservedly expressing his fervent longing. She had never realized that a single kiss could render one weak at the knees. Gasping for air, her forearm pressed against his chest, yet nothing could impede him. Completely overwhelmed, she instinctively calls his name, pleading for him to stop. He Tingzhou continues to kiss her relentlessly, disingenuously asking, "What is wrong?" Shuangsu can scarcely articulate a response, her heart racing uncontrollably. The doorbell rings, a sound both timely and unwelcome, causing the entwined pair to freeze. Shuangsu tenses, hastily glancing at the video intercom. On the electronic screen, Lu Man is striking poses in front of the camera. What is she doing here? He Tingzhou remains silent, narrowing his eyes at the intercom. No one answers, and Lu Man presses the button again. Still startled, Shuangsu hasn't devised a plan when Lu Man shouts with her coarse voice, "Xiaojiu, open the door, it's your brother." He Tingzhou coldly utters two disdainful words, "Idiot, open the door. I see your lights on, don't pretend you're not home." Lu Man calls out, "If you don't open soon, you're not hiding someone in there, are you?" Shuangsu reacts swiftly, shoving He Tingzhou away. Catching him off guard as she pushes him, feeling as if caught in the act, she wordlessly urges him toward the bedroom. "You go hide for a moment." The crown prince, interrupted for the second time, is not in a pleasant mood, being pushed forward by her. "Hide from what? Did she avoid you when kissing Shen Yu? That's different." "What is different?" He Tingzhou inquires. "They are open and aboveboard in their relationship." As Shuangsu speaks, she pushes him into the bedroom and shuts the door behind her. When she opens the door for Lu Man, the latter is just about to call her on the phone. Shuangsu steadies her expression. "What do you want?" "I came to play with you." Lu Man lifts a pizza, cheerfully announcing, "I bought pizza and beer, and I brought an old movie DVD. We can watch and eat together." Shuangsu holds the door, showing no intention of inviting her in. "Not today, perhaps another time." But Lu Man playfully swats her arm, pouting, "Don't always reject me. We agreed to be good friends." Shuangsu furrows her brow in worry, contemplating how to send this clingy friend away. Lu Man seems hurt by her attitude, her expression turning despondent, her voice quivering. "You still don't want to be friends with me, do you? Your brother doesn't like me. And neither do you." "It is fine, it's all my fault for lacking charm. Stop playing the victim." Shuangsu coldly retorts, "It's really not a good time today." "What is not convenient?" Lu Man immediately presses. Shuangsu's mind races. "I'm not feeling well, then I must take care of you," Lu Man declares, quickly moving to touch her forehead, sensing a hint of warmth. "Are you running a fever?" "I'm not feverish." Lu Man looks puzzled. "Then why is your face so red?" Chapter 83, The Little Liar with a Mouthful of Lies. "Is it really that red?" Shuangsu instinctively touches her cheek. Before she can ascertain, Lu Man sets the pizza down and presses her forehead against Shuangsu's. "Shuangsu, you must be feverish." Lu Man concludes confidently, without hesitation, pulling her to the sofa. "Where is your medicine cabinet? I need to check your temperature." "I really don't." "Found it." Lu Man retrieves an ear thermometer from the cabinet, and Shuangsu feels like a doll being manipulated. As she is firmly pressed onto the sofa for a temperature check, Shuangsu's bedroom is simply decorated with silk sheets and a soft pastel pink hue. A subtle fragrance lingers in the air, Reminiscent of a gentle summer evening breeze, Tingzhou meanders around her room, curiously inspecting various items. On her bed rests a plush toy, positioned between the pillows. Tingzhou lifts it by the ears, examining it before inverting it back onto the bed. On the dresser are several picture frames, all featuring Shuangsu and Shen Yu together. In one photo from her 9th birthday, she wears a delicate crown. Her eyes closed as she makes a wish. At that time, Shen Yu still had a youthful appearance, dressed in a clean white shirt, gazing at her with warmth as he held her on his lap. In another, she is around 13 or 14, tall and slender, her baby fat still visible, sneaking up from behind to cover Shen Yu's eyes with her hands after school. 17 During a swimming competition, Shen Yu affectionately embraces her shoulders as her guardian, smiling gently while she holds a trophy, her smile radiating a pure innocence that is now absent. That day, Tingzhou was present, and the first thing she did after winning was to flutter towards Shen Yu, calling out brother like a jubilant bird. Tingzhou casually opens a drawer, tossing all the frames inside. Lu Man is still not sent away, and the noise suggests she has entered the house. His patience wears thin as he picks up his phone to call He Wenjing. He Wenjing answers her nephew's call, her tone brightening. Tingzhou, you finally remembered to call your aunt, Tingzhou succinctly states. Call Lu Man and tell her to go home. What is going on? Is there something wrong? The recent tumultuous events have made her anxious, whether it's Lu Man clashing with Shen Yu or the Shen family getting embroiled in a lawsuit. He Wenjing's concern is palpable. Tingzhou speaks gravely. It's dangerous outside. I don't have time to explain. Get her home immediately. He Wenjing, momentarily taken aback, never expected her nephew would deceive her. Overcome with maternal instinct, she hurriedly calls Lu Man. Strange, her temperature is normal. Lu Man examines the thermometer, puzzled by the discrepancy with Shuangsu's flushed face. Shuangsu sighs, torn between feeling sorry for her own difficult situation and for Lu Man, who remains oblivious. Just then, Lu Man receives a call from home. Mom, what's up? Why do you want me to come home? I'm taking care of Xiaojiu. She seems a bit unwell. Huh? What is happening? She is left bewildered, but He Wenjing's firm demeanor compels her to set down the thermometer and rise. My mom is acting strangely too. Xiaojiu, I have to go home. Should I tell your brother to take you to the hospital? No need. Shuangsu replies decisively. If you still don't feel well later, remember to see a doctor. After Lu Man leaves, Shuangsu sits up from the sofa. The bedroom is utterly silent. She had been anxiously afraid that Tingzhou might just walk out casually. Pushing open the bedroom door, she finds no sign of Tingzhou. She walks further in, checking the bed and the closet for him. How odd, has he simply vanished? She searches around, peering into the bathroom. Tingzhou? A click sounds from behind her as the door closes. She turns to find Tingzhou leaning against the door, his arms crossed. Your cousin is left, she has. Shuangsu confirms that Tingzhou remains silent, his dark, fathomless eyes fixed on her. That gaze suggests he is not pleased, likely angered by the 3 interruptions. It is understandable. He is not known for his patience. Shuangsu does not wish to appear as though she is evading her responsibilities, as inciting his anger would not benefit her. After a moment of contemplation, she approaches Tingzhou, rising on her toes to kiss him. Tingzhou stands unmoved, only lowering his cool eyelids to glance at her. Unable to reach him, Shuangsu's heels return to the ground, and she grips the collar of his shirt, pulling his head down to meet her lips. Tingzhou's eyebrows arched slightly, neither rejecting nor responding. Shuangsu had to admit that her kissing skills were indeed lacking. Her 2 attempts were clumsy, and his utter lack of reaction stung her pride. Unable to continue, she embarrassingly released his collar and turned to leave, only to be halted by an arm encircling her waist. Tingzhou's voice descended from above. Why have you stopped kissing? Wasn't it your desire to kiss me? She had intended to take the initiative, yet he was unwilling to lower himself to her level. She found herself at an impasse. He remarked, it is you whose kissing technique is woefully inadequate. Shuangsu bit her lip, unable to refrain from retorting. As if your kissing skills are any better. Since they were both so inept, why not engage in a little practice? As he spoke, he lifted her off the ground and strode towards the bed. Tossing her onto it, he knelt beside her, looking down with an imposing presence. Shuangsu braced herself against the bed, attempting to sit up, inadvertently facilitating his advance. One hand supported her back, while the other threaded through her long hair, gripping the nape of her neck as he kissed her. His kiss bore an indescribable possessiveness, and only when Shuangsu's breath became ragged did he release her lips to kiss her blood-red earlobes and her delicate, pale shoulders. Then, he pressed her down onto the bed, trailing kisses along her collarbone and further down. Shuangsu shielded her eyes with the back of her hand, unwilling to watch, yet her senses heightened. Tingzhou's deep breaths were like an alluring lure, dangerously intoxicating. Her blood surged, warmth flooding her skin, illuminated by the light as she felt a wave of embarrassment. Turn off the lights. He kissed the tip of her nose, his voice low and tender. I am afraid of the dark. Shuangsu's resistance weakened, thus, he easily prevailed. The pain instinctively drew her gaze downward, revealing Tingzhou's lean waist and abdomen, the contours accentuated by his movements. Her eyes darted away as if scalded, her brows knitted in discomfort. And slowly she felt as though a small boat was adrift on gentle waves, a sound of uncontainable emotion escaping her throat. Tingzhou kissed the back of her ear, asking at her most vulnerable moment, have you done this before? Shuangshu trembled as she replied, yes, with whom, my ex-boyfriend, the non-existent one. Tingzhou loomed over her, his fingers brushing through her hair, asking, do you prefer being with me or with him? Breathless, Shuangshu could hardly articulate a response. Tingzhou seemed particularly invested in the answer, repeating his question, who was better, your ex or me? What an odd question to ask at such a moment, Shuangshu mentally chastised him, turning her head away. Unwilling to respond, he clutched her chin, insisting, I am asking you. Her rebellious spirit flared, and she deliberately answered, he was better. Is that so? Tingzhou suddenly halted, flipping her over, her waist sinking into the bed. Shuangshu's face buried in the pillow. Muffled cries escaping her lips, Tingzhou leaned down to kiss her, declaring, Song Shuangshu, you are nothing but a little liar. Chapter 84. Does the prince actually change the sheets himself? What does that mean? Does he know she is lying? Shuangshu had no energy to ponder this. She was swept away in a tumultuous sea of confusion. On a bustling summer night, the glass walls separated the humid allure of the indoors. After it was over, Shuangshu felt as though she had been pulled from the water. Utterly drained, Tingzhou brushed aside her damp hair, lingeringly kissing the delicate skin of her nape. After a moment's rest, she began to regain her composure. The awkwardness of their raw honesty slowly returning, she sluggishly climbed off the bed, turning her back to him as she hastily donned her clothes. Where are you going? Tingzhou propped his head on his hand. Observing her. To take a shower, her voice, as if soaked in water, had an unusual softness that seemed to invite teasing. Shall I carry you? No need. Fearing he might actually do so, she hurried into the bathroom and shut the door. Soaking in the bathtub, her body gradually relaxed. Whether it was the heat of the water or not, the flush on her cheeks refused to fade. She lingered in there for quite some time, processing the events of the evening. When she finally emerged, she found the soiled sheets had already been replaced. Does the prince truly change sheets himself? He was absent from the bedroom, and Shuangshu paid no mind to where he had gone. She had exhausted too much energy that day, and her fingers lacked strength as she collapsed onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. In a half-awake state, she sensed someone touching her, as if playing with modeling clay. Sometimes squeezing her cheeks, sometimes pinching her earlobes, and occasionally something tickled her nose, making her laugh. She was utterly fatigued and futilely attempted to evade the sensations before drifting back to sleep. This sleep was profound, devoid of dreams, and when she finally opened her eyes, the wall clock indicated it was past 9. Her body felt weak, her lower back heavy with fatigue. As she shifted, she realized a weight rested upon her. It was Tingzhou's arm. He held her from behind, his chin resting on her shoulder, and Shuangshu's back pressed snugly against him. This overly intimate position left her feeling disconcerted. She gently lifted Tingzhou's arm in an attempt to extricate herself. Yet, that arm suddenly possessed a will of its own, re-embracing her waist. Awake, Tingzhou's husky breath brushed her ear. Shuangshu mumbled an affirmative, and at that moment, she felt something pressing against her from behind. Certain images flashed into her still sleepy mind like a commercial, prompting her to divert her attention to the gap in the curtains. Tingzhou's body was awake, though he remained in a languorous state, asking, did you sleep well? It was fine, Shuangshu replied. He scoffed, you slept like a dead pig? And it's just fine, you are the pig. What kind of person insults her first thing in the morning? Tingzhou, unfazed, accepted her words with amusement. Then let us be pigs together. The phone on the table rang. He picked it up and handed it to Shuangshu, resuming his position with his chin on her shoulder. Answer it. Shuangshu suspected he was still half asleep. This is your phone, he was aware. Yet he lazily insisted, I'm tired, help me answer it. Upon seeing it was an incoming call from Su Zheng, Shuangshu finally answered, Assistant Su, President Song. Su Zheng possessed an astonishingly strong composure. Upon hearing her voice, he displayed no surprise. I'm here to deliver clothes for President He. I've arrived at your doorstep. Seizing the opportunity, Shuangshu pushed Tingzhou's arm away, disentangling herself from his embrace, and pulled the covers aside to get out of bed. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room into dimness, with the light-colored sheets draped over Tingzhou's narrow yet resilient waist. As she left, his right arm lazily fell onto the bed, the distinct bones of his fingers and the prominent blue veins trailing up to his forearm prompting Shuangshu to vividly recall the fierce power of that very hand gripping her leg the previous night. Her head suddenly felt hot, and she hurriedly exited the room. Opening the door, she found Su Zheng standing outside, one hand carrying takeout from a five-star hotel and the other holding a neatly pressed suit. Smiling as he greeted her, good morning. He is inside, you can call for him yourself, Shuangshu replied. Even if Su Zheng had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to go in. President He likely needs to catch up on some sleep. This bag contains pajamas. Su Zheng placed the items inside, arranging them neatly, not lingering for even a moment. President Song has instructed me, thank you, Shuangshu said, arriving at a woman's residence early in the morning to deliver clothes and breakfast for his boss. Su Zheng, if not a fool, certainly understood what had transpired between them the previous night. He was far from foolish, in fact, he was excessively astute. Nevertheless, he must have done this numerous times before, as evidenced by his practiced demeanor. Shuangshu entered the bedroom with Tingzhou's clothes, only to find the curtains had been opened. Tingzhou lounged against the headboard, just awakened, his untamed black hair lazily falling over his brow. Looking quite drowsy, he extracted a cigarette from a pack, biting it with his teeth, flicked the lighter open, the flame igniting momentarily before he closed it again. Discarding the cigarette onto the nearby table, Shuangshu intended to remind him not to smoke in her bedroom, but the words died on her lips. She did not step inside but placed the suit and pajamas on the dresser. Your clothes. Tingzhou glanced at the dresser, 5 meters away, with a slight lift of his eyelids. Even a gibbon's arms aren't that long, besides, I'm human. Can't you come over and deliver them? He retorted, after devouring me in bed. You act as if we're strangers once I'm out of it. Shuangshu had no choice but to play the role of a maid, bringing the clothes to him at the bedside. Put it on and come out to eat, young master. Shuangshu rarely cooked at home, lacking both the interest and the skill to do so. Usually she would make a couple of pieces of toast and brew a cup of coffee to get by. Fortunately Su Zhang had brought breakfast, otherwise she would have genuinely feared the prince might expect her to cook. She arranged the breakfast Su Zhang had brought on the table, and when Tingzhou emerged, he was clad in pajamas. The delicate silk material softened his fierce demeanor. His long legs carried a languid gait as he approached the dining table. He appeared to have little appetite, hardly touching his breakfast, instead leaning against the opposite chair. Watching Shuangshu eat, once she finished, he asked, Are you full? I am, but you should sleep some more. Shuangshu replied, I need to help my godmother prepare for tonight's banquet. Just then, a message from Fu Yun arrived. Inquiring if she was awake and sending a driver to pick her up. After responding, she lifted her gaze, only to find Tingzhou's expression somewhat disheartened. My godfather is returning to work next week. We need to celebrate. Did you not receive an invitation as well? She assumed Tingzhou was upset by her disobedience, hence her explanation. Go then. Tingzhou stood and retreated to the bedroom. Chapter 85, Can mosquitoes leave bite marks? Shen Changyuan is set to resume his position next week. Seizing the opportunity of the weekend, the Shen family hosted a grand banquet, both to celebrate his narrow escape from danger and to publicly declare that the stain on their reputation has been washed away. The Shen family remains as it has always been. Before the festivities commenced, Lu Manman arrived early at the Shen residence. With a bright smile, she greeted Fu Yun at the door, saying, Auntie, I'm here. Fu Yun responded with her usual warmth, Man, why are you here so early? Lu Manman handed her a jewelry box, saying, This is the jewelry you gave me earlier. Since my engagement with Shen Yu has ended, it is best to return it to you, although Fu Yun felt a tinge of regret over the dissolution of Shen Yu's betrothal. She was well aware, given the recent events, that the two were never meant to be together. With a sigh, Fu Yun replied, You should keep the jewelry as compensation from our family. If it were anything else, I would definitely have kept it secretly, as I adore it, but this piece has been passed down through generations in your family. It carries significant meaning. It should be given to Xiaojiu. Lu Manman, though a bit infatuated, was capable of both cherishing and letting go. She understood that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Once she came to terms with this, her spirits lifted considerably. She shoved the jewelry box into Fu Yun's hands and asked, Where's Xiaojiu? I want to play with her for a while. She is changing upstairs. As Lu Manman dashed upstairs, Shuangshu was preparing to change into her evening gown. Having been busy all day, she had not kept track of Tingzhou and wondered if he had left, leaving such a dangerous individual alone with her. Would that not lead to trouble? Lu Manman knocked on the door and peeked in. Are you changing? Let me help you. The two cousins, each more obstinate than the other, had endured the ordeal of being measured for temperature the previous day. Shuangshu decided not to waste energy arguing with her and said, Come in. Lu Manman assisted her in pulling up the zipper at the back, but suddenly halted midway, exclaiming, What is this? Shuangshu turned around. And Lu Manman bent down to poke at the butterfly bone on her back. Why do you have a mark here? What? Lu Manman scrutinized the spot intently. It's red, looks like. In an instant, Shuangshu realized what Lu Manman was implying and quickly turned away to evade her gaze. Nonchalantly stating, A mosquito bite. Lu Manman straightened up, declaring, Can mosquitoes leave bite marks like that? You must be mistaken, Shuangshu asserted confidently. Do you think I'm an idiot? I've never seen a pig run, but I've certainly eaten pork. This is clearly a strawberry mark. A look of revelation suddenly washed over Lu Manman's face, nearly causing her to leap with excitement. I knew you were acting strangely last night. Oh my goodness. You really did hide someone at home. Shuangshu swiftly covered her mouth, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Can you keep your voice down? Lu Manman nodded, and Shuangshu finally released her. Indeed, she did not shout again. But her eyes turned peculiar. Is it your brother? Shuangshu froze. How could that be? What are you thinking? How could it not be? Lu Manman replied, Aren't you fond of him? I have no such improper thoughts about my brother. Shuangshu said, somewhat exasperated, You should stay away from Song Lian. Your mind is filled with such filth. Lu Manman was taken aback. You like your brother, yet you've never had such improper thoughts, Shuangshu retorted. Who says liking someone must involve such thoughts? She had never considered such matters. Her affection for Shen Yu was simply that pure and innocent love. How pure you are, Lu Manman mused, reclining on the bed with her chin resting on her hand. Shuangshu went to the mirror. This gown had a semi-open back design, perfectly showcasing the bite mark. Damn, Tingzhou, she hadn't even noticed when he had taken a bite, unsure whether to scold or praise him for being so discreet. Had Lu Manman not seen it first, she would have worn this dress out tonight, drawing undue attention. The thought was too shocking, and Shuangxiu instinctively covered her eyes. She changed into another gown, while Lu Manman remained lost in thought. Oblivious to her own musings, Shen Yuan had just been framed for bribery, so Shuangxiu opted for a more understated look. She donned a white satin gown with a diagonal shoulder and an open back. With natural folds accentuating the chest area, around her neck, she wore a singular lustrous pearl necklace, simple yet elegant. As she descended the stairs, Shen Yu was engaged in conversation with Shen Yuan and Fu Yun. Clad in a three-piece light gray suit, exuding his usual calm elegance, he casually glanced up and his gaze fell upon Shuangxiu. "Wow, my sister gets more beautiful by the day," Yu Zifeng remarked with a grin. Shuangxiu surveyed his purple shirt and retorted, "Zifeng, you remain as flamboyant as ever." "Hey," Yu Zifeng chuckled, "who infected your tongue with such sharpness?" Shen Yu gently patted Shuangxiu on the head. "Go eat something to fill your stomach. We'll be drinking later." The banquet was lively, and those who had once reveled in her misfortune now wore a different facade. Fu Yun had seen through much this time, completely distancing herself from Cui Ning. Song Mianji was occupied with official duties, and Cui Ning brought Song Lian alone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Yun took Shuangxiu to greet other guests. When old Master Zhang arrived, the once jovial atmosphere in the banquet hall seemed to dim slightly. After the recent turmoil, the animosity between the Shen and Zhang families had solidified. Both sides were aware of the underlying tensions, yet they had to maintain appearances. Old Master Zhang had not managed to strike a decisive blow this time. The Shen family had once again allied with the Yi family. His presence today was a show of respect. "Chang Yuan, I truly admire your ability to navigate through this," he said. Chang Yuan replied, "Thank you for your concern. Without you, I would not have had the opportunity to discern who among us is a friend and who harbors malice towards the Shen family, wishing to feast on our downfall." Old Master Zhang, with his 80 years of experience, wore his facade well. In times of good fortune, one enjoys the scenery. In times of adversity, one learns to chart their course. This experience will serve you well. You have a capable son in Shen Yu, who has managed to secure support from Chang Wei. His future is indeed bright, Shen Yuan remarked. Shen Yu is still too soft-hearted, lacking the decisiveness of your family's ancestor Yi. Upon hearing this, old Master Zhang's face darkened. In his youth, he had never engaged in the despicable act of drugging a woman. His expression nearly fell to the floor, while Zhang ancestor Yi continued to stare intently at Shuangxiu. The Shen family was engulfed in turmoil, and the Yi family had extended a lifeline. To anyone observing, it appeared as though Yi Tingzhou and Shen Yu were bound by loyalty. After returning home, Zhang ancestor Yi claimed that Yi Tingzhou had developed feelings for Song Shuangxiu, but no one believed him. Old Master Zhang scolded him for being foolish. "Are you fixated solely on Song Shuangxiu? Do you think Yi Tingzhou is as foolish as you to get tangled up over a woman? Look at him, in just a few years, he has built the Yundun group into a formidable enterprise. While you are here, entranced by a mere girl. If this continues, you will inevitably fall victim to a woman's schemes." Zhang ancestor Yi, thick-skinned and unbothered by the insults, could not tolerate being compared to Yi Tingzhou. He pondered repeatedly. At the bakery, Yi Tingzhou had never outright admitted his interest in Song Shuangxiu. As good brothers with Shen Yu, Yi Tingzhou was well aware of Zhang ancestor Yi's infatuation and could easily be seen as opposing him. Previously on the boat, when Yi Tingzhou had shown interest in Song Shuangxiu, he had not reacted at all, yet Zhang ancestor Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He scanned the room. Noticing that the Yi family was conspicuously absent today, Chapter 86, "You should be wary of your good brother." Shuangxiu found herself irritated by Zhang ancestor Yi's lingering gaze, akin to a persistent ghost. Shen Yu shielded her from his view, gently urging, "Xiaojiu, go take a break." "Wait," old Master Zhang called out, "is this Shuangxiu? I heard this young man has been troublesome. He bullied you last time. Today, I shall ensure he apologizes to you in person." Shen Yu reiterated to Shuangxiu, "Go on." Shuangxiu wanted to protest, but Fu Yun pulled her away. "I'm tired. Shuangxiu, accompany me for a moment." Understanding that Fu Yun wished to divert her attention, Shuangxiu realized they had matters to discuss and did not wish to abandon everything. However, Shen Yu's stance was unequivocal, and the situation had escalated into a feud between the Shen and Zhang families. Old Master Zhang was displeased with Shen Yu's demeanor. "Are you disregarding my authority?" "I have already given you the respect you deserve," Shen Yu replied, his expression one of indifference. "Without your protection, would he have had the chance to stand here today? I have also heard about your sister's situation." Old Master Zhang was no ordinary individual in his youth. The Zhang family's rise to power was not without its murky dealings. In terms of cunning, he was far more ruthless than Zhang ancestor Yi. Even his posture for an apology bore an air of superiority. In my youth, Zhang ancestor Yi's father suffered many hardships under my watch. I owed him a debt of gratitude, and when this boy was born, I doted on him excessively, leading to his naivety. Your family's young lady is quite lovely, and I find her quite charming. He likes her but simply does not know how to please her. He employed the wrong methods. The last incident with the drug, I heard it was given to him by a friend, claiming it would enhance the mood without causing harm. What drug? Shen Yu interjected abruptly. Old Master Zhang fell silent. The last time the Yu family celebrated a birthday, you accompanied Man to Lincheng to visit her grandmother. That day Xuanxu was drugged. Did you not know about this? Shinshan Yuan seemed taken aback. I assumed she would have informed you. Your mother is upset that you did not inform us about such a significant matter. Had it not been for Xuanxu mentioning it herself last time, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that she was nearly bullied. Shen Yu's expression darkened, his hands slowly clenching by his side. Zhang Zui scoffed provocatively. What good is it to guard against me? You ought to keep an eye on your good brother instead. That day, he was taken away by someone named you. Why don't you inquire about what he has been up to? Silence, Zhang Leiwei scolded. He had not anticipated that Shen Yu would be unaware of the situation. Logically, if his sister encountered trouble, she ought to have approached him first. I have come here today specifically for this matter. The old man lowered his stance slightly, acknowledging his responsibility as a grandfather for the troubles caused by his grandson. So, you shall call Xuanxu back. Today, I, Zheng Jingren, will personally apologize to her on behalf of Zui. A repeated apology holds no significance. Spare me, Shen Yu replied. Raising a useless grandson is no loss for the Zhang family. But Zhang, how long do you think you can safeguard him? The typically refined individual suddenly turned cold and fierce, leaving Zhang Leiwei momentarily speechless, almost questioning his own hearing. What did you say? Your father wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Zhang Zui angrily interjected. Shen Yu, what do you mean? Quite literally, Shen Yu replied, the last vestige of warmth in his expression evaporating. You had best pray daily for your grandfather to live a while longer, you bastard. Zhang Zui exploded, ready to retaliate, only to be restrained by Zhang Leiwei's dark expression. Given his age, how many more years could he possibly have left? With this brat's disposition, having offended numerous individuals while he still breathes, anyone contemplating an attack on the Zhang family must think twice. Once he passes, Shen Yu will likely be the first to eliminate Zhang Zui. Otherwise, why would he rush to suppress the Shen family just after gaining power, acting hastily without proper strategizing, leaving openings that offered Shinshan Yuan a chance to rise? He glanced at Shinshan Yuan, standing behind Shen Yu. His tacit approval indicated that Shen Yu's stance mirrored that of the Shen family. You have no say in this matter. Zhang Leiwei held Zhang Zui down, contemplating for a moment before declaring, with everyone present today, I, Zheng Jingren, guarantee before you all that he will never again harass your young lady grandfather. You don't know about that. Zhang Zui's words were cut short as the old man delivered a sharp slap across his face. Zhang Leiwei turned to Shen Yu. My words stand. Is that satisfactory to you? Xuanxu accompanied Fu Yun to rest and encountered several ladies who were on amicable terms with Fu Yun, greeting them with cheerful smiles. After they departed, the ladies discussed her amongst themselves, remarking how well Fu Yun had raised her, beautiful, well-behaved, and clearly endearing, which justified treating her like a biological daughter. What good is the Shen family's kindness to her when her own relatives do not cherish her? It is merely that Cui Ning is petty and intolerant. Fundamentally, this matter stems from a debt of gratitude owed by Song Nianji. The child cannot choose her lineage. Allowing the Shen family to raise her is indeed beneficial. Look at their second son. What has he become under her care? Indeed, spoiled and willful. I hardly wish to mention it, lacking the grace of a true lady of refinement. The affairs of the Song family are hardly secrets. One daughter is nurtured carefully alongside the couple in charge, while the other, less favored, is relegated to others for upbringing. Yet when the two sisters stand together, anyone with eyes can see that the latter resembles a true young lady of wealth. Xuanxu has indeed been splendidly raised by the Shen family, radiating brightness and resembling a princess. This fact is undeniable. They were so engrossed in gossip that they failed to notice Cui Ning standing nearby. Her face pale with anger. As Xuanxu went to the refreshment table to fetch food for Fu Yun, she encountered Cui Ning. A single glance was all it took for her to lower her head and select items Fu Yun enjoyed. Cui Ning frowned. Today is the Shen family's banquet. Do you think you are the host? Always circling around the Shen family. Are you trying to provoke me? Xuanxu replied flatly. I could just as easily orbit around you. If you aren't concerned about your blood pressure. After saying this, she ignored Cui Ning's displeased expression and walked away with her plate. Yu Zifeng and a few others were seated nearby, drinking. As Xuanxu passed by, she overheard someone mention, isn't Zhouyi coming today? Still asleep, perhaps? Should we call him? It's rather late. He might just be sleeping his time away. You can call him, Yu Zifeng shrugged. I was up all night, so my temper is fouled. I called him out this afternoon to hang out, and he snapped at me, claiming I was bothering him and told me to chase my own tail. Ugh, laughter erupted from those around. Xuanxu halted in surprise. He Tingzhou had not slept all night. They had not been up for that long, had they? Chapter 87. Tenderness. Where did Zhouyi wander off to last night? Not a wink of sleep. How vigorous, certainly more vigorous than you. Otherwise, how could Miss Mu be so infatuated with him? Yu Zifeng remarked teasingly. To be honest, if I were a woman, I do want to spend the night with Zhouyi just for his physique. Ugh, you dead gay. Someone pulled out their phone, quickly recording the comment to share with Zhouyi later. I was just joking. I'm terrified. They frivolously bantered for a while until Zhuo Zhong suggested, why not give Tingzhou a call to come here and sleep? With so many people, he'd surely sleep soundly. Why don't you call? I'm stuck doing the grunt work on the front lines. Yu Zifeng retorted, yet he eventually stood up to make the call. What kind of quirk is it that he needs an audience to sleep well? Shuangshu delivered the food to Fu Yun. When someone inquired about the marriage between Shen Yu and Lu Manman, Fu Yun sighed regretfully. Manman is a good girl, but alas, she and Ryu are not fated. Listening to a few exchanges, Shuangshu slowly drifted off, struggling to recall what Tingzhou had been up to last night. She was so fatigued that she vaguely remembered him pestering her while she slept. She had been in such a deep slumber that upon waking, she assumed Tingzhou had just awakened as well. Yu Zifeng finished his call and turned around, noticing Shuangshu holding a piece of cake behind him. She offered it to him. Zifeng, I saw that you drank quite a bit earlier. Have some food, or you might get drunk. Such a thoughtful sister. Yu Zifeng accepted it with heartfelt gratitude. When will my troublesome sibling learn to be as considerate as you? Shuangshu replied, sometimes, one must reflect on their own issues. What issues do I have? Yu Zifeng deflected, it's all your brother's fault. If he didn't flaunt you around, I wouldn't have mistakenly asked my mother for a sister. Shuangshu chuckled, observing him enjoy the cake before casually asking, does Tingzhou often suffer from insomnia? That's not insomnia, that's a young master's ailment. The family has hired over a dozen people to create white noise for him every day. Why? Shuangshu inquired, puzzled. Yu Zifeng, without hesitation, explained, he can't sleep in silence. If it's too quiet, he can't rest easy, especially at night. Darkness combined with silence is like stacking buffs. He definitely won't be able to sleep. How strange. No wonder he can sleep in a bar. No wonder he wakes me up in the middle of the night, forcing me to tell stories. I thought he was just playing tricks on me. It also explains why he insists on bringing along a beauty in a cheapo whenever he travels to Lin City for business. He had mentioned before that he couldn't sleep without noise. But Shuangshu hadn't realized the severity of the issue. Could it be related to the incident from his childhood when he was kidnapped? Yu Zifeng glanced around the room. The banquet hall was bustling with activity. And seeing that everyone was occupied, he swallowed the cake in his mouth and lowered his voice. He was injured during that time, his eardrum perforated, leading to temporary hearing loss. We don't know exactly what transpired during that time. But consider the depravity of those drug dealers. What wouldn't they do? His mother sacrificed herself then. He undoubtedly suffered greatly. It's likely that the shadows from that time still linger. She delicately phrased, has he ever seen a psychologist? Yu Zifeng chuckled, do you think he seems like someone with psychological issues? He has seen the most authoritative psychologists and sleeps soundly in their clinics. Yet at home, he remains the same. Tingzhou certainly did not appear to be someone with psychological problems. Rather, he seemed more like someone who could cause others to develop issues. What about listening to crosstalk or radio? Would that help? Shuangshu asked. Not much effect. He needs to hear human voices, to know someone is beside him. That is indeed troublesome. Would all the women who have shared a bed with him have to tell him bedtime stories? This matter should not have been disclosed to you. It's best if you keep it to yourself. Do not inquire about it with others. Yu Zifeng cautioned. The commander is sensitive about this and forbids any mention of it. Shuangshu nodded. I understand. Zhou Yi has arrived. Someone called out. Shuangshu looked up at the sound, just in time to see Tingzhou arriving late. He wore the black suit that Suzhen had delivered in the morning. Donned casually, with the jacket unbuttoned and no tie around his neck. He ambled in with a relaxed gait just as Shen Yu approached from the opposite side. They exchanged greetings and settled into the sofa area. Noticing Shen Yu's gaze upon him, Shuangshu was curious about what he had discussed with the Zhang family and walked towards them. Yu Zifeng returned with cake and asked Shen Yu, are you done? That old man is quite difficult. He could turn black into white, even the dead could be brought back to life in his words. My father never gains the upper hand when dealing with him. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to him, remaining silent, yet his eyes held a profound intensity. What sort of look is that? Yu Zifeng felt a shiver of unease under his scrutinizing gaze, declaring, I have not provoked you. Shen Yu retracted his gaze, his expression surprisingly indifferent. Shuangshu deliberately chose a seat furthest from Tingzhou, and upon raising her head, her eyes briefly met Tingzhou's across the room. In the next moment, Shuangshu averted her gaze, politely addressing him. Tingzhou good. Tingzhou lounged lazily, legs crossed, reclining on the sofa, offering her no acknowledgement. Not far away, Zhang Zui stood behind a pillar, secretly observing them with a watchful eye. The two shared an air of estrangement, as if they had exchanged no more than 10 words in their entire lives. Shen Yu picked up 2 glasses of champagne from the server's tray, handing one to Tingzhou. Why did you arrive so late? Tingzhou accepted the glass, taking a leisurely sip, his tone languid. Is someone missing me? Indeed, Zhuozhong immediately let slip. Someone wants to sleep with you. Oh really? Tingzhou casually shook his wrist, the pale gold champagne sloshing against the glass. And who might that be? I was joking. Yu Zifeng, the one who boasted, inadvertently confessed, that was merely a rhetorical flourish to commend your charm. Do you understand rhetoric? I harbor no ulterior motives towards you. Even if you did, it would be futile. Tingzhou smirked, a roguish grin gracing his lips. Darling, you'll have to wait in line. Yu Zifeng, it seems Lord Zhou is in good spirits today. From which realm of indulgence have you just returned? Shuangshu instinctively stiffened, lowering her head to sip her drink, unaware of the fleeting glance Tingzhou cast upon her. He inquired in a relaxed tone, what do you think? This soiree ought to be one of joyous celebration, yet Shen Yu remained preoccupied, his thoughts elsewhere as he quietly observed Yu Zifeng, who was engaged in light banter, grinning widely among all present. Shen Yu had known Yu Zifeng the longest, akin to brothers, yet that did not prevent him from desiring to strike him now after dinner. The guests migrated to the garden, where colorful lights adorned the courtyard, creating a romantic and vibrant atmosphere as elegantly attired couples danced gracefully to melodious tunes. Fu Yan suddenly suggested, "Shuangshu, why don't you invite Tingzhou to dance?" Shuangshu instinctively glanced toward He Tingzhou's direction. Shen Yuan was conversing with him, He Tingzhou leaning casually against a pillar, a glass of champagne in hand. Even in the presence of elders, he maintained a relaxed demeanor, devoid of any restraint. Shuangshu hesitated. "I would like to ask him to dance," Fu Yan remarked with a smile, "but he's too tall. Dancing with him is quite the effort for me." Shuangshu imagined the scene of He Tingzhou dancing with Fu Yan and suddenly found it amusing. He Tingzhou was now the benefactor of the Shen family. Both Shen Yuan and Fu Yan, being grateful individuals, treated him with not only the usual courtesy but also a newfound warmth. Inviting him to dance was a gesture of significance, leaving Shuangshu with no reason to decline as she approached He Tingzhou with purpose. It seemed that He Tingzhou was entirely unaware of her approach until she stood before him, mustering the courage to invite him. "Tingzhou-gu, may I request to dance?" At last, He Tingzhou's gaze descended upon her exquisitely bright eyes. Shen Yuan chimed in, "Shuangshu dances beautifully." "All right then," He Tingzhou replied in a leisurely tone, placing his champagne glass aside and extending a hand toward her. Shuangshu placed her hand in his, and He Tingzhou grasped it firmly. As they entered the dance floor, the music transitioned to Poruna Cabeza. Shuangshu held his hand while cautiously resting her left arm on his shoulder. He Tingzhou's right hand rested loosely on her back, their bodies maintaining a palpable distance. This unfamiliarity starkly contrasted with the fervor of the previous night. The slightest contact in the public setting felt as delicate as a feather, sending shivers through Shuangshu, especially as He Tingzhou's fingertips brushed against her shoulder blade, as if imparting a subtle reminder. The opening segment of this tango was languid and flowing, and as Shuangshu stepped in rhythm with the music, she ventured, "Did you bite me yesterday?" He Tingzhou's lashes half lowered, his tone as languorous as his gaze. "Where do you mean?" Shuangshu tensed, wishing to retreat to her room for a thorough inspection of her body. "Did you bite me in more than one place? Surely not just my back." He Tingzhou appeared utterly relaxed. "Hard to say. When one is caught up in the moment, how could I possibly remember?" "Could you refrain from leaving marks on me next time?" Shuangshu implored gently. "It's rather easy to detect. If you don't undress in front of others, then who will notice?" He Tingzhou replied nonchalantly. "Who would even find out? How could he be so brazen?" Shuangshu gritted her teeth. "Can't you just not do it? Then I wouldn't have to worry about being discovered." As her words settled, the music transitioned to a more upbeat segment, and He Tingzhou propelled her outward, spinning her once before pulling her back, enveloping her in his embrace amidst the exuberant crescendo. He was so close that when he leaned down to speak, his cool lips almost grazed her ear. "No, it's simpler for you to manage your own attire than to manage me." Shuangshu swiftly distanced herself from him, unwilling to engage in further argument. With each shift in rhythm, He Tingzhou would embrace her tightly in full view of the crowd. Shuangshu had never danced a more chaotic dance. Her heart raced like a drumbeat. Each spin felt as if she were being thrown into the air, only to return and land on a tightrope. He Tingzhou's lips curved into a careless smile, the playful arc at the corners of his eyes revealing his enjoyment of her fluster. "You're so nervous just from dancing," he remarked. "Perhaps you should change your name to Song Nervous." As the song concluded, Shuangshu immediately stepped back, fearing that a moment's delay would expose their covert exchange. Shen Yuan was searching for Shen Yu. Not having spotted him, he inquired of Fu Yan, "Where is Ayu?" Fu Yan, too, had not seen Shen Yu for a while, scanning the area without catching a glimpse of him. She turned to Shuangshu. "Where's your brother? I'll go find him." Shuangshu seized the opportunity to leave. She found him in the outdoor pavilion where he often lingered. The guests had congregated in the garden, leaving this area unadorned, the lighting sparse. As Shuangshu approached, Shen Yu sat in a wicker chair, smoking. "Brother, why are you here?" "Uncle Bai wants to discuss the resort project with you." The smoke obscured Shen Yu's brow. Remaining motionless, he called out, "Xiaojiu, come here." The summer night was warm, yet his voice carried the chill of an off-season wind. Shuangshu, accustomed to his gentleness, was acutely aware of even the slightest shift in his demeanor. After conversing with old Zhang, his spirits seemed less buoyant. Shuangshu settled onto the adjacent chair. "Brother, what did you discuss with Grandpa Zhang?" Shen Yu extinguished his cigarette, a soothing smile gracing his lips. "He assured me that he will not allow Zhang Zui to trouble you anymore." This was nothing short of splendid news, akin to the moment when bamboo leaves were hurled down a cliff, bringing an overwhelming sense of relief. "Then why are you not happy?" Shuangshu inquired. Shen Yu's steady gaze lingered on her face, and after a long pause, he asked, "Why didn't you tell me about Zhang Zui drugging you?" Shuangshu was taken aback. Shen Yu pressed on, "Was it Zifeng who took you away?" His tone was gentle, wary of any words that might sting her, no matter how slight. Shuangshu did not deceive him. "It was Tingzhou-gu." Shen Yu was momentarily stunned. "Tingzhou? Tingzhou-gu saved me and helped me call a doctor." Nothing happened that day. Shuangxiu feared he might misunderstand, though her relationship with He Tingzhou was no longer innocent. Then why did Zheng Zui claim that Yu Zifeng took you away? Shen Yu spent a few moments untangling the chaotic web of relationships in this affair. Realizing that it was He Tingzhou who had rescued Shuangxiu, concerned that Zheng Zui might target her as a result of his good deed, leaving Yu Zifeng's name behind, Shen Yu rubbed his temples. Relieved to know she had not been harmed, the weight on his shoulders lightening somewhat. As the banquet buzzed with conversation, the night was illuminated by brilliant lights, the darkness gathering thickly around the pavilion. Are you disappointed in your brother, Xiaojiu? Shen Yu suddenly posed this question. Without hesitation, Shuangxiu replied, no. Then why, when faced with danger, did you not seek me out immediately nor inform me afterward? Do you believe your brother can no longer protect you? His tone remained gentle, yet the look in his eyes made Shuangxiu feel a twinge of sadness. She had intended to tell him, but a myriad of matters had piled up, leading her to slowly feel like a burden to him. Something everyone wished he could cast aside. It's not that I meant to hide it from you. I didn't want to trouble you, Shuangxiu explained, and I have grown up. I should, so you no longer need your brother? Shen Yu questioned. Shuangxiu shook her head. No, that's not it. You will always be my brother. I will always need you. I'm sorry, Xiaojiu, Shen Yu said. Whenever you need your brother, I am never by your side. Brother, please don't apologize to me. You have already been very good to me. She did not understand, did not grasp that Shen Yu was most unwilling for her to suffer even the slightest harm. Nor discern his feeling of losing her reliance. Shen Yu's palm rested gently atop her head, a light touch concealing a profound sense of guilt. That tenderness reminded Shuangxiu of her childhood, of the carefree world he had created for her over those 10 years. Where she received his undivided attention and affection. A bittersweet sensation spread through her, and just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Ah, Lord Zhou has fallen into the water. Chapter 89. He Tingting and Shen Yu were startled by the sudden call. Both turning their gaze towards the swimming pool, the water rippled, and two panicked women stood at the edge of the pool. Had He Tingzhou fallen into the water, Shuangxiu immediately sprang from her chair. Lifting her skirt as she hurried to the pool's edge, the two women beside her stood helplessly, and He Tingzhou had yet to surface. Could it be that he couldn't swim, brother Tingzhou? Shuangxiu called out, but all she received in response were splashes of water. This pool was where she had practiced swimming before. Its depth of 1.8 meters was sufficient to drown someone who could not swim. Shuangxiu, disregarding her thoughts, swiftly removed her high heels and jumped into the water. She swam towards He Tingzhou, grasped his arm beneath the water, wrapped her arms around him from behind, and half lifted, half dragged him towards the surface. This man was astonishingly heavy. She struggled to pull him to the shore. By now, others had arrived, standing in shock on the bank, seemingly stunned. Yu Zifeng reacted quickly and assisted in pulling He Tingzhou up. Shuangxiu soon followed, her body drenched, the satin dress clinging tightly to her, revealing her every curve. He Tingzhou, having just regained his footing, leaned weakly against her. Shuangxiu exerted all her strength to support him. He Tingzhou draped his arm over her shoulder. Towering over her, nearly obscuring her entirely, Yu Zifeng approached to help. What happened? Did you drink too much? How could a big guy like you fall into the pool, before he could even touch He Tingzhou's arm? He Tingzhou stumbled and stepped on his foot. Yu Zifeng immediately yelped, hopping on one leg in agony. Shuangxiu's face was drenched, the glistening droplets giving her skin a translucent, flawless appearance, her lashes heavy and dark, fluttering like fans. Are you alright? He Tingzhou coughed violently, as if he had swallowed water. I'll help you inside. Shuangxiu supported him as they made their way to the house. Shen Yu approached, handing Shuangxiu his discarded suit, and took He Tingzhou from her grasp. Let me handle this. He Tingzhou shot him a glance but said nothing. Shuangxiu slipped on the suit. Go wash up with some hot water. Be careful not to catch a cold, Shen Yu advised. Shuangxiu nodded, casting a glance back at He Tingzhou before heading upstairs. Shen Yu supported He Tingzhou, and it was evident that he had regained some strength as they ascended the stairs. He released Shen Yu's arm. Shen Yu led him to a guest room and fetched a set of his own clothes for He Tingzhou to change into. Thanks, He Tingzhou said. No need to be polite with me. Shen Yu replied. I remember you being quite a swimmer. I cramped up, He Tingzhou said, drying his hair with a towel, his expression remarkably nonchalant. Your sister seems quite grateful, Shen Yu chuckled. The onlookers, who had been standing by the pool, seemed to regain their senses, astonished that young Master Zhou could not swim. Indeed, everyone has their weaknesses. Weakness, my foot. Yu Zifeng sat on the ground, rubbing his toes in pain and grimacing. I can swim back and forth across the Yangtze River. Shuangxiu returned to her room, shedding her soaked dress. While showering, she heard her phone ring. When she emerged, she discovered it was He Tingzhou. Hadn't he gone to change in the guest room? Why was he calling her? She returned the call, and it connected quickly. Before she could speak, a commanding voice came through the line. Bring me a bath towel. Having changed her clothes without even drying her hair, Shuangxiu grabbed a towel and knocked on the guest room door. When He Tingzhou opened it, he still wore his wet clothes, his damp hair slicked back, accentuating his already striking bone structure. He glanced at her hand. Whose is that? Shuangxiu thought he was being fastidious again and emphasized. It is specifically prepared for guests, new and unused. Not interested, He Tingzhou replied, lifting his eyelids slightly. It's too rough. My skin is quite sensitive. The sight of a 1.88-meter tall man claiming to have sensitive skin was oddly humorous. This is the only one available, make do with it. What about yours? He Tingzhou inquired. Her towel was undoubtedly much softer. It was no surprise that the young master was particular about his comfort. Just use this one, it's inconvenient for me to use mine. He leaned against the doorframe, his piercing black eyes regarding her coolly. What's inconvenient? I used yours yesterday. Shuangshu resignedly turned to fetch her spare towel. Muttering under her breath, He Tingzhou would be better off as He Tingting. What did you say? He Tingzhou's voice pursued her from behind. Nothing, Shuangshu replied, after retrieving the spare towel from her room. She glanced around nervously, fearing someone might unexpectedly catch her in the act. As soon as the door opened, she felt like an underground operative making a secret exchange, hastily shoving the towel into He Tingzhou's hands before making her exit. He Tingzhou grasped her wrist. Come in and keep me company. Shuangshu turned back to glare at him, lowering her voice. Are you out of your mind? Someone will see us. He Tingzhou remained unfazed. Asserting, you'll be seen standing here, Shuangshu attempted to pull her hand away, but his grip was as unyielding as handcuffs. Please, stop messing around, she said, her eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. This is my home. If my brother sees us, it'll be the end. He regarded her for a moment before releasing her wrist and closing the door upon hearing that He Tingzhou had fallen into the water. Fu Yun personally brewed a pot of snow-pear ginger tea. Shuangshu, wearing heat-resistant gloves, carried the steaming ginger tea from the kitchen when she spotted a familiar silhouette on the spiral staircase. Dressed in a white shirt and gray trousers, she called out, Brother, would you like some ginger tea? The figure continued descending, its leisurely pace revealing something amiss. He Tingzhou was stepping down the stairs, brushing past her gaze with an air of indifference. Chapter 90. Do I resemble your brother? He Tingzhou teased her, the tone light and seemingly playful, akin to a jest directed at a friend's younger sister, yet Shuangshu discerned the underlying coldness. Do I look that much like your brother? Yu Zifeng and the others tended to call her sister. He Tingzhou had addressed her by her full name, called her General Song, even mockingly referred to her as Little Princess. But he had never called her sister. Shuangshu quickly clarified, it's just that our body shapes are somewhat similar. I didn't see your face earlier. He Tingzhou shared a similar physique with Shen Yu. He was a centimeter or two taller, broader in the shoulders, and more muscular. Besides that, they were quite alike, their sizes compatible. However, the aura he exuded was entirely different from Shen Yu's. The same attire on him lost its refined charm. He embodied a paradoxical blend of sharp aggression and relaxed nonchalance, a combination that defined He Tingzhou. He Tingzhou smirked slightly. So, my face doesn't resemble yours, but my body does? With servants bustling about in the living room. He spoke without a care. Was that your reason for wanting to turn off the lights last night? What does that have to do with anything? Shuangshu's expression shifted from stunned to flustered as she glanced towards Fu Yun. Silently praying she hadn't overheard it, He Tingzhou turned to leave, seemingly uninterested in her response. Fu Yun, concerned, said, Tingzhou, I made some hot ginger tea for you. Drink a little to prevent catching a cold. Eating ginger at night is as good as poison. He Tingzhou replied coldly, I don't feel like dying today. Fu Yun felt a bit awkward due to his remark, but he remained unfazed and continued on his way. Just then, Shen Yu walked in. Brushing past He Tingzhou, his presence radiated an aura of coldness that suggested he was not to be approached. As he remarked, your sister seems to have poor eyesight, you should take her to get glasses. Shen Yu was slightly taken aback, turning to Shuangshu. What's wrong? Shuangshu, sounding somewhat distressed, replied, I just mistook brother Tingzhou for you. What's the big deal? Shen Yu shrugged. It's nothing. Tingzhou isn't that petty. Quite the contrary, Shuangshu thought, observing He Tingzhou's departing figure, her mood plummeting as if thrown from a great height, endlessly falling without landing. How could he have thought to say that? He Tingzhou's notorious reputation for arrogance and boastfulness was well known. He was a man without boundaries, one who would confront even his father when enraged, and Fu Yun did not hold his rudeness against him. Drink your ginger tea, Fu Yun urged Shuangshu. You're reckless. Why didn't you call for help before jumping in? Saving someone is instinctive, Shuangshu replied, recalling how brother Tingzhou had saved her several times. This time, he had helped her family immensely, so it was only right that she saved him. Fu Yun affectionately patted her head. Good girl. Shuangshu picked up a spoon to sip the ginger tea, finding it too hot to drink. Suddenly Lu Man, who had been absent all night, appeared beside her. I'm heading towards your place. Mind if I drop you off? It wasn't a request. Shuangshu turned her head, and Lu Man winked at her, her gaze implying they needed to talk privately. Shuangshu didn't refuse. Both siblings were quite domineering, neither allowing the other to decline nor giving them a chance to explain. Throughout the journey, Lu Man frequently glanced at her, while Shuangshu appeared oblivious, preoccupied with how to resolve this inexplicable misunderstanding. The driver from the Lu family dropped Shuangshu off at Songming Road, and Lu Man insisted on accompanying her upstairs, uncertain whether He Tingzhou was still there or if he would return that night. Shuangshu hesitated. Why are you following me? Do you not want me to come in? That man is still hiding in your house. Isn't he? Lu Man seized her shoulders, her tone accusatory, as if she had discovered her husband's infidelity. Tell me, who is he? Shuangshu deflected. Where did you go tonight? Lu Man stroked her chin, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. I am deep in thought, pondering a bit more will do you good. As Shuangshu spoke. She attempted to leave, but Lu Man swiftly detained her. Oh, don't go, cling to me, and tell me, if he isn't your brother, then who is that person? How could you change your heart so quickly? Don't ask. Knowing won't benefit you, Shuangshu replied, brushing aside her hand. Lu Man threatened her, if you don't tell me, I'll inform your brother that you have someone else on the side. Go ahead, Shuangshu retorted. Unperturbed by the threat. My brother wouldn't take care. However, she feared only one thing, that Shen Yu would discover her underhanded dealings with He Tingzhou. As for dating a man, she was no child. Shen Yu would hardly be concerned. She waved her hand, disregarding Lu Man's insatiable curiosity, which would likely keep her awake at night, and turned to ascend the stairs. Lu Man remarked, Xiaojiu, I have truly contemplated much today. I realize I may have underestimated the bond between you and your brother. Shuangshu paused and turned to face her. Others often view you through a lens of sordid speculation, but your brother regards you with affection tempered by propriety. You cherish him, yet have never entertained any carnal thoughts about him. Your relationship is devoid of desire, far more noble than the conjectures of outsiders. Previously, she had feared losing Shen Yu to Shuangshu. In truth, she was the one who inserted herself between them, was she not? Shuangshu was taken aback by this self-reflection, her tone softening slightly. That is not the case, there is no one between my brother and me. It is I who have not established my place. In truth, she too struggled to comprehend her brother's feelings for Lu Man, but Xiaojiu, I believe he may not be entirely indifferent towards you. Lu Man's eyes sparkled with sincerity under the night sky, yearning for the most genuine love, wishing for others to attain what she herself lacked. Yet Shuangshu shook her head. He views me solely as a sister. And that is perfectly fine. She was reluctant to take any risks that might widen the chasm between her and Shen Yu. With no one at home, He Tingzhou did not come that night. Shuangshu lay in bed, recalling his cold demeanor when he left the Shen residence. Treating someone as a stranger while in bed was rather insulting, although she could not fathom how He Tingzhou's thoughts leaped to such a conclusion. He was accustomed to a lofty position and likely could not endure such humiliation. In fact, He Tingzhou was the first person in the world to discover her affection for Shen Yu. Even before her then good friend, He. During that period, he often visited the Shen household, playing chess with Shen Yu, and she would feel a pang of anxiety, eagerly awaiting Shen Yu's return. Once, while Shen Yu went upstairs to change, she accompanied He Tingzhou in the living room for a game of chess, stealing glances at the staircase. Suddenly He Tingzhou asked, Do you like your brother? Shuangshu was taken aback, meeting his meaningful gaze, caught in her own emotions. She felt her mind go blank, heat flooding her face. When Shen Yu came downstairs, her heart raced, fearing He Tingzhou would spill her secret. He said nothing, likely uninterested in her little dilemma. However, after that day, she did not see He Tingzhou at the Shen residence again. Chapter 91, Parenting Experience. He Tingzhou knew her secret, which was understandable. Shuangshu turned over and grabbed her phone, sending him a message. I don't regard you as my brother. The reason for wanting to turn off the lights is merely that I'm unaccustomed to being so exposed. If you're afraid of the dark, we can leave the lights on in the future. As expected, the message sank without a trace. After a moment of waiting, she set her phone down. He Tingzhou's temper was as unpredictable as the weather, changing without warning. As he drove back to the compound, the guards saluted and allowed him entry. The retired military driver, ever vigilant, glanced in the rearview mirror and quietly warned the man in the back seat to rest his eyes. That car has been following us the whole way. He Tingzhou opened his eyes and glanced at the rearview mirror, nodding slightly at the guard. He exited the car and strode towards the inconspicuous black sedan. Sensing danger, the driver of the black car swerved to flee. But armed guards quickly surrounded them. He Tingzhou approached and knocked on the car window. As it rolled down, a man in a cap averted his gaze, revealing a camera on the passenger seat. He Tingzhou rested his right hand on the car roof, casually surveying the man. Do you know where you are, young as you are? What brings you to this dangerous place? Are you terminally ill? I was just passing through, the man stammered. The driver, intimidated by the situation, felt his legs tremble beneath him. You can't just pass through here. He Tingzhou extended his hand over the camera. The man hesitated for a moment, but He Tingzhou clicked his tongue in impatience, prompting the guard to raise his weapon. Terrified, the man quickly handed over the camera. As He Tingzhou flipped through the photos, he found them inconsequential. His car leaving the Shen residence, his car arriving at the Shen residence, his car departing from Songming Road No. 9. He Tingzhou's fingers paused on a particular image. It was from last night. He lifted his gaze, coldness radiating from him, freezing the man in place. His lips began to tremble as he prepared to plead for mercy. He Tingzhou asked, Have you shown these photos to Zhang Zui? The man dared not hide the truth. Yes, what did he say? Zhang said it was insignificant. There are so many people living in the community. Who knows who you want to find? It needs to be more explosive. How explosive? He Tingzhou inquired. Should I bring you both to my bed for a tour? The man dared not speak, his honesty surpassing that of a truth serum under the gun's threat. He spilled all the details of his dealings with Zhang Zui. Zhang suspects you have a relationship with Miss Song and instructed us to keep an eye on both of you. Ensuring we capture evidence of your rendezvous. The security in the community is too tight. We haven't infiltrated yet, but we have bribed a security guard and will find an opportunity. Is someone watching Songming Road? My apprentice is there. He Tingzhou tossed the camera back to him and climbed into the back seat. Let us go meet your apprentice. The following afternoon, several female colleagues in the office chatted in a group about going out for dinner. Xiao Liao tagged Shuangshu, little boss, are you coming? Will you come? Will you come? He Tingzhou had not contacted her, and it seemed unlikely he would today, so Shuangshu agreed. She drove to pick up Xiao Liao. Taking her for a breezy ride to the reserved hotpot restaurant, Shuangshu drove steadily, so much so that she wasted the performance of one of the 3 legendary cars during the congested evening rush in Yancheng. She missed every red light. The colleagues who arrived first mocked them in the group. How is your 918 not faster than my Wuling? Should I hop on a little electric scooter to pick you up? No rush, Shuangshu replied calmly. You all order first. We'll eat what you've prepared. Xiao Liao, with the confidence of being the current CEO overseeing Feishui's administrative power, remarked, what is there to boast about? Little boss hasn't arrived, and you all don't even have someone to pay. Alright, you two can still make it in time to settle the bill by the time they reach the restaurant. The colleagues had already ordered. Shuangshu was serious at work, decisive yet easygoing in daily life. Over time, everyone had grown familiar with her and dared to exchange a joke or two. During dinner, Shuangshu ate while browsing bedtime stories on her phone. When she found a good one, she saved it to her collection for later. What are you searching for? Xiao Liao leaned over, startled. Are you pregnant? Shuangshu nearly choked on her lemon juice. Is your brain jumping too many levels? Where did you get that conclusion? Why else would you look for bedtime stories? Aren't those for children? I've been experiencing some insomnia lately, Shuangshu replied earnestly. Xiao Liao's curious eyes widened. Why? Shuangshu pushed her face away. There is no reason for insomnia. One of the female colleagues, stirring the hot pot, said, my daughter insists on a story every night to sleep sometimes when I return from working late. I am exhausted, yet I still have to tell her a story. If I don't, she throws a fit. That is quite similar to Yi Tingzhou. How old is your daughter? Shuangshu inquired. 5.5. He Tingzhou is 28. Shuangshu took a bite of cucumber and, seeking parenting advice from her experienced colleague, asked, what stories do you tell her? The colleague responded, I'll have my husband organize a reading list later. He is at home with the kids today. Shuangshu's eyes lit up. Thank you. After finishing the hot pot, they laughed and chatted as they exited the restaurant. The mall was crowded, a typical weekend scene, filled with groups of young people. Couples and families with children. In the elevator lobby, Shuangshu and her colleague reviewed the list her husband had sent. She was surprised to find such a variety of bedtime storybooks, mostly picture books, some beautifully crafted pop-up books. Categorized by age, 0 years, 2 years, 5 years. What age do you need? Her colleague asked. Shuangshu thought for a moment. All of them. Suddenly, a sound caught their attention, and Xiao Liao called out, over here. Quickly, turning around, they found themselves momentarily stunned upon seeing the person inside. President He. The elevator contained only 2 people, and those intending to step inside halted in their tracks. He Tingzhou had his hands in the pockets of his dress pants, his expression initially one of disinterest. But his gaze gradually settled on someone behind them. Beside him stood a striking classical beauty, adorned in a form-fitting sleeveless gown that accentuated her figure, reminiscent of the most exquisite modeling. Her hair was elegantly styled into an updo secured with a hairpin. With a single curled strand cascading down her cheek. In her hand, she held an exquisitely crafted ivory fan reminiscent of the Qing dynasty antiques that Xiao Liao had admired in the museum. This delicate trinket, though priceless, was beyond valuation in the marketplace. The beauty pressed the elevator button, her voice sounding as though it had emerged straight from a painting. Miss Song, won't you join us? Chapter 92. Men are merely for amusement. Shuangshu withdrew her gaze from the stunning beauty and stepped into the elevator, offering a simple, thank you. Without casting a glance at Yi Tingzhou, she turned away. Facing the elevator doors, the others who had entered were previously filled with laughter, now rendered silent as if under a spell. As the elevator descended with a mechanical hum, Yi Tingzhou's voice drifted through the air. When did I learn to become invisible? Why is it that some people fail to notice me? The few workers who had neglected to greet him earlier hurriedly chimed in. Hello, Mr. He. Yi Tingzhou replied. I wasn't referring to you. A chorus of eyes turned toward Shuangshu. She turned back to face him, presenting a smile often reserved for negotiations. Mr. He, what a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well? Yi Tingzhou cast a glance at her disingenuous smile. Yes. What are you having? Shuangshu inquired again. Yi Tingzhou replied curtly. Mackerel rice. Must be quite delicious, she remarked. Not particularly. After exchanging a mere 3 questions, Shuangshu turned away, conversing with him solely out of obligation. Mu Yenshu smiled gently. Mr. Zhou has discerning tastes. This establishment's mackerel rice is quite renowned, inspired by both Chaozhou fish rice and Spanish paella. The fish is wild-caught, the rice a blend of glutinous and crab patty varieties. Offering a delightful mix of textures, all simmered in a rich chicken broth with New Zealand blue abalone, garnished with spring ferns. Miss Song, you should try it when you have the chance, Shuangshu responded with a smile. Thank you for the recommendation. I shall give it a try next time. Following this, silence enveloped the elevator. The unspoken tension made standing feel increasingly uncomfortable. Shuangshu maintained her calm demeanor, while the workers appeared to struggle under the weight of the quiet. One, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness, suggested, "Miss Song, how about I accompany you to buy some storybooks later? There's a bookstore just around the corner." Each second of silence stretched interminably, and only after the electronic display flickered twice did Shuangshu respond, "No need." Her voice was as tranquil as water, devoid of any ripples. The female colleague misinterpreted her meaning. "You could always shop online. I'll send you a list of books in a bit. I won't be purchasing." Shuangshu replied, after all, there were countless others to tell him stories. Her presence was not essential. She had no desire to be just another face among the throngs of women. Feeling sympathy for Yi Tingzhou was perhaps an unnecessary indulgence. What wind had she caught to lead her here? He was the heir of the Yi family, wanting for nothing. Instead of wallowing in his sorrows, she ought to be more concerned for herself. In this transaction, fulfilling her role as a warm bedmate was sufficient. As the elevator reached the first floor and the doors opened, Shuangshu was the first to step out. Xiao Liao opened her mouth to call out but was unable to utter a sound in time. She hurried to catch up, placing a hand over her heart beside Shuangshu, exclaiming, "You felt the air inside was suffocating too, didn't you?" Colleagues began to chatter. "By the way, that beauty just now had an incredible figure. I nearly drooled upon seeing her. Indeed, a woman worthy of a breathtakingly handsome man. Is she Mr. He's girlfriend?" Shuangshu responded as if discussing matters unrelated to her. Perhaps, after all, she had encountered the beauty several times. At the very least as a favored concubine. Upon exiting the mall, she suddenly remembered her car was in the underground parking lot. A hint of annoyance crossed her face, and several colleagues seemed to catch on. "Shouldn't you two be heading to the second basement? Why are you coming out with us?" "Just seeing you off," Shuangshu replied casually. "Take care on your way." After seeing Xiao Liao off, Shuangshu redirected her path to the hospital to visit Xu Yang. Xu Yang had completed 2 rounds of treatment, and her condition had improved considerably, though she had lost a significant amount of weight and her hair had fallen out in clumps, prompting her to shave it all off. When Shuangshu arrived, Xu Yang was trying on a new outfit in which she had purchased. Shuangshu entered quietly and lay down on the hospital bed. My bra size has decreased by a cup. Xu Yang sighed. At this rate, I could walk the Victoria's Secret runway. Shuangshu comforted her. "Don't worry, your legs aren't that long, so they wouldn't accept you anyway. You certainly know how to console someone." Xu Yang remarked, "I'll give you another chance. Try again." Shuangshu glanced at her and shifted her approach. "Don't fret, even if you're a cup smaller, you're still bigger than me. That's quite good." Xu Yang was pleased and adjusted the angle of her wig in the mirror, glancing at Shuangshu lying on the bed. "Are you feeling down today?" After a moment's contemplation, Shuangshu asked, "Sister, if you must engage with a man who also has relationships with other women, how do you overcome the psychological barriers?" Xu Yang turned to face her, sitting up in the bed, adopting a posture conducive to a deep conversation. "First, you need to clarify one thing. Is your psychological barrier merely a case of physiological squeamishness? Or, are you feeling jealous?" Her relationship with Yi Tingzhou was devoid of jealousy. It was far too transparent. Shuangshu pondered before responding. "The former, I suppose. Then it becomes much simpler." Xu Yang continued. "Is this must voluntary or coerced?" Shuangshu answered, "Voluntary. Is he your partner?" "Not at all." Xu Yang, adorned with a pink wig and a whimsical air reminiscent of a Victoria's Secret model, shrugged amusingly. "So in fact, you already have your answer." Shuangshu remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "I understand, thank you." This relationship was one she had chosen, and Yi Tingzhou was not her partner. There was no expectation of fidelity between them. Xu Yang may not comprehend what Shuangshu had endured or why she faced such a dilemma, but she understood Shuangshu well. "Sister, your romantic history is too sparse. Your first encounter with a man is fraught with such complexities. It's easy to lose track of the boundaries between the physical and the emotional." She feared Shuangshu would become ensnared in feelings that were not meant for her, that she would suffer the pangs of love, yet she felt it was not her place to say more. "The bitterness of love must be tasted alone." Xu Yang affectionately patted Shuangshu's shoulder. "Having dated a few times, the greatest lesson I've learned is that men are merely for amusement. The only things you can truly possess are your career in finances. Consider this wisdom as a gift to you." "Very well." Shuangshu nodded. "I'll engrave it on the company wall when I return so that everyone can be brainwashed into working tirelessly for us both." "Haha, what a splendid idea." Xu Yang laughed heartily. "Congratulations, you've grasped the essence of capitalism." Shuangshu chuckled, the weight on her heart gradually dissipating into fragments she would digest over time. Upon returning home, she set down her bag and slipped into her slippers. The house was as quiet as ever. She stared at the empty fish tank for a moment before heading to the shower and then to bed. Sleep eluded her, fragmented thoughts of Yi Tingzhou standing beside that beauty flashing in her mind. She began to count her breaths to coax herself into slumber. Just as she was on the verge of sleep, she faintly heard the sound of the door creaking open. It was so soft, it barely disturbed her heavy drowsiness. Moments later, a wave of warmth enveloped her from behind, wrapping around her like a net. The strap of her nightgown slipped down, and in her dazed state, she let out a few soft murmurs. Until the man's hand gripped her knee, forcefully pressing against her, her drowsiness was completely shattered, leaving her wide awake. The room remained dim, and she could hear the deep breaths of the man behind her. He kissed his way up from her collarbone to her ear. Chapter 93, exclusively for Song Shuangshu. What are you doing? She asked, her voice laced with sleepiness and a subtle tremor from the sensation of being lifted. He did not respond, his kisses becoming more fervent, the darkness thickening with an unspoken possessiveness. She struggled to pull away to turn on the light, but he firmly grasped her legs and pulled her back. Could you slow down? The man seemed not to have heard, remaining silent, his intensity overwhelming her. Instinctively she pushed against him, her hands were pinned above her head, an unfamiliar position that made her think of a meme Shalia like to use, a small cat suspended mid-air. Utterly humiliated and helpless, forced to endure his possession. At that moment, Shuangshu realized that what had transpired the previous night was merely a gentler version of what was unfolding now. Soon, she was unable to endure any longer. Arching her body in resistance, only to be forcefully pressed back down. A low husky voice whispered in her ear, "Can you recognize who I am?" She bit her lip to suppress her response, but the man's fingers pried her lips apart, eliciting an involuntary sound from her, broken and sweet. His breath suddenly deepened, coaxing her softly, "Be good, call my name." He was undoubtedly retaliating for the time she had mistaken his name. Shuangshu wisely complied, her voice trembling uncontrollably as she uttered, "He Tingzhou." Only then was he satisfied, kissing her deeply, treating her with a touch of tenderness. After they finished, He Tingzhou reached for the light switch. Of the sudden brightness forced Shuangshu to close her eyes, pulling the covers over herself and turning her back to him. He embraced her from behind, but Shuangshu elbowed him away with considerable force. His mercurial temperament seemed to brighten, as he showed no anger, instead holding her elbow and sliding his hand down to her wrist, gently pinching it twice. "Did you buy the storybook?" Shuangshu withdrew her wrist, denying him any further contact. "I didn't buy it." "Why not? Zhao Zhao is already 8 years old. She no longer needs bedtime stories. That wasn't tea for you to buy." He Tingzhou spoke in a leisurely tone, his fingers playfully twirling her hair. "No," Shuangshu replied calmly, "don't overthink it." He wrapped her hair around his long fingers once more and reiterated, "You're truly not buying this for me." How astute he was, nearly hearing 3 words in the elevator. He could deduce that she was preoccupied with thoughts of him. Having grown accustomed to the attentions and affections of women, she felt as if she were a blank canvas before him, easily interpreted with the slightest mark. This moment, Shuangshu wished to remain silent, burying her head beneath the covers. Through the fabric, He Tingzhou's voice remained nonchalant, "Song Shuangshu, if you're unhappy, just say so, only then can I comfort you." The world fell silent for a moment as Shuangshu pulled the blanket down. "Could you refrain from seeking me after you've finished with other women? At the very least, not on the same day. Are you possessive?" He Tingzhou's voice carried a hint of amusement. "If not, why don't you take a bite out of me? Where would you like to bite?" Shuangshu scoffed inwardly at such a distasteful notion. "Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Not satisfied? Then allow me to let you take 2 bites. Why should I bite you? Are you not jealous?" As he spoke, his fingertips glided over her shoulder blade, gently caressing her skin. The imprints of his previous bites had yet to fade. "I'm not jealous, I simply find it repulsive." Shuangshu frowned. "You wouldn't find it dirty if I slept with others and then came to you, would you?" After uttering this, she realized the example was inappropriate. The dynamics of their relationship were anything but equal. He Tingzhou pinched her waist a bit too hard, causing her to yelp in pain. He turned her to face him, locking eyes. "How do you know I sought you only after being with her?" he asked. "Have you installed surveillance on me?" "That's not the point." "Then what is the point? Do you truly not understand?" His nonchalant demeanor only served to rekindle the fragments of frustration within her. Igniting her anger, she sat up, wrapped in the blanket. "You are not. You clearly understand better than anyone. That's why you demanded from the very beginning that I not engage with other men. I am at your mercy, so you can demand that I remain pure, yet I cannot impose such constraints upon you. I merely hope you can at least show me some respect. I am not." Her eyes glistened with indignation. He Tingzhou lowered his gaze, suddenly breaking into a laugh. This only fueled her ire further. "What are you laughing at? Finish what you were saying." He Tingzhou asked. "What are you not?" The warmth of the moment gradually dissipated, and Shuangshu began to feel the coolness of the air conditioning, finding it absurd that she was indeed negotiating terms with him here, his words about expressing dissatisfaction. Perhaps only she took to heart. As her heightened emotions subsided, she turned her face away. "Forget it." He Tingzhou adjusted the blanket around her shoulders and tucked her hair behind her back. "Did I ever say you couldn't impose boundaries on me?" A storm of frustration brewed within Shuangshu. "You never said so, but does that mean I can truly restrain you? Who could possibly control He Tingzhou? If you don't try, how would you know you can't?" He Tingzhou pulled her, blanket and all, into his embrace, leaning down to kiss her neck, lingering and tenderly kissing her white shoulders. His deep voice carried a playful tone. "If you won't bite me, how about tattooing Song Shuangshu exclusive on my body?" Are you out of your mind? When a man is driven by lust, he certainly speaks the most absurd things. "I did not sleep with her," He Tingzhou insisted. Shuangshu's tone remained taut. "I'm not just talking about today. Not sleeping with her today doesn't guarantee he won't sleep with her tomorrow." He Tingzhou replied. "I haven't slept with her before." Impossible, Shuangshu paused, then thought, whatever, it wasn't this that truly bothered her, it was merely a slight case of physiological cleanliness, whether you have slept with her or not is irrelevant to me, her face clearly displayed her disbelief. And Tingzhou pinched her cheek playfully, speaking in a relaxed tone, how can it be irrelevant, she has coveted me for a long time, it's quite terrifying, princess, protect me well. You're delusional, could such a striking beauty truly pursue him without his heart stirring? He was clearly adept at flirting, and Shuangshu remained skeptical, yet perhaps he truly hadn't slept with her. After all, Tingzhou had no need to lie to placate anyone, he was indifferent to whether she was happy or not. When she emerged from the bathroom, Tingzhou had already finished showering in another bathroom, reclining at the head of her bed engrossed in a book she had previously left half-read, his long legs crossed in a relaxed and leisurely manner. The book was dense and tedious, Shuangshu could barely get through 2 pages before feeling drowsy, specifically meant to induce sleep, yet he seemed utterly absorbed. Awakened from a half-sleep, she felt overwhelmingly tired, her head barely touching the pillow before she drifted off. In her hazy consciousness, someone tugged at her ear, whispering, Song Shuangshu, buy me a storybook tomorrow. Rather than a command, it felt more like an assertive demand, as if it were a matter of course. Chapter 94, He framed me. That morning, Shuangshu woke a bit late, having not heard the alarm. Groggily opening her eyes, she reached for her phone to check the time, and with a sudden jolt, she sat upright, after washing up and dressing. She stepped out of her bedroom to find Tingzhou impeccably dressed in a shirt and trousers, elegantly lounging at the dining table. The table was laden with an abundance of food. With several beverages laid out. Good morning, Tingzhou greeted, coffee or tea? The scene felt surreal. Shuangshu thought she might still be dreaming. Coffee, learned that from your brother. Tingzhou picked up a cup of coffee from the table, strode over to the sink, and poured it out with a splash before returning to his seat. What do Chinese stomachs need with coffee? From now on stick to tea. How domineering, Shuangshu grumbled inwardly as she took a seat and poured herself some tea. Tingzhou appeared refreshed, not at all like someone who had not slept through the night. As she bit into a custard bun, she observed him for a moment. How did you sleep last night? Tingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile, an ambiguous expression that was difficult to articulate. What do you think? Shuangshu questioned, whether she was losing her mind, feeling as if she were detecting a hint of something more from him, and thus chose not to inquire further. When she left for work, Tingzhou accompanied her into the elevator. Upon arriving at the underground parking garage, she stepped out first. Once outside, the unfamiliarity of her relationship with him hit her again. Tingzhou suddenly pulled her close, as if to toy with her, lifting her left arm and positioning her fingers into a V shape. Confused, she asked, what are you doing? Tingzhou instructed, look ahead. She turned to glance, only to see a flash of white light. Realizing it was the camera's flash, she jolted. Did you see that car? Tingzhou inquired. Zhengzui's people have been tracking you for several days, didn't you notice? A chill, akin to a snake's flicking tongue, crept up her spine as Shuangshu recalled the past few days. Realizing she hadn't sensed anything unusual, she quickly distanced herself from Tingzhou. You knew someone was following me, and yet you were embracing me in front of them. If I don't embrace you, they wouldn't capture anything useful. How humiliating it would be to see them. Tingzhou spoke as if he were the benevolent hero. Observing his relaxed demeanor, it seemed the stalkers had already been dealt with. Shuangshu furrowed her brow. What does Zheng Zui want from me? His grandfather has already assured me he won't harass me again. The old man Zhang was indeed Zheng Zui's strongest backing, so his words carried weight. He doesn't dare to act against you now because Zheng Jingren doesn't want a clash with the Shen family. Tingzhou remarked casually. However, once he discovers you've been with me, he won't let you go. In truth, Shuangshu had sensed a certain animosity between Tingzhou and Zhang Zui. Who would kick the grandson of Zheng Jingren into the sea without deep-seated enmity? Who would dare to insult Tingzhou, whose mother had sacrificed her life for the country? Tingzhou regarded her with a questioning gaze. Are you afraid? Who wouldn't fear someone like Zheng Zui? A scoundrel, Shuangshu replied. It's too late to be afraid. Tingzhou's tone was indifferent. Once you sought me out, there was no turning back. I wouldn't find you either. I couldn't escape him. He has coveted me for far too long. Shuangshu understood best that whether or not Tingzhou was by her side, Zheng Zui would not spare her. Tingzhou chuckled lightly. You're imitating me. He flicked her forehead playfully, and it didn't hurt. Rather, it felt like teasing a puppy. Don't worry. After today, he won't be following you. Zheng Zui had been out drinking the previous night and was still in bed when he received a phone call. The voice on the other end was that of the old man Zhang, unusually stern. Get back here immediately. The early morning outburst caught him off guard. Complaints aside, once the call ended, Zheng Zui pushed the woman in his arms away, threw on some clothes, and got out of bed to return home. Upon entering, he was met with the furious gaze of the old man Zhang, who threw a stack of photographs at him. Have you lost your mind? Do you dare to send someone into the military compound to take pictures? Are you tired of living, or do you think I have too long to live? Zheng Zui was equally infuriated. I didn't send anyone in. Can you stop jumping to conclusions and wrongfully accusing me? Then where did these photos come from? Hearing this, Zheng Zui skeptically picked up one of the photographs that had fallen to the ground. Besides the pictures taken at the entrance of the compound, there were also images from inside, including the independent house of the Yi family and even a clear shot of Yi Tingzhou as he exited his vehicle and entered the premises. Zhang Zui's expression shifted noticeably. Grandfather, I merely dispatched someone to follow the individual bearing the surname He. I assure you, I did not permit them entry. Following them outside is one matter, but trailing them into the military compound and arriving at the Yi family residence is an entirely different, more sensitive issue. What was your purpose in tracking him? Are you aware of the taboo surrounding his previous kidnapping? You dare allow someone to follow him to the Yi family doorstep? Today, his father personally called to question me, inquiring about the surveillance of his son. Pray tell, what were your intentions? The old gentleman, filled with frustration, struck the ground with his cane in exasperation. With such stringent security at the compound, how could they possibly gain access? It must have been the work of Yi Tingzhou. Zhang Zui, despite having the ability to speak, found himself at a loss, cursing. He has framed me. Framed you? I retorted. Wasn't it you who sought him out? Why do you persist in doubting me? Yes, I was the one who made the arrangements, yet I am not devoid of reason. I instructed them solely to find a way into Song Shuangshu's neighborhood, not the military compound. You still have your sights set on that Song Shuangshu. The old gentleman raised his cane to strike him, exclaiming, What did I tell you last time? What did I say? You worthless scoundrel! Zhang Zui, in a fit of panic, dashed around the living room as the old gentleman pursued him, landing a few strikes before he clutched his chest and fell backward. The nearby servants, rendered mute with fear, rushed forward, and Zhang Zui, who had already ascended the stairs, turned pale and hurried back. Grandfather, chaos ensued as they escorted the elderly gentleman back to his room. The doctor was summoned, and the entire Zhang family rushed back. Once the grandfather's condition stabilized, Zhang Zui knelt in the living room, his face swollen from his father's blows. Before leaving, the doctor repeatedly cautioned, at his age, he cannot withstand such stress. A heart attack is no trifling matter. You cannot always rely on luck to save him. Incidents like today must never happen again. Zhang Zui was reprimanded by his father at his bedside. If you wish to spare your grandfather from distress, from this day forth, you must behave yourself and refrain from provoking the Yi family. Fully aware that he had been outmaneuvered by Yi Tingzhou, Zhang Zui could only swallow his pride and concede. Understood. Chapter 95. A sense of crisis. After completing the morning meeting, Shuangshu returned to her office and noticed a message from brother Tingzhou. It was a photograph. The dimly lit basement had a cool bluish hue. She posed with a puzzled expression, glancing at the camera, while Yi Tingzhou stood behind her, one hand lifted in assistance and the other resting on her right shoulder. Her face appeared small and delicate in the lens, while Yi Tingzhou's strikingly angular features were well captured, his lips curling in a languid smile. Despite the contrasting body shapes and the non-intimate pose, an air of intimacy was evident. Instinctively, Shuangshu glanced around. Oh, it was her own office. If this photograph were to be seen by others, it would circulate throughout Yen City within a day. As proven by the guilty conscience of a thief. She swiftly deleted the chat history and scolded Yi Tingzhou. Are you out of your mind? Yi Tingzhou replied, yes. In a WeChat group chat buzzing with activity, she caught sight of the old gentleman's name, and upon clicking in, discovered that this morning Wu Zheng had been so enraged by Zhang Zui that he nearly suffered a heart attack. Yu Zifeng, in a mocking tone, commented, how could it have been so close? Immediately retracting his message, he followed up with a feigned concern, Old Zhang, please take care of your health. I was so worried when I heard the news this morning that I nearly cried. A chorus of disdainful replies followed. Hypocrite, you cried because your sister beat you, right? Screenshotted, if you don't want to die, you'll be my servant for life. Yu Zifeng replied, Zuizhong. Just wait, I'm going to deal with you first. Upon reading this, Shuangshu understood the implications of Yi Tingzhou's words from earlier. Zhang Zui had attempted to drug her, but the old gentleman had shielded him. Merely sending someone to follow her surely lacked such potency. It was most likely Yi Tingzhou who had orchestrated something behind the scenes. After work, as Shuangshu drove home, she halted at a red light and casually glanced outside, where she spotted a bookstore across the intersection. She paused her gaze briefly before returning to the steady countdown of the 30-second red light. As the green light illuminated, she started her vehicle, merged with the flow of traffic, turned around, and parked outside the bookstore. Even though her relationship with Yi Tingzhou was not transactional in nature, out of gratitude for his assistance to the Shen family and his previous rescues, a gesture of concern was warranted. Having come to this realization, she no longer dwelled on it. While selecting books according to her list, the graceful sound of high-heeled footsteps approached. Someone called out to her, Miss Song. Shuangshu turned around, and Mu Yenshu greeted her with a smile. What a coincidence, are you here to buy books as well? Yes, Shuangshu replied, turning back to her search. She was not well acquainted with Mu Yenshu's background, but judging by her physique and demeanor, she appeared to have studied dance. The fortunate acquaintance was undoubtedly thanks to Yi Tingzhou's charm. Mu Yenshu glanced at the bedtime story in Shuangshu's hands. Is this for Miss Yu? Being quite astute, she recognized that neither the Shen nor Song families had young children, and there was only Yu Zifeng with an 8-year-old sister in their circle, making it easy to deduce The one you have is suitable for children aged 12 and above. It might be a bit challenging for Miss Yue. Mu Yenshu picked up another exquisitely crafted pop-up book and suggested, "Why not try this one? It is more suitable for an 8-year-old." Shuangshu shot her a glance. It seemed she genuinely did not know about Hitingzhou's sleeping habits. Oh right, she doesn't need to tell stories. She just fans him. The corners of Shuangshu's lips twitched slightly. No need for that, this one is too childish for him. Mu Yenshu smiled gently. I see. After placing the book back, she did not leave immediately but leisurely followed Shuangshu, gently fanning herself. I heard Miss Song's company is working on drones, is that correct? Her voice carried a charming lilt, and her soft-spoken words were quite pleasant, making conversations with her enjoyable. Yes, Shuangshu replied, unperturbed by her presence. Continuing to select her books, are you very interested in drones? I only heard a few things from Joey. I'm not adept with such mechanical products, but Joey enjoys them. Mu Yenshu chatted casually. Although he deliberately opposes the commander and refuses to enlist, he has a passion for airplanes. At 18, he obtained his pilot's license and embarked on self-guided flights across several continents, neglecting to return home or report his safety, which left the commander quite anxious at the time. He is quite the carefree spirit, unbound and unrestrained. These were insights that Shuangshu had not previously known. Hitingzhou was indeed a person who lived life on his own terms. Mu Yenshu continued, Miss Song and Joey must have plenty of common topics to discuss. Why had she suddenly begun discussing Hitingzhou with her? Shuangshu quickly recalled their brief conversation in the elevator yesterday, which had been devoid of any issues. She reached for a book from the shelf. Joey and I only talked about work. We don't share many common interests. Mu Yenshu scrutinized her expression closely. Her reaction was calm and flawless. Despite their limited dialogue in the elevator yesterday, certain things were difficult to conceal. Nevertheless, her seemingly polite demeanor towards Hitingzhou, tinged with a hint of fierceness, and how Hitingzhou responded, even to the point of playfully challenging her, were subtleties worthy of note. Most importantly, however, was the way Hitingzhou gazed at her. On the surface, it appeared casual and inattentive, yet during her speech he would fixate intently on her eyes. The corners of his eyes would subtly lift, as if assessing the color of her pupils, and at certain moments, his gaze would drift downwards, lightly tracing her moving lips. He yearned to kiss her. This was Mu Yenshu's sixth sense. She had never seen Hitingzhou regard any other woman in such a manner. It did not surprise her that Hitingzhou would take an interest in Shuangshu. This young lady from the Song family possessed a face that would captivate any man, strikingly beautiful at first glance, unforgettable. Her eyes were shaped with an innocent purity that evoked a desire to protect her, an allure that was impossible to replicate. Even the length of her eyelashes was just right. Known as the stunning Mu Yenshu, she had been beautiful since childhood, believing that women more beautiful than herself in Yen City were rare as phoenix feathers. The men vying for her affection could form a moat around the city, yet her heart was solely captured by Hitingzhou, a pursuit that had become common knowledge. Having meticulously navigated this circle, she had patiently and confidently followed him for 2 years, never fearing competition from other women. However, Shuangshu instilled in her a sense of crisis. Which direction will Miss Song be heading shortly? Would it be convenient for you to take me along for a bit? Where are you going? Shuangshu inquired. Huiying Street. Mu Yenshu replied. The cheapao I ordered is ready for pickup today. That works, Shuangshu said. It's on the way. After settling the bill, Shuangshu loaded her books into the car, and Mu Yenshu took the passenger seat. The gracefulness of her fan movements reminded Shuangshu of the image of her fanning Hitingzhou while he slept. She truly knew how to save her life. Such ivory fans required exquisite craftsmanship, painstakingly carved from precious ivory into delicate patterns, thin as a cicada's wings. And extravagant cruelty of this exquisite antique, held delicately in Mu Yenshu's slender hands, appeared particularly fitting. Shuangshu had seen this fan several times before. Your fan is beautiful. Of this fan, it's from the 13 Hongs of the Qing dynasty, Mu Yenshu replied with a gentle smile. I have a fondness for antiques. It was originally a collection of an elderly gentleman who gifted it to me in hopes of winning Joya's favor. She closed the fan and graciously offered, if Miss Song likes it, I could part with it. I do not have a habit of taking what belongs to others. Shuangshu chuckled. Besides, I joined the Animal Protection Association during my university days. Mu Yenshu was well aware of how ivory was obtained. However, their values differed, and she favored the precious over empathy for animals. To Huiying Street, before she alighted from the vehicle, she proactively inquired of Shuangshu, Miss Song, would you mind adding me on WeChat? After they exchanged contacts, Shuangshu closed the car window and departed. In the rearview mirror, Mu Yenshu beamed at her with a persistent smile. Was she feeling guilty for no reason? Why did everyone seem like astute detectives, discerning every little detail? Chapter 96, Brother Tingzhou's call upon returning to Songming Road. Shuangshu surveyed her surroundings before stepping out, and indeed, the car from the morning had vanished. Hitingzhou had not disclosed whether he would come or not, and she refrained from asking. It would be best if he did not show up. However, by the time she finished her shower and emerged from the bathroom, Hitingzhou was already standing in the bedroom. His suit jacket lay casually on the end of the bed, the tie carelessly hanging. one end trailing on the floor. He stood by the desk, perusing the book she had purchased that day, leisurely removing his cufflinks. Upon hearing her, he glanced up, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "Did you hear?" Shen Yu replied coolly. "You spoke so loudly by my ear that even a corpse could hear you. It seems making wishes into your ear is more effective." He Tingzhou sauntered past her with an air of nonchalance. Aladdin's princess Shen Yu reclined on the bed for a moment, and when He Tingzhou emerged from the shower, the other side of the mattress dipped slightly. He lay down on his side, propping his head up. "Let us begin." His demeanor suggested he was not inclined to sleep but rather to assess her performance as if he were a supervising teacher reviewing a public lecture. Shen Yu turned her head to glance at him. "Are you going to sleep now?" Shen Yu picked up a storybook and began reading to him. But He Tingzhou observed her intently. The bedroom was illuminated by a warm orange wall lamp, casting gentle light that traced the line from her brow to the tip of her nose and finally to her lips. The light filtered through her clear skin, presenting a nearly translucent quality. Shen Yu's voice was neither overly soft nor harsh, striking a perfect balance, her narrative pace steady and unhurried, akin to a gentle spring rain falling softly. He Tingzhou absorbed nothing of her reading. Halfway through, he leaned closer. Shen Yu paused, her vision filled with his face inching nearer, his cool lips covering hers, delicately kissing as if savoring a piece of candy. The kiss, soft as a fine drizzle, felt as if a true spring rain had fallen, the air infused with a refreshing moist fragrance. After a while, he withdrew, his hand naturally encircling her waist. As Shen Yu continued reading, his hand gently roamed over her body, tracing her form from her abdomen to her waist, then descending, his fingertips sketching her skeletal outline through the silk nightgown. Shen Yu bit her lip. "Are you even listening?" "Listening," He Tingzhou replied lazily. "I don't know the rules of your house, but I use my ears to listen to stories. You're distracting me." He raised his well-defined right hand. "My hands are rather bored." "What do you suggest I do?" That hand could do many things, prompting Shen Yu to free one hand to grasp his, preventing him from causing mischief. His hand clasped hers, encircling her waist. This time, he obediently lay still. His eyelids fluttering shut, Shen Yu attempted to inch forward slightly. "Where are you going?" "Nowhere," Shen Yu replied. "You're holding too tightly. It's a bit warm. Then take off your clothes." "No need." She dared not move again, resigned to continue reading. When He Tingzhou finally fell asleep, she ceased her reading and dozed off in his embrace. Su Zhang arrived in the morning as usual to deliver breakfast, but today he did not bring coffee. As the boss had issued an order, from today, Miss Song is not to drink coffee. Su Zhang had no idea why. Every time Shen Yu visited Yundan, she relished the freshly brewed coffee made by the secretary. However, the boss's orders were not to be questioned, only obeyed. He Tingzhou was in good spirits early in the morning, just as he had been the day before. Such a state of physical and mental well-being was rare. And Su Zhang, wary of disrupting his mood, approached the upcoming business trip arrangements with utmost caution. "The preparations in Hong Kong have been completed and are awaiting your arrival." Although He Tingzhou was accustomed to following his whims, he was resolute in work matters, never having postponed a schedule without reason. However, he had never spontaneously decided to attend unnecessary summits or spent the night at a woman's place, making anything uncertain, and thus a precaution was warranted. He Tingzhou clicked his tongue. Su Zhang thought to himself, as expected. "How many days will you be gone?" He Tingzhou inquired. 5 days. The trial for Chen Peiran officially commenced, with Shen Yu accompanying Shuyang to the courthouse. The lawyer Zhao, whom Shen Yu had arranged for her, was a heavyweight specializing in economic litigation, making short work of such minor cases. The defense lawyer, hired at a high price by Chen Peiran, was formidable in his own right but seemed like a kitten facing a tiger in comparison to Zhao. In the courtroom, Zhao dominated the proceedings, rendering the opposing counsel powerless, while Chen Peiran's complexion turned pale. And Shuyang, seated in the plaintiff's stand, nearly burst into laughter. The case involved a substantial amount, and ultimately, Chen Peiran lost, receiving a sentence of 1.5 years in prison. As soon as the trial concluded, Shuyang rushed over to embrace Shen Yu, her jubilant voice echoing throughout the courtroom. "Heaven has eyes," lawyer Zhao remarked. "It's not heaven's doing. Economic cases are generally troublesome." Chen Xing was initially reluctant to release the funds, but this went smoothly thanks to young Master Shen's urging from behind the scenes. Chen Peiran glared at them from a distance. "Don't get too smug, I'll appeal." Shuyang dismissed him, saying to the bailiff, "Take him away." Upon exiting the courthouse, Shen Yu awaited them outside. At noon, he reserved a restaurant for their meal, which served as both a celebration and a thank you to lawyer Zhao throughout the meal. Shuyang repeatedly expressed her gratitude, and Zhao replied, "No need to thank me. If you must, thank young Master Shen." Shuyang solemnly raised her glass. "Young Master Shen, thank you for your support during this time. Your kindness is beyond words." Shen Yu smiled. "You're Xiaozhou's friend, no need for formality, just thank Xiaozhou." This marked Shuyang's first formal meeting with him. Shen Yu was even more charming in person than in photographs. While images captured his handsome features, they failed to convey the grace in his movements. Having met him, Shuyang understood why so many women were infatuated with him and why Shen Yu endured the trials of that love. To be cherished by such a man, who wouldn't he fall for him? During the meal, Shen Yu sat beside Shen Yu halfway through, her phone on the table lit up upon seeing the 4 characters on the screen. Her heart leaped into her throat, and Shen Yu, engaged in conversation with Lawyer Zhao, turned to look at her. Reacting quickly, she picked up her phone and disconnected the call. "Why didn't you answer?" Shen Yu asked. Shuangshu replied, "It's fine, I can call back after we finish eating." She maintained a calm demeanor, as interrupting a meal for an inconsequential call was not unusual. Shen Yu suspected nothing. However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Tingzhou's call rang through again. With Shen Yu's gaze shifting back towards her, her contact name on display would spell disaster. She quickly stood and walked away. "I think I need to take this. I'll be right back." Chapter 97. Your sister is in a relationship. Once she was far enough to ensure Shen Yu could not hear, she answered the call that had been ringing for half a minute. Holding the phone with both hands, she brought it to her ear, only to hear Tingzhou's indifferent voice on the other end. "What did I say?" Naturally, she remembered his 3 demands and, feeling somewhat vexed, raked her fingers through her hair. "You must answer my calls. So why did you hang up earlier?" "I was at dinner with my brother. It wasn't convenient to answer." She explained. "At dinner, huh?" Tingzhou drawled slowly. "Then say hello for me." If she conveyed his greetings, wouldn't Shen Yu then know it was Tingzhou who called? Wasn't that akin to confessing? "You have his number. Just call him yourself." Shuangshu wished to avoid further discussion. "Did you call me for something important?" "I'm heading to Hong Kong," Tingzhou stated. "Why do you need to tell me that?" The background noise was vast and chaotic. The roar of an airplane engine confirmed Tingzhou was already at the airport. "Are you going on a business trip?" Shuangshu inquired. Tingzhou replied coolly, "Going to reclaim Taiwan. What does that even mean?" Shuangshu responded, speechless. "Well, good luck with that." A hint of sarcasm crept into his voice. "Are you happy to hear I'm leaving?" "Perhaps a little," she admitted. "With you gone, I won't have to share a bed or worry about being discovered. It's like a stay-at-home mom finally sending the kids off to kindergarten after a busy morning. It's hard not to feel relieved, but she dared not voice this, deflecting. "I'm not." "How did you deduce I would be happy?" Tingzhou smirked. "From your heart." He continued. "Aren't you going to ask how long I'll be gone?" Shuangshu played along. "How many days?" For days. A silence lingered on the other end. The young master clearly found her disinterest unsatisfactory. Slowing his speech, Song Shuangshu, "I'll give you one more chance." "Say it again." "Say what?" She attempted. "Be careful on your journey." As the cabin door closed, the background noise vanished, and Tingzhou's voice turned solemn. "What, are you going to bombard me with questions? Is your sister in a relationship?" Lawyer Zhao, slicing his steak, suddenly interjected. Shu Yang, who had been covertly attempting to sneak a drink while Shuangshu was absent, nearly choked. Shen Yu raised his gaze, looking toward Shuangshu, who had her back to them while on the phone, his expression betraying no emotion. "Why do you ask? She seems a bit anxious." Zhao chuckled. My daughter was just like that when she was dating. This the inside of a lawyer. Shu Yang forcibly swallowed the wine, laughingly remarking, "Shuangshu is already 22. It's hardly early for a romantic relationship, so what is there to be anxious about?" Shen Yu remained silent, but Shuangshu's reaction during her 2 phone calls was indeed somewhat unusual. She glanced back at the dining table and noticed Shen Yu's gaze piercing through half the restaurant, directed towards her. Even though he couldn't hear her, she couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness. She hastily responded to Tingzhou, "Then make sure to come back early." In truth, she felt this statement was rather pointless. The arrangements for work itineraries were beyond her control. If he had to be away for 4 days, it was evident that there were matters requiring that duration to address. Nevertheless, it was the appropriate response, and Tingzhou's voice finally sounded less sarcastic. "I will return as soon as the matters are settled." Shuangshu breathed a sigh of relief and finally hung up the phone. Upon returning to the dining table, Shen Yu's attention was fixed on her. Shu Yang, seated opposite her, subtly gestured with his eyes, just as she was trying to decipher his meaning. She heard Shen Yu inquire, "Whose call was it?" Ting. Shuangshu silently congratulated herself for having changed the contact name just before returning. Ting. Shen Yu was well acquainted with her circle of friends. None of them went by that name. Generally, one wouldn't use a reduplicated nickname for acquaintances. "Have you made a new friend?" "Yes." Shuangshu endeavored to maintain an inscrutable expression. "Someone I met through work." Shu Yang seamlessly took over the conversation from across the table. "Isn't that the beautiful lady who brought you something last time? She is quite attractive indeed." The two of them engaged in banter to deftly navigate the topic. Once the conversation shifted, Shuangshu cast a grateful glance at Shu Yang, who winked back at her. Upon returning to the company that afternoon, Shuangshu and Shu Yang were greeted with a jubilant fanfare, colorful confetti raining down, festive music played. "Today is a wonderful day. All that you wish for will come true." Everyone wore cheerful smiles, and La Fong draped a garland around Shu Yang's neck, exclaiming, "Let us congratulate General Manager Shu Yang for triumphing over the CAD, achieving victory." Shu Yang stood in the center, visibly moved, microphone in hand, thanking everyone. "Thank you all. Thank you CCTV, of course, my greatest gratitude goes to General Manager Song. You truly are my little lucky star." Xiao Liao immediately showered Shuangshu with a handful of flower petals, exclaiming, "Magnificent." Shuangshu chuckled, brushing the petals from her hair. "Today is a joyous occasion. Let us give everyone a break this afternoon. Those who wish to rest at home may do so, and those who want to go out and relax can choose a place. Today, General Manager Xu Yang is treating, I'm treating, but General Manager Song will settle the bill, Xu Yang added, pushing aside Xiao Liao, who had been kindly helping her remove the confetti from her hair. Collect your useless observations. You've even dislodged my wig. Look at our corporate culture, a new employee remarked, visibly moved. I knew I came to the right place. That afternoon, the entire company went out to celebrate, dining together before heading to KTV to sing. Amidst the off-key singing, Xiaoliao called out to Shuangshu, I just posted on Moments, little boss, give me a thumbs up. Shuangshu opened her Moments, liking the recent posts from her colleagues, and casually scrolled further down. She paused at a particular post where Mu Yenshu had shared a series of photos depicting the bustling and romantic night view of Victoria Harbor skyscrapers illuminated by dazzling lights. The stunning beauty's photos garnered considerable attention. With a young man who often socialized with Yu and phone commenting below, oh, did you go to Hong Kong? Mu Yenshu replied ambiguously, just here for fun. Another young man inquired, when will Zhou Yi return? Mu Yenshu responded, he'll be here for a few days. Shuangshu swiped upwards. 3 days later would coincide with the scheduled meeting at Yundan. Director Fan called unexpectedly, postponing the originally scheduled morning meeting to the afternoon. Citing his prior commitments, in the afternoon, Shuangshu and her team arrived punctually at Yundan Group. The timeline for the drone's test flight and the corresponding plan had been finalized. The meeting served to confirm and discuss the proposal one last time. Once the meeting concluded and the door to the conference room swung open, Suzhen stood outside. General Manager Song, General, he just returned from Hong Kong and wishes to synchronize the outcomes of today's meeting with you. Director Fan's eyes darted, cheerfully suggesting, I can report this to General He. There is no need to trouble General Manager Song. Suzhen met his gaze with an unchanging smile, speaking in a calm tone. Is Director Fan questioning General He's arrangements? Director Fan's smile faltered, no, I merely feared it would delay General Manager Song's subsequent engagements. Suzhen glanced past him at Shuangshu. Does General Manager Song have any further commitments? The phrase at your service felt like a tightening noose. Shuangshu rose, it's more pressing to report to General He. Chapter 98. Why do you smell like Xiaojiu? Navigating the familiar route to the top floor office. He Tingzhou stood by the window on a call. Hearing the door open, he turned and beckoned her with a finger. Shuangshu approached, noticing his conversation seemed to revolve around a military project, so she prudently maintained her distance. He Tingzhou glanced at her, still on the call, his tone sharp. The timeline is too lengthy. If he expects me to wait 6 months, he might as well wait for his next life to collaborate with me. Accustomed to his irreverent demeanor, Shuangshu almost forgot how emotionally detached He Tingzhou could be. After ending the call, he pinched his phone and scrutinized her. 3 days apart, and you seem unfamiliar again. You weren't on the call. Shuangshu replied, commercial secrets are not for my ears. I can speak freely. What is it that you cannot hear? He Tingzhou sauntered to the sofa, casually adopting the same detached demeanor she often displayed. General Manager Song, let us discuss business. Shuangshu settled into a nearby armchair. The changes in the proposal have all been noted. The test flight process will be live-streamed on the platform, and all specific details are in the proposal. He Tingzhou flipped through the revised proposal, the only sound in the office being the rustle of paper. Shuangshu focused on his hands. Suddenly, he tapped a specific spot on the document. ISNT, this data incorrect? Shuangshu immediately rose to confirm, where is it wrong? He Tingzhou took the opportunity to pull her waist, bringing her onto his lap, feigning seriousness. I misread it, caught in your own trap, Shuangshu recalled, only to be effortlessly pressed back down by him. This is your office. Could you refrain from such antics? He Tingzhou replied, should I take it to your office then? She attempted to rise again, only to be pulled back once more. Are you hyperactive? He Tingzhou lifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes appearing even more profound. Why is it so difficult for you to sit still for a moment? Engaging in such behavior within the office felt excessive. Shuangshu felt as if she were sitting on nails rather than his lap. How long? She inquired. 10 minutes. She indeed pulled out her phone to set a timer for 10 minutes, while He Tingzhou observed her businesslike demeanor. Tugging at her ear and pinching her cheek, even inspecting her teeth. What are you doing? Shuangshu asked, bewildered, swatting his hand away. He Tingzhou replied, just checking if your brother replaced me with a robot while I was away. So methodical. My brother won't know. That is true, He Tingzhou said, wrapping an arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. I haven't slept well these past few days. Let me hold you. What a pity, Shuangshu replied, feeling the weight of him on her shoulder, unwilling to budge. ISNT, someone fanning you. What fan? He Tingzhou drawled lazily, the kind that hunts elephants, lops off half their heads, extracts the ivory, carves it into thin slices, and then decorates it with patterns, Shuangshu explained. He Tingzhou lifted his head from her shoulder, leaning back against the sofa, and upon seeing his slowly raised brow, she continued, such a vicious fan. May I ask if it's the vengeful spirit of the elephant personally come to fan me? Shuangshu fell silent, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. Shuangshu felt as though he were mocking her, her cheeks inexplicably warming as she turned her face away. Since He Tingzhou had promised not to engage with other women simultaneously, it wouldn't matter if he had 10 people fanning him. It was of no concern to her. She wished to retract her previous statement, making it seem as if she were overly concerned. She picked up her phone, checking the timer, only to find it paused at 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Indicating that just as she said it, he had stealthily turned it off, just when he was pinching her face to inspect her teeth. A clever ruse. He Tingzhou glanced at her phone, feigning ignorance. Is it broken? Have your brother fix it. You're quite bothersome, Shuangxiu replied. He Tingzhou chuckled just as the intercom on the desk rang. He gently nudged her waist, urging her to stand. Go answer it. Seizing the opportunity, Shuangxiu stood to press the intercom button. Secretary reporting, Miss Lu has come to deliver something for you. Lu Man. Shuangxiu turned to glance at Yi Tingzhou, intending to ask the secretary to hold on for a moment, allowing her to leave before admitting Lu Man, but the voice of Lu Man came through the phone. Cousin, are you busy? Lu Man is already outside the office. Panic surged through her. There was no time to leave now. And stepping out would mean encountering Lu Man. Her eyes widened in alarm, silently mouthing to Yi Tingzhou, what should we do? Yi Tingzhou rose, calmly striding to stand behind her, and spoke. Let her in. The call was abruptly cut off. And Shuangxiu could almost hear the secretary outside the office announcing, Miss Lu, please come in. That moment, Shuangxiu deeply comprehended the panic of the illicit lovers in television dramas, caught off guard by the sudden return of their partner. With nowhere to hide, infuriated, she kicked Yi Tingzhou's calf and swiftly made her way to the sofa, feigning nonchalance as she picked up her phone. Only upon noticing it was Yi Tingzhou's did she hastily set it down. Leaning forward to reach for the proposal he had been reviewing moments ago, opening it and adopting an air of being engrossed in work, signaling for others not to disturb her, suddenly she raised her hand to tidy her hair and adjust her shirt, which was not even rumpled. Yi Tingzhou glanced down at the half footprint on his pant leg, raised an eyebrow, and leaned casually against the desk, watching her flurry of activity with unhurried interest. Quite skilled, isn't she, engaging in secret affairs often. Shuangxiu shot him a glare, and in the instant the office door swung open, she directed her serious gaze to the documents. Cousin. Lu Man entered, surprised to see Shuangxiu. Oh, Xiaojiu, what are you doing here? Discussing test flight matters with Tingzhou Gu. Shuangxiu maintained an air of calm. Lu Man showed no suspicion, her eyes lighting up at the sight of cake on the coffee table. I love cake from this place too. I want some. What are you doing here? Yi Tingzhou's tone revealed no trace of welcome. My mother has been making incense sticks, especially for you. It's made with Hainan agarwood. Helps with calming and sleep. Lu Man handed him a delicate little bag. Here. Yi Tingzhou accepted it without looking, casually placing it on the table and dismissing her. You can leave after delivering that. Normally, Lu Man wouldn't linger in his office, but with Shuangxiu present she felt emboldened. I just want a piece of cake. As she passed him towards the sofa, she halted halfway, her brows knitting together like a dog sniffing the air, her nose twitching towards Yi Tingzhou. After a couple of sniffs she froze, meeting Yi Tingzhou's downward gaze. Yi Tingzhou shot her a frosty glare. Did your brain get eaten by a dog, or did you eat a dog's brain? A look of profound confusion spread across Lu Man's face. Cousin, why do you smell like Xiaojiu? Chapter 99. Can you keep a secret for me? Shuangxiu's eyes remained fixed on the document, but her ears were bombarded by a cacophony akin to thunder exploding, crackling and bursting like fireworks. Yi Tingzhou's expression showed no sign of alarm. Really? Lu Man nodded. Yes. Shuangxiu's mind raced. Yi Tingzhou hadn't stayed at her place these past few days, and they had only embraced for a few minutes. How could he possibly carry her scent? Was Lu Man's sense of smell akin to that of a dog? Lu Man turned her gaze toward Shuangxiu, thoroughly engrossed in her documents, then back to Yi Tingzhou, her eyes darting between them repeatedly. The office was bright and clean, yet a strange atmosphere lingered in the air. Shuangxiu shot Yi Tingzhou a pointed look. Speak up. Yi Tingzhou, arms crossed and leaning back nonchalantly, appeared detached from the situation. Receiving her gaze, he finally spoke. Perhaps it would be more prudent for President Song to clarify this matter personally. Useless ally. Lu Man's focus shifted to Shuangxiu. Shuangxiu's composed demeanor belied the frantic beating of her heart, pounding like a ball being fiercely struck. It's the scent of the office aromatherapy. Lu Man was not easily fooled. Xiaojiu, I know your scent. Shuangxiu recalled their first meeting when Lu Man had embraced her, exclaiming, you smell so good. At the time, she had presumed it was merely a form of social bravado. That might be because I'm here. The air carries my scent. There is none. My cousin has a stronger scent. Shuangxiu nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Was she made of pork, emitting such a strong aroma? She fixed her gaze on Lu Man, adopting a decisive tone in an attempt to convince her. You're mistaken. Lu Man was even more certain. Are you doubting my sense of smell? My mother runs the largest perfume brand in the country. I've learned to blend scents with her since childhood. My nose is sharper than a dog's. Shuangxiu found herself at a loss for words. Rapidly concocting a strategy, she could not rely on Yi Tingzhou. He would only enjoy the spectacle. Lu Man remained calm, collected, and serene as she asked, does anyone else have something to say? If not, I am about to start screaming. With an expression akin to being struck by lightning, filled with disbelief and existential dread, she was on the verge of exploding with information. You two, when did you start seeing each other? Halfway through her shout, Shuangshu rushed over to cover her mouth, pulling her out of He Tingzhou's office. Let us talk. I in the private room of a Japanese restaurant, as the last plate of sea-based sashimi was served and the shoji doors were drawn. Shuangshu finally spoke, using the simplest language to reveal her relationship with He Tingzhou to Lu Manman. Since the emergence of Yundan, Lu Manman had been in a state of cognitive overload, sprawled on the floor in a starfish position upon entering the room. After Shuangshu finished her explanation, she remained motionless. So the man from the last time at your house is my cousin? Yes. Oh my gosh, Lu Manman seemed struck by lightning, as if her world had turned upside down. It is not upside down, just temporary, Shuangshu reassured her. You just need to act as if nothing happened, and in time, everything will return to normal. No wonder you refused to tell me. Lu Manman's voice was ghostly. I just convinced myself to support you and your brother, and now you're involved with my cousin Song. Shuangshu, you are truly a brother killer. Shuangshu rubbed her forehead. Now do you understand why I couldn't tell you? I understand. Lu Manman's face lit up with emotion. You genuinely care for me. So can you keep my secret? No one else knows about this, really. Lu Manman felt an involuntary sense of pride but immediately shook her head seriously. The more people know, the faster they died. I've seen enough dramas to know that you two are carrying on a secret affair right under your brother's nose. It will inevitably be exposed. When that happens, he won't be upset with you. Even if he gets into a fight with my cousin, they might come to a stalemate, but I will be doomed and none of you care about my well-being. My brother won't blame you. This is unrelated to you, Shuangshu stated earnestly. Consider it a significant favor owed to you. That if there is anything you need me to do, we can exchange. Lu Manman recalled how, when she was doubted, only Shuangshu had believed in her. She had never forgotten that. Seeing her silent, Shuangshu continued. Shall I have your cousin come and discuss it with you, as blood relatives? If He Tingzhou speaks to her, she will undoubtedly listen. No need. If He Tingzhou were to speak with her, it wouldn't be with the same pleading attitude as Shuangshu. Lu Manman immediately sat up. Is it not enough that I've agreed to you? Lu Manman picked up her chopsticks to eat sashimi, remarking, my cousin is truly a sly one. After they finished their meal and exited the Japanese restaurant, Lu Manman suddenly remarked, Xiaojiu, have you ever considered how heartbroken your brother would be if he knew you sacrificed yourself for the Shen family? Shuangshu felt a ripple in her heart, and Manman continued, so, I need you to keep my secret. I won't let my brother know. He Tingzhou's car was parked at the roadside, and he sat inside, watching the two emerge from the restaurant. Lu Manman glared at him with the eyes of a predator. And He Tingzhou's cold, dark gaze flicked towards her, prompting her to immediately retract her stare. Get in the car, He Tingzhou commanded. What for? Lu Manman was on high alert, shielding Shuangshu as a human shield. I've already promised Xiaojiu to keep it a secret. You don't need to threaten me. He Tingzhou rested one hand on the steering wheel, his casual gaze sliding across Shuangshu's face before landing on her. Let us have a word. Can I talk with Xiaojiu too? Lu Manman thought being alone with him was rather perilous. He Tingzhou's expression turned icy. No. He Tingzhou took Lu Manman away, leaving Shuangshu uncertain about their conversation. As for her cousin, He Tingzhou certainly wouldn't go to extreme lengths. She drove home, filling the bathtub with water to bathe. Lu Manman's situation had sounded alarm bells in her mind. She had thought that as long as she was cautious, she could keep it hidden, but she hadn't anticipated revealing her secret in such an unexpected way. If Lu Manman could detect her scent on He Tingzhou, who else might discover something next time? The sooner her relationship with He Tingzhou ended, the better, yet, she was uncertain when he would tire of the game. Currently, he seemed to be enjoying it quite a bit. As Shuangshu soaked in the tub, lost in thought, she did not hear the approaching footsteps until the bathroom door swung open, and she opened her eyes to find He Tingzhou standing at the entrance. Chapter 100, Initiative. He was clad in white attire and black trousers, accentuating his tall figure, hands tucked into the pockets of his slacks, his gaze slowly drifting over her, the steam from the bathroom lending an air of intrigue. Shuangshu instinctively curled her legs to shield her body. I am showering, she said, her brows furrowed, her almond-shaped eyes filled with discontent at his boundaryless behavior. He Tingzhou, utterly unperturbed, stood there unabashedly watching. I can see that. Close the door, Shuangshu insisted, frowning. He complied without hesitation. Shutting the door behind him and locking himself inside, striding in with long legs, he began to unbutton his shirt. Let us wash together. Shuangshu braced herself against the edge of the tub. Standing up, I'm done, you can wash by yourself. Just as she was about to step out of the tub, He Tingzhou wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close, his gaze lingering on her flushed face. Heated from the water, have you cleaned up, or are you just running away? Don't go too far. He was impeccably dressed, yet Shuangshu felt an overwhelming sense of aversion as she noticed his bare skin. How outrageous! In the lexicon of He Tingzhou, there was likely no such term as shame. Hadn't you ever bathed together with your ex-boyfriend? Shuangshu retorted sharply. He doesn't have as many tricks as you do. How dull. He Tingzhou's shirt, made of smooth silk, quickly became drenched from the water clinging to her body, adhering closely to her skin. The warmth enveloping her was uncertain. Was it the heat she brought from the water? or his own body temperature. After several days of restraint, He Tingzhou found it hard to endure such tantalizing stimulation. Sensing his shift, Shuangshu dared not struggle any longer. He removed his garments and embraced her once more. Stepping back into the water, the expansive bathtub could accommodate several individuals, yet he insisted on placing her upon his lap. Furrowing her brow, Shuangshu inquired, "Why didn't you explain yourself in the office today?" "What did you want me to say?" He Tingzhou replied, his nose sharper than a dog's. Confronted with such a remarkable sense of smell, there was indeed no perfect excuse that could be fabricated. Noticing her distress, He Tingzhou leaned against the tub and said, "Ji1T, speak of it. Can you not feel at ease?" But she could not. However, in truth, she was the only one burdened by worry. From the very beginning, He Tingzhou had no fear of being discovered. He was He Tingzhou, fearless and unyielding. A kiss brushed her lips, and He Tingzhou approached her leisurely. Noticing her resistance, he did not rush to address the matter. Instead, coaxing her patiently, "Shall it be your turn this time?" Initially disinterested, Shuangshu pondered for a moment, then wrapped her arms around his neck, responding with a fervor that surpassed her usual demeanor. He Tingzhou paused, straightening up, and scrutinized her with curiosity. "What has prompted such initiative today? Do you not like it?" Shuangshu queried. The mist from the water dampened his lashes, deepening the hue of his eyes. He seemed to see through her, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "What little schemes are you concocting in that mind of yours?" Indeed, she was transparent in his gaze. Shuangshu chose not to reply, pushing him back and leaning in for a kiss. Naturally, He Tingzhou would not refuse such an offer. He reclined lazily, his hands loosely supporting her. The humidity of the bathroom soon rendered the air stifling. The water swirled around them, her fingers gripped the edge of the tub tightly, only to be pried apart one by one, pulled over to rest upon his shoulder. As the heat in the bathroom intensified, water splashed onto the floor. He Tingzhou had always been restrained in their intimate encounters, allowing her to sleep after just one round, yet today, Shuangshu's eagerness evidently delighted him. With great enthusiasm, he changed their positions twice in the tub before carrying her back to the bedroom, where they intertwined on the bed. In the end, Shuangshu lay on her pillow, tears streaming down her face, as He Tingzhou cradled her delicate neck, kissing the damp corner of her eye. His voice was low and husky, laced with a teasing laughter. "What a talented little crybaby you are, princess." Ultimately, she was utterly exhausted, drifting into a deep, dreamless slumber, and when she awoke the next day, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Thankfully, it was the weekend. Her body felt as though it had been disassembled and reassembled incorrectly. Achy and fatigued, she lingered under the covers for a while, her stomach growling with hunger, before finally rising to seek sustenance in the kitchen. He Tingzhou had already departed but had left her breakfast. She hastily prepared something that required no heating to quell her hunger. While he was absent, she took the opportunity to brew a latte with the coffee machine. As she sat in the dining area, she noticed a rectangular box of traditional design on the table, inside of which lay a folding fan. The sight of the fan reminded her of Mu Yenshu, and she wondered what He Tingzhou intended by this gesture. Upon opening the fan, she found 5 bold characters inscribed on the pristine, frost-white paper, exclusive to Song Shuangsu. In the lower right corner was a seal signed He Tingzhou. The calligraphy was vigorous and elegant, unmistakably penned by He Tingzhou himself. Shuangshu stared at the fan in silence for half a minute, baffled by his eccentricity. This paper fan could not compare in value to the ivory fans of the Qing dynasty's 13 lines. Yet it was a unique treasure of the crown prince. Subsequently, He Tingzhou visited her daily. Shuangshu hoped he would soon tire of it, so she consistently took the initiative to engage, much to He Tingzhou's delight. Their encounters in bed grew increasingly inventive. Afterward, she would regale him with stories to lull him to sleep, leaving Shuangshu yawning through her workdays. Mrs. Yu felt unwell, and Shuangshu took the opportunity to accompany Fu Yun on a visit. Upon arriving at the Yu household, Yumimi dragged her into a cooking game adorned in chef hats. A little dinosaur and a small crocodile scurried across the screen, but soon the kitchen erupted into flames due to Yu Zifeng's clumsy antics. Yumimi, resembling a fiery little ball, pummeling him with her fists, exclaimed, "You're hopeless, stop playing, I want to play with Sister Shuangshu." "What a terrible game," Yu Zifeng, irritated by her noise, retorted, "You're the one who is incompetent. There is a huge kitchen at home, go you too, prepare a 4-dish meal and soup. You're too useless." Shuangshu scoffed in agreement with Yumimi. After playing for a while, when Yumimi ran off to fetch a game of Ludo, Shuangshu, feeling a bit drowsy, seized the chance to rest her eyes, only to fall into a deep sleep. By the time Shen Yu arrived to pick them up in the evening, she was still not awake. "My sister has been working hard lately, she can even sleep on the carpet," Yu Zifeng commented. "She has been sleeping all afternoon." Yumimi was sent off to play elsewhere, leaving the living room in quietude. Shuangshu lay on the carpet, a pillow beneath her head and a blanket draped over her. Yu Zifeng was awaiting praise for his caregiving, only for Shen Yu to frown. "You let her sleep on the floor? What is wrong with that? Yu Zizhao could sleep in the sand last time at the beach. I buried her, and she slept soundly," Yu Zifeng bragged. Shen Yu replied slowly, "Do you think she enjoys sleeping in sand?" "She thinks you enjoy eating sand." Suddenly, Yu Zifeng jolted awake and dashed towards the kitchen. "My dinner."